Hello, and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Rick.
Good morning. I think I missed the YouTube stuff intro. Hey, Muffin.
I'll take him off the screen. We don't quite need him at this point, but we probably will when we're sharing a screen, because we are going to be talking about some fun stuff today. We are finally going to be fulfilling the requests that people have been asking us for a long time. And that is the Jennifer Howell letter and the Australia audio. And if there's any more audio that folks want us to listen to, any more video that you want us to watch, any more things you want us to read, send them my way. I'm now ready to have my inbox open for that stuff, and it won't go missing. Hopefully.
And I'll also say this: if there's anything on the Amber Heard side that you think didn't get in that they would have liked to get in, like that Deuter's text on getting kicked on the plane, I would at least like to see those as well. So if you got those, if you got links to those, I only heard about that one on the pro offer. So let me know that as well, because I'm an open door for all this stuff that didn't otherwise get in front of the jury, because I've already said my piece on what I think the jury's going to do.
There you go. So it's been a good morning so far. How was your Hangouts and Headlines this morning?
It was fun. We had a lot of people in there. We were talking about Monica Lewinsky's piece in Vanity Fair, which I think we're all sympathetic to. Monica Lewinsky's situation from the 90s and 2000s, where obviously she was the center of a cultural maelstrom. We know that. But unfortunately, like so many of the articles that we've talked about in that space, it does essentially make generalizations and talk about why you should feel gross about following the Depp versus Heard court case, while also admitting that she doesn't watch the live streams. She gets all her information from TikTok and media grazing. And so it's got the pronouncements problem, which is how I think about it, which is whatever I'm feeling, whatever I think is applicable to everyone. And so you get a headline like, "We are all guilty." And I don't feel terribly guilty about covering this story. I think it's interesting. I think there's a lot of stuff.
I don't either. I'm sorry for missing it. We were talking about this backstage. We had a little bit of a mix up on the backstage link. I didn't see that you had sent it. You didn't see that I didn't see that you had sent it. I didn't want to oppose.
No, I'm terrible at getting updates like live on stream until like chat really starts bugging me. So if you didn't see it, I wasn't going to see that you didn't see it. And so, yeah, if you go watch the first, 20 minutes of that video, it's me going, let's just chat with people while we think we have a guest. And then I just am like, I don't think we're going to have a guest. So let's talk about the article, which is totally fine. It wasn't that big of a deal. Thankfully, Hangouts and Headlines works. Just me in the chat. And so you are more than invited to the next headline that you find interest in. And we'll make sure that you get on there that time.
Yep. So, yes, I was able to catch, a decent part of it watching from the viewer side. And it was,
so you can tell me what I did wrong here in this space.
Oh, no, nothing wrong. Never. No. No. You're always great on that show. It was interesting. It was interesting because I think that she definitely has a unique perspective that she can give in these kinds of times. And I think that maybe it's kind of what she was speaking to. And I can also understand how someone who went through what she did would be limited in kind of like what she allows herself to consume on social media and in the news and all that kind of stuff. So that would also kind of limit her ability to really be able to give a voice that can be really kind of, I don't know, that people would take as a reasonable, well-informed opinion, if that makes sense. Because, you know, as you said, she hasn't really digested the whole trial. She hasn't.
That's the difficulty with it, right? Like, I'm sympathetic, and I think she does have insight into this, but she applies it through a particular lens that doesn't take into account the actual facts on the ground of this case. And, you know, that's a shame, because I think if she did get up to that speed, then she would have very interesting things to say. And instead, it's basically where the mongrelization of humanity at the hands of social media. It's like, all right, fair enough.
Yeah.
But that's not very specific to Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp.
Exactly. So, yeah, but but I do still think that she is also in a unique position, having been the first person to go through it in the recent era, you could say, in the online era. Yeah, exactly. So, I did have quite a bit of an eye opener when I first came across her TED Talk years ago about the whole subject. And that was the first time that I saw her publicly speak since that whole debacle. And we don't have to talk again about, how old we were during various points in time, but I was around and I do remember.
I was in existence is not the big triumphant proclamation that you think it is.
I was old enough to pepper my mom with all kinds of questions, and she had an open door policy to say, you could ask whatever questions you want, just be prepared for the answer.
All right.
So yeah. So, I learned a lot. Yeah. So
no, I was in college. I'm going to assume you weren't, and we'll leave it at that.
I was not in college. Yes, it was a different point in my life. But, it was very interesting to sort of take a look at everything that happened there so many years down the line, after she obviously had a lot of time to digest all of that and figure everything out. And I don't know, did you see the TV show that she had produced?
It was brought to me up in chat, but I didn't know that she had done that about that situation. So no.
She was one of the, I guess, executive producers or something like that on the show. And I actually really enjoyed it. I don't know how historically accurate they are, or it is, but at the very least, from her perspective, the story was told. So,
I mean, you'd make her an executive producer as part of a licensing of her official, like, recounting of that. So that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be told from her perspective, of course, but it was very well written, very well acted also. So it was.
Do you remember what it's called?
Folks in the chat, someone's got to remember.
Chat can help. The hive mind can help.
I know. It's like every time I forget something.
What is the Monica Lewinsky Hulu show called?
Yeah.
So I can refer to it. It's probably not Good Morning. That's probably just people wishing us good morning. But you don't know.
Let me see.
I also was not in college.
Monica Lewinsky. American Crime Story. Yes.
Oh, it's an American Crime, like OJ was. Okay.
Yes. It's like another part of like that whole series. That's right. American Crime Story impeachment.
Okay.
It was. Cool. Yes. I thought it was very well done. I can't speak to the historical accuracy other than what I remember from seeing on TV when I was probably too young to fully grasp everything that was going on at the time. But yeah. So I do feel for her perspective in this, in looking at this kind of a case. I can understand how it could be very triggering for her. I can understand how it would really bring up a lot of feelings for her. So it doesn't exactly surprise me to see an article from someone like her in this kind of a case, responding to seeing a woman basically dragged out in social media in such a spectacular way as well, that she may be thinking, maybe she's made some mistakes, but a lot of this is so unfair to her.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the lens she has, right? And I think we can always be sympathetic, but we all have our lenses, we all have our perspectives on these things, and that unfortunately, historical events have given Monica Lewinsky that lens. So I am at least somewhat allowing for the paragraph that immediately launches into this is all misogyny, etc. It's like, okay, we've seen this paragraph in articles before. The problem is that it just entirely discounts the actual situation in front of you. But I don't blame someone with that lens and that perspective bopping in, media grazing in, seeing the internet, assaulting Amber Heard essentially. And there are a lot of corners that are doing stuff that I don't like on that end, period. But doing that and then saying, I know what this situation is because I've lived through it, and then making an entire article on that premise. Unfortunately, it just doesn't have the backing and foundation that you actually need to discuss this particular issue. But I am very sympathetic to the situation she found herself in the late 90s and early 2000s and why she would be viewing things through that lens. I just have to comment on the actual argument being a little bit hollow.
Of course, because, at the same time, she has to understand that when she speaks on these issues, there are people that will listen because she has sort of become this figure that represents a lot of that, really. And I think that she, God, I hate to criticize her for it because of everything that she's been through and everything that she has. Basically, she's become this person that was thrust into such a position at such a young age because she made such a, we can judge it, stupid mistake, but she was young, right?
Things happened.
She was super young, and super young people make terrible mistakes. But yeah, I do agree that in order to speak on this particular issue, I would much prefer if she limited it to say, I understand the feelings that she's going through. I understand the morality of taking an individual and lampooning them as the prime individual that we all decide to ascribe all of our ridicule towards.
Yeah. No, and I thought that was what the article was going to be, right? I was actually pretty open to it being essentially the edges of the internet are piling on and these kinds of things. And this is what happens in this situation. And it's that pile on. Instead, it was really about the people that are consuming media about the trial at all. And like, there's a paragraph that, implies that Camille Vasquez is a tool of the patriarchal misogyny. And I'm
I don't like that. I don't like that because that also, of course, is that, because then it also starts to paint with the same sort of broad brushstrokes that they are accusing others of painting.
No, it has a lot of generalizations. I think that's always a problem. If you can keep your argument to the individual circumstances at hand, and Camille's doing her job. The fact that people were in favor of that doesn't make Camille like a party to whatever misogynistic things you want to say about the world, which again is fine. I'm open to all kinds of perspectives when we do headlines, but like there are just things where you get off of what you've actually laid the foundation for. I mean, if we're thinking about it in legal terms, you set up your thesis, you talk about why you are coming to this conclusion, you go on from there. And all these articles, not all of them, but many of them, take a grain of truth. Many of them have these grains of truth spread throughout. I thought Monica Lewinsky makes a great point about how this particular court case being broadcast by actors, that when they take the stand, there's a weird kind of faux reality thing that we're observing because we're used to seeing them in dramatic capacities, right? Amber Heard or Johnny Depp on the stand feels like a courtroom movie to some extent. And so I think she makes a great point there. But they put these grains of truth in there, and then they go off and say what they want to say, and you're just supposed to ignore that the backing isn't there anymore. And so a lot of them do this. Monica Lewinsky does it in her article, and I don't think she needed to. I think there's a stronger article there about specifically what you're talking about, the pile-on, the outrage mob, what the internet does, even when it's right. Right? The scary part isn't when the internet's being boorish or idiotic or silly, or she calls it weirdos, right? It's when there actually is the truth that Amber Heard probably is lying or exaggerating at bare minimum, and the internet still goes too far. And like, there's a really interesting story there because, the Monica and Bill Clinton situation happened, and yet there was still a response that probably was too much. And I wasn't in that maelstrom like she was, and talked to us about that. I would have much rather read that article. And I didn't get that. There's just so much high horse kind of moral looking down on, you guys are just interested in that salacious courtroom drama. Well, I'm sure that there are some on the margins, but it's not everybody. And she spends time at the top of her article discounting all the live streams. It's like, well, everybody's getting it by tidbits and things. I'm like, this is the most popular fully live stream court case in history.
Yep. A lot of people are getting the full full fire hose of information all
and
at the same
evaluating
time.
from there. Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway.
So
see, this is what we would have talked about over there.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I
No,
missed
it's
out
a lot
on
of
that.
fun.
Oh man. So yeah, the internet can be a wonderful place. The internet can be a terrible place, but we're here for it. Hey, Andy, the game maker, brother. The internet nearly drove Ahmed Best to commit unalivement.
You know what? Jar Jar forever. We love you, Jar Jar.
Yeah, that sucks. Also, yeah. Ugh.
No, it did some work on a bunch of prequels. People, the original Anakin kid had a whole lot of like deep-seated psychological problems in school. It all sucks. It all sucks. Also, because Phantom Menace is actually a good movie, and I'll fight you on Verdict Watch Day 45 on the Star Wars prequels in order. So get excited about that.
Rick Cormier, thanks so much for this very generous super chat. Says, sorry I got called away yesterday. I did see your response to Titan. How can you not love a game with a main board, around 11 battlegrounds, dozens of creatures, hundreds of pieces, limited recruiting, and combat rules so complicated that it may take a lawyer to understand?
So, Brett, I love you. It is ridiculous. For those of you that don't know the context here, this is a game, I think, like 1980, 1981, something like that. That was made before board games had decided to make themselves accessible to anyone. And it's got cool fonts. I love 80s fonts on things. They've had really like, I don't know, it's almost dark tower type fonts for all the stuff. But it's, as you describe, it is ridiculous. And this is coming from a person that loves fighting over rules, that made Mark from I Feel Attacked cry. He was upset with me because I said, why would you even bring a board game to the table if you don't intend to fight over the minutia of when a comma appears in the instruction book? That's what board game night is for. So I hear you on that, on complicated games. I just need a certain svelteness and elegance now in my stage of life. Alita will understand in a few years.
Of course I will. Yeah. But not many. Like I'm not that far behind you. Stuart Ellis 2 says, how much does a jury's verdict depend on the relationship between the jury members? Watching 12 Angry Men, it became clear that cultural bias is a massive deal.
Well, 12 Angry Men's not a documentary, so we do have to start there. 12 Angry Men's very, very good.
I will agree. And I do want to, of course, remind folks that was, it's written with certain themes in mind and with a certain purpose. And not every single case goes through that.
And decades ago. I mean, like you're talking about cultural mores from, I don't even know when 12 Angry Men is. Is it the 50s that gets written? It's pretty old. So I could look that up. But yeah, as far as your first question goes, the relationships matter a lot. There'll be a leader in that room. There'll be people that hang out together and click off, right? Even in just what we got reported on where they were sitting. We don't know if they were assigned seats, but that even if they were assigned, you sit for 7 weeks with 3 people by you and not by other people. It's going to be people that you just kind of talk to. So it's going to matter in that room, but we're never going to know exactly how. Yeah.
And Kirsten Brockway in the chat wants to know what do you think is the likelihood that we'll hear a verdict today?
Well, I have an announcement on this. I have to do work that I can't ignore from about 12:25 to about 2:15. I think there's a real good shot the verdict comes in then.
Really?
Because I'm gone.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't be on the stream. So I think if yesterday is any indication, I was here for like 90% of the time, and like everything happened when I was gone. So I think you got a shot today between about 3.5 hours from now to 5.5 hours from now. Personally,
I think it's probably going to be maybe at the end of the day today. Possibly.
I still my original bet was Thursday. I still think Thursday, but I'm just joking because I know I have to be gone for about 2 hours. So if it does come, it'll be then.
Okay. Fair point. Nikki Honder says, good afternoon from Utrecht, Netherlands. Thank you and all your panelists for all the insight and explanations. Going into the second full day, how big do you think the chance of a hung jury is? Not yet. We are nowhere near a hung jury at this point, because remember that it's a 6 month feels like a 6 month trial. It's a 6-week trial. And so the jury has a lot of information to go through, understandably. So they're going to be given quite a bit of time to calmly, diligently, and hopefully in an organized fashion go through everything. And so I would not expect the judge to be anywhere near impatient until at least 4 days.
Yeah, I mean, I think I got a week before the judge starts getting ornery, but we'll see. We'll see.
IOB12 says, Legalbytes, I hope you read this. I don't have money to super chat, but from the bottom of my heart, thank you, and all other panel members. Thank you. And thank you so much for watching. I really, really appreciate it.
I always like it when they say, I hope you read this or whatever as you read it.
Yeah.
It's a little Inception-y. I like it.
It is. Don Hinton, thank you so much for your super chat. Says, good morning. Did you get any sleep? I was up by 0:30, but was late of Hoeg in the morning. Sort of reminds me of the core. Yeah, I know Don's a Marine. So lots of great service there. Thanks, man. Laura Smart says, favorite moments, Hoeg's reaction to tell the world, Johnny, and Alita, I told you so. Look, Jennifer Howell's time, finger crossed emoji. Yes, we will be going over that one today too. And the Australia tape as well. And then, like I said, guys, if there are other things that you want us to go through, we've got time to kill today. Otherwise, we're going to be hanging out and chatting and doing all kinds of just
we have so much time to kill. We might just start reading passages from A Time to Kill. I mean, that's where we're at here on day 2. No, we're gonna listen to some fun evidence.
Maybe we'll bring like a book club and start talking about books that we like.
Please read chapter 2 tomorrow. We'll be discussing the themes. I love Verdict Watch Week.
Jorge Vasquez says, could you guys look into the Best Nectar Lauren Ashton lawsuit? Okay, I'm adding this to the list.
She's gonna have a whole notepad.
I need a new page actually from yesterday, because I have so many recommendations from yesterday. Okay, Jorge. Okay, sorry, I don't need to write Jorge's name, but I do appreciate it.
We just got a chat here that says, destroy the innocence of Rick. It's not very
nice.
No. It's about the audio.
All right. Yeah, thanks so much, Jorge. I appreciate that. KT Jenkins says, why do you think Johnny's team didn't mention that May 27th is Lily Rose's birthday? Would it have been effective to show how malicious the TRO was? I think because I don't know. It probably was enough just to say that this is very symbolic for Johnny and Amber together from how this all started. I don't know, but I guess they could have said it. They could have said, not only is today's Lily Rose's birthday, his daughter's birthday, or you know what though? Actually, I'm wondering maybe if they just wanted to leave her out of it as much as possible, because that's what they've been wanting to do throughout this entire trial. Keep the Hope says, question, could you look at the video of Whitney avoiding talking about Amber beating her up? Oh, that's another one. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Is that the one from like the reality show that kept getting mentioned?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Anon M says, Hoeglaw, have you dealt much with tax advisors? I worked on a game studio purchase in the UK by a major corp and wondered how the legal side view tax.
Yeah, so that's an interesting question. Yes, I work with advisors. There's basically 2 ways you can go. You can have an accountant that helps, and you can have a tax lawyer that helps. Certainly for if it's an international transaction you're describing, you might need multiple versions of that. And in all honesty, it's where a lot of the cost and frustration and friction lives, because structuring these things and doing waterfalls and all the rest of the boring stuff I could talk about requires a lot of detail. And unfortunately, for the most part, you and I, if you're my client, have to lean on those advisors a great deal in order to get those kinds of things done. So I have. But yeah, it's one of those aspects of deal making and deal doing that can be a bit frustrating.
I'm also seeing from the chat, KLF, this is an interesting point, says, I notice it's often days equals hours. Trial was 25 days, so figure about 25 hours of deliberations, give or take. That's an interesting way of thinking of it. I wonder if that will hold up.
So it's like 2 on day 1, How many deliberation hours did they have yesterday? Like with
They
lunch
had
and everything else?
I think it was a full like 8 hours.
What's 9 to 5 is 8 hours, but they had lunch, right?
Okay.
That's 7
So
hours.
let's say 7.
So that would
7
be
plus
9.
2, 9 hours.
So we get to 16 today and 23 at the end of tomorrow. So end of tomorrow, maybe something like that on that theory.
Okay. That could work. Oh, there's your lighting. Hey, Kurt, how's it going?
Kurt,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. All right. Yeah, because I'm doing fancy things on the back end, so I wanted to see if it worked.
Oh yeah, I think you might have a slight delay in your video and audio. Is that anything related to what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay. Because it looks like when I try to set an optical cable through my receiver and I didn't do it right.
Yeah. So I'm trying to do virtual audio and virtual video, so now I have to sync it.
Okay, cool. I have no idea what that means, but it looks functional.
And also,
well, if I get to work, it means I get all the audio processing that I have in OBS.
Yeah.
Because the audio that I normally get in StreamYard is kind of crap with the echoing and stuff.
Okay.
So it means I can process all my audio before sending it off to StreamYard, so I get better audio.
Really cool.
Okay. All right, that's interesting. We'll just have to check you on delay and see if it's working on when you're talking and when we're talking.
Yeah. Also, for whatever reason, the StreamYard version of chat, the one that we use to pull up these chats and super chats on the screen, it never shows the member chats. Like it doesn't even show, like, so I've got this one up on the side. It's one of the last ones that came in recently. Well, there's been a few super chats since then now, but for whatever reason, the entire chat goes missing on StreamYard. I don't know if you guys have seen this or noticed this. So I can't pull it up on the screen. I can't even see it on StreamYard. So it's only if I catch it in the chat. But I wanted to read this because I always see these and I always feel so bad that they always go entirely missing. But Voodoo Child 69, who's been a member for 2 months, thanks so much for being a member, says, I would love to see the trial of Ethan Crumbley's parents covered. Very interested in how that will go and would love the Legalbytes insight on it. That's another one. That's another one that is like... yeah, it's really sad. It's really also very legally interesting because of the fact that it's the parents being held responsible for what their son did. Very unique. That's very rare to see that kind of a thing. Because usually that's the you have
case, right? That's here.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. And also Age of Fabulous member for 2 months. Thanks so much for being a YouTube member. Says Kurt is using virtual machine instead of direct connect via Zoom. Is that what you're using?
Well, no, I'm using a virtual camera and a virtual audio output. So that's how like I get the counter on screen here.
Okay.
This thing, because I'm using a virtual camera. So instead of so I'm capturing this in OBS and then doing overlays in OBS and using OBS as the camera so I can get these overlays inside of StreamYard. And now I'm doing it with audio too. So you might think you're listening to my microphone, but you're really not. You're listening to a virtual microphone that I created. Ooh, exciting.
It sounds too rich for my blood, Kurt, but hey, if it works, sounds good.
Exactly.
But then I get all this wonderful audio processing so I don't get the echoes. I get echo reduction. And I get all that.
I love OBS. That's what I take
all that audio processing, so it doesn't sound like garbage. Because I'm going pro.
Okay.
And so I want it to sound even better, even when I'm using StreamYards.
There you go. Nice.
And it also means, incidentally, one of the nice things is when I'm streaming in StreamYards and I'm hosting, it means that I can put the court audio, for example, as a different input inside of OBS, put all the compression stuff on it, and automatically, make the volumes work. Because I can do the audio management inside of OBS because StreamYard's audio management sucks.
I can't disagree with that.
And I have a microphone plugged into a USB port on a constitutional law book. So I think we're both in the same place.
Kurt is definitely much more tacked up than me for sure. L Wolf Talks Lady says, what made you decide to become a lawyer? Ooh, a number of reasons. I think for me, I wanted to do something where I'd be in a position to help the people that I love. My mom grew up as an only child of refugees, and only child meaning her dad died when she was very young, and that knowing about the way in which she grew up and the way in which she was very vulnerable in a lot of ways because of that. It's her father who died, main breadwinner at a time when women were not really breadwinners. It's her father who died, main breadwinner at a time when women were not really breadwinners. Audio back. Is that Kurt? Is that through you, or where is that?
Might have been through me. It might have been through me a little bit.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. Because that was about like a 5-second delay, I think. But anyhow,
I might have accidentally opened my YouTube, which meant that I was now using it as a desktop audio and feeding it back into the stream.
There you go.
You've all done that. You got to remember to hit the mute button first.
I know it can be hard to do that though. Yep. But anyhow, yeah, there's.
I was trying to work on the audio processing delay because I was trying to adjust it and see how it sounded. Is it better or worse now?
It's hard to say. It's wrong. Like it's just a little wrong. It look like a CGI cutscene in a video game. Like it's just a little off.
Great. Good.
I'm bad at this though, in terms of delays and setting them. I'm awful at it. I can only just tell you that's not quite right.
Yeah.
See, I get contradictions. Better, worse, way better, slightly better. Lord.
I don't know. I guess it's a little bit better, I suppose.
We'll make it work. I'm actually more concerned about you jumping in and like, I don't know where your timing is on what you're hearing or seeing because it's like a little late as to when you usually jump on our sentences. But this is the kind of content you all can expect.
People say I'm disrupting the show. Like people say I'm disrupting the show in the chat. Like I'm doing anything that we're doing anything in the chat today.
No, it's all right.
I mean, I think Alita's answering the question. We're all good. We're having fun.
Yeah. It's all good. So, just to take care of people that I care about and to make sure that I don't end up in a similar kind of position as how my mom kind of grew up. That was a very sensitive kind of thing. And also the idea of being able to take care of other people around me, whether that's my family, my friends, or, in some respects, I guess you could say the public by trying to make law more digestible and whatnot. I mean, the fact that so many people out there can't afford legal services, they can't afford a legal education, to find a lawyer to be able to explain the law to them. So many people are so confused about so many things. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember I feel like it's been years since we saw this kind of thing, but I remember there was a while, especially when I was like maybe a 1L or 2L in law school. And on Facebook, you would see these long block texts of people like sharing this text saying like because of the Geneva Convention and the UCC the section 123 and all of these things, I own the rights to all of my stuff on Facebook and like you can't copy of all of my things. And because people thought that this was a real thing, that they were putting real ownership in their stuff. And I don't know, it's so easy to spread that kind of disinformation around, and people don't necessarily have someone that they are able to ask questions of to be able to learn about this stuff so that they can really understand stuff. Anyway, so a lot of that, basically, this is a very long response, but basically a multitude of reasons, but mostly to take care of the people that I love.
How are we doing now? I've adjusted it by 350 milliseconds. Is it better?
It looked better. It was just very funny.
Are we good? All right. Yes.
Okay, so it's still off, but I don't know, man. This is I'm bad at this.
Oh well. I could just turn it off completely and just go back to the regular audio source.
No, you sound good. You got a good depthful bass there in your processing. No, I keep working on it a little bit. I think you can get there.
Yeah. Rick, why did you become a lawyer?
Oh yeah, well, I think people know that I had an economics background. I think like probably everybody that's ever been a lawyer, you get told, oh, you talk a lot, you argue a bunch. I was in debate, Model UN, that kind of thing. Did economics. My dad was a lawyer, as people that follow my super chats now know. I think he had 4 this morning. But he was a lawyer, so I got to at least see a little bit of that. He went in-house and did business stuff for most of my kind of formative years. And with the business side, the economic side, I wanted to do that. I wanted to have the ability to do contracts and that kind of thing and bring people together rather than tear them apart. So it was never litigation for me. It was always transactional stuff. And then I basically fell in love with entrepreneurship as I worked with little businesses. And I've said this before in this space and in others, but like seeing people just go after their dreams so hard and like, mortgaging their house to try to make this concept work. I just feel very called to helping people to the best that I can do that without breaking the bank and killing their dream before it even starts. And so I wound up focusing on entrepreneurship and small business, and then technology because I love technology, which folks that talk to me know. So that's how you get a solo-owned law firm that focuses on technology and entrepreneurship, and also has a YouTube channel. That's pretty much my story.
All right.
I've just changed the audio source, and now it's real time.
Okay. That looks perfect, man.
You look.
I thought you
So
nailed
I got rid of all I got rid of all the audio processing. So
what's interesting, Kurt, is that the OBS audio is clearly better. Like you're right.
Yeah. So I'll work on the sync on another time, but this is like the advantage because the audio inside StreamYards is so garbage.
Well, it is less than what you were able to achieve. I do agree with that.
Fair point. Kurt, why did you become a lawyer?
Oh, it's actually interesting story. I have no lawyers in my family, nothing like that. The simple truth is I found a copy of the Constitution when I was in 6th grade, and I was fascinated by it. I mean, it's really no more complicated than that. I just thought it was the most amazing thing ever, and I wanted to learn all the things, and my passion for it never stopped.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And that sounds about right on point because that's still like your number one my
number one interest is constitutional law, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The truth is those stories are like, you say you want to help people. Your story is fantastic. I want to do transactions. Kurt loves Constitution. Like it matches where we are in the practice of law to a T.
Yeah. It's just, it's something you would never expect. It's one of those things that you could never predict as a parent. It's like you have no lawyers in your family, no legal interest, and maybe it's, you pick up the violin or the piano or any number of things or soccer or whatever. And, for me, it was I found a copy of the Constitution and fell in love. So, what else can you say?
I love it.
Yeah. Fleur de B says, would you review opening remarks to see what topics were and were not addressed accurately? Hugs from Missouri.
That's an interesting idea.
That's not a bad idea, actually, to go and re-review opening statements to see, like, did they end up fulfilling all of their promises? Yeah, not a bad idea, actually. Yep.
Opening statements, very interesting. I don't think that they prepped us on the Heard side for an argument based around whether Amber Heard took an axe to Johnny Depp's finger. So going from beginning to end is an interesting analysis, certainly.
Yeah. Zach Frisch says, what's Johnny's victory music? Gold Digger by Kanye, 99 Problems by Jay-Z, Poisoned by Alice Cooper, LOL, Good Morning LawTube, and Law Noobs.
99 Problems on the Gray album, man, for days.
I think we're clear now, having watched him arrive, it's going to be reggae. So, we have to look in that genre.
Yeah. Jessica Hare says, did you guys read the new Depp motion?
We did.
We did indeed.
As on yesterday's stream somewhere.
Somewhere in the 11 hours yesterday. Deborah Lee says, what do you think can be causing the long deliberation in the case?
Not long. It's not long yet. It's 9 hours.
This is definitely something that is going to be taking a while. So we should definitely be patient and waiting for more deliberations and more time, because if you think about it, we have been talking this entire time about this case as the facts have been unfolding in front of the jury, right? But the jury has not been able to talk about any of this. This is the first time that any of them are able to talk about the facts. So legally, right? Of course, this is assuming that none of them have had conversations.
Just legally, I mean, they can feel free in doing it now.
Exactly.
I do see a lot of redemption songs in the chat. I like that choice as well.
That's also a good idea. Moa says, does the jury questions mean he's winning? Because that means they said yes to the important previous question.
I don't know. It's like one of the first questions they have to ask. It's like the third question, it's third total question on the forum. It doesn't get very deep, so I'm not
Yeah.
sure what it means.
Well, we're speculating. We're not in the room. I still argue that if I'm sitting there evaluating what we have before us, I'm asking the reproduction question first, because we don't have to talk about anything else if reproduction is a no. So I think they got past the reproduction question, but that's just a guess as much as anything else. But if I were in that room, I would have made us answer reproduction first.
Yep.
Yeah.
Darius May says, it sounds like they're relegating Camille as victim when she doesn't fit the idea that they defined as women. Women and victim aren't synonymous. Thoughts?
Well, I mean, that's when it came up in the Monica Lewinsky article. She talks about Camille Vasquez being part of girl-on-girl action that is a symbol of misogyny.
Really?
Yeah, she does.
Okay, hang on.
That's why I love your headlines, man. It's just rage bait for me.
I'm sorry.
You're just now video discovery content for me, Rick. That's what you are.
Girl on girl hate is not a symptom of misogyny. You cannot put that on men. That is fully up to women to decide if they want to hate on other women.
No, that just means that women are misogynist too. That's all that means, because men are to blame for everything. You're part of the patriarchy. Congratulations.
I vehemently disagree with that. I think that women are fully capable of being held responsible for the sins that they commit against other women.
Women held responsible, you say? Okay.
Oh, come on, Kurt.
No, I was just being cheeky.
Alondra Montelongo says, this might be a silly question, or I may have missed it, but did an editor from the Washington Post testify about who wrote the headline for AH's op-ed?
I don't think there were any Washington Post witnesses.
Not an editor. No, it wasn't an editor. It was an attorney who works for the ACLU.
Yes.
But no one from the Washington Post testified.
No, and you wouldn't expect Amber's team to do that. Johnny Depp's team basically dropped that she wrote it herself, and then went with republication. And they probably knew that to start. So there wasn't any reason to call a Washington Post person.
Indy's upset about the fact that they didn't call a Washington Post person. I don't know if you can hear
he
her
thought
whining.
it was a hole in their case. I mean, Indy's got good legal instincts. We've seen that.
She does indeed. Sancocho 1718 says, top of the muffin to ya. Why defamation, not contractual interference? That's another question. I don't know about Virginia law and how they deal with contractual interference with or interference with contractual obligations or anything like that.
You need intentionality. You need all sorts of things to get to contractual interference. Defamation is vastly easier.
For starters, you have to know about a particular contract and be trying to interfere with that particular
Which,
contract.
if you're thinking of Pirates, we now know doesn't exist because Hollywood is weird.
But all the movies that she was going to make do exist, which is a nice little detail.
I'll grant you that the argument doesn't make a ton of sense there. But defamation is an easier case to bring than intentional contractual interference there. I think that's the right call. By the way, on top of the muffin, I had an image of like a T-shirt with like two plates and a bottom of the muffin and a top of the muffin and top of the muffin to you. So, you can have that one for free, Alita.
I love it. Chris Nichols says, question, the jury is not allowed to read about the trial, but are they allowed to do other research, like looking at pictures of actual black eyes? Nope.
You see, I think this is actually a slightly interesting question because different jurors have different levels of knowledge going into it. And so some jurors may be very familiar with what black guys look like for any number of reasons. They've had black guys in their life, family members who are in sports with black guys or whatever, right? So there are people who have done the research in advance without even knowing it. And
but that's the purpose of a jury, is different perspectives and life experiences.
But it's I don't know, something about it's slightly odd that another member of the jury can be like, one member of the jury can be like, well, I've seen lots of black guys and this doesn't look like it. And another member of the jury can't go, well, let me look up some black guys too to see, it's just, I don't know, something about it's slightly odd.
The difference is though that they are then bringing in external evidence, right? It's like from 12 Angry Men when one character brings in the exact same knife as the one that the defendant had, right? And puts it into the table and says, yeah, that's the same one. We all thought that was a one of a kind, but I happened to find this one in a pawn shop.
after we got out of here yesterday.
It's a little external research. It's dramatic.
Yeah. But I mean, how's the one bringing in external stuff and the other not is kind of my point, because the other had the knowledge from advance, from their life experience or whatever.
Well,
it was
and
not
the other's
gathered
just
for
doing
this
research on the
purpose.
fly. So okay.
Well, it wasn't gathered for this purpose, and it wasn't admitted into court because we don't think it meets our rules of evidence. So you can't bring it in extrinsically. But again, the purpose of the jury is different life perspectives. So I mean, like, that's why it's not one person.
Fair enough.
Sheldon Aldridge says, do you think that depending what the verdict is determines what message it sends out to the world? If Miss AH wins, it's okay to lie about SA and humiliate the accused. But if Mr. Depp wins, stand up for the truth.
Yep. You're there.
Well, so that's the problem with judging things separately, right? Like, so the jury process and the judicial system, and we think Amber Heard is exaggerating at bare minimum. But if you're already going to read the decision as one way like this, which is it's wrong if it's for Amber Heard, you're not letting the jury do its work. So you at least have to evaluate if the jury comes to a different conclusion before you jump to this. I'm not saying you can't go to this. I'm saying we would have to at least reflect on if the jury returns a no, how that happened and why.
Yeah. Blanca Garcia says, thanks for being the true journalism that we need instead of what mainstream media did not do. What would be the next court case you guys would observe? I think you guys are on to something huge. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. And I have really, truly enjoyed the vast majority of this whole process, even though it's been such a slog for basically 2 months, right? That we are doing this now.
I love to look at the dates from early on in the trial, being like, wow, that's a while ago.
Anyone remember April? April was nice.
Well, that's the fun part, right? Like when they say like this, that you go back and look at the articles and it's like April, whatever, 17th or 8th, whenever it started. And you say, whoa, I was younger then. I knew less.
I definitely feel like I have changed,
right?
Since the beginning of this process, right? Like doesn't it feel like it's been some crazy transformative process for everyone?
Yeah, it has.
It definitely feels that
way.
Well,
we all knew each other, but we've never spent this kind of time together.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So,
I like summer camp. I don't want to end. I'm not ready to go home.
Yeah. Summer camp. We'll get a new summer trial sometime soon, Kurt.
Yeah.
We will. There will be another one, and the gang
Hollywood
will
needs to
get
produce
back
another
together.
blockbuster.
Don Hinton says, question, if Hoeg has his daughter on his show, will he star the contract? Who will represent her?
On headlines today, I said one of the things that I want to do is more postmortems, because I really love that content on my channel, because I love narrative and I love talking about story. And I got a channel. I said, I'm thinking about doing a postmortem with Stranger Things season 4, because we're already watching it for the second time, me and my daughter, because we loved it that much. And she has potentially asked to be a part of the postmortem. I said, okay, so we've been pretty careful about our kids' social media online presence and how that would look, et cetera, et cetera. So we're working through that, but that's probably going to be something you see on the show potentially.
Nice.
So this question is, what would the contract be? If we did it live, which I'm not sure I'm ready to expose her to yet. If we did it live, we would share everything 50-50, because she would have earned that. If we did it taped, it would be the same way. Anytime you've seen like a two hugs are better than one, the deal is I just PayPal my brother whatever half is. I would represent her, but I would do it fairly.
I feel like I'm getting cheated now.
Vic and West says, every time May 27th was asked about, Johnny stated, yes, my daughter's birthday, and then answered the question during his testimony. Okay, that's a fair point.
He did those as kind of asides a lot.
He did, didn't he?
You mean my daughter's birthday? Yeah.
Why not remind the jury? Why not remind the jury that she filed on your daughter's birthday, just for that extra level of cruelty?
The question that had come in earlier was, why didn't they mention that it was also his daughter's birthday on that day of the closing argument? Because they were like, this is 6 or 7 years ago was when the TRO was filed on this exact day. And it felt very poetic. But the question was, why didn't they also mention that it was Lily Rose's birthday? Because it also was that So but my what I said was maybe it was because they've been trying to kind of leave the kids out of this the whole time. Maybe they agreed that it would only be talked about if it was Johnny talking about it and not the attorneys. I don't know. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Anyhow, I'm not tired, guys. I'm not tired. El Wolf Talks Lady says, hello there. I absolutely love your live stream or your stream. I work in forensic toxicology. So if you ever want a scientist perspective, let me know. That's awesome. Thank you. That is really cool. I'm sure that something will come up at some point, and that'll be good to talk to someone. Mary Findlay says, question, AH's team could have done better. How much was due to missed opportunity versus bad client with not much to go with? What would you do differently?
Well, I mean, like I said from the start, I think even with what Amber Heard has to say, you can go for a more pure, muddy middle kind of defense where the world mostly looks the same. And I think it burned them on the closing arguments because I think Camille stands up there and says, no, these are really weirdly different. You can't just pick one out of these to say, yes, he abused her in this specific instance because it's such a unclear vision of the world that she presents. So I would have tried to do that. But honestly, I think it's Amber. I think Amber's driving all this. I think Amber drove her last appearance on the Sir rebuttal. So you do your best. And I'm not positive that anybody could have done better than what Rottenborn's team did in terms of corralling his client and strategy for the case. Obviously, they could have done better in certain moments.
I think if you were going to make changes, you probably had to do it before the UK case because the UK case locked you into so much bad testimony.
Makes a lot of sense.
Big Surprise says, did you know it's World Narcissistic Abuse Awareness Day? Would it be a coincidence if the verdict came in today? It would. I guess it would be. Actually, I do believe it would be a coincidence. I don't think that the jury is actually paying attention to that.
Always
I don't
World
know.
Something Day. I mean,
Yeah.
Probably World Hot Dog Day and Grilled Cheese Day too. I mean,
World Taco Day. Darius May says, my super chat was missed/lost. Not the first time. No, we did get yours earlier.
That's right.
It was a green one. It was a green one. I do remember it. CPZ04 says, have you heard the theory AH team called the wrong Spiegel? Also, why didn't
another Dr. Spiegel out there?
They called the wrong one. That'd be hilarious. So they pulled a Trump where we're going to have it at, what was it, the Four Seasons, and they wound up in the parking lot.
In another Four Seasons. Also, why didn't JD's team in closing mention AH admission to writing the op-ed about JD?
I think they did. Camille says you heard her say it here. It wasn't more formal than that. It wasn't a paragraph, but that's one sentence Camille says in her in the start of her closing argument. As for the wrong Spiegel, is there a second Dr. Spiegel that is a psychiatrist in that same area?
I think it would be very difficult to make a mistaken identity like that because you have a lot of touch points with your expert before you call them to the stand. It's not like you can't get catfished in a trial.
But you could get the resume wrong, right? You could just be thinking that you're talking to a different Spiegel.
Like the entire time. But that would be a long con.
It would have to be the entire time. Yeah, no, I don't think it's very likely, but I'd be very interested to see if there's another Dr. Spiegel.
The other Dr. Spiegel and see if he's any better.
Could he be worse?
It'd be hard to be. Yeah. Dr. Spiegel too. Let's rehabilitate your reputation.
George says, question, next time you're in the boxes, can you guys sing the Brady Bunch theme song? Kind of not kidding. Thank you.
As I tell people, we do it too well and we'd get struck. We're just that good.
We are that good. People actually mistake us for the original tune.
It's something we have to worry about constantly.
Carrie Harvey says there were many, many issues with ML's article, Monica Lewinsky's article. Sorry, excuse me. Oh my gosh, I don't know why I'm yawning so much. I'm so sorry, guys. I need to stretch. But the second she tried to call Camille a misogynist, she's basically saying, how dare professional, articulate women do their jobs and call out other women? Absolute hypocrisy. I agree.
If I could rehabilitate what she said just a little bit, It's more opaque than that. It's that people are fans of Camille, that there's quote unquote girl on girl action is a tool of the misogyny, which I think is something along the lines of the overall thrust of the patriarchy has moved these two women in opposition, and thus it is a function of misogyny. Not that Camille is misogynistic.
Even under your interpretation, she's still either complicit or oblivious to this, which doesn't do much for Camille.
I completely agree, Kurt, and I called it out when I read it. I'm just saying I don't think the accusation is ever actually Camille is misogynist.
But just she's standing in a misogynistic kind of function.
She's a tool of the misogyny.
Yeah. So either she's complicit because she's a willing tool, or she's so oblivious that she doesn't realize it, which is a weird thing to say about Camille. She's just a dumb girl who doesn't understand what's going on, which seems pretty counter to like literally everything we observe.
I am not rejecting your opprobrium on this. I'm just saying that I'm just clarifying that super chat.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. But I mean, it's look, a hired lawyer, whether it is a man or a woman or anything outside of that and in between, can do their job regardless of what the social roles might be saying about what they should be doing.
Hey, look, there's another Dr. Spiegel in California that's a psychiatrist.
No kidding.
Crazy.
Let's get him on the show. Let's extend him an invitation. That'll be fun.
Wow, he's got quite the street cred. Huh. I think it's really, really unlikely, but it is also hilarious. So thank you, chat.
Mari Ruva says, do you think the question yesterday was because they're near the end, or we will start to, are we still at the start with the votes for this jury? Good job and many thanks with a Greek flag. Hey.
Oh, nice.
I think that we're still near the beginning, I think, because that to me felt like something of a foundational definition kind of question of like, how are we supposed to be constructing the way that we approach this thing?
It could be, but I mean, so that comes in at hour, like 4. Give or take hour 6, like of combined deliberation.
About hour 4, actually.
Well, it's hour 4 on yesterday, but they had 2 hours on Friday, right?
No, hour 4 total. It was
2. It was like 11 in the morning yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, talk more about the article, or are we just how much do I derail this chat? This is the real question.
What?
No, because because another point of the article, which I was obviously
back on the Monica Lewinsky article.
Yeah, no, I'm going.
I had a show.
I know, but I wasn't up at 6 in the morning because I was trying to get some sleep, Richard. So I want to talk about it now.
We're doing headlines 2 here today anyway. Alita had thoughts as well.
But because the only alternative to like a woman cross-examining Camille, cross-examining Amber, is a man doing it. At which point the article is, look at this man beating up women, sign of the patriarchy, blah blah blah. So the underlying implication of the article is apparently not that women shouldn't participate in the cat fight or whatever, but also the implication would be, well, men shouldn't either, which also therefore implies that women are literally beyond reproach. I mean, that's right. There cannot be questioned. They cannot be held to account. No one should question them ever, because it's all part of misogyny if you do.
Okay, so the rhetoric in that paragraph is effectively, and the mistake she makes is she says, I graze, and I come in and I see what I usually see, which is the internet attacking a woman, right? And then she says, well, bear with me, Kurt, for just a second. So I'm just in terms of setting up her paragraph. So, that's a mistaken kind of jump in point. And I talk about that on my channel in my headline show. But as you proceed through the paragraph, she says, well, I found myself seeing not just things about Depp and Heard, but effectively Camille Vasquez Stan accounts. And what that parenthetical is designed to do rhetorically, and I think she fails, which is why, we can talk about these things, is to say, something along the lines of, and just in case you want to discount that because Camille's a lady, don't, because girl on girl action is a tool of misogyny, right? So I think she could have framed it better, but her thesis is like, don't just disregard that this is happening and allow Camille to get away with this because she's Camille. Think about it in misogynistic terms. I think the thesis is wrong. I think the argument is wrong. But it's not. It's designed to be able to give her defensive shield on, hey, you might be thinking that because it's Camille, it's not a big deal. Sorry about the rhymes, folks. But that's not the case because men have women, fight for their whatever reasons.
I mean, I will accept her premise that men and women should be held equal in this regard, which is always a good premise.
Of course.
And it shouldn't matter on some sort of underlying level whether or not Camille is a woman or a man. It should only matter, the degree to which they're doing their job well. So yeah, we shouldn't give her a pass because she's a woman, but why is she a tool of the misogyny? Because if it's a man, presumably it's also a tool of the misogyny.
Well, I would
which
say
leads you to the underlying conclusion that you can't cross-examine a woman, and women are beyond reproach.
Well, I would say the argument is effectively because the article is this whole courtroom's out of order, give or take. So yes, by the time you get to, it doesn't matter who it is because it's all just an outrage mob on Amber Heard, is the underlying foundational thesis, which is wrong.
Is it though? Is it just an outrage mob? Because I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but the three of us have been basically watching the entire trial, and
we're three voices in a hurricane.
you, Richard, and me as well were held to some account by the chat for a while because we were kind of late to the party in being critical of Amber Heard, somewhat infamously. How much of an outrage mob am I? I thought I was doing logic and reason this whole time. Apparently, I've been doing the misogyny.
So, hang on, real quick. We are three voices in the middle of a hurricane, right? So, three drops in the middle of a hurricane. You can say you could talk about the conversations that we've been having, and we may or may not see whatever conversations are happening outside of these live streams that we have been participating in, right? So
we don't see everything. That's true.
Yeah, so there's plenty of things that people could probably point to say this is absolute insanity and people are losing their minds over this. Mm-hmm. And we're trying to have nuanced conversations, and we don't, we make mistakes. We say things that people will get upset by from time to time, but we do try to have a nuanced conversation at the very least. And so I understand a little bit of what seems to be defensiveness from you based on your response, but I would just say that what she's looking at is not necessarily, I would doubt that she's seen any of the live streams on this channel, but what she's been looking at, I think is a smaller sampling, but from a much broader array of social media content from across the internet, which is maybe where she's getting her conclusions from.
Yeah, the article is about people getting their information in bits and bytes, which I did use as a call out for you, and not having more fulsome understanding, which again, the premise is wrong. The thesis is wrong, the premise is wrong, the articles, the evidentiary basis is wrong. I mean, that's what I go through when I talk about that article. And yet you can still piece apart how you get there and how Camille Vasquez comes under attack wrongly, but why it happens. So that's the only reason I wanted to be clear as to what she was trying to do in that space, because I like giving benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. And I just will say that, I also, I'm not necessarily saying that Monica has said this in her article or suggested this in her article, but I also would like to be very free to be critical of my own gender as well. Just like men are fully free to be critical of their gender. No one seems to have a problem with men being critical of theirs. But if I'm critical of mine, then oftentimes there are, someone within mine, not the entire gender, of course. I'm not going to make broad brushstrokes, but if I were in Camille's position, I would say, you know what, I'm in this position because it's my job, but also I kind of like my job and I kind of like being able to fulfill this particular role. And I am damn critical of the things that she's done because she's wrong. And no, you can't tell me that I'm not allowed to say that just because I'm a woman. Like, come on. So I can also
if you're Camille, you probably think to yourself, I'm unbelievably good at this. I've worked my whole life. I'm crushing everything before me. And now I'm getting accused of being just a tool. How insulting is that to Camille?
Yeah.
I can stop talking about this now. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. That's all right. It's been, but this is why we've got, one of the chat rules here is we allow and even encourage disagreement. Just keep it respectful. So that's what we do.
Hey, so I know we're doing super chats. It's coming up on 10 a.m. Do you want to do one of the pieces of evidence?
I think so. I was just going to say
audio.
Yes, that is queued up right now. So I think that we will. Well, it's not an audio, but it is the letter.
Okay, so this is a letter from Jennifer Howell of the Art of Elysium. Who's it written to?
It is written to Whitney at the time Heard, now known as Whitney Henriquez.
Okay. All right. So we know Whitney at some point leaves the penthouses to go live with Jennifer Howell at the Art of Elysium. We know that Jennifer Howell had a bit of testimony that we couldn't really understand that suggested that she wanted to talk about Whitney lying in some capacity, doing something bad to benefit her sister, I believe is the capacity here. And she wrote a letter in 2020. So this would be years after any of these events, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm interested in why this letter is being written. So July 2020, is that during the Sun trial?
I believe so.
Okay. I think that's the Sun trial.
I believe so. And actually, before we do that, I think now is also a good time to get today's sponsorship video in.
Ooh.
Alita is sponsored, folks.
So we'll take all the super chats off the screen and we'll clear that. And then I'll clear us off the screen as well. And we've got about a minute of sponsorship here. So this enables us to spend as much time as possible doing these live streams, doing research for this whole case, and all kinds of really fun stuff. So I really appreciate the sponsor coming in and helping to support this channel. So I'll see you guys in just 1 minute.
Let's do it.
All right. By June's Journey. June's Journey is a hidden object mystery game available for free download to your mobile device. In the game, you find hidden objects that become clues that help you solve the mystery. And while you play, you find and put together evidence to build a case and solve the mystery, not unlike putting together evidence for a trial. The game is set in a narrative of a detective story taking place in the 1920s. It has a diverse cast of characters and hundreds of beautiful, colorful, carefully painted scenes. Now, being the type of person who has always been a little bit competitive with myself, I do find that I go back and replay certain levels just to prove to myself that I can find all the objects a little bit faster. But with that said, it is easy enough that I can tell you from personal experience that it is a very relaxing game that can help you to escape a long and stressful day. It's still lightly challenging in a way that allows you to put your sense of observation to the test and to keep your brain fresh. So to download June's Journey for free, be sure to click the link in the description below, as well as in the pinned comment below on the replay. Thanks again to June's Journey for sponsoring this video. All right.
Video games.
Yes. This is definitely Hoeg's territory, man.
Hey, no, I love it.
In this episode of Virtual Legality, yeah.
I love it, and I love chill games, and whether on mobile or PC. So I think that's very cool, Alita. Congratulations.
Thank you. And I appreciate everyone's understanding. And if you're interested in that game, there is a link in the description below. And if you are watching this on the replay, the pinned link down below will also have a link to the game. And you can play it. It's super relaxing, super fun, and then you can help to support the channel that way. So
I love games.
So anyhow, let's move on to this letter.
Okay, so aftermath of the Sun trial, or during, it's right around there. It's the summer of 2020. Jennifer Howell writes a letter to Whitney Heard, and it gets published. So what's the story of the publishing here? Hey, Mike.
Good morning.
We're gonna be exposing me. They I believe a chatter earlier today said they would like to destroy my innocence. So that's that sounds enjoyable this morning.
Sounds good.
So we're about to read from Ms. Jennifer Heard of the Art of Elysium, apparently writing to Whitney about, I would gather, some disagreements of what she heard with respect to the Sun trial. So
all right,
fire away. Who's reading? Are you reading, Alita?
Oh yeah, I'll read it. I'll read it here.
Paragraph, whatever.
And also, I have gotten at least from one person an email requesting that we don't have highlighting on visuals because of people that are visually impaired. It can make things a little bit difficult. I apologize. This was already in the original, so I don't have any kind of control over highlighting on this. So I hope you understand. I want to try to make things as accessible as possible to everyone. But Sorry on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. From Jennifer Howell to Whitney Hurd, dated July 25th, 2020 at 12:38 p.m. PST. Dear Whitney, this is one of the most important letters that I've ever written in my life. I asked to write a letter to you in my own words after receiving 2 subpoenas yesterday to give testimony of my knowledge of what happened to lead you astray with me after leaving
To
the
lead you
Eastern
to stay,
Columbia.
right? To lead
What's
you to
that?
stay with me. It's to stay with me, not astray. I'm just trying to follow along.
Oh my gosh. Yes, thank you. What happened
Whitney
to
moved
you
in.
to stay with me after leaving the Eastern Columbia building and the penthouses of Amber and Johnny? Oh, so why she moved out of the ECB and
why she moved out.
into, yes. The reason this letter is so important to me is that you, my chosen sister, are so important to me, and I am hoping that the truth will set you free from a lifetime of abuse and being forced to live someone else's life instead of given the freedom to live your own.
Okay, so this is probably, we heard chosen sister, and this is probably Whitney under control by Amber, which we got a bit of from Johnny Depp's testimony in the rebuttal, which I thought was pretty effective in discounting Whitney a little.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. So Jennifer Howell has something to say about Whitney. I believe I said in a Reek scenario from Game of Thrones with Amber. So let's see what else she's got.
I feel that I am writing this on behalf of everyone who loves you and wants to help save you from, yet again, fighting a battle that is not yours to fight. Outside of Google alerts for the charity and what is the media circus going on right now, I have been unaware of the ins and outs of what is happening between Amber and Johnny. It was brought to my attention that you made reference to Amber kicking you out of the penthouses and went to live on your boss's floor. I don't think it took them too long to connect the dots to figure out who your boss was at that time. I've been trying to catch myself up to speed on everything, and I'm afraid that there are different storylines between what I shared and what you shared.
Amber kicks her out in that paragraph. That's okay.
That's what it seems like. All right, just 1 second here. Okay. I spoke with Adam Waldman this morning and was asked some questions and answered honestly with my account of these situations. Just so you know, Adam was respectful, kind, and understood my allegiance. And all of this is to you and you alone. I've never been more upset during any of this drama than I am right now at the thought of Amber asking you to leave Gavin and Hunter to go to London and entangle you in all of this.
That must be her kids. Gavin and Hunter as her kids.
I don't know. I suppose
she said she had a 1-year-old and a 3-month-old and a 3-year-old, something like that, when she's on the stand.
Well,
you gotta be kidding me.
She would have only had one of them at this time then.
It's 2020. Yeah. Well, maybe I'm misremembering the dates. Okay.
Hunter is definitely her kid. Someone says, "Oh, kid and husband." Okay.
Well, that makes sense.
Husband and son.
There
Okay. If you feel that you have been asked or compromised in any way to do anything that might perjure yourself, I beg you to recant and for once in your life, think of yourself first.
All right. Just pausing. That's pretty flowery. You might perjure yourself. I beg you to recant is an interesting way to describe that. It's also interesting that she's talking to Adam Waldman here because that's Depp's side, and she's writing a letter to Whitney, which is Hurd's side. All right, and then can I presume that this was publicized? Like this was put in a newspaper or something? What was the purpose of this letter at the time? Do we know that?
I don't know. I think.
Sorry, I have 1,000 questions for you, Alita, that you don't know the answer to.
I think my understanding is that it was leaked, but I don't know for a fact. I'm sure
it looks more like personal conversation stuff. I'm just going by it because it's really poorly written, and I don't mean in a bad way. Just sort of informally written is a better way to say it.
You think this is informally written? I think this is written for press. You disagree?
The style is awful. I mean, I wouldn't allow that out.
Okay.
It's hard to follow.
Folks are saying it was in an email to Whitney, which the font does look like an email font.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry. So you're right after the recant highlight. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. That's okay. You have found an incredible man and have this beautiful and amazing child. And if anyone would ever put you in a position to risk that, they do not love you. Okay. I have shared the names of the other staff. Hey, Nate.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Nate.
Good morning.
I have
morning.
shared the names of the other staff at the Art of Elysium who were on board while you were there and heard your accounts of these situations. I am not sure if they will be subpoenaed, but their names have been submitted to the record. I hope you know that the little family created during your time at the Art of Elysium all love you very, very, very much. It crushes my soul knowing that you may hate me for the rest of your life and never speak to me again. Losing your friendship is something that I am willing to risk if it frees you, Hunter and Gavin, from all of this and allow you to build your family and your life for you and you alone. You have been my every prayer, every thought, and every consideration.
So mostly there's no substance there yet. Okay.
Right.
4 pages.
Right. Yeah, there's 4 pages here.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
All right. Okay, and then
Alrighty.
we just did that paragraph.
Yes. I stated while being questioned that I do not have dates nor timeline because when you showed up to stay with me, sorry, I've got to capture these. When you showed up to stay with me, I never thought twice about giving you a home and was happy to provide you with my guest room and have you in the safety of my place. I never wrote down when you moved in nor when you left because my home was and always will be your home. I have entered to record
I think it's to the record.
Yeah. I've entered to record that I am happy to share any text messages, emails, or anything that they need from that time to help appropriately piece together specific dates and an accurate timeline.
Okay.
I have offered anything that I have to help shed light on the absolute truth and put an end to all of this to move on with this next chapter of your life. I promise you that the next chapter will be your best yet.
Well, I mean, one thing that's happening here, right, is this has to feel like a betrayal to some extent if Jennifer Howell is giving all this stuff to Adam Waldman, to Whitney at the time, right? If Whitney's on the side of her sister, this is a breakup letter at minimum.
Yeah. I mean, one thing to be keeping in mind here is that this is definitely from one particular perspective. And given that there's already been so much public drama here, I would consider the possibility that she read this with an eye towards this becoming public at some point.
I think this was written for public consumption, period. I mean, I know you said it's an email. One of the things I say on my channel all the time is sometimes you write emails because you know they're going out.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think it was. Mike's statement is well taken in terms of it's not perfect writing, but it does read to me as writing that is designed to give all this extra context so that a third party could read it without knowing anything.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to repeat half this stuff in a letter to Whitney.
Well, it's ostensibly private, but it's anticipating being released.
Okay. Yep. Then I think we're in agreement on that.
And also, I'm going to update the chat.
Okay. As to what this thing is that's on their
screen? Yeah.
So we got the context as Alita does that with the chat. That is effectively Jennifer Howell disagrees with something she heard Whitney say or is afraid she'll say with respect to the Sun trial or moving on. She's talking to Johnny Depp's counsel on this, which if you're Whitney Heard, as we've seen her in the trial, probably didn't go over great. And now it looks like with some bullet points here, which I'm not reading ahead of, that she's about to say some of the specifics about what she thinks Amber is going to ask her to lie about. And I'm only guessing at that because of the use of the word perjure and recant in the prior page. So I guess we'll see what that is. We all set, Alita?
Yep.
Cool.
The things that came up during the deposition with Adam are as follows.
Hold on. The word of the day is opprobrium. Starts with an O. We'll talk about it later.
Opprobrium. Ooh.
Well, the super chat is, what was that word?
Yeah.
The things that came up during the deposition with Adam are as follows. The incident on the stairs that was one of the inciting events that led you to ask to move in with me. You told me and others on staff that you tried to stop Amber from attacking Johnny and nearly got thrown down the stairs.
Holy shit.
At no point in time was it ever said to me that Johnny had hit Amber nor abused her in any way. Had you ever expressed concern that Johnny was abusing Amber, I would have gotten a social worker or someone to help you remove your sister from that situation. I would have done anything to help you in any way. My father reminded me this morning that I told him that Whitney had moved in with me because she was terrified of her sister. While you were living with me, You told me Johnny kept checking in to see how you were doing and that he called you sis and you called him brother. You said to me on multiple occasions that you did not know why he was staying in it, nor why he was putting up with Amber's abuse. You shared with me the damage endured by both of you as children and the injury you had suffered from Amber, both psychologically and physically. You were devastated during this time, and my heart broke for you. My heart still breaks for you right now. Oh boy. When you came back from New York, I believe it was for Tribeca Film Festival, the Adderall Diaries premiere for both, you shared with me and everyone in the office that Amber freaked out, attacked you, and threw a wine glass full of red wine at you in the elevator. Holy shit. Again, my dates are uncertain, but I am 100% certain of what you shared and have asked a few others who heard it in the office to make sure my facts are accurate. Wow. A full red wine bottle.
It's a wine glass of wine. Did a glass of wine throw?
No, through a wine glass. Oh, full of red wine at you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right.
And
You're
I think
okay.
I think we heard of a wine throwing incident.
When they say
yeah,
a wine glass full of red wine thrown at you, what do they mean? The glass itself or the wine in the glass?
I think it was a glass full of red wine rather than red wine from a glass is the way that I would read that.
That's the way I read it.
Yeah, I don't know that the reading is wrong. I'm just not sure we have the resolution on 2 levels of hearsay and a glass of wine.
While Amber and Johnny were in Australia, you were in the office sitting in the black and white chairs near the kitchen and loudly proclaimed, "Oh my God, she has done it now. She has cut off his effing finger." I am censoring for the purposes of this live stream.
Sure.
I am not sure if this was before or after Boo and Pistol were back in the US and coming into the office. Other staff was in the office at that time and might have a better grasp of the date. In regards to the extramarital affairs, I only have information you and others shared with me. It is my understanding all of that is completely irrelevant other than James giving a sworn testimony to what he did or did not see on Amber's face that day in the elevator. I told Adam that if James were asked anything at all, that I know without a shadow of a doubt that he would speak to the truth because I know his heart and conscience, and I think maybe conscience, and the spiritual journey that he is on to be accountable for anything he has ever done that might have inadvertently hurt anyone and to go to great lengths to make amends and do what is right truly. I encouraged him to speak to James directly.
Was there ever a James Franco testimony in the Sun trial?
I don't think so.
All right. When
Elon came up in the deposition, I shared only what I know from you and Paige. February 9th, 2019, when I came to see you and meet Hunter, is when this conversation with you and your mom took place. I told them I had been told that Elon had gifted Teslas, but Amber found out that they were bugged. I was told that Amber said he was controlling, abusive, and that she was in a legal battle with him over the rights to embryos that they had created together. So is this the origination of that story, like through this letter about the embryo fight, or was that actually public knowledge elsewhere? That's something that I would like to know.
Is there no end to the weirdness in this case?
It doesn't seem like there is an end.
Fight.
The limit does not exist.
Embryo. Is the implication that the baby she has is Elon's?
That's very the implication, yes.
Program and embryo. That's what we're dealing with this morning.
This is another reason why people say that this is linked to Gone Girl.
Well, okay. I mean, so we got weirdness here. This is a letter in 2020 about a conversation in 2019 that she essentially listened to between Whitney and her mom about something that took place before that. So, I mean, you could see the difficulties in introducing this, right, folks?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm with you though. I think that this is sort of passive aggressive. I mean, she's like putting in writing something that's very bad for Amber and sending it to her sister. It sounds all syrupy sweet, but I think it's sort of passive aggressive in tone.
Right. I mean, Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, if she knows how it's going to be taken, then it definitely is. It's combative. But okay. Some of these details are interesting. And we'll get back to the staircase because that's the one that jumps out at me in a second.
Mm-hmm.
But I know we have more letter here because it's the world's longest email.
We do. That is the day that your mother told me that Johnny was either an angel or a saint compared to Elon. And she wished that Amber and Johnny would reconcile. I was indeed taken aback because this was after the divorce and when Hunter was under a year old and I was at your house. She told me that Amber and Johnny were still in touch and that they were each other's true loves or something to that exact sentiment. You were still going through the emotions of having had a baby and all of those ups and downs. And I could not believe that Amber and Johnny's relationship was being discussed while you were the one who needed to be the focal point and needed our support. I think I called Tosh when I left your house, but need to look at my phone records to be sure whom I called. It was someone you knew, someone who knew everything from you, and I confided in them how concerned I was after visiting you. The other things that were discussed were the character reference letters that I wrote on behalf of Amber for her volunteering with the charity. The $250,000 donation that came as an anonymous donation on behalf of Amber Heard. I shared that I had believed that the contribution was from Elon, but have absolutely no recollection of you telling me that, but for some reason that was put in my head by something something either you or someone else said on staff said. Your thoughts on Rocky freeloading off of Amber and then freeloading off of Johnny and your overall thoughts on Rocky. I let them know that I did not think that there would ever be a world in which you would conspire with Rocky to do a cover-up for Amber, given your feelings about her. And oh my God, this is like the longest run-on sentence ever. And I think it's going to continue into the next page. So let me see if I can go.
I'm now fully justified.
No, that doesn't mean it wasn't written for public. It just means it wasn't written by a professional.
Yes.
Who writes but for except for lawyers? That's what I want to know.
Well, I mean, Adam might have helped.
It's hard because this entire paragraph is one sentence.
Oh, that's great.
I don't want to be overly critical of her writing skills, but it's just hard to follow. Let me see if I'll back up. So freeloading off of Amber and then freeloading off of What's that?
If I'm counting correctly, I think there are 4 asides in the middle of the sentence.
I think so.
Hey.
It's conversational is what it is, really.
Sure.
Your thoughts on Rocky freeloading off of Amber and then freeloading off of Johnny and your overall thoughts on Rocky. I let them know that I did not think that there would ever be a world in which you would conspire with Rocky to do a cover up for Amber, given your feelings about her. And after the Art of Elysium had been used in press during the divorce, and I had been asked on multiple occasions to write letters regarding Amber's volunteering with the charity, and no donation came into the Art of Elysium, but went to Children's Hospital Los Angeles and the ACLU, that Amber's publicist told me that they were more prominent charities with a more significant press reach and got international press.
Sure.
Clear as mud right there.
Those, but
You were well aware of all of that already, but just want to share everything that was discussed. So basically all of that was stuff that Jennifer talked about in her deposition.
Yeah, that mostly came out. We got 250 anonymous. Yeah, that mostly came out. I mostly knew that part.
I asked if it were okay to write you in my own words, because I know how easily things can get distorted or twisted. You know me and know that if subpoenaed or brought into this or anything else, that I would always be honest.
That's a threat. That's a threat sentence.
I love Amber and have compassion for her because she is your sister. And I know that you guys went through what you guys went through as kids. The two of you have literally been through hell together. And I know you would do anything in the world for her. She is your older sister, and you just lost your mother, and you are a mom for the first time. It is time she thought of you and your needs and put them above her own needs. Asking you or even agreeing to have you leave your husband and child and involve you in all of this is selfish beyond comprehension. You, Whitney, are worthy of love, worthy of being seen for all of your light and beauty, and worthy of not having to clean up another mess that is not yours. During this time of social change and movements, #MeToo, Time's Up, Black Lives Matter, and all of the actions working to set the scales of justice back to being, well, just people have to be willing to come forward with the truth. It took 2 subpoenas. Wait, there's going to be another page here? No? Oh, no. Where's the rest of it? Oh, no.
I think we're at the end.
It took 2 subpoenas to get me to be forthcoming with what I've been told. But I do believe in people and feel others who will bear witness to all of it, I suppose, possibly.
Yeah, maybe that's the end of it.
I think so.
So you're telling me at the time Whitney is the time she's testifying about when she's on the stand saying she's doing drugs all the time, she had left an infant child with her husband?
No, this is 2020, right? So she's talking about the time period that we're interested in the trial, which is 2012 to 2016. So this is 2020. She's talking about Whitney getting dragged into court in London to talk about the Sun trial and leaving her husband and child at home, which we know in 2020 would have been
from
like
court,
a
not from being out in California. Okay.
Right. So this letter is, the purpose of this letter is to say what you get in the end, which is, I say it's a threat. That's not really designed to be like, it's mean. It's a statement that says, this is what I told Depp's attorneys. This is what I will say if I'm called to testify. You should be aware of that in terms of effectively, if you want to talk about, comporting yourself and your testimony, the reason why witnesses can't be in the courtroom, you should be aware of this when you decide to say whatever you're going to say on your sister's behalf. Because the big one to me, at least is what was introduced in the trial here today or this month, is that the staircase incident as described by Jennifer Howell, as described to her by Whitney, says that Amber is attacking Johnny. Right.
So I'm seeing these chats from people saying that there's more out there of this letter. That's the end of it that I can see from this tweet. If somebody can send me a link to where the rest of it is, I would very much like to read it. That's what we're here for, right? Is we're trying to read this thing. So if somebody can send me a link to it, I would be very happy to continue reading it.
My disappointment this letter didn't come into trial is more and more bets with every passing moment, just because it's so I don't know, gossipy and.
Well, I can see why the internet wanted us to see it. Definitely. It accused Whitney of lying, basically, for what we heard.
I think you're right. It's not like threatening. What it's saying is, hey, I've already made these prior statements. I'm not going to perjure myself. So if you want to make up a news story, it might be inconsistent with stuff I've already said. I think that's really it.
Yeah. And Jennifer Howell never had a great evidentiary leg to stand on, because every part of that letter is, I heard it from Amber's mom. I heard it from you. Even the stuff like in Australia, I guess what I conceive of in my mind is Whitney's there on a call with her sister and then says something like to Jennifer, oh my God, she finally cut his finger off. But I don't know. That's a whole weird sequence, because at least as we know her right now, Amber denies it all. Maybe there's a moment in time that Amber doesn't deny it in the immediate aftermath. That could be on the Australia tapes that everybody wants me to listen to. I don't know.
Right.
But it's, I don't think that was ever going to come in that format, certainly.
All right. Well, I'm going to head out for now because I need to run some errands and I don't want to miss the verdict if it comes back. So I will be back later.
Okay.
I told you it's coming back when I'm otherwise occupied.
I'm sure.
I'm getting some. Okay. There's 2 lines left. People are saying.
Okay.
So I'm getting some DMs with some images from people. Okay,
yeah.
There's also some text messages between the 2 of them that people are sharing with me.
It can be support and a threat, right? It's a carrot and a stick. It has all the language that says, I want you to be well and those kinds of things, but also here's the danger you're going to be in because this is what I said.
Yeah. My only problem with this, and it gets back to what we were talking about, is if this is my good friend, I'm saying, hey, I'm not putting this in an email. I'm not laying this down for other people to find.
Yeah.
Nate, it's like you're out with the boys and you're like, okay, here's our story. You don't send an email out and say, all right, everybody get on our fake story script. You call your buddy and say, shut your mouth. This is what we're telling everybody.
Oh, there's a second letter too, guys. There's also a second letter. So,
oh Lord,
you know, the weird part about it is that listening to the letter, when you were reading it out, I see why the jury is never going to see this letter. There was hearsay, then
hearsay on hearsay,
then it was, well, I told my father, who told this person, who I remember them saying it. It's like none of this stuff is ever going to reach a jury. But
it's even plausible, but you would have to get like an evidence professor to sit there and work on that for 70 hours to try to get portions of it in. It's like, no, screw this. It's too much.
Yeah, it's crazy. But the sad part is that the reason why it's not let in is because technically hearsay is per se unreliable, right? It's unreliable because it's third parties and things of that nature. But it's interesting because I kind of find this to be reliable. And I think that's the danger with hearsay, right? There is this air of reliability because she's saying this is what she told me, but it's just not there.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of reason for thinking that she'd lie about this stuff, but we also don't have a great feel for, exactly what that relationship looked like, et cetera, et cetera. So it's very difficult for us to evaluate because it isn't primary source. It's interesting what we did get in like the little bits of the deposition, right? We got in the overall concept that she felt Whitney was being asked to do something bad for Amber. We did get the donation stuff and the $250K. But yeah, I think, the damning piece there to me is the staircase, because Whitney, for all that she said, is basically a staircase story to me. Like that's what she is. That's where she stands in testimony. Yes. And so somebody else saying in black and white, you told me the opposite, is strong.
Yes. Whitney's entire role is basically corroboration of that story for Amber. And if you pull that out, you've got a major problem.
But my only issue is that it's just the rules of evidence doesn't allow her. It really doesn't allow her to be challenged as if she was being sued. If she was being sued by Johnny, then Jennifer Howell can come in and actually testify, and that documents that we just read can come in because it's a party opponent admission, right? It wouldn't technically even be hearsay, right? She said this to someone else, but the fact that she's just a declaring witness is kind of like the same problem the Sun had, and a Johnny Depp had with the Sun trial, because since Amber Heard wasn't a witness, wasn't on the other side of the V, all the rules of evidence kind of are different for just a regular declarant, and I think that's happening here with Whitney, because I believe Jennifer Howell was telling the truth. But I just don't. But it's hard to get that stuff in because the rules of evidence are what they are.
Yeah, I don't really feel like they should be changed. I think that there are enough layers of I just can't be sure here that it's worthwhile to keep this kind of thing out. But certainly, as somebody that's just a human being that's evaluating the circumstances around these situations, it's useful to look at that and say, well, if that's the case. And you have Johnny Depp's direct testimony saying effectively she's abused and does what Amber says. That all lines up. That whole story lines up narratively. And then it's like, well, the jury doesn't get that info. And that's interesting.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah.
So, all righty. Well, do you guys want to see the second letter that was supposedly sent by the same party to the same party, also in July of 2020?
So many letters. This is like a Jane Austen novel. Sure.
Give us some more out-of-court statements offered to the truth of the matter asserted.
Yes.
All right.
Dear Whitney,
I'm listening. I'm going to logo up, but I'm listening.
Okay. Attached is a letter I wrote to you. Since writing this, I have read every sworn testimony, court documents, and evidence submitted on all counts of this case, the divorce, etc.
Well, can I pause you real quick?
What's that?
Can I pause you real quick?
Yeah.
If that's true, then this also lets you know why they probably didn't let her come in and testify. Because if she's read everything, she saw everything. This because you're not, as a witness, you're not supposed to do that, right? You're supposed to kind of be blind to this. So Jennifer Howell, so this kills Jennifer a lot of her testimony. It would narrow it tremendously because she's aware of everything. She's been following the trial.
Yeah, it's the whole reason why you keep witnesses out of the courtroom. So yeah, that's exactly right. It is something that I should have done years ago, but this is not my life nor my fight to fight. However, seeing you lie on stand has gutted me. I've lost tremendous respect for you and pity you now more than ever for the abuse you have had told me you have endured for your entire life. Amber lying effortlessly and putting you up to perjure yourself shows me how little she has ever loved you or anyone else.
Holy
I have
crap.
spoken.
Oh, this is straight to the point.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I have spoken to eyewitnesses myself because me speaking the truth and being honest is really important to me. And understanding the truth in this is also important to me. There will be another case and another case and another case until the truth comes out. You are most likely looking at Federal Bureau of Investigations diving into perjury charges, conspiracy to commit fraud, and who knows what else. Whoa.
FBI's involved now. But
Jennifer House sounds like she's in the chat.
Can nobody get convicted of lying to the FBI? Flynn, suspect, like nobody. It's like, why do we have that charge if they're just going to acquit everybody who gets charged with it, no matter what their political persuasion is?
Yeah. Yeah. And to answer Fangirl of Justice in the chat, yes, this is from watching the UK trial. This is not from the Virginia trial. This is from 2020, back in 2020. I want to share with you my summation of all I've read. No one on Johnny's team has by any way put this in my head, nor persuaded me to speak anything but my true accounts of why you come to stay with me and what I know. You doing this is compromising me, everyone on staff that you spoke to about Amber and what she was doing, and the other people that I personally introduced you to and love very much that you shared the truth with. You are putting Tosh in an awful position because you are asking her to hold your web of lies. I am sure she will get subpoenaed too when this becomes a criminal case, and she will be forced with the same decision I was. Tell the truth as she knows it, or lie because she loves you. I love you, she loves you, and all of the people that I am concerned about getting hurt by the lies and drama your sister has caused to you and everyone else who love you. Oh wait, did I miss something? No. I love you, she loves you, and all the people that I am concerned about. Okay, yes. You are the victim in this, and that is the only thing that will save you from potentially going to prison and getting ripped away from your husband and son. Watching you lie on the stand and knowing your sister put you up to it absolutely enrages me. Well, she's definitely saber rattling there. I don't know that I would go quite so hard on the threats of perjury and going to jail and all that kind of stuff.
She's pissed. She's scorned right now.
Of course.
This is amazing. It reminds me of the video that I saw on Colonel Kurtz's channel. Where's Colonel Kurtz? I haven't chatted with her for a while. Anyway, where Amber goes on the talk show and shows her bruise to her friends. This corroborates all the evidence that was excluded from trial for me.
It does. It really does. I was just sending the letter originally because of how much I love you. And that was going to be that. I am going to bullet out the below lies that I am 100% certain of that have been submitted in court that I did not share with them because I only answered the questions I was asked. I respect you are the victim of a lifetime of abuse, but you have to save yourself or can't tell the freaking truth because I can promise you the truth is coming out. And when it does, there will be people facing serious consequences. Oh, and now she's going to list all the lies. Lie number 1.
I love it when they start with a list.
That's
She's
nice.
Very angry in this.
Yes.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
She also seems to be right on point with reality, but
She does. Yes.
Now wait a minute. Yeah. She's definitely not right on point with like the feds are coming to take over your house.
She gets a little bit hyperbolic on that part.
She's not an attorney. That's what lay people think. The lay people think that you can just suggest a lie to the FBI and they'll storm your house and rip you out at 4:00 in the morning.
And thank God they don't, right?
Yeah,
right.
we could have a whole conversation about that and how that would be terrible for society. But yeah, exactly. It's someone who's not a lawyer. It's fine. It's much more forgivable than if it was from an attorney. Way more forgivable. Lie number 1. Amber sitting on the stand saying at age 18 she decided not to drink or do drugs and has not done any since then. She drinks only red wine because that works for her. I have a lot of people that I have personally confirmed doing drugs with her and a mound of photos of her with her drinking cocktails that are not red wine. These confirmations are in addition to you telling me about her drug use and excessive drinking. You told me about pills, cocaine, ecstasy, and everything else. That was the scariest lie I have ever seen, because for her to not even take accountability for that showed me that she will lie about anything with no regard for anything else. Amber saying she was never abusive to Johnny nor anyone else. Hell, lie 1 is everything that came out of her mouth. Keep in mind here that everything that Jennifer is talking about in lie number 1 is something that has not come from Jennifer's own eyes and ears.
So did Amber in the UK trial actually testify that she didn't do drugs?
Amber testified that she hasn't done drugs since she was 18, except for those couple times that she did MDMA, or that one time that she did MDMA.
Okay.
I think this whole exercise can be summed up in the last line. Hell, lie number 1 is everything that came out of her mouth. That's it in a nutshell.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah. Yep. Lie number 2, you saying she was never abusive to you. You told me, the entire office, personal friends of mine, about how abusive she has been to you her entire life. You came to stay with me because of her being abusive. My father reminded me when he and my stepmother were giving me a conversation on morals and telling me that it is my job to tell the truth, that I told him you were staying with me because you, quote, were terrified of your sister, unquote. My father, parents, and me have absolutely nothing in this case other than being honest, doing the right thing, and trying to save you and have you come forward in integrity to do the right thing.
You know, one interesting thing about that, and we saw it in the first letter, is that she doesn't ever claim that this is her remembering that Whitney told her that she was afraid of Amber. She only ever says that her father told her that she told him that sometime in the past, which, outside of being like 3 levels of hearsay, is just interesting. And it actually is suggestive to me of somebody that is trying to play tightly and truthfully with the facts, because it would be easier enough for her to say that you told me this without giving the sourcing both times, because she clearly doesn't remember it herself. That's why she mentions her father. So that actually, somewhat ironically, makes me believe more of this letter than otherwise.
Yeah. You told the entire office that Amber cut off Johnny's finger. You told us the play-by-play, although, of course, remember, Whitney wasn't there, but sure. You said multiple times she is going to effing kill him. You told the entire office about her throwing a wine glass at you in an elevator in New York that was full of wine. Okay, so it wasn't just the wine. It was the glass and the wine, based on that sentence.
Mm-hmm.
When reading through the statement, someone said that they had been warned she was a thrower and to get out of the way of her projectiles. This completely confirms your story about her throwing a full glass of wine on you. I am one of about a dozen people who heard these 2 stories come out of your mouth. Why would you sit on the stand and say she has never been abusive? What am I beginning to piece together in all of this? What I am beginning to piece together in all of this is you lying about that, her lying about drugs and drinking are just the little lies covering up the much bigger lie in all of this. I will not disclose the people I've spoken to who have been drug into this destruction your sister has caused, but they all feel used, lied to, misled, and completely nothing but a puppet at the hand of your sister. They have all said the same things about her that you told me over and over while you were here. You told me you have been covering up for her your entire life. You have never been able to live a life because her drama always consumes you. If you think that is love, dragging you into this, I am heartbroken for you, and I hope that you can differentiate between me and Tosh saying we love you and wanting you to walk in integrity and truth and be all you are versus what she has done to you. Next page. There's There's a bit in this letter.
She's a writer, isn't she?
She's a writer, and she's very angry. The day you had, is this big enough so that folks can see? Let's see here. Okay. The day you had blank come to use the art salons and told everyone that he could not be disturbed under any circumstance.
Who's doing the redaction there?
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know who redacted that. Never had it occurred to me that you were facilitating a rendezvous for he and your sister. Oh, so this is one of her, I guess, alleged suitors. Yes. To use me, the charity, in this way is beneath you, Whitney. I know that lying, deceit, being okay covering up multiple extracurricular marital affairs is beneath you and not something you would do in your own life, but do and are asked to do time and time again by Amber. You are a mother now, and you have to be able to look yourself in the mirror and know you are living a life of integrity that will make Hunter proud to call you mom.
Man, mother card.
God, yeah, that's
like going on a worldwide stage, testifying in trial that it was easier to figure out when she wasn't on drugs.
Again, I thought that was a piece of honest testimony, Mike.
What?
I thought that was a piece of honest testimony.
It was credible, and I get that. But who wants to hear about that from go to school and hear about that from your friends?
I hear you.
And I'm also seeing in the chat, check your Twitter DMs for full unredacted 3 pages of Jennifer Howell's original deposition. I'll dig into that after this.
My God. A lot of Howell stuff. All right, cool.
I love it. People are sending us stuff to talk about, to go over.
It might have just been a little bit, but just because I've seen it a bunch in the chat, everyone's asking, who is this from again? So I think it's Jennifer Howell, a friend of Whitney Heard.
Yes.
Yes, it's right at the top, pinned to the chat. It's actually for the last letter, but it still works.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. This is letter number 2 now. You lied about the stair incident. You told me and everyone else that you tried to get in between Amber and Johnny while Amber was lunging to attack him, and you jumped in with her midair and she nearly pushed you down the stairs. You sat on the stand and flipped the story. You either lied to all of us when you are lying, or you are lying now. I know you love me, and I know you love Tosh, and I know you would not lie to us. Basically, you're lying then, or you were lying then, or you're lying now. And of course, you couldn't have possibly been lying then.
Yeah. Well, there was less on the line back then. It's a good point.
I looked at what Io said about the wedding. You came back and told us he hit Rocky.
What the hell?
That Io hit Rocky.
I know.
I feel like you told me they were calling Io something like KO Io, took out Rocky or something like that. It is something that I would never remember until reading his lies about the situation and it triggering the story you told me.
Okay.
Reading those testimonies have triggered so many stories that you shared with us that are in direct contrast to what these people are saying. Again, as I kept reading, it kept showing me that there has to be a much bigger lie that is being covered up, and then I pieced it together.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when the restraining order was filed and someone in the office asked me, do you think Whitney and Rocky could have really punched Amber for this restraining order? I laughed it off and said, of course not. Whitney hates Rocky. I never thought about it again and thought it was the weirdest thing in the world for someone to say. I was unaware of the video they have of the 3 of you going into the Eastern building and you pretending to punch her in the face and 3 of you laugh. There are no visible marks on Amber in the video. I thought that was odd, but thought it even odder that you were so buddy-buddy with Rocky when you had told me everything you had told me about her.
So Isaac mentions this video. What in the living hell happened to it? Why does this video not exist?
I think it's because it was wiped somehow. The Eastern Columbia building didn't produce it because something happened to it on their end.
That's wild, though. I mean, it's being talked about in the Sun trial.
I don't know about in the Sun trial.
I was unaware of the video they have of the 3 of you. So, like, where does that awareness spring from? Because all of this is in response to the Sun trial testimony, right? She went through all the evidence, blah, 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 blah. So I guess I don't know what happened to it.
That's true. She says there are no visible marks on Amber in the video, meaning it looks like Jennifer has seen the video. So how could it have been erased from ECB?
Yeah, if she had seen it, then it's propagated around. It exists.
And Isaac said he saw it.
Or is Isaac saying he saw it firsthand? I mean, that was his testimony, I think, is that he literally viewed it while it was happening.
Oh, I thought Isaac said he saw a video. But again...
folks in the chat are saying we all saw the video.
Of this particular video?
Someone says they showed it at the trial. We didn't see.
It's a long trial, folks. I'm fully willing to admit human mistake here.
Yeah.
But I feel like I'd remember it.
I remember Isaac's recounting it, but I don't remember the video itself. Having said that, yeah, we're talking about 7 weeks of a trial here.
Yeah, I saw the video online. I didn't see the video in the trial, though.
I do have that advantage. I looked at no other source material other than what has been presented. I didn't see every minute of the trial. I saw like 95%, but I don't remember seeing that.
I saw every minute of it, and I also don't remember seeing that.
Yeah, and that would be something that I think we would remember seeing, because that would be like an explosive video right there.
Because I remember Isaac describing it and being kind of confused. And I remember that there was a video that they asked the ECB people about, and they were like, yeah, that seems to be missing.
Yes, there was definitely a line of questions that was like, how do you store your stuff? Why might you not produce things?
I remember because when Isaac stood up, a thought that went through my head, Isaac stood up and sort of recreated it and did the punch and just sort of described it, And I thought, well, I hope that's consistent with any video that we may see. That's what I thought as he did it. But then I never saw a video.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe they didn't show it because they didn't finish Whitney's deposition, and it didn't show because of that. No, because there were plenty of videos that was part of the surveillance videos that we got in through ECB, and plenty of those were way out of context.
Well,
but for ECB, Indy, what are you doing? Come here.
Well, FYI, guys, somebody's just sent me the video, so I'm looking at it now. If you guys want me to share it, but I don't want to taint Hoeg because Hoeg has been trying to stay away from outside. No,
we're doing outside now.
That's what we're doing now. Why don't we do that after this letter?
Go nuts, Nate.
Yeah, I think
it's good. Wanted to talk with me on stream about all this crap.
Yeah.
No. I'm after I said, here's what I think the jury's going to do. Here's what I think they're going to do it. It's free bird now. What do you got for me? So this is a big deal. I see why people were so interested in this. I mean, I will say at least partially this reads to me as someone that wants to be involved with the case. So I think that's at least a little bit part of this.
Yeah, I think so. Give me 1 second. Let me just make sure that Indy's okay. I'll be back in just like 1 minute. Okay.
Sure. But the staircase thing is by far the best. Is by far the best piece of these letters, because
her just in a position to know, calling Amber a liar every which way, and then all the points she's making sort of being consistent with what we've now found out through the course of the trial.
Yeah, there's nothing inconsistent here.
I mean, like, I get why it's not evidence, but it's very compelling to an outside person, not a juror reading it, going, "Yeah, that makes a lot of sense."
It all lines up. I mean, it does all line up. I mean, I don't know how far to go with like the embryos and the other like things that kind of he was once in our salon and various other aspects of this. But at least the stuff we do have some knowledge of, it definitely lines up, Mike. That's right.
I mean, it's somebody very close, sort of confirming what we all think, which is, she set all this up and staged photos and was lying all along, and someone close to them saying, "Yep, that's what it looks like to me too."
Yeah, and I see the chat saying, "No, she was subpoenaed. She had to get involved, etc." I understand that, but you'll note a lot of other people aren't writing letters to this effect that get publicized or otherwise leaked out. And reasonable minds can differ on whether or not that's a deliberate leak or not. These are obviously written very, very, very fulsomely, which tends to me to at least suggest that she was aware of the possibility they would get out there in the public. And I don't know Jennifer Howell from Adam, so I can't tell you what motivates this kind of thing. Certainly, it could just be legitimate concern over Whitney.
I'll tell you
Yeah,
litigation. That's what motivates this type of thing. Let's just be honest. How many letters like this have you sent to your friends?
0.
And then, even if you sent one, this is like the third one we saw, right?
Yeah, well, the second one of the documents, there might be a third. I don't know.
But it's insane, right? So I like to try to judge people's, what they do based on just what a normal person does in the situation. I understand writing it out, saying this, having a conversation, but writing a detailed documentary evidence, detailing every single lie, telling you about a court case. This is written for litigation. This is not written.
This is the CYA memo, right? Like if you're not familiar with lawyers, you tell your client to do something, they are going to disregard your advice. It might be illegal, that kind of thing. And we write a memo to our file that says, this is what I told this person. This is the advice that was given. This is the advice that was ignored. This is what they've decided to do. And that goes, and you draft that up and it goes into your documents as contemporaneously made. Yeah. And then we call that a CYA memo. Just so that if you needed to, you could say they were not following my advice. If it were to come up.
Yes, it feels like a CYA memo.
It's got that approach. But that's not to take anything away from Jen Howell. I mean, I know people in the chat are saying this. I actually think the veracity here is pretty strong. As I said, her continuing to say, I remembered this from my father telling me this, and like the language of some of these paragraphs about essentially it came back to me when this stuff happened. None of that is great for like establishing your credibility. So ironically, that actually works for me to help establish your credibility. You aren't pressing too far on knowing everything and establishing why these things came to you. Now that'll keep you out of court, but it's still useful to understand that sounds like the way human beings actually work and remember things.
Yes.
In this letter.
Yeah, but I do. The only pushback I'll have with this particular letter, it's great for the gossip columns, but it's really not something that I think should be relied on in terms of, if I'm a juror, and the juror should be taking this into consideration, unless unless something a little that has a little bit more. I don't know what word am I looking for that can be substantiated a little bit easier than because this is just really just a big hearsay document saying this is what we've talked about before. So.
Yeah. Well, and summarizing it back to them. But I don't know that there's anything wrong with that. And like I said, CYA, that's how we lawyers use it. You can use that in all sorts of circumstances, especially, if you think you're in like a gaslighting scenario or these kinds of things. You hear Johnny Depp testify in this case that I started making recordings because I just couldn't believe what was coming back at me in some of the arguments, right? And that's the same kind of thing. Those recordings are this letter in like the same kind of capacity. So I don't have a problem with it. People are taking it the wrong way. I just to think about I like to think about what the motivation is and understanding what the author is thinking and trying to do and who they're talking to and why. And that's just the way my brain works. People say turn off the lawyer brain. It's like it's kind of part of the package now.
And that's the problem with like even going through this letter, because lawyer brain is saying ignore nonsense, ignore it, hearsay, ignore it. It can't help you, right? For impeachment though in there, but otherwise ignore it. But then regular brain is like, this is so good. She's a liar. She's a liar. This proves the lies. I'm like, yes, it does. Lawyer brain and regular guy brain have to kind of match here. I'm like, okay, what do we do? And I know people in the chat are probably like, they just being so, but it's that's just the way it works, people. It's
a great point, Nate.
It's absolutely inadmissible, but it's devastating at the same time.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, some juror, if they come back with a pro Amber decision, some juror is going to read this and go, huh?
Oh my God! If I'd have just saw this, it would have been just about the arrest, right? If I'd have known she had a DV, arrest would have been an easy case. If I didn't know she had this, right? It's like, what? No.
All those crazy rules of evidence. But you honestly, intuitively, you can see why they don't come in, right? We're like 4 levels deep on some of these. You told your father or you talked to your mother and I overheard that. And then I remembered it when it was triggered by another piece of testimony from Io. And it's like, okay, all right, okay.
told back to me.
Yeah, it's wrong.
And then it's like, matter of fact, the fact that she said it is hearsay because it was like I said it to him, he said it back to me. That forced me to remember it. It's like, my God,
I bolstered myself.
Objection, hearsay to your own statement.
Yeah, no, it's the truth. Hey, but you're exactly right, and I think that the regular person brain saying, "Good God, read this stuff," and it's like you're a liar who lies is paragraph 1. Paragraph 2, you lied about the staircase incident. Paragraph 3, you're still lying. It's like, okay, yeah.
Powerful stuff.
Well, what's interesting about that is that I think Whitney was successfully impeached by Johnny Depp's rebuttal testimony. For me, in my eyes, it's subjective. And this verifies what Johnny Depp testified to, which also works again outside the jury context for bolstering Johnny Depp to me. And then you put those together, and it's like, okay, I'm pretty darn sure which side of this I feel is the more sincere. But the jury doesn't have all of this confirmation or confirmatory type evidence. So they've got a Whitney that's moderately impeached. And yeah, it's interesting. I see why people wanted us to read this.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. Joys of pet ownership. Anyhow, where were we? What did I miss?
We're trying to turn off our lawyer brains, which I told folks was part of the package. But Nate did an excellent example of the difference between lawyer brain and regular person brain, and the constant combative fight within us all.
Yes.
And I think we were about ready to see the video because Nate has it.
Oh,
okay.
Nate has the punching video ready. Okay,
which I think is the fake punch video. That I don't know if I've seen this. I'm curious.
Hold on, because I had the elevator.
So did you guys want to? Okay, so we can pause. No,
we didn't go without you. Yeah, no, we stopped at that video and we chatted about what Chat was saying, basically.
Okay.
Who likes to put words in my mouth? But I love you, Chat.
They will do that sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that's literally why her dog is named that.
All right. So here's the first one. I'll share this one so we can see it. I don't know why I just sung that, but it sounded pretty good.
It did sound pretty good.
We sing half our sentences now. Where do we get to day 10?
Of verdict watch?
Verdict watch, day 10.
Oh, good Lord.
Verdict watch.
Day 10 of verdict watch.
And we're still
graphic with the big letters
over here.
This is the I think the first. Yeah, this is a 1 minute 40 seconds. So this is the first video, and then we'll watch the elevator video, which is next.
Oh, that's awesome.
We need to pause this. You're gonna get grabbed on this.
Got into an altercation.
Proof, say Johnny Depp's lawyers, that Amber Heard attacked her sister.
I can't believe Amber beat your ass.
Unaired reality TV footage sees Whitney Henrique repeatedly avoid questions about a fight.
Okay, did you really start the fight with your sister, or did she start it? For real, for real, for real. We're not gonna talk about that. She really did whoop your butt.
Mr. Depp's legal team say it shows her with marks to her chest and arm. They accused Ms. Henriquez of lying in her evidence the day before when she said Amber Heard had never been violent towards her.
So that's part one. What do you guys think?
Well, she doesn't seem like she's denying it overly strongly, now does she?
No.
Especially
I would like to see the full video in full context.
Oh, like
rather than the reporting on that video.
Oh, yeah. That's the Sun put that out. And here's the one I think she's talking about, the elevator where I'll share this one. This is the elevator
saw that
one.
video the first time right when Amber was on the stand, and I was so excited. I just thought when they got to cross her that they would find a way to get that in. I was just waiting for it, but it didn't happen, which I understand.
The wrong. Here we go. So this is the one where they weren't supposed to be friends, and Jennifer's talking about your friends though. All right.
That video is interesting. It doesn't commit one way or the other really, but I would have expected more denials.
It's the same window. I just changed it.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
There's no sound. It's just audio. I mean, it's just visual. So this is
3 days after.
So that's Whitney, Amber, and Rocky.
Okay, so we did see something that looked like this. Maybe I just missed that. There's a. It was a long day of getting videos entered into the record.
This elevator must be the most famous elevator in the world right now.
Seriously.
So many James Franco, Elon Musk, we see them all. And that's
This is
it.
the one where they okay.
And then I think they come back in a little later. Let me fast forward a little bit. So this is them coming back in. They don't look like there's too much strife in the group.
Mm-mm.
And 524. No, I mean, that's interesting because Jen says Whitney hates Rocky, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what she said, yeah. They look pretty friendly right now. There's a bottle of wine. Uh-oh. How often do we hear about these evil bottles of wine?
The evil ones.
Hey, let the elevator go. This bugs me.
It does. Me too.
Very inconsiderate.
What? What are you doing? Okay, so Nate.
It.
Okay, I can't help but notice I didn't see anything there.
Yeah.
That's solely it.
That's
was
all that you
the
got?
elevator one.
There's no
So
punch.
the other one and that one, yeah.
Okay. I do think I saw that because I remember vividly during hour 2 of getting those.
I'm told this
videos
isn't the fake punch one, which makes sense. I'm sure there's another one. There's millions of videos out there. Who knows?
So the first video that you showed, I got this in a DM that this is the full version, not the reporting on that video, but this is like the full version of that underlying video. Do you want to share that one just so that I don't have to take away my shared screen from the letter?
Got it.
Is that what you're sending via unmarked shortened link here? Like I trust you.
All right, hold on. Here is the unmarked. I usually don't click on those. Evil
I'm like,
links.
I'm like, what is
How much do you trust me?
I'm seeing verdict is in the chat. I don't know if it's
we got an hour.
Oh, come on.
We got
Hang on.
an hour thing.
It's I don't inherently trust the chat. No
No,
offense
you
to the
can't.
chat.
Not on verdict is in. That's their favorite.
No, I've got to double check this.
Yes, I feel the same way. I don't trust my chat at all. I trust most of my chat, but not all of my chat.
Sure.
I'm seeing it again.
I don't see anything from Law and Crime.
Nothing on any of the wires right now.
I don't know. The chat says verdict in real. So I mean, I think we just got to trust him, right? No. Chat loves this. Chat loves this one. Judge is back. Jury is back. Lawyers back. Courthouse.
Budge is Jack. Well, when we start getting that one, then we know we've been here for a while.
Although it doesn't really matter. You don't need to know like in the first 30 seconds because it'll take an hour to 2 hours.
I was gonna say if verdict is in right now, if it were to come in this second, it's going to noon.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Or no, it's going to 1, right? Because she said it's from an hour from the top of the next hour.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, I get nothing. I don't know where they're getting this from.
All right.
Judge just entered the court.
So there may be a question. That's my guess.
Ooh, questions.
All right. Maybe it might be a question. Oh, let me play this. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. It's at your discretion, Nate. It's fine.
Yeah. Up to you.
You do it. Did you get in a fight or something?
Oh, thank you. Got into an altercation.
Oh.
I already talked about it. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I can't believe Amber beat your ass. I know you could beat her ass.
We're not going to talk about that.
Whitney, truth or dare? Okay, did you really start the fight with your sister or did she start it? For real.
We're not going to talk about that.
She really did whoop your butt.
Oh, we're not talking about it.
Yeah, I'm done. I guess I'm done talking about it.
What's interesting there is how different she sounds from what she sounded like on the stand. B, we actually don't have the clip of her saying that she was in a fight with Amber, even though it's clear from the context that that's what the rest of the ladies believe. Yeah.
But
what is that from? Is that a reality show?
It looks like it.
Looks like it.
The sad part about this is that I think Whitney's honestly a victim of Amber too.
And I think testified to, yeah.
And if you look at this, like even looking at that, I saw someone. In other words, if that was her if they were in a domestic relationship, like a wife, like that was her wife, I would have thought, it just came off like that. Like Whitney doesn't want to show the bruises, doesn't want to talk about it. And Amber said, yeah, of course we're not going to talk about it. All power. It's funny because it seems like Amber is. She puts herself in these relationships and have dominated people like this. Dom tried to dominate Johnny, tried to dominate her ex-wife, but her sister has to live with this forever, like because it's her sister, and then has to double down on the lies on it. But just imagine being in that situation with with someone who is beating your ass and doing all this, and then you have to continue to lie for them. She must be just in such a horrible spot. I feel I'm feeling for Whitney because I feel like Whitney isn't an accomplice. She's more of a victim that's being taken advantage of by the monster. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I completely agree. She's completely held captive by her blood relationship to her sister. And to say that you should just distance yourself from your sister, that's a hard thing to do, especially when she's, I believe, her only sister, and they've been through a lot since their childhood. And the things that you go through in childhood with your siblings. I mean, I've heard of oh God, what was it? It was either some kind of research or something, but basically like some literature on how like you start your life with your parents, you end your life with your spouse or your own children, but the people that are there for you for basically the entire thing are your siblings, if you have any. And so the ones that can really understand you the most are typically going to be your siblings. So, there was another sister that passed away apparently. Oh, that's really sad. So even more, like there's just a lot of tragedy in that family from what it sounds like. And their mom has passed away, and their dad, allegedly, according to Amber and everything else that has come out in this trial, is that their father was also abusive. There is a lot that has gone on in this family. And I'm not going to be one to say you absolutely should distance yourself from your sister, and anything less than that, we will judge you for that, right? That's a very difficult thing to do, to distance yourself from family. Sometimes it is a very necessary thing to do for self-protection. But yeah. And just to answer some questions in the chat, I haven't missed any super chats. We've got a bunch that are in the queue. We're trying to show the ones that are more statements, trying to address as many as possible. But we are at the very least going to be showing all the statements as per what we've been doing throughout this trial, and then addressing the ones that have questions to them. So they're all being saved right now. The queue I'm showing is about 71. So we're going through them, and I didn't want them to be shown over the videos because I didn't want those to be blocked by super chats. So we're just trying to balance those. So I hope you guys understand. We'll get through all of them. And I'm also watching the court feed, and so far it's just the outside of the courthouse. So I don't see anything just yet, but I'm keeping track of it. So with that, do we want to get back to the letter?
Sure.
Yeah. How many pages we got left?
I think a few.
I thought you were going to say 14.
No, not 14.
All right. So we just did the video. There are no visible marks. And I think we're on the next paragraph.
Yes. So Io at the wedding. I remember something in the restraining order. I remember when the restraining order was
we just
filed.
Did that one.
We did that one. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're on Whitney as a moral compass. Or
Whitney,
like
this
that.
is now a moral compass for myself, because I am right about what I am about to put down as my assumption in piecing together all of the facts. Then myself, Tosh, Leslie, Allison, Lily, Alex, and everyone else who have been privy to the truth you have shared with us are all now holding lies on a crime, a very serious crime where people are going to go to jail, and people who are not forthcoming to bring the truth to the table will be assumed part of this conspiracy. You have now risked our safety and the safety of everyone who you love, who truly loves you. So taking a step back, I can also see why she's concerned about perjury, jail time, all this kind of stuff, because I did see the reports that floated around like the last couple of days of trial around the internet about the LAPD investigations into Rocky and Amber and those, having to do with the whole, like the whole hoax allegations. So I can understand that if she was aware that kind of stuff was going on, that she was like, holy crap, like, I don't want to go to jail for this stuff when, like, I didn't have anything to do with any of this, right? Like, I just want to tell the truth and have this be done. So I can understand that. Like, although at first I thought it was fairly hyperbolic. Now I'm kind of thinking, now that I'm thinking back on some of the other stuff, maybe contextually, I can understand why someone in her position would be freaked out by the whole situation and responding in this way.
Yeah, but these are a lot of letters, a lot of details.
Agreed.
This just seems.
I
got strange. My spider sense is tingling. Like, who writes so it's detailed? I don't know if you guys know Alita. I'm writing you a 4-page. You guys remember that song? Writing a 4-page letter. It's like we got a 12-page letter for. For litigation purposes.
I also am wondering, she mentions Tosh, Leslie, Allison, Lily, Alex. I'm also wondering if anybody ever talked to these people for purposes of impeachment of Whitney.
I can't imagine that if she talks to Adam Waldman about this, says the staff also heard this, that he doesn't at least look at the staff, at least a little bit.
Yeah. But I'm wondering if he talked to them and if that information then got to Johnny's current legal team, because I know he's been kind of on the outside ever since he was sort of removed from the team, I think sometime after the counterclaims were filed.
All right, so the chat is blowing up. They're saying women write like this. Listen, if you're writing 6-page, this is one hell of a text. If for those of you who write like this, don't text me. Because because I try to keep texts under 1,000 words.
To be fair, this isn't a text, but it is. Joking. Yeah.
It's the Moby Dick of Let's Get Our Story Straight.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it is an email.
I like the commenter that says 18 pages front and back. It's a good reference. It's a good reference.
Amber claims on May 21st that Johnny assaulted her. Cops come. They claim to see nothing on her. Concierge sees no bruises, marks, scratches, etc., and has video footage of other witnesses. Samantha McMillan claims she saw nothing on her day after and day after that. Makeup artist says she used a red lipstick on her because her lip was cracked. She has gone to say that her lips were often cracked and it was nothing out of the usual. I have vetted the stylist and makeup artist from someone I trust with my entire life, and he said that he would stand by Samantha's version of the truth the same way he would stand by mine. Johnny never came back to the building. In fact, he flew to New York and then flew to Europe for his music tour. The day before Amber goes to court to file a restraining order, the video of the three of you walking into the building pretending to punch her is recorded.
That's a May 26th video.
Yeah.
That's the day after the elevator video.
Yeah.
Well, your video was 24, and then this video
24?
would be May 26.
So 2 days.
Yeah. No marks on her face or anywhere else in the recording or the days from May 21st until she woke up the morning after this video and came down with her face is banged up. Who did it? You or Rocky? I now understand why blank coming forward with the truth that on May 22nd, he did not see a mark on her face, nor on any part of her body at all is so crucial because it will expose a massive conspiracy to lie and take a man down.
A hoax.
I don't care if that man is Johnny effing Depp or Joe Smith next door. This is wrong. I would venture to guess that you have shared all of this with Tosh and have now made her an accomplice to this. If you think the second this becomes criminal and federal charges that Rocky, Io, or Amber will not flip on you in 1 second, you are wrong. I have been trying to protect you in all of this since you brought me up on the stand during your testimony. I'm just now piecing together the things that I thought I was protecting you from and realizing there is so much more. You have to recant and come clean to save yourself from jail and to save all of us who have innocently been drugged into this by the information you shared with us. I have been sick over all of this, and all I've done is be honest in it. I cannot imagine how you must feel. I am sure you can't sleep at night worried about if or when the truth is going to come out and what that will mean. If you do not do the right thing, you will be worried the rest of your life and most likely be worrying from a prison cell. Is your sister, who has done this to you repeatedly your entire life, worth losing your freedom, family integrity, ability to look at yourself in the mirror? Amber nor Johnny mean enough to me to lose my integrity over. I will not lie for either of them nor anyone else, but I will go to the ends of the earth to save you from fighting another one of Amber's battles, lying about her conspiring to ruin another human's life, and putting you in dire opposition of the law. I will actively engage and seek the truth and encourage others to be forthcoming so their silence is not becoming part of a conspiracy to commit fraud. Anyone who knows this should come forward. I am ashamed it took me 2 subpoenas to do so. Had I been following it and seeing it and actually paying any attention to it, I would have been compelled to speak up. The lies Amber, you, Io, Rocky have said are truly mind-blowing. If I did not see you as a victim at the hand of your sister, I would not be able to justify in my mind how you could willingly participate in any of this. This is tough love. This is true love. This is me asking you to be in the light and the best version of yourself that you can possibly be. Please, please, please save yourself in all of this. You can truly choose to hate me, to never speak to me again, but anyone who is not encouraging you to do what is right is not your friend and they do not love you. I would never want myself nor anyone I love to live with this on their conscience. Amber has asked you to carry her lies for too long, and now her lies are becoming your lies. I love you, Jennifer.
So her big thesis is they punched her, which is wild.
This is good. Oh, I think the best thing about this letter is it gives you background to the relationship and the dynamics within that relationship. It seems like Amber took the role of the abusive father within the relationship since she was older, dominated the sister, and the sister's, the success that Amber's had in her professional career. I think the sisters financially kind of also attached to Amber in that way. Let's go to Coachella, movie premieres, that type of thing. She's been living her best life as Amber's sister. Yeah. And I think Jennifer Howell is trying to kind of parse that, but it's, you really can't, because if you really think Whitney's a victim of Amber's too, you have to understand that psychological component too. She's been dealing with this. Whitney's been dealing with this her whole life, right? Because that's from what Whitney's been saying. So I don't think this letter is going to change the way because Whitney's, I think, feels that she has no choice. Blood over water. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly.
Well, the world that Jennifer Howell describes is a sad one with Amber Heard at the heart as a liar. And I think what's sadder is that the letter is very credible. The stuff she doesn't have direct knowledge of, the punching and things like that, you can discount that to some extent. But the stuff she does know is bad enough that it seems even clearer that it's the Amber Heard side of the world in terms of the story she told that is the false one.
Yeah. And there's a request to link to both of these letters in the description. I will do that shortly. And someone else also asked, how do we know that these letters are authentic? And that's a very important point. I do not. I personally do not. I personally cannot vouch for these, but these are the letters that people have been telling us have been floating around and that purport to be letters from Jennifer Howell to Whitney Heard Henriquez. And I do know that Brian McPherson, that Brian fella, who's, you can see right here on the screen, his Twitter handle right here. He has done quite a lot of work to investigate into this case independently. And he was one of those accounts that was actually quoted during the trial by Amber Heard's legal team. So that's the connection here between this and the actual case itself. So
I'm sorry, Nate.
No, I'm gonna, if you read Jennifer Howell's declaration, a lot of those same facts are in here. So her even though maybe this particular version of the events we can't solidify, but her declaration, a lot of the same points that were made in here were also there. So if that helps people.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I don't know that the punch, like, isn't the evidence in the case something along the lines of like, there's photos and videos that it isn't there. Do we have a video or a photo of it that, like, afterwards on that? Like, I don't know whether she has a punch mark after the TRO is asked for. But either way, yeah, the authentication question is a good one because we don't know. We can't establish that ourselves. But if it matches up with a legal declaration, Nate, did she file a declaration for this case?
Yeah, she did file it. She filed it. It's actually hold on. Okay. I can put the link up, but I can link it. But yeah, there's a declaration filed in this case in Virginia from Jennifer Howell.
Okay, great. And it matches up with the substance of the letter?
Yes, some of it, not all of it. There's new facts in this one, but it eventually, essentially, a lot of the facts in that declaration match up with this letter.
Yeah, well, then I can see why it was even more disappointing to the rest of you when Jennifer Howell's deposition was a big nothing than it was for me, because I just said, I don't know who this person is. That didn't make a lot of sense. Moving on. But if this is all in the background as it happens, yep, that's got to be disappointing to not see that enter into evidence in some form or fashion.
Agreed. So, yeah, but pretty wild, right? Like if they had been able to actually get any of this in as some kind of testimony or something, that would have been pretty damning.
If they had figured out a way.
I can't remember. I might have been out. Did they have a video deposition of her that they offered? My guess is all this was gone over, but there were proper objections and most of it got cut out and they couldn't show it. That's just, I don't know, but that would be my guess.
The deposition video was cut to within an inch of its life. Yep. It barely made sense. It was like watching, David Lynch's Dune.
Yep.
Sorry, all my references are nerdy. Sorry, Chad.
No, that's good. So someone is asking me, Alita, please show the text and the break-in pictures. There is more. We are so focused on
Jennifer Howell
today. I think so. Well, I do understand that her house was broken into and she reported it to the FBI. So that is also something that I do understand here.
But why would a burglary is a local police thing? That's not federal offense, right? It's like, why would she be reporting it to the FBI?
I don't I don't actually know.
It was the Russians or something. I don't know. This is weird. Somebody broke into my house. Call the FBI.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I don't know enough to know.
Dune is amazing. Okay, look, folks. If you love David Lynch's Dune, I'm very sorry for the affront. Yes, I know Dune is a book. I have read it multiple times. I just thought that the Jennifer Howell deposition looked like you could add a drop of water just coming down randomly at intervals that you don't expect, and it would make as much sense as David Lynch's Dune. Just my feelings. Love Patrick Stewart.
Yeah. I'm okay. Let's see here.
You finding more Jennifer Howell stuff in the?
I might be. I am getting messages from people to go over some of this stuff. And I love it.
Sleuthing.
I like how we just talked about this fraught testimony about domestic abuse and all these various things. And most of what I'm getting yelled at right now is David Lynch's Dune. It's fine.
Okay.
Dennison spoiled Dune.
Dennison.
I don't even know how to make sense of that. First of all, Dennison was awesome. Second of all, Denis' Dune is awesome. David Lynch's Dune is of a time and place, and it is interesting.
You know, I also do want to mention, I think all the lawyers in this case did a really, really good job based on the facts they had, except for one, and that's Elaine. I don't know what's up in Elaine. She just seemed just out of her element. But all the other ones, from Amber's side and from Depp's side, this was really a good case they both put on. And I think at the end, Amber's team just didn't have the facts. It's really what it's going to come down to, because that's the hammer that unfortunately the hammer and the nail has to meet eventually. And I think they're meeting at the facts. But I don't think Amber can be upset at the case they put on, because they did two things. They put on the case that Amber wanted. She's an angel. She's innocent. She's the victim. and I think they put it on as best they could.
Yeah. Hey, Natalie.
Hey,
Natalie.
What's going on, guys? I had to hop in here real quick. I've been, work has been crazy, but I just was listening to Hoeg talk about Lynch's Doom.
Oh my God.
Sorry, guys. I have to agree with him. It didn't make no damn sense. It was nonsensical and difficult to follow.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate the backup, Natalie. That's fantastic. Yeah. No, I forgot the quote on Dennison Ruins Dune. I absolutely forgot. And we won't remind people of the substance. He did actually spoil a portion of the next movie in the middle of the trial.
Oh no. So just so you guys know, just a little bit of an update. I have Jax will be coming on to the live stream to talk about all of the Jennifer Howell stuff. So we've got and one of the independent investigative journalist authorities on the subject that has been in this space for years and years and years. She knows what she's talking about, so she can kind of help us kind of fill in a lot of the holes that we're sort of working through in real time right now. So
setting up guest appearances on the fly in real time live, Alita.
I love it. And Jax is awesome. She's wonderful. I've had her on the channel a couple times before. I think you guys may have met her at various points as well, because she's been on at least one of the Hangouts too when other folks were on here. And here she is. Jax, how's it going?
Morning. Good. How are you guys?
Hello.
Doing well.
Good. Glad to hear it.
So we're we're filling time with the.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. So Jax and Real Laura B, they run the podcast Movie Myths and Monsters, and they have been like two of the most important figures in the Justice for Johnny Depp movement that has been uncovering this case, releasing it to the masses, the case that the mainstream media doesn't want you to hear, right?
That's very kind. First of all, thank you. That's quite a compliment, but yes, I guess so. We have certainly done those things, yeah.
Absolutely. Jax. You guys have put in blood, sweat, and tears for, well, I don't know if you guys have actually bled or cried about it, but I know that you've put in a lot of time and effort into making the details of this case public, and you've done God's work, to be honest.
Thank you.
So I want to give you guys all of the best props on everything. So if you want to see like everything front to back, also they have a really great sub podcast, Road to Fairfax, on their Movie Myths and Monsters. We're going to link it in the description. We're doing all this on the fly, but we'll get that. Yeah, Road to Fairfax. So
we did it. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you guys continuing the project in any fashion after this case?
It's sort of up in the air right now. Since the trial has been obviously very thoroughly covered, and that series was sort of the lead up to get people introduced to the case and what had happened all before April 11th of this year, between the UK case and the filing of this and back to the divorce and all of that, and sort of going forward. I'd like to do something else, but not 100% sure right now. So we'll just kind of have to see after the verdict and how things shake out, I guess.
CQ series, the road from Fairfax.
Right, exactly.
Hey, Jax,
yes, sir.
It must have been. Was it frustrating knowing the information you knew outside the trial, watching the trial, and be like, "Oh my God, why are they bringing this up? There's so much here that they're not bringing up." How did that feel watching the trial for you?
It was infuriating.
What are some of the major pieces of evidence that you think the jury isn't going to hear, but that would have made it easier for them to come to the conclusion?
The biggest one for me is the tape from Australia, because Amber is on it, admitting stuff, saying, "I didn't mean to hurt him. I'm sorry. I can't live without him. Did I do this to the whole floor?" And Johnny's doctor's on the tape saying, this is guilt, what she's going through is guilt. She shattered the phone. She did this. She did that. I think that's a major one that was left out, as well as
why that was left out? Why was that left out? That was really important.
One of his security guards that's on the tape passed away. So my guess is that they couldn't authenticate his voice. So that's my best guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which is really unfortunate because that's a bombshell and totally destroys. Amongst many other things, it's actually like a 5-hour long tape. I think most people don't know this, but I actually worked with Brian. If you guys know that Brian fella.
Yeah, we just read the second letter that he posted.
Oh yeah, so to put that tape together, it was the audio was an absolute mess when it came to us, and so I sort of helped him cut that down to size with all the glass crunching and phone notifications going off. But in that, the other thing is that you can just hear that no one is concerned about Amber whatsoever. The final tape winds up being about 90 minutes long on his YouTube channel, I think. No one cares about Amber at all. It's like, take some Seroquel and get out of here so we can clean this up and find Johnny's finger. It just would have obliterated a lot of stuff that she said if the jury had been able to hear it.
And the weird part about that is that she's saying that such horrible things happened to her before while the finger was getting cut off. The bruised face, like she's supposed to be tattered, and no one's concerned about it. So yeah, it's
not at all.
Oh my god,
it was like an Avengers fight scene in there, like through the ping pong table and all this nonsense.
And she came out, either she's Wolverine or Superman. That's what we're trying to figure out. Where she can get injured and she's just good the next minute.
It's crazy. You can hear her walking around in hard shoes. She's walking around in the floor in hard shoes, and that sing-song kind of horrific voice that you've heard on some of the other tapes talking to the other people in the house.
Where she's trying to like from the kitchen video where she's like, what happened?
Yes.
Like that?
Yes.
The I'm really sweet and I'm trying to soothe you kind of voice.
At the very end, she's talking to Jerry Judge, Johnny's security guard, and she's like, I know we didn't get a hotel room yet, but like, is it okay? Oh my God, shut up.
Oh geez.
That's actually kind of scary. Somebody that's able to rampage like that and then turn on that sweet girly voice. That's terrifying.
It's very scary.
And then go into court and put up their hand and lie about it to the whole world. When
the lying, the perjury, which is clearly what it is, is what's really getting to me. I mean, my goodness. And the thing is that the judge has to field all of that evidence in order to admit it or not admit it. And she's seen all this evidence. So I really wonder what her personal thoughts are, although she's very professional and she doesn't let anything show. But I would love to know what she feels in her heart of hearts, seeing all this evidence that the jury hasn't seen, and then seeing Amber get on the stand and testify that way. That's got to be very upsetting.
It's very difficult. I actually, I know Alita knows, but I went to the trial. I was there for the whole 7 weeks. And I just got home on Monday night, but sitting there and watching it and listening and actually realizing that she left out a lot of things that she had previously testified in the London case.
I know that.
Because they were just totally destroyed by further evidence coming out in the 2 years that have passed since that case. It really, yes, it will make you upset for sure.
So if I could, since you brought up the UK case, and I kind of scoured through the UK testimony a couple of weeks ago when I was prepping to cover this, and something that I saw that I was thinking would come up in this trial but never came up were in the UK case, Amber made a lot of allegations against Johnny of him being racist. Like racist against, it was wild. Like she made some wild allegations that he was racist against Black people and said like, derogatory terms and things like that. And I was like, I wonder if she's gonna like drop that in this trial. And she never did. And so did you see do you know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about. Do you know that Amber likes to do confessions through projection?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I thought she didn't bring it up. Tell me.
I think her tweet, right? Her tweet.
There's more than a tweet. There's some text messages. There's an email.
I really do feel like a summer child here. What did she tweet?
Well, she tweeted about a. Let me see if I can find it real fast. I'm sure these guys will be.
Edit. For
it was a day without something. I can't remember exactly what it
was. It was about.
Oh no,
there was a DUI checkpoint. Yes, she tweeted about there being a DUI checkpoint in West Hollywood, and to make sure your various house employees would get home safely, something like that, in a derogatory way.
Yeah, no, I got you. I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, don't let the safety thing throw you.
No. There's also been a text message between her and one of Johnny's other security guards that was released that was quite unpleasant, and an email with a photo where she says stereotypes are fun, something like that, with a gentleman sitting with a Colt 45 beer on the sidewalk. Yeah.
Well, that's very interesting. I know Natalie had to leave, but that is very interesting if that's a component of her story that just gets completely dropped, because you do get the impression that those stories are just constantly bouncing around. So, yeah. Natalie, you were off for the moment that I just complimented you, but I was just I was just saying that that was a good find with the UK stuff, because I had no idea she had ever even advanced a kind of racism ball against Johnny, and then dropping that completely. It really does feel in that full context like she's just searching for things to hit him with, and going with what she thinks works, and it's just such a horrible feeling. This is a horrible day. I really thought when people say, "Oh, we destroy Rick's innocence, he's a sweet summer child," all these various things. It's like, no, I've seen stuff, people. I have been through this trial.
There's just so much.
And now I'm like, today I feel as gross as I did watching the second day of her direct. I'm like, no, not really, right?
Yeah, that someone can be that awful.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
I'm going to go with my kids after this.
I'm going to have to jump off real soon. I just, I wanted to come on and talk about Dune, and then I got such a treat with your guest, Alita. But before I go, I do just want to say that I never brought up what I found in the UK testimony about the racism claims, because I was waiting for her to say something in the trial, and it never came up. And so I was just so glad to hear from someone who went through looked at the UK case. And I really think that's indicative of somebody being Amber with some really serious mental health issues. She's just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what's far be it for me to cape for anyone, because I don't know anything really about Johnny Depp, but I really just don't get the feeling that after all these decades, no one's saying anything, that all of a sudden he's just super racist, and it just came out of left field. So I just thought that was interesting. Okay, bye guys. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for backing me up, Natalie. Have a good one.
Bye,
Natalie.
Yeah, it was nice to see her kind of airdrop in.
By the way, I know she just left, but she's pushing 100. Everybody go over there and like and subscribe to Natalie. She's awesome. And I just wanted to say that in close proximity to her being here.
Natalie's the best. Go like and subscribe. Absolutely. I actually didn't think I thought she was over 100 already. I 100%.
Oh, yeah.
And that's not just because she backs me up.
She is, like one of the most valuable channels that you can absolutely follow on YouTube is Natalie Lawyer Chick, and I'm about to also link her in the description as well.
Yeah, Natalie's
along with I'm updating Jax's Twitter.
Okay.
So just need to do a few of these things at the same time here. Okay, and description's too long now.
Of course.
Too much context.
Okay, here we go.
4,000 characters.
I will be taking some things out there. Okay, here we go. Okay, there we go.
So if you wanted to, Jax, how much more awful stuff could you show me? Just out of curiosity. Is there a lot out there?
A lot, yeah.
Okay, all right. Cool. Yeah. Cool.
Snaps.
There we go. Okay. So, all right. So we just went through the first and the second letter of Jennifer Howell to Whitney Henriquez.
We did. Now, and Nate referenced a declaration. Do we need to read that, or is that already covered by what we've done?
I have screenshots of it of the declaration that somebody sent me that we can go through if you would like.
I think it's good to the extent that it's claimed, it's not claimed, but offered by people in the comments that these letters aren't authentic. I mean, I have no idea as to authenticity of the letter, but it is absolutely consistent with this declaration.
And the declaration
they're authentic.
Yeah, so
they're authentic.
We can do a quick
I think if you could get around the show right now and say, "Hey, did you write this?" to Howell, she'd say, "Yeah."
Yes.
I don't and that's how you do foundation, folks.
Exactly.
You write these?
I mean, it didn't get into evidence, so we're not applying that standard to it, but I think it's authentic. That's my guess.
I'm just joking. So legal jokes.
So here's the first page of the declaration.
Okay.
Whitney worked for me at a nonprofit organization I founded 22 years ago. I have learned that Whitney testified in court July 23rd in London about a violent incident in March 2015 on the stairs at Johnny Depp's penthouse. She testified that Johnny supposedly hit Amber and Whitney on the stairs at Johnny's downtown penthouse. Then Whitney said she had to go live with her employer. Go live with her employer.
Now that's a YouTuber reading that sentence.
Right. Go live.
We'll do it live. Where she had to sleep on their floor. I am that employer. This is not what I was told to be true. First, Whitney came to live in the guest room of, and I'll pull this back so that I can pull up the next page.
Sure. This is StreamYard.
Do you guys know how this started with Jennifer Howell? How she got involved in the case?
No.
The origin that we have, or that I have, is that Whitney moved in with her.
So what happened was, in the London trial, Whitney was on the stand talking about that she had to go live on her boss's floor. And an attorney that we all know and love over on the Depp side of Twitter, named Adam Waldman, decided, I wonder who that boss is, and looked her up and found her. And she was, first of all, mortified that Whitney said that she had to stay on the floor. She gave her own guest room and everything in her lovely apartment. And that sort of started this whole entire Jennifer Howell ball rolling.
Okay, so she isn't approached before the Sun trial then?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
So now she says, I knew Paige heard Amber and Whitney's mother. Paige shared with me. Although actually, I feel like we might be missing some pages here.
Well, that's 8.
2. Oh no, this is page 2. Okay. So maybe this is okay. Paige shared with me while I was visiting Whitney that Elon Musk had gifted a Tesla or multiple Teslas, not sure if it was one or more, but Amber found out that they were quote unquote bugged. Paige told me that Amber said Elon was controlling, abusive, and that she was in a legal battle with him over the rights to embryos that they had created together. So far, all of this is lining up. He wanted to destroy them, and Amber tried to keep them to have a baby. Paige told me that Johnny was either an angel or a saint compared to Elon, and she wished that Amber and Johnny would reconcile. Paige also told me the reason Johnny and Amber broke up was because Amber was violent and emotional and loved Johnny so much that she could not control it. I was indeed taken aback because this conversation occurred after the divorce and when Hunter was only a few months old and I was at Whitney's house.
Well,
Whitney told me that Amber and Johnny were still in touch and that they were each other's true loves or something to that exact sentiment. Whitney was still going through the emotions of having had a baby and all those ups and downs. And I could not believe that Amber and Johnny's relationship was being discussed while Whitney was the one who needed to be the focal point and needed our support. This is so far tracking.
Well, so it's either a very sophisticated fake in the other letter or that letter is her.
Yeah.
And Chad is saying there's a page in between. I don't know if there is or not.
Okay. When Amber got into legal trouble regarding smuggling the dogs into Australia, she asked me to write her a character reference about her charity work, and I did so. We had given her a humanitarian award. She volunteered with the charity and attended events for the charity. I am still grateful for that. I knew nothing about her personal life behind closed doors until I became close with Whitney. When Amber was in trouble with the Australian authorities, she asked me to write a character letter in support of her, which I did. I wrote on behalf of Amber for her volunteering with the charity.
And is that in trouble with the authorities? That's like people have been texting me about dog licensing or something like that.
Yes.
It was importation of animals into a foreign country.
Okay.
I believe, right?
Jax,
is that
correct? Yes. Without declaring them. She smuggled the dogs in on the airplane.
Oh.
Yes. There are very specific rules for bringing in animals into and out of the country. You can see it when you fly into LAX from the Bradley International Terminal. They've got all kinds of signs that you walk through as you walk out of the airport saying, "Do you have a parrot? You might have problems."
Yeah, she's under investigation for perjury still in that matter in Australia.
Really? Okay.
Yes. For perjury and suborning perjury.
Oh.
Yeah.
Later, when Amber and Johnny were divorcing, $7 million of the proceeds was supposed to go to charity. I learned that none of it would be directed to the Art of Elysium, which Amber had been closely associated with for years. Instead,
this part
I
actually
understood.
sounds bitter. I mean, like this sounded bitter in the original letter, which is fine. You're allowed to be bitter about this. It's just it does come across as bitter.
Yeah. Instead, I understood it would all go to ACLU and LA Children's Hospital. I asked Amber's publicist why, and when she and Amber had been so eager to use our name in the press during the divorce, and when the funds would mean so much to a small organization like ours, would Amber direct all the money to these other two huge charities that she had not been associated with? Amber's publicist told me that they were more prominent charities with a more significant press reach and got international press. Then, months later, a $250,000 donation came into our organization from an anonymous donor on behalf of Amber Heard. The funds did not come from Amber. I believe this donation came from Elon. My lawyer brain first wants to ask, how does she know that the funds did not come from Amber?
Because there's a check from Vanguard.
And she knows that Amber doesn't have Vanguard?
Yes, it's known to be Elon's source of charitable funds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
ACL, you said the same in terms of they got it from this particular account and they believed it was Elon's. Like there must be something that indicates it's Elon.
Yeah. Okay.
By the way, Jax, it is nice to have you here because like we've been watching the trial, but we don't know this stuff. And it's just nice to have that instant confirmation. That's the
no.
I saw, Twitter started tagging Laura and me, like, can you guys please go on Legalbytes? I think I was the first one who saw it. So.
Can you help these poor
I
people?
texted Alita, like, you guys want some help?
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, sure.
It's just a bunch of attorneys flailing around.
No, absolutely.
We know the law, maybe not the facts as well.
Right, that's okay.
I mean, we've been catching up to speed, but it's this stuff that hasn't come into trial yet that we're still trying to sort of contend with here.
Yeah.
Years later, on July 24th, 2020, I received 2 subpoenas from Johnny's attorney after Whitney testified about sleeping on my floor following the stairs incident. The following day, I spoke with Johnny's attorney, Adam Waldman, for the first time. I told him the stories of my experiences with Whitney, Paige, and Amber Heard, and he asked me to give this declaration. I shared the names of the Art Elysium staff who worked during the same time as Whitney, who also heard these things and more, and willingly gave access to my emails, texts to confirm dates and timeline of all stated.
This is all July 2020. Mm-hmm. She hears about it in the Sun case. Adam Waldman contacts her immediately. She declares and writes those letters all within a week.
Yes.
Okay.
Waldman looks really good here. I mean, that's very diligent for him to follow up on that just off from stray testimony in the UK case.
He sure does.
Adam Waldman is a king.
I mean, it's everything that I have heard about Adam Waldman through this case is that he is a freaking rock star.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, but this, just like we were saying, though, this is consistent. Some of it's different, but it's completely consistent. There's just some things discussed here and not there, and vice versa. But
and that's
it's
totally
absolutely
allowed.
Consistent.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. So, did she ever? Oh, yeah. Duh. Did she ever suffer a deposition? We saw the deposition.
Yes.
We said the missing page is about the stairs. So, I mean, I'm going to assume that she says the same thing in the letter and then in the declaration. But
yes.
That's what I would have been interested in is the stairs. So, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. So Andrea Smith says, thank you for being respectful of DV survivors. I survived a violent marriage. My channels are hard to watch because they assume what a real victim would do. As a JD supporter, I think it's a disservice to what he tried to do here. Thank you so much for a very generous super chat. And absolutely. I mean, that's one of the things that we always are trying to be careful of, is not to fall too far down the rabbit hole of assumption and conclusion, really. Because as we are all sort of navigating our way through this trial and through the evidence and through this area of law, there's always a possibility that there are things that you don't know and that you don't understand if you haven't experienced them yourself. So we've tried to be mindful of that. I also apologize if we haven't been fully mindful of that at all times. We're always trying to do our best. So Andrea, I really appreciate that. And I'm very sorry for the experiences that you've been through yourself. I really hope that you've been able to move beyond that you're in a much safer place, a much healthier and happier place, and that you can live for the rest of your life without ever having to worry about that kind of crap ever again. So I do know that that there still was one page from that that declaration that we were sent, but there's one page that wasn't coming up because I believe it got skipped. So unfortunately, but
do you guys know the Declaration of Vince Jolivet?
Who is that?
So he comes out of this same situation with Jennifer Howell. This wasn't used, but he submitted a declaration. I can read it for you very quickly if you like.
He works at Art of Elysium?
Yeah.
He worked in that building and he dated Whitney for a little bit, and he worked at James Franco's production company.
Okay.
He says, I'm the producer of films such as The Sound and Fury, Dubious Battle, a bunch of stuff with James Franco. Wonderful. In 2016, we shared offices with the charity, The Art of Elysium. At the time, Whitney Heard was working there. Whitney and I became friends, then dated in the summer of 2017. She was an extremely hard worker, smart, easy to talk to, and nice. During a conversation we had in the spring of 2016, I asked Whitney why she had moved in with Jennifer Howell, who lived 2 floors above my office. She relayed to me a story about having to stop her sister Amber from attacking Johnny, and in the process, how Amber almost knocked her down a flight of stairs.
You have multiple people giving legal declarations on this.
Yep.
I would also like to know if it was at all possible. I mean, if Jennifer Howell couldn't come in for impeachment of Whitney in person, because I understand that based on, like Nate pointed out very correctly in that second letter at the top of it, that she's like, I've reviewed all of the declarations and all the stuff. Like she basically is, after her deposition, there's no way that she was going to be allowed to come in, most likely because she's seen too much of all of the other testimony. But if there were other witnesses that because I mentioned those other names that she identified in that letter too, that I was like, if there was any possibility that any one of them could have come forward, that would have been really great for impeachment. They could have done the same thing that Jennifer could have, based it and just say like, hey, look, Whitney came around to the office and said all this other crap that is completely inconsistent with what she just told the court.
Yes, it's unfortunate. There have been quite a few hijinks in the background, which is probably the best way to put it.
Okay.
You know, you've seen some of it with Jennifer's posting her apartment being broken into and stuff. So I think people just decided to stay quiet.
That's
Well,
really
I mean, it's interesting. Well, you know, you got multiple people attesting to that version of the story. I think you're getting pretty solid that at bare minimum, that's what Whitney told folks.
And Travis McGivern witnessed it. He witnessed it.
That's how it's much closer to what Travis McGivern said, isn't it?
Yes.
So yeah, I don't think I can devil's advocate my way around this. So yeah, I don't think that staircase incident happened as we were told.
Yeah.
No.
It's definitely really, really hard to do that. So, but I have now gotten that missing page from the declaration. Do you guys want me to pull it up and read it?
Yeah, just briefly, maybe just a little bit.
Okay. So it starts on the at the end of the first page. First, Whitney came to live in the guest room of my apartment, and now I can show this of my apartment on Wilshire Boulevard.
Just in the chat, I'm sorry. It says Hoeg is seeing the light. I've been on this panel with Hoeg a lot. I think it just makes me chuckle, but I think he's seen the light prior to this, but I guess he's really seeing the light today.
Well, I've said that Johnny has the better end of the case. So I guess this is nice in terms of maybe confirmation, maybe even confirmation bias, where you look at this and you say, yeah, that checks out.
Yeah,
that fits with what I have developed for my worldview. I mean, to me, one of the things that's nice about it is like you didn't get everything in, you didn't get everything perfect, but even with our rules of evidence and our, the crucible of our judiciary, it's like I feel like I was here. I feel like this is what I thought about the various case strengths and who was telling the truth and who wasn't. I just didn't have the silver bullet that these seem to be more of a kind on. So
absolutely
I don't know.
agree.
I feel good about our process because I feel like this matches up.
A lot of this is new to me too.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say though that it is very heartwarming to see that you guys have gotten there without seeing this stuff, and I myself have not seen this stuff either. So for me also, it is pretty much like, okay, there's a lot of crazy crap, and everything still checks out.
Yeah, no, it matches up.
Yeah. So she says that Whitney stayed in my apartment on Washel Boulevard, not on my floor, but in my guest room. Second, when Whitney arrived, she was a mess. Whitney told me she tried to stop her sister Amber from hitting and attacking Johnny on the stairs. Whitney said when she tried to intervene to stop Amber from going after Johnny, Amber nearly pushed Whitney down the stairs. She told me she was worried Amber was going to kill Johnny. She told me she had endured that kind of abuse her entire life, first from her father and then from Amber, and who she said was extremely violent. She lived with me because she did not feel she could go back to live at the Eastern Columbia building. My father reminded me this morning that I told him that Whitney had moved in with me because she was terrified of her sister.
She's so consistent on where that knowledge comes from.
Yeah. Yeah, really.
There's have you shown them the video of Whitney on that sort of reality TV show thing?
We did see that. We did see that. Yeah.
We did. So while Whitney was living with me, she told me Johnny kept checking in to see how she was doing and that he called her sis and she called him brother. Whitney said to me on multiple occasions that she did not know why he was staying in the relationship nor why he was putting up with Amber's abuse. Whitney shared with me the damage endured by both her and Amber as children and the injuries she had suffered from Amber both psychologically and physically. Whitney was devastated during this time and my heart broke for her. When Whitney came back from New York, I believe it was for Tribeca Film Festival, the Adderall Diaries premiere or both, she shared with me and everyone in the office that Amber freaked out, attacked Whitney, and threw a wine glass full of red wine at her in the elevator. While Amber and Johnny were in Australia, Whitney was in the office, sitting in the black and white chairs near the kitchen and loudly proclaimed, "Oh my God, she has done it now. She has cut off his effing finger."
Those letters are hers. If those letters aren't hers, then somebody's just really, really good at copying the declaration style. Okay.
It's almost word for word. It's almost verbatim.
Yep.
Yeah. So
well, and we know why, because there's not a lot of time to fake those. They're all like the same day or within 2 days, like everything she wrote. So
yeah, that may even be a black and paste job.
Yeah. Well, and I think it was cleaned up a little bit, right? Like you can see the lawyers making things sentences and then like
let's add some sentence structure to this.
Can you please explain to me what you're talking about with the charitable donation again? Sure. Okay, we'll make sentences out of that. But yeah, damn, wow.
And this is the ICE tweet.
Oh, it's an ICE checkpoint tweet. Oh my God. Okay.
You guys want the other ones?
Sure. Might as well. I mean, we've got time to kill.
The other ones, Jax.
Oh goodness.
Okay. All right.
We're hanging out here. And we also are going to be listening to the Australia audio. I know that Incredibly Average, also known as that Brian fella. What's that, Rick?
It sounds like after I come back.
Yeah.
I have to go in about 15 minutes.
Yeah. So we'll do that afterwards. So that you can also hear it, because the chat is adamant that Rick listened to it and that we all see his reaction when he listens to it. So I've got this one from that Brian fella's YouTube channel.
Who is this person?
He has a channel called Incredibly
Average.
Average.
Not that person. Amber Heard. No. I'm not, you thought I was just like really like animated about this.
Who is this person that everyone keeps referencing? Has really good information.
Yeah, I'm not. What? How dare you? No. It's just like who is Amber Heard, man.
So to answer this super chat, Stephanie Beisel says, I think Jennifer rings true. Why wasn't she subpoenaed? And her charity staff and anyone else? Might that suggest that this letter is a beat up? She was subpoenaed. She said she was subpoenaed in her letter, and in fact she was deposed. And you can only be deposed as a third party if you have been subpoenaed.
It has sincerity. I think there's portions on the edges where she maybe goes too far with her hypotheses or whatever, but the kernel of what she's saying has sincerity. There's no question.
Yeah.
Alita, I sent those photos to you in DM, Twitter DM.
Okay.
Photos.
Great. Let's see here.
Of the texts and such.
Okay.
There
we go.
Okay. All right. What do we got here?
JDAMB. So who are these texts between?
So this is between Amber in the red and Johnny's security guard Sean Bett in the blue.
Okay. I don't want to read these out loud.
No, you don't have to read them out loud.
Everyone.
We'll just all talk.
No, just let it
at it silently.
Right.
Let it simmer. Let it simmer.
Just peruse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all right, I get it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I like how professional the second blue text is.
Yes. Yes. I don't condone any form of racism or prejudice. Oh my goodness. And then
I just like it because if that is bad, it's like that is very much, you know what, this could come up in a trial or evidence of some kind. Just to be clear, anybody reading this text exchange, I'm not.
I feel like he's probably thinking, you know what, I've been around Johnny Depp long enough to know that things can get out, and that if I were to say anything like that or agree with anything like that, it would 100% get out. So why would I even even like for a second agree with any of this stuff? Oh God, stereotypes are fun. Oh,
I see. Okay.
Oh, that's
an email to someone or a text.
It's an email from Amber to someone. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sure.
Oh.
She likes that kind of joke.
Yeah. It's mix of race, disability, dependence. God, that sucks. That really, I don't like to see that. And there's a lot of heartbreaking images like that around downtown Los Angeles too. I mean, Jax, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, we see why she didn't want to carry that issue into this trial.
Right.
Because all of those photos would come out as impeachment, of course.
Yeah.
My.
We're a long way from the chinchilla of evidence, folks.
Definitely away from the chinchilla. Diane Tincher, thank you so much for this generous super chat. Says didn't consciously choose to become a narcissist. JD didn't choose to become passive in the face of abuse and run away. Childhood trauma plays a huge role in the development of ego defense systems. Sure. and JD both need compassion and understanding. I to a certain extent, yes, they both need compassion and what they have been on the receiving end for. And anyone, I would say both of them, just like anyone else in life, needs accountability for the actions that they took.
Yep.
So, you know, I don't give Amber a full pass, right? Just because she's been through trauma herself. So has Johnny Depp. So, yeah. RH says question. Oh, thanks so much for this generous super chat. Says question for Jax: are there truths and experiences with Amber from her co-stars or production crews that the public isn't aware of? I find it curious more people who have worked with her haven't come forward.
I would say for sure there are, but people just aren't going to speak on that in the way that you want them to. You know, I mean, we've got Stephen Crowley, who's come out with a podcast and sharing a lot of his experiences with her. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Popcorn Planet vid with Steve Crowley. Most people just aren't going to say what it is that you want them to say because it's a very tight-knit industry. It's a very small circle of people on a certain level, and everyone wants to keep their own job.
Completely understand that. Yeah. Midnight Joker, thanks so much for the generous super chat. Says Verdict Watch 2.0, waiting for Hoeg to listen to the tapes. Chef's kiss. That was a chef's kiss from yesterday. Okay, thank you. Because I was like, either that's a chef with an Italian hand gesture, or it's a chef's kiss.
He's just an angry chef. You never know.
Yeah, it could be an Italian chef. I love Italian food. So, you know, I'm all about that too. Sandy Hall says, Jax, do you know anything about Amber losing her license for 5 years as a teenager and the possible vehicular manslaughter?
I don't. I know what all the speculation about it is, but I believe those records are sealed. So there's not really a lot of info about that.
Kirsten Kristen says, Jax, is the whole SF audio out there somewhere?
Yes, it is. It's in evidence on the Fairfax website.
Do they but we're not able to actually play the audio file from there, right? It's just a listing of it, right?
No, you can get it. If you guys, Kristen, if you're listening, go to Christina Peikel's Twitter account. She has downloaded all of the audios, and they're also on her YouTube channel. She's been putting them up there. I don't think the San Francisco one is up yet, but I think it is in her list on her Twitter account.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah.
She and I have been in DMs as well. I know she's been having some issues with monetizing her content, which really sucks. It's really unfortunate because I know she's had a lot of good stuff related to this trial as well.
Oh yeah. She's been in the trenches since day one too.
Yeah. Chris Charles says, question, JD team not do foundation for JH letter / depot. Yes, there was I don't know if this was a flub or a mistake or if they just were not intending to do this. I don't know why they wouldn't be intending to do this, but what they arguably should have done is during the cross-examination of Whitney, should have addressed these different communications that she had with Jennifer, rather than just invoking her name and then not saying anything further about her. Because it just, I mean, they could basically, arguably, they could have asked, right, on the stand, they could have said, okay, this is what you said about the stairs incident, but you've told others a different story, haven't you? You told Jennifer Howell a very different story, didn't you? And she either says yes or no, and they go into it, or she lies on the stand and they can impeach her. Nicole Barabo says, didn't JH testify she sent the letter to her business partner to keep as a CYA? I don't remember that. It could be.
It would make sense.
Yeah, because that would at least put a date and time on it, and another witness saying this letter did exist on this date. Candy Corn says, has LawTube delved into Incredibly Average's first 5 YouTube videos debunking Amber Heard's claims are next level testimony-worthy forensic-like analysis? If not, will you consider live streaming a review of his vids? Well, actually, probably better yet is just to have him on the channel himself. To talk about all of his stuff, and then if he would like to go through some of his stuff too, but rather, because I definitely wouldn't want to just pick through all of his content and just bootstrap that into my channel. I feel like that would be probably unfair. It's probably better just to have him on the channel to talk about it, and direct everybody over there. I definitely don't want to be doing anything inappropriate there. Detective Seeds, although we do have one bit from his channel on the Australia tapes, because that's the main source where most people have gotten that. But I don't want to go through all of his stuff, basically, because I feel like that's going too far. Detective Seed says, get those likes up, chat. I want to see 8K likes on the screen, please. XOXO. Thanks so much, Detective Seed.
Yes.
Very generous of you and very kind of you to say, if you guys are enjoying this video, like the video. We've got over 33,000 people in here just hanging out with us while we wait for this jury verdict, right?
Hangouts and verdicts someday.
Hangouts and verdicts. Yeah. So, I mean, if you guys like the video, then it YouTube algorithm pushes it out further, so the more folks can join us in this chat and send us more stuff to look at and talk about. Epicurean Bard says, please address, it was said in a super chat earlier, but it sounds like anti-gaslighting, trying to remind Whitney of her own experiences. Yeah.
Well, I mean, she's talking about perjury and recanting. So, I mean, I think the overall thrust of the letters is that you know what the truth is. Mm-hmm. It's not so much, I feel like you've been gaslit, as you know better than to perjure yourself.
Agreed.
Yeah, I do think so. So aside from the Australia tapes, what other videos have not made it into, or videos or audios have not made it into trial that you think we should dig into?
To be honest, even I heard some new ones while we were in court. I was sitting next to Brian one day on those benches, and they started to play the one where she's like, with that ridiculous voice, is it for your book? Is that good for your book? And we just grabbed each other like, oh my God, this is new.
Is that the laugh? Is that the Joker laugh?
Yeah.
Someone in the chat said that we should ask you about a punch video. Do you know what that refers to?
I absolutely do. There was a piece of security footage CCTV from the apartment building, from the condo building in downtown LA, that many people claim to have seen, which is in either the day or very shortly after days after the alleged phone throwing incident on May 21st. There's purported to be a video of Amber and Whitney and maybe somebody else on the mezzanine, where Whitney throws a fake punch at Amber's face, and they're all like giggling and laughing.
Okay, we looked for it today.
It doesn't exist. It was deleted. It was deleted. But
Okay.
Isaac Baruch, Brandon Patterson, Trinity Esparza, who was not called as a witness in this case, but she was in London, and several other people claim to have seen that video.
Oh, I bet it exists somewhere.
Right.
I mean, it's in somebody's hard drive or
it's somewhere.
It's somewhere.
That would be very interesting if later on down the line that gets released at some point. That would be very, very interesting. I'm sure a lot of people would be curious about it.
From Isaac Baruch, and I'm not even being facetious. I mean, we do get the sense of what happened and real testimony in court about that incident. But yes, the video would be better.
For sure.
Yeah. Susan Snyder says JD is lucky to be alive. Concerned for him regarding verdicts in his favor. Yep. Yeah. Yep. I mean, Andrea Burkhart the other day texted that it was the anniversary of Phil Hartman's death at the hands of his wife. Very terrifyingly similar situation.
Yes.
So I'm very glad that Johnny was able to get out when he did, as terrible as this whole thing has been for him. Gio Rio says, question, if the counterfeit of Amber wasn't there, could Adam Waldman still have been with the attorneys on Depp's side? I mean, in Virginia. So counterfeit blocked Waldman.
Countersuit. No, that's not what happened.
Oh, yeah, they meant.
Oh, it was the countersuit of, well, Adam Waldman still could have been on Johnny Depp's team if he's not a party to the lawsuit, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Or I guess he's not a party technically, but a party adjacent figure.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he would have been implicated as a witness at the very least, or he was implicated as a witness at the very least. So if he wasn't,
on the countersuit. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, exactly. So there's no, I mean, because there are certain rules for an attorney also acting as a witness in a particular case. And usually it's just much cleaner to have that attorney not also represent the party if they also have to testify as a witness at some point. It's just, there are all kinds of reasons why that can get messy very quickly. So if there was no countersuit, then that would have been, there would have been no need to clean up for something like that. So ostensibly he would have stayed.
No, that's not what happened. He was removed from the team about a year ago. The judge removed him.
When was the countersuit filed?
It's not about the countersuit. It's about the way that he was releasing evidence.
He leaked evidence in the case?
Not, well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
All right. By the way, speaking of Waldman, part of his deposition was, I got kicked off of Twitter. Do you happen to know what the origin of him getting kicked off of Twitter is, and does it relate to Amber Heard and Johnny Depp?
Yeah, that's the only thing he was tweeting about, hence the release of evidence we were just speaking about.
Okay. All right.
It all comes together.
He was, from what I understand, he was first reported, well, I think, Amber's fans for releasing private information or whatever, they got him on a 12-hour suspension for not redacting an email address or something like that on something that he had put out. And then not too long later, his account wound up permanently suspended, but he has, I believe, his own suspicions about why that happened and not related to her fans.
Huh. All right. Yeah. All right. Well, Alita, I have to go practice some law.
Okay. Before you do,
yeah,
I'm seeing purple hearts in the chat and folks saying that Emily D. Baker just crossed 600,000 subscribers.
600?
600,000.
Wow. Congratulations, Emily.
That's
You won't hear this because you're too busy making content and collecting subscribers, but congratulations. That is awesome.
That is amazing. I am so thrilled for her. so happy. Oh my gosh. Yes. I can't wait to congratulate her personally because she is wonderful. She's an amazing attorney, amazing person, a beautiful friend. And I absolutely, I love all of the advice that she has given me over the months that I have known her, months, over a year. I feel like it's been over a year at this point, at the very least.
Been a while, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a bit. It's been a bit of time. But I absolutely look up to her as a female attorney and a YouTuber and just a person in general. She's just such a fantastic human being, and I'm so thrilled. Few people would be more deserving of that subscriber following than Emily D. Baker. She's amazing.
Emily kicks ass. We can say that. I can swear a little bit on this channel.
Emily D.
Baker, you kick a whole shitload of ass. All right,
Yes!
That's for you. All right, I gotta go.
I'm looking blue today.
I'll see you in a couple hours.
Yep. See you, Rick. So all of that about Adam Waldman getting kicked off of Twitter is, of course, very shady.
It is very shady, yeah.
And it just seems like the only reason why he could have been kicked off is because of this case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's on the wrong side of the narrative. They're going to come at you.
Bingo. Yeah.
Alrighty.
And Twitter's new owner isn't going to help any.
Yeah.
Connections to the case and all that.
He would generally. He would generally, but not in this particular case.
Right.
I mean, who knows what any one individual is going to do? We can all think that we know what somebody's going to do based on past behavior, but I mean, who knows, right? He also has proven himself to be quite the maverick, I guess we could say, like, doing things that sometimes people don't. Oh, Indy, come on.
Oh,
it's because Mr. Bites is home and she's excited to see him. Hi, Mr. Bites. Love you. Stony CC says, the question is, knowing the info you have gone over tonight, how fearful are you the jury may make the wrong conclusion, not knowing the extra details? I don't know how, but there should be a criminal trial. Well, I'm not fearful. I'm not fearful. I'm really not that fearful because this doesn't change anyone's opinion on this panel, right? Like, right. And these are people that came into this trial not knowing anything about the case. And in fact, like Rick was saying this morning, I think it was actually on his channel when he was doing Hangouts and Headlines, that he was saying, he's like, if anything, I was actually maybe more not anti Johnny Depp, but more in the camp saying that sorry, I got a little bit distracted because I got a notification on the screen. But he said that, if anything, I was saying that Johnny was not likely to win this case because these kinds of cases are really, really hard to win. So I was like, there's no chance. But then the evidence started to come out on his side. And I was like, actually, he has a pretty good case, but let's hear from Amber Heard. And then he heard from Amber Heard and he's like, nope, that's it. She's done. He wins.
It's kind of the amazing thing, right? Like, that we've all watched this thing unfold. We all read the transcript from the UK, but having it be televised live is really it's a shocker, right? When you watch that whole thing happen on the stand. Mike's like,
I just couldn't believe how bad Amber was on the stand, and I just, as an attorney, I just think, hey, you've prepped your client. Didn't you at some point say we gotta figure something out here?
Yeah, I wish you guys had seen her 2016 deposition, because I think you would have been more well prepared for what was about to happen.
Can I have just
I don't know if they ever had
1
that
second real quick?
conversation with
I've got to step away for a second. Are you guys okay to chit chat for a minute?
Yeah, we'll chit chat.
Okay, cool.
Do that.
All right, Jax, what's the name of your channel? I saw it in the chat earlier, and I know that she'll put it in the description, but some people were asking.
For the podcast, you mean?
Yeah.
It's called Movie Myths and Monsters.
Okay, so it's a podcast. It's not on YouTube.
Not a YouTube, like Apple, Spotify, real podcast, not a YouTube thing. Yeah.
Why don't you do YouTube?
I don't really like to go on camera that much.
You're doing great.
Like, as you can see, I just rolled out of bed and turned my computer on and have
I saw that someone asked if I was basically in a robe. I'm like, no, I'm not. It's a fleece, but
I have no care in the world for my, worldwide appearance. So.
Well, you're doing awesome so far. I mean,
Thank you.
That's cool. But like, how long are those podcasts?
Some of them are several hours long.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way to do it when you get into this stuff.
There's no other way to do it.
These are all complicated messes of stories, and
I think the shortest one is maybe like 45 minutes, but some of them are upwards of 2 hours.
Yeah,
it's a mess.
Well, that is cool. I didn't know you till now. I will check it out.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Because this is all the fun information that obviously didn't get in, and I saw some of it. I saw the appearance on the reality TV show where she's showing a bros.
Whitney, yeah.
And I saw the statement that she gave. I didn't see the letters, but I saw the thing that she filed with the court. I can't. Jennifer Howell, was that
Jennifer Howell?
Just talking about that is literally almost everything that I've seen outside of the evidence that's been entered.
Okay,
but it's a lot. I mean, just
that is a lot.
Those two are damning.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you guys followed only this trial, and I know that Rick didn't look at any outside evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Besides what the jury saw, and you came to the same conclusion as the rest of us who have followed it from minute 1 of 2016, then everything's okay,
Yeah, and I wasn't even trying. It's just I was on the trial, and then I actually still have to practice law, and then so there's only so many hours in a day. So I wasn't even trying to avoid it. I just wasn't looking at it because I didn't have any other time.
Sure.
But yeah, no, I definitely came to the conclusion. And as an attorney, I'm thinking you've got a high burden. I always thought that he was, not always, but very early, I thought, well, she's sort of the aggressor in the situation, but I still don't think he could meet his burden. And after it took a few weeks of trial, I'm like, yeah, he's meeting his burden here. He is.
Yeah, I mean, she's a menace.
Yeah, she is.
I'm also seeing in the chat somebody asking me to ask Jax about AH Walled Minion tweet, please. It's quick,
the Walled Minion tweet.
Yes.
What they want to see the tweet? That's where the Walled Minions comes from.
Yes, because that was something that did come up at trial. It was referenced briefly, and if you don't know what it is, it's like just kind of confusing, and it's the kind of thing that can be easily forgotten because it's like a random tiny detail that unless you like took it down as a note, like what is that?
Walled Minions?
Yep. Do you remember that?
I'm like learning new stuff. I sat through not all of it, not like Alita, but like I sat through a lot of this trial. You can attest to that.
Yeah. Amber started it.
And I learn new things every day.
Yeah.
It's Amber did it.
The Walled
Minions. We hijacked.
We'll let the Walled Minions take over from here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we took over the damn tweet, of course.
It's kind of like my Law Talk with Mike Nerd Herd.
Yeah.
I like it. It's nice.
Marianne Thorson, thanks so much for your generous super chat. Says, hey, Jax, and good morning.
What's up, Marianne?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you're doing well today. Jax, thanks so much for joining us here. This is awesome.
You're very welcome.
Hanging out and going through some of the stuff that we never quite had a chance to go through before. And now, and I remember before the trial when I had you and Laura B on, I had CVJ Raw on, I had Tug on, and I was kind of going through some of this stuff. And there's just so much information that I was like a bit overwhelmed to start like really digging into the stuff that now I feel like after those conversations and the trial, now I know where these various pieces kind of fit in my brain. So I'm able to dive into the Jennifer Howell stuff, dive into Walled Minion references and all this other stuff. So I'm really thankful that you're willing to come on and talk about this stuff.
Okay, well, here's my question to you, Alita.
Yeah.
Do we get in? Do we get talk to Jax and Colonel Kurtz's of the world and have them straighten us out on this Marilyn Manson situation? Or do we go in there all virginal, like, okay, let's just hear the evidence from the get?
Well, that case has just been filed. So we are on the beginning edge of that defamation case. It was just filed in March.
Yeah,
So
I actually really don't know anything about that one. Colonel and Andrea are your people to talk to about Manson.
Yeah. So
and then you never know if that hits trial either. I mean, you can have a lot of stuff happen before that, and someone says, "Yeah, okay,"
Right.
Or they could look at this example, depending on what happens, what this jury does, and say, "Do you want to go through that? Do you want to get the Amber Heard treatment?"
Right.
So let's see here. I know that we're trying to show the super chats that are addressing Jax, especially since I always feel bad when somebody's on for a period of time and then they leave, and then we like later finish going through all the super chats, and I'm like, ah, crap, like I'm so sorry we couldn't put this in front of this person, especially if it's a question that's very specific. So here's one. LS says, Jax, why didn't we see any text from Amber Heard to her friends like the ones from JD?
I don't really know. My best guess, I guess, is the compromised phone data situation. I don't know, because we saw a ton of them in London, and there were a few that really did not look great for her. But I don't know. Do you guys know, like, legally something?
I don't know that any have been actually produced. So
right.
They can't. I mean, obviously, if they haven't been produced, you can't admit them. That's like a very stupid answer, of course.
There were some from her to Johnny right after the May 21st incident where she's like, the lawyer's making me do this. We don't have to go through this. It's like, it's bad for her. Like,
we're getting a lot of requests for some knife texts in the chat.
Ooh,
knife text? The Josh Drew knife text.
I don't know which ones, but I that's what happens when you read the chat and then you mention a couple times. Everyone's like, Mike.
I know.
I can see you reading it.
I'm seeing a lot of it. That's for what it's worth. That's the request.
I'm not reading the chat. So if you guys want something, just let me know. I have to see if I can find this. The knife. I know what you're talking about. The Josh Drew knife texts. Here they are. Alita, you want me to just send them to you?
Yeah.
Can we read these?
Yeah. Yeah, you can.
So these are through the DM?
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
I do the same thing. You know, we all get trolled with the inappropriate super chat, and then I do the same thing. I'm like, all right, I'm not reading that, but thank you, and let's move along.
It comes with a photo.
We're like,
okay,
yeah.
So yeah, there's two of them here. Alrighty, yeah. So these are first. It looks like text messages, and then, oops, wrong one.
Yeah, at the bottom of the text layout, it says attached file or link in red. So then that's the photo right below.
Got it. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, and here's a question also, and we'll answer the super chat too real quick. Living Dead Girl or D3 Ad Girl says, Jax, has Toronto tape not been released?
Yes, it's on the website.
Okay.
So on the Fairfax County Evidence website. Once again, Christina has them all, I think, labeled and nicely sort of laid out.
So you know what? Maybe I need to have Christina on the channel also.
You should definitely have Christina on the channel.
Okay.
She just woke up.
Okay. Got it. I will.
But sometime, yes.
Okay, then I will for sure have her on. Oh yeah, folks are asking me to zoom in. I'm sorry, guys. I know this is very, very detailed and very small here. Okay, so custodian is Amber Heard. 22 messages. All right. We've got participant 0, participant 1. So AH and Josh. So it looks like the blue is Amber Heard, the yellow is Josh. And the text messages start on January 13th, 2015. So about a month after the December incident and the James Corden show and all that kind of stuff. And then they end on the same day. So basically it's like a 45-minute conversation, basically, or 40-minute conversation. All right. By the way, before I start reading these out loud, because I often Ron Burgundy these things, I read them aloud and then realize, is there anything that's going to get me in trouble if I read it out loud?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you. I trust you. So this is
no,
the yellow
it's
is
sort of all like alluding to something, but there's no like swearing or anything, I don't think.
okay. At least swear words, when I get to it, I'm usually pretty good at censoring those. But like the jokes from the last two images, like the racist
Oh yes,
kind of
no,
stuff.
there's nothing like that. No,
Okay. Hey lady, so this is from Josh. Hey lady, I'm going to make us some dinner when I get back from the airport. You or JD interested in joining us? And then she says, duh. And then he says, get the F out of here. That's awesome. No problem. We'll bring it over when it's ready. And then she says, but Johnny is getting my tattoo tonight at the house. 9:30 would be perfect because it gives Jay and I time to talk. Otherwise known as me threatening his life if he misbehaves while I'm gone. Oh, well, that's fun. That's very fun. Why was this not introduced? Because this is this is an admission against her interests. Why was this not introduced? This is my number one question right here. Okay. We'll continue.
Yep. They were in London. You can see it's an exhibit.
Okay.
This is in the London case? The UK case?
Yes, sir.
Huh. Then he says, I think 9:30ish for dinner, prob. We'll keep an eye on him, probs. I'm picking her up around 8 or so. And then she says, Jay and I have to have a little talk tonight when we get home, probably till like 8, and then we're cool. Rock gets in at 9:30, right? You guys want to come over after that and hang and eat and drink? Perfect. And then he says,
there are messages missing. There are messages missing in here. You'll see as you go through.
Okay. Oh, is it because of the numbers here? I'm looking.
Yeah, if you go down to the next chunk of text that you're about to read, it'll be apparent that she's replying to something that you're not seeing. But you'll see the photo.
Okay. Oh yeah, there's it should be a 8185 right here. That's missing. Okay, so then he says, I'll bring them just in case. She says, good man, ha ha ha, so pretty. Oh no, that'd be far too easy. I'll bring them just in case. Interesting. And then he says, oh, Amber, you don't use it. You just show them to him. Attached file or link. And then she says, I guess I could reconsider. Wow. All right. Now let's show the image that was attached. As I'm guessing the other image that you sent me.
Correct.
Oh my. Oh my.
And we've seen the one she gave him, right?
There it is. This is what he said to show her, or for her to show him during the conversation. Holy schmoly. Why was this not admitted? This should have been 100% admitted along with that knife that was admitted before.
Yep. Wow. Oh, no, you didn't.
That shows she's using a knife, or she's at the very least entertaining the idea that she is okay with using a knife as a threat. Whether or not she actually did show any knives to him during that thing, but like she already says that she's threatening him to get her way or whatever through this thing, to get him to do what she wants.
And how in the hell did the UK court come to that conclusion? I don't know. Well, okay.
We would love to know. I have theories.
I have a theory as well, which I won't say, but yeah.
So, and then someone in the text or in the chat is saying it's probably hearsay with all of Josh's texts. You could still you could still get the stuff admitted. At the very least, the text that she has, like her texts are her words. That's an exception to hearsay right there, or in some jurisdictions, technically not hearsay.
You can put it in through her. You can say, "Hey, did you have this text conversation?"
Right, like they did with Johnny.
Yeah, put her on the stand and say, "Yeah, we just keep reading the text and say, did I read that right?"
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I think it's like abundantly, clearly shown that she has no fear of this man whatsoever.
Yep.
Yeah. And in fact, she's willing to try to put fear into him for purposes of this relationship.
All the audios, all the texts, all the nonsense. She's not scared of him.
Not one bit.
No.
Hiya, thank you so much for the generous super chat. Says the jury asked for only 45 minutes for lunch. Can we assume that means they're close to a verdict? No, because yesterday they also asked for a shortened lunch too. So I think that they probably are just maybe feeling like they're making progress and they don't want to break for too long, but they know that they need to take a break. I don't know. I'm not sure. Also, there's a question in the chat. Family Man Donnie wants to know, could you ask Jax to talk about Io threatening Incredibly Average? Holy cow.
Yeah, that's the thing that happened.
Interesting.
I know Brian's at work right now, but I'm sure he'll be okay with this. It was a long time ago. So Io did threaten Brian. Let me see if I can find this.
And Faye9, thank you so much for this for the super chat. We before I even saw your question, we we answered it. Tim Jakob says, question, Jax, did RP lie about the 911 call in front of the ECB? It was the first call on May 21st.
I'm not sure what the question is. Did she lie about the 911 call?
I know that there's been this question that's really floated around.
Is it who made the 911 call? Is that what the question is?
It could be, because that's the question that's been floated around a ton. Is who made the first call, who made the second call? Because to me, like looking at it from someone who came into that information through the trial, it was I think the second or third police officer that we heard from said that they got two calls that were patched in through the NYPD, suggesting that those calls came in through New York.
It's the one call comes in through New York, which is Io. And then gets dispatched to the LAPD. The very first call, we don't know definitively who made it. Have you ever heard it? It's ridiculous.
Haven't heard.
No,
the audio.
You haven't heard it. Okay.
No,
it's ridiculous.
So there's also audio of the 911 calls that we can listen to.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh God. Okay.
It's so stupid. Everyone's guess is that it's Raquel. But she refuses to identify herself, and it's just stupid. It's the most boring 911 call for an assault you've ever heard in your life.
All right.
Yeah.
Anticlimactic says, Jax, please explain the kick on the plane.
What do you want me to? I'm not sure what to explain. There's an audio tape that just came out in the trial where Amber's trying to gaslight Johnny, saying that he kicked her on the plane, and he says, I didn't kick you on any plane. And she goes, I know, and then keeps going.
All right.
Yeah.
Ashley Byerly wants to know, what does Jax know about Eve Barlow?
Nothing, mercifully.
Ben Bernanke says, Jax, you should write a book.
No, thank you.
Jordana Plaza says, Jax, San Fran tape is sad. Talk about it.
It's very sad, yeah. She shows up there she breaks the TRO and she shows up in his hotel room. This girl is not scared of him. Tries to get in. She gets in his bed. She tries to get him in bed, and he's obviously having a catastrophic breakdown. It's a horrible thing to put on tape.
Yeah. Yeah. Jojolina7 says, hi, Jax, objection speculation, but just asking for your opinion. Do you think Whitney and Rocky hit AH to make a mark for TRO, or do you think it was makeup/bruise kit?
I think it was makeup.
Okay.
There's no swelling in that photo whatsoever.
Okay. Oh, and then and then I'm also seeing in the chat, Family Man Donnie says the Rocky 911 call audio is in the same video Incredibly Average talks about Io threatening him. Interesting.
Yeah, I have a tweet with it also. I can just send you with it.
Okay.
If that's faster.
Sure. And then MB also says in the chat, how about the flight attendant that was on the JD rebuttal witness list?
No idea.
Do you know any? No idea.
I know that there was a flight attendant on the rebuttal witness list that wasn't used. I'm not sure what the circumstances are. I know that the forensic pathologist was not used because she was a rebuttal to someone that Amber did not wind up calling, which I think is bullshit. Sorry.
That's okay.
Because I think it would have been really awesome to have someone who does autopsies and identifies markings on people's bodies for a living to go and say, this person does not have a broken nose. This bruise is not consistent with any attempted homicidal act that she just described. Like, I thought that was some fuckery.
Yeah. Yes. Leela Love says, Jax, can you talk about Amanda de Cadenet and Amber Heard? I know a little bit about this one.
I think I know. I'm not sure what you exactly want me to talk about. She, was propping Amber up. I think that it was a farce because Amanda's all over that elevator footage with Amber in the days after that May 21 incident. There's a really great video of Amber looking like a loon tossing food over her shoulder in the elevator, with Melanie, the makeup artist, and Amanda and a couple other people standing there. And then she goes to Amanda's birthday party on the 22nd. There's nothing wrong with her. Anyways, Amanda, let her go on her podcast and do this whole DV advocacy parade until the tapes came out. When Adam Waldman put the tapes out in the Daily Mail in February of 2020, that was a wrap. It was a wrap, and Amanda ran for her life.
So, and the tapes specifically that you're talking about, those are the Tell the World Johnny tapes, right?
No, well, yes, it's that one and the I wasn't punching you, I was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, blah, blah.
Yeah. Also, I have a question to ask you, or a request to ask you about the spliced sound from Detox that was made to seem like it was on a Boston plane ride.
I believe it's from the Bahamas.
That was a question that came up independently on our channel too, that folks had said. I can't remember exactly how it came up, who said it, but someone suggested that could also very well be a fan on a very hot tropical island in the background that is made to sound in a certain way. Like it sounds like you're on a plane, but that kind of moaning sounds like the level of pain that he described when he was going through Detox.
Yeah, if you listen, well, it hit me actually one day. Once again, I was sitting in the stupid courtroom with Brian. They played the video that Tara Roberts took of the island home where she's kind of turning in a circle, and you can hear the AC going. And I turned to him and I was like, that audio is from the Bahamas, which I had suspected for quite a long time, but I didn't have that piece to put together. You can hear the air or the generator outside in that video that Tara's taking. I really do believe that that's from that Detox trip, not from an airplane.
I do too, especially because when they put that out there during trial, there was no anchoring around that either before or after. When Rottenborn was asking him about that on cross-examination, like there was nothing about like, and then on the Boston flight, like you did this, like I remember Johnny, he actually asked on the stand, he was like, wait, I'm sorry, when is that supposed to be from? Like what? Like he actually seemed legitimately confused, and all of us were like, huh.
Yeah, well, it's just another moment of like, why are you recording that? He's not doing anything other than being in pain, which I get that you sadistically enjoy that, but he's not doing anything.
Also, I mean, look, I've never been on any of these substances myself. I haven't really spent much time around folks when they are on those substances that I know of. I don't know, maybe I have and I'm not aware, but like, when you're on these kinds of substances, usually that's not the reaction. That's the reaction from needing them and coming off of them or not having them, right? Like, because usually those are when you're feeling pretty good. You're feeling pretty soft. You're feeling like things are going pretty well.
Everything's chill and great. Yes.
Exactly. So everything about that just felt off to me. Very and especially off. Because they couldn't commit to flagging it in a timeline. That was just so suspect to me.
Did you notice that Rottenborn did not ever one time ask Johnny about any incident of violence?
You mean where he was violent with Amber? Oh yeah, of course, because that would be the one question too many, because he would get the response from Johnny saying that never happened. And he would say it in a way that was convincing to the jury.
Totally.
Yeah.
Not one time. Everything was like, did you write this to Paul Bettany in 2018? Who gives a shit? Yes.
Another like question that I've had in my brain that I think we've discussed it on the channel during some of these hours that we've been, talking about this trial and, watching this trial and commenting on it. But like, even those text messages, I don't quite understand how those are admitted, because even if they are technically hearsay or technically they're an exception to hearsay, because those are damaging texts that are ostensibly written by Johnny. Yes, of course. Sure. Yes. But like,
but not to her.
What's the relevance? What's the relevance here?
Because there is none.
Yeah, like they have to be relevant. And number two, there's an evidentiary rule saying that even if they are relevant, the prejudicial nature cannot outweigh the relevancy of that evidence. Because if it does, then it shouldn't be admitted. So
go ahead.
I don't know. I would be curious to be a fly on the wall during those discussions when they were arguing over that piece of evidence, to say like, no, this absolutely should not be properly admitted in this case, because this is ridiculous. Like even if you think it's at all, relevant because it shows some sort of, like, I don't know, what can you say about it? That he has some sort of violent nature, that he has some sort of violent words, but that even gets to character evidence. Like
he's very good at his enhanced sentence structure, I think.
Yeah, but at the very least, though, the thing that was good about it when he was confronted with those on the stand was that he made it very clear how it is that he talks and the kind of language that he uses.
Yeah, exactly. So, who cares? I don't care. Like, if you're really gonna wrap that clear Monty Python reference with embellishment into something, like, get out of here,
Yeah.
I don't care. So the other thing is that Amber did not know that those text messages existed until 2020, because they were accidentally released to NGN's legal team during the Sun case. 70,000 texts were released to the Sun. How does that happen? And they never would have existed in reality of the court cases if it were not for that egregious mistake.
Yeah. Here's another question for you. Jana Clements says, question for Jax. Do you know why the Stephen Deuter's texts about the airplane were allowed in the UK trial, but not this trial?
I guess because Stephen testified in the UK and they brought it up. Stephen didn't testify here, so he couldn't authenticate them, and they're hearsay. I'm not a lawyer. She's to my left.
Yeah. I think that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Mandy says, Jax, the extortion letter and AH text to JD, were they shown to the jury? I can't remember.
I believe the extortion letter was, but not the text, which sucks.
I think that they were talked about during his divorce attorney's deposition at
Laura
trial.
Wasser. Yeah,
but they weren't published in front of the jury like during the testimony. So I don't know if they ended up being admitted or not for them to take a look at during deliberations. So
yeah, I don't know.
So actually, maybe that's another thing that we should go through at some point if we've got time. I mean, hey, we've got so much time to kill.
We've got time. I'm not that great at sort of stacking up what was admitted and what wasn't, because I have so much shit about this in my head. So I'm sorry, I don't know.
No, and also, to be fair, it was confusing following this case with the deposition testimony. The what was actually admitted through those witnesses and what wasn't, because it wasn't very clearly flagged, and really it can also be very difficult to flag that stuff too.
Yeah.
So I don't blame you at all. There's been generally some confusion on what's been admitted, especially through these depositions.
Mm-hmm.
So Mr. DNA 1987 says, hi Jax, was the Stephen Deuter stuff from London as bad as it sounds? Heard there's a reason he wasn't in this trial as much.
I don't think it's anything. I think it's very obvious what they were all doing, and it's not difficult to explain at all. It's 3 texts from Stephen to Amber's that Johnny says he's so sorry, blah, blah, blah. He cried, this, that, and the other thing, and they're all going. You can hear it from Stephen's own testimony in the UK. Stephen had to be marriage counselor in the middle of this nonsense. They're all just placating her, just telling her what you want. You hear the same thing in the San Francisco audio when Johnny just goes, fine, I headbutted you. Like, for the love of God, shut up. Because she just doesn't stop until you give her that word that she wants to hear. So like, fine, sorry I kicked you on the airplane, just go away. You know, yes, fine, I headbutted you in the forehead. Can we move on from this conversation? I think it's all very easily explained.
Okay. Cynthia says, Jax, didn't the UK judge order JD not to sanction AH for providing privileged evidence?
Yes. It's very odd to me, right? To like have a judge from another country interfere in an American proceeding.
Yeah, that is also a very strange thing that could be enforceable in an American court like that too. Right. I've never experienced this kind of a case where there's this kind of overlap between 2 foreign jurisdictions, like not just interstate, but foreign countries. So I don't know enough to know whether or not that is properly enforceable. Well, I mean, I guess if they haven't gone for sanctions, then I would, I guess, assume that a deal is a deal.
She gave all of his confidential evidence to NGN, all of it. Ridiculous.
Delicious Cheat says, Jax, any idea what the evidence was that AH's lawyer rumbled off at the end? Judge A said she wouldn't stay for him reading the whole binder. That was...
I have no idea what this means. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So that was the evidence that couldn't come in. So he was doing what's called a proffer of evidence, which basically...
Oh, baby rotten born. Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yes, baby Rottenborn. So he had this ginormous binder, of course, of a binder of trees, essentially.
Right. Exactly.
And he's like on the first couple pages and he's reading from it. And what he was doing is that was a proffer of evidence.
Right.
And basically what that is where they go through all of the pieces of evidence that they wanted to get in at trial, that they tried to get in, and that the judge ruled was not going to come in. And so they're putting it on the record to say, we tried to get this in, you ruled against us, this is what it would have done for the case. And you know, they're basically flagging it, they're preserving the issue in case they lose so that they can potentially appeal on that issue. Now, I will say that winning an appeal on an evidentiary issue is very difficult because those kinds of decisions are up to the judge's discretion. So in order to win, you have to win on what's called an abuse of discretion. That's really hard to find.
Right. Sorry, I'm laughing at something.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. We're hanging out here.
Yeah, we are. We totally are.
Yeah.
Can you explain what Amber Shooter 2.0 is or means, Johnny? No, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard of that either.
I've never seen that. Oh goodness. Show them Josh Drew's UK testimony. Oh yeah, well, he said everything was a mess and just the opposite of what's on the body cam.
Jax, do you believe Elon is behind all this?
Yes.
All right. Is there another one? Okay. Yeah. I know we've got all kinds of questions for you in the super chats. I know it. Cam M says Waldman was distanced due to his discovery. Well, I don't know so much about his discovery, but what he was doing with the information that was being discovered, it sounds like.
It was, Amber's team said that he put out information that was marked as confidential. It was not. And that turned into a big fight. And I don't know the intimate details, but he wound up being removed from the case by Judge Bruce D. White, which was Judge Penny's predecessor.
Okay. Also, Estella Robs in the chat says, can you please review SD witness statement? So SD. Oh,
Stephen Duders.
Stephen Duders. Okay. All right.
His
Sure, why
witness
not?
statement. Yeah. Just a moment.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want me to read it?
Sure. Yeah. Do you want to share your screen? That we can put it up on the.
No, actually.
Oh, okay. Or do you want me to share my screen?
Yeah, we
or
can
do you
do
want to
that.
just read it? Okay.
You know what? I can send you the link very quickly.
Yeah, just send it in the private chat.
Yeah. Where are you, Steven? There. Okey-doke.
All right.
There you go.
Cool. Okay. I will copy the link address. Okay. First witness statement. All right. And it is 9 pages. Oh yeah, but most of it's other stuff. Okay, there's even a diagram at the end. Okay, so it's really just like 4.5 pages. Yeah, we can do this. We've got plenty of time after all.
We have so much time.
Yeah,
Sherry's at lunch.
Yeah, and by the way, if you have anywhere to go at any point, let me know also. You are free to come or stay or go or whatever you want to do. So
Thank
for
you, for sure.
however long you want, don't feel obligated to stay if you've got other places to be, but you are
No
absolutely more than
problem.
welcome to stay for as long as you want.
Perfect.
I'm
Thank
planning
you.
on
Well,
live streaming for the rest of the day.
yeah, I think we're all kind of hanging around waiting for the same thing. So
Got it. So we might as well hang out together.
yeah, for sure.
I'll get this question first, and then we'll review the witness statement. So
Okay.
Old Dog says, Jax, you mentioned you don't like being on camera, but you're doing fine. You're a natural. I agree. You absolutely.
It's mostly that I don't care to like get dressed or anything. I'm like, it's fine. Let's just go.
I can completely understand that sentiment. You know what? On days when I'm not live streaming every single day, I'm in athleisure wear most days.
Yeah, exactly. I have my Mega Pint Hearsay Brewing T-shirt company on, and
Perfect.
we're having a nice time.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. First witness statement of Stephen Deuters. All right. So I, Stephen Deuters of London, will say as follows. I was formerly a personal assistant of the claimant, Mr. John Christopher Depp II, and I am now the European president of Mr. Depp's company, Infinitum Nihil. I have worked continuously for Mr. Depp since June 2004. In my role as Mr. Depp's assistant, I regularly accompanied Mr. Depp both for work and for personal matters. From 2004 to 2017, I probably accompanied Mr. Depp on the majority of work trips. Unless stated otherwise, the facts and matters referred to in this witness statement are within my own knowledge and are true to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief based on sources stated within the witness statement. This witness statement. There is now produced to me and marked Exhibit SD1, a paginated bundle of true copied documents referred to in this witness statement. References to page numbers are references to Exhibit SD1 unless otherwise stated. I make this witness statement. Okay. Oh, yeah. I have been shown the defendant's amended defense. Okay. Yep. Purported witness statement. Okay. As a general point, I understand that it is alleged at paragraph 8A of the amended defense that throughout their relationship, the claimant was verbally and physically abusive towards Ms. Heard. I was with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard very regularly throughout this period, and I never saw any cuts, bruises, or other injuries on Ms. Heard. Neither did Ms. Heard ever mention that she was the victim of any verbal or physical abuse, with the exception of the matter dealt with at paragraph 7 through 13 below. Okay. 24th of May, 2014, private flight. This is the Boston flight, right?
Yes.
Okay. At paragraph 8A3, it is alleged that after drinking heavily, the claimant threw objects at Ms. Heard, causing her to retreat to a different seat. The claimant then provocatively pushed a chair at her as she walked by, yelled at her, and taunted her. When Ms. Heard stood up, the claimant kicked her in the back, causing her to fall over. The claimant threw his boot at her while she was on the ground. The claimant continued to scream obscenities until he went into the bathroom of the airplane and passed out.
Did you notice how this story already changed?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Go on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, also, I mean, now the allegation isn't that he went to the bathroom and passed out. It's that he went to the bathroom and screamed in agony.
Oh, it's also that he threw a boot at her instead of now kicked her with his boot on in the back. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He also kicked an airplane chair at her. I had to make videos about this.
Fun times.
Oh God, fun times indeed. Shout out to Tug.
to quote the famous Tug.
Shout out to Tug.
Shout out to Tug, indeed. I accompanied Mr. Depp and Miss Heard on the flight on this date from Boston to Los Angeles, along with Mr. Jerry Judge and Keenan Wyatt, who also worked for Mr. Depp. Mr. Judge and I were able to see Mr. Depp and Miss Heard throughout the flight as our seats were facing them. Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were sat at the central table on the airplane. A diagram of the layout of the airplane is exhibited at SD1, page 1. So that's right down here. This is the diagram that I mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Okay. So there's a table. There's AH, JD, empty, empty. So they're sitting next to each other at the table. Countertop here. So Stephen Deuters was here. Jerry Judge was here. That was empty. That is Keenan Wyatt.
Yes.
Or not Keenan, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then there's a bench and a bed in the bathroom. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. Clear enough.
Yeah.
I love visuals like that.
Okay. A Deuter's doodle.
Deuter's doodle. I love it. That's awesome.
I'm getting tagged like a bajillion times on Twitter right now, so I just want to say this because it's very exciting for some of us. Toby Emmerich has left effing Warner Brothers. Praise be.
Oh, wait, so explain the significance of that.
Oh my God. Well, he's responsible for firing Johnny from Fantastic Beasts and keeping the spawn of Satan in
okay,
whatever that thing is called. Aquaman.
Aquaman. So he's been so now he's been let go. It looks like
he stepped down. It says take that any way you like.
Oh, okay, voluntold.
Correct.
Let's see. He's been voluntold to leave.
Yeah.
That's usually what that really means, right?
Yes.
It's one of my favorite words, to be honest.
Yeah.
So then he says the account relied upon above is completely untrue. As I was sitting on the flight, I could see that Miss Heard was speaking at Mr. Depp in an increasingly aggressive manner, whilst he was focused on his notebooks, within which he often wrote or drew when flying.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I had my headphones on, so I could not hear the specifics of what she was saying, but I could see her gesticulating, and I could tell from her manner that her voice was raised. She continued to harangue Mr. Depp, whereas he did not engage with the abuse he was receiving. At some point, Miss Heard stood up, and when her left side was towards Mr. Depp made a playful attempt to tap her on the bottom with his shoe. From where I was sitting, I do not believe that Mr. Depp made contact with Miss Heard. Given the position in which Mr. Depp was sitting, it would have been impossible to kick Miss Heard in the manner in which she has described it. The level of movement would not have been possible from Mr. Depp's seated position, given the layout of the aeroplane. However,
it's true.
Yeah, because he was inside. There's a table that kind of keeps him from jumping out. Yeah,
and you can't even lift your leg that much. If the table is out and you're sitting in the window seat, you can't really lift your leg very much. Like you're going to smash your knee before you get anywhere else.
Yeah. That seems about right.
Mm-hmm.
So then, I just want to make sure that I've got this. Okay, given the layout of the airplane. However, Miss Heard took great offense at what was clearly a harmless gesture and increased her abuse of Mr. Depp in an extremely unpleasant manner. By this time, I had taken off my headphones and I could hear Miss Heard shouting at Mr. Depp. I cannot recall the specifics of the abuse, but I do remember her making out that the attempted tap was a significant issue. At this stage, Mr. Judge and I decided to intervene in order to attempt to calm down Miss Heard. who was now hysterical and was shouting at both of us words to the effect of, "Did you see him kick me?" Mr. Judge took Miss Heard aside, as he often had to do when Miss Heard regularly lost her temper, and attempted to calm her down in another part of the aeroplane. I believe I spoke briefly to Mr. Depp, and he then retreated to the bathroom of the plane, where he remained for the rest of the flight. This was a common theme on the multiple times when Mr. Depp was abused by Miss Heard. He would take himself away from the situation, often to a bathroom, and lock himself out of harm's way. During the course of their relationship, I remember Mr. Depp telling me that he would lock himself in the bathroom on multiple occasions, and I remember turning up to find him locked in a bathroom on one occasion, although I cannot remember specifically when this was.
No.
At no point did Mr. Depp kick Miss Heard to the ground, nor did he throw a boot at her. Further, it is alleged that he pushed a chair at her. This did not happen and would have been impossible in any event, as all chairs in the plane were fixed to the floor, as has been the case in all flights on which I have traveled. It's just, yeah, the idea that you could move any plane or any chair around on any plane is insane. Like, I haven't been on this kind of a plane before, but I've been on many planes before. There's just a general sense of safety because of takeoff and and landing and all that kind of stuff, that things have to be very secure.
Right. So like the seats do move. However, you have to engage it. You have to engage a lever in order to release the seat, and you can swivel it around. I made a video with my nephew, actually, which is really funny, making him move the airplane seats on a jet, and then letting go of the lever, and you're instantly locked into place. So there's no way to throw or kick. You would have to hold the lever up, and then if as soon as you let go of it, the chair's going to stop wherever you. It's just stupid.
Because if it were that easy to move chairs around, the moment you have turbulence, people are in a very unsafe condition.
Yes, it's not like a deck chair.
How in the world would that plane manufacturer be able to exist? Because the United States is a very litigious society. The moment that one person gets remotely hurt by one of those moving chairs.
Of course. Actually, I got on a plane one time, and one of the seats was broken, and the pilot was like, "Oh, don't sit in that one. It's not working." And so I sat in a different chair, and yeah, the thing was like kind of shaking around. So, like, no, you don't sit there. That's not how it's supposed to be.
Yeah. It's just the problem is the kind of lies that she's making are easily impeachable.
Yeah, well, you can also see how she like exaggerates everything into like a volcano instead of. It's the same thing as when she says that Adam threw a newspaper at her in London. Like, bro, settle down.
At some point, that grows to like he threw a whole newspaper box at her.
No, it grows from
he threw a mailbox at her. He threw he picked up a mail truck.
The truck. That's where I was going to. Yeah, he sits down with the paper of with the Kate James headline on it, and it's a little bit of a jackass, but I love him. So sits down with the newspaper, and then you just like that, like, here, look what you've done, sort of thing, with the newspaper headline of Kate James and the stolen assault story. That becomes, he threw the newspaper truck at me.
Oh, good Lord. I also just updated the pinned comment in the chat, guys. So if anybody in the chat has a question, and if some folks are asking, like, whose declaration is this? This is Stephen Duder's declaration. So obviously this is, he wasn't a witness at trial, and this declaration wasn't going to come in at trial. So this is just kind of like extra information that we didn't get to see, but we're looking through it now. This is choice. Although, I mean, her claim about him pushing a chair at her also came up at trial, because this is not fully new information for me. Also, like, this rings a bell for me. So I'm quite certain that it actually did come in. She made some kind of an allegation that he pushed a chair at her.
Yeah,
because I remember thinking about that during this trial. Like, how is that possible?
It's not.
Yeah. Immediately after the flight, Miss Heard continued to insist that Mr. Depp had kicked her, both to Mr. Depp and to me and Mr. Judge. This was the exact word she used when she described the incident to me and to Mr. Judge and Mr. Wyatt, despite the fact that the incident took place as described above. The following day, on May 25th, 2014, Mr. Depp asked me to try to mollify Miss Heard and to say whatever was needed to try to placate her. I cannot remember exactly what he said, but it was words to that effect. Given Miss Heard's extremely volatile nature, I thought it best to try to engage with her on her own terms and simply apologize for what she was alleging had happened. Hence my use of the word kicked, which is the word that Miss Heard herself had used. As I have made clear, Mr. Depp had not kicked Miss Heard. By this stage, I had learned from my interactions with Miss Heard that her anger was a constant issue. Accordingly, I always tried to simply engage with her on her own terms and to be as nice as possible. Yeah, it's the placating abusive people thing, right?
Yes.
January 25th, 2015. So this is 10 days after that text exchange between Josh Drew and Amber Heard about the knives. God, I can't believe it. I still can't get over those text messages. I still think that, like, ever since seeing those, I feel like those should have come in. Those really should have come in.
I know.
There's a lot
of things.
There's a lot that came in, but those would have like that knife already on its own was pretty damning in my opinion.
I agree.
And that text exchange would have just sealed it. It would have absolutely sealed it. I would have had zero doubt about that to be like, okay, biatch, like this is nuts. Like you're like
oh,
I'm trying to keep
crazy.
It clean. I'm trying to keep it
like
clean.
That Steve Harvey gif. Oh, you crazy.
But yeah, because it's just you know, because she tries to explain it away, of course, to say like, oh no, it's because he said that the only way out of this is through death. So we're we're saying till death or whatever. Someone in the chat says the text about the knives did come in. Are you sure? Because this is brand new to me.
I don't recall that. I could absolutely be wrong, but I don't recall that coming in.
Yeah. So yeah, I have never seen those text messages before, and I've seen every single minute of this trial except for when I had to get up to like deal with the dog or whatever. But that's just like that's been like very small minutes in between.
Dog life.
Yes, doggo. But yeah. So January 25th, 2015, 10 days after Josh Drew and Amber Heard texted each other about threatening Johnny with knives. At paragraph 8A7 of the amended defense, it is alleged that Mr. Depp physically abused Miss Heard in a hotel room on a trip to Tokyo in January 2015. I was not present in their hotel room, but I was present on this trip, and Miss Heard was in good spirits throughout the trip. At no point did she have any cuts, bruises, or other injuries, and at no point did she say anything about Mr. Depp physically abusing her. Okay, so this is actually, so this has to do with the Tokyo trip.
Yes, it's the backless dress.
Yeah, the backless dress that she said she was so concerned about the bruises showing on her back, and then we see photos of her back and there are no bruises. Again, perfectly impeachable. Why would you lie about it?
She's
I don't
stupid.
understand. Well, there's that. Yeah.
Don't have me on your show if you don't want me to speak.
No.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
With you. I don't disagree with you. It's funny because it's like I always want to like, you know, remember the humanity of all of the people involved in these, but it's just choices like
choices
that.
were made.
Choices were made, mistakes were made.
Choices were made.
We all make mistakes.
Mm.
These are some big ones to be repeatedly making. Yes. Right.
Catastrophic failure. No, I mean, I don't think this was ever supposed to happen. Like, to get to the point of going to a trial in London and then again get to a point of going to a trial in Virginia, I don't think that's what was supposed to happen. It was, this plot was purely for extorting him out of the penthouses and whatever the hell else she wanted, and that was it. She never expected him to fight back. That's my honest opinion.
Yeah, that is what it seems like. And I loved how in closing Elaine Bredehoft was like, under California law, you know, she could have gotten half of everything. She was entitled to half of everything anyway because
bullshit.
Because, you know, because that's they didn't have a prenup, and she wanted a prenup and he didn't. That doesn't jive. The logic behind that doesn't jive at all. But then to say, like, you know, that she didn't, why would she need to do this stuff to try to get more money out of him in the divorce? It's like, for obvious reasons, dude.
Duh. Like,
because obviously no one would want those kind of allegations to be out there against them for like even before the Me Too movement. Of course,
exactly.
Who would want someone to come out with allegations against that? Anyway, it's just yeah, exactly. That's right.
Elaine
that's right.
Breadbasket. Oh, Jesus.
Okay. 3rd and 4th of March 2015, at paragraphs 8A, 8 through 11 of the amended defense, it is alleged that Mr. Depp subjected Ms. Heard to a 3-day ordeal of physical assault, which left her with a broken lip, swollen nose, and cuts all over her body.
A broken lip.
Go
with it.
Yeah. Broken lip, swollen nose. The swelling miraculously went down with Amaker cream
and ice.
Yeah.
Now there's like 3 more broken noses, you know.
She actually has 3 noses on her face.
Yes.
You know, little known fact. And all 3 of them are broken.
God.
It is also alleged that Mr. Depp severely injured his finger by slamming a plastic telephone against the wall. Now, this is also like another issue that I have had with Amber Heard's case. Like, the way that they argued it is like
just one issue.
Well, one of many issues. But it's just like, if you're going, like, you can't have multiple theories, multiple factual theories, because the jury is the jury is looking at you to say, okay, what is the story that you're telling me? What is the narrative that you're telling me that I am supposed to believe here?
Right. None of
them. Because that's what they need. That's what they want. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So but if you give them, if you say, well, we don't really know because it could have been this, or it could have been this, or it could have been this, then they're like, okay, but you're not convincing. Then why would I go with your story? Like, the other side is being totally consistent and they're actually making a lot of sense. And all you're saying is, it's not that. It's something, but it's not that. Well, then what the hell is it?
Right.
So this idea that it could have been him cutting his own finger off, it could have been him smashing the phone, it could have been him smashing his hand in an accordion door. They had 3 different possibilities there that they put forward.
Yeah, they have several actually. And Johnny, aside from the PR statement at the time that it happened in order to protect the movie, he has been extremely consistent in telling this story for legal purposes. Aside from the statement that was released by Disney, you know, accident of whatever kind.
Yeah. And that was the impression that I got throughout this entire trial, was consistency. And that's exactly what you want when you are putting on a bunch of witnesses and you are, you know, putting on a case, is that you know, even where you can have the jury will forgive minor inconsistencies, right? Because people's memories are going to be a little rough around the edges, right? Memories fade, things get skewed a little bit, but the main points need to be there, right? Not the difference between Amber's and Whitney's accounts of the stairs incident, right? Even though Whitney is technically supporting Amber's account, she has a different account.
Yeah. She did that in London too with the December 15th incident. She suddenly added blood and hair stuck in the missing chunk of bed frame, which there are miraculously no photos of either. I mean, it's just constant.
So it's those inconsistencies. They really add up throughout the course of the trial, and as we continue to review a lot of this stuff, it just reminds me all over again, oh yeah, they really are full of shit.
Yeah.
Oh man. let's continue. Let's continue.
Continue. Moving forward.
Let's see. I was not present when Mr. Depp sustained the injury to his finger. However, I saw Mr. Depp shortly after, as described below. I had been told by Mr. Judge that Mr. Depp had sustained an injury, although at that time I did not know the cause of the injury. I believe that Mr. Judge and another member of Mr. Depp's security team, Malcolm Connolly, went to the house in which Mr. Depp was staying with Miss Heard. They then picked Mr. Depp up and brought him back to the hotel where we were staying and where Mr. Depp had also had a room reserved. It was at this point that I saw Mr. Depp, who was clearly in a considerable amount of pain. When we were in the hotel room with Mr. Depp, we removed some bandaging from his finger and inspected his injury. We were shocked to discover that the tip of the finger had been severed, the gruesome sight clearly indicating that immediate medical treatment was required. And so, along with Mr. Judge and Mr. Connolly, we took Mr. Depp to the hospital. I believe we were at the hospital for a couple hours before returning to the hotel. Once he had returned to the hotel, Mr. Depp went to sleep. Makes sense. The following day, did he then wake up and make coffee for anybody the next day? Because it's just this idea of adoption of stories by a certain person. The following day, Mr. Depp told me, Mr. Judge and Mr. Connolly, that he had sustained his injury when Miss Heard had thrown a bottle at him, which smashed on his hand. He also told us, and we were able to see, that Miss Heard had put a cigarette out on Mr. Depp's cheek. God, it's so bad.
That's sadistic.
It is. It is.
It's really horrible. I've talked a lot about my parents recently. They're neonatologists, which is a specialty of pediatrics, and so many just child abuse cases where you see cigarette burns. That is a really horrifying thing to do and think of. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, give me one second. I'm getting a signal from my co-counsel.
Signal.
Mr. Bites wanted me to give a shout out to our friend Justin, who he said is watching. he's nice. I guess at home watching. So hey Justin, how's it going? Thanks, nice. Buddy. You're a great friend. You're a wonderful friend, and we love you. Anyhow, so yeah, I completely agree. The sadism involved of yes, there's something about taking a cigarette butt onto someone else's skin.
Yes,
especially children. God, that's disgusting.
But you put it out on his face. That
on someone's face, especially.
I really, I don't know. I don't have words for it. Really, not ones I can say on YouTube, anyways.
Yeah. It's bad. It's bad. Yeah. I love people in the chat saying hi to Justin now too.
Awesome.
Anyhow, but yeah, no, I completely agree. That was something that was very, like, there was a definite shift for everyone on the panel when we were watching Johnny's testimony, when he talked about the finger and then he talked about the cigarette burn on his face. And it was like everyone on the panel was just like, the finger injury is really bad, like really bad.
Yeah.
But there is something about a cigarette burn on top of that that just is cruel. Like there's a certain cruelty to it.
Brutal.
Yeah, absolutely.
The bottle thing I don't think was supposed to happen, right? Like, I'm just gonna chuck this at you, and that's bad enough. Don't throw bottles at people, but there's probably a 1 in a million chance you get that effect, right? But the cigarette thing, that is done with purpose.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, even still, if we were looking at liability for the bottle throw, like that is an intentional act.
Oh yeah.
Like at the very least, like the very least that you would show is recklessness, right? Because you're throwing something, you see someone there, you basically know where that bottle is going, you know what it's made of, you know what it can do.
Yeah.
But like, definitely seems like you get the intent to throw that and to cause harm as well. So
Yeah.
it would be very, very easy to show that. But yeah, absolutely, make no mistake about it. That cigarette burn, there's no way to argue around that. And this idea that he would burn himself on his face is just
no, dude,
wild.
No.
Wild.
Mm-mm.
So, all right. Well, back to the declaration here.
14 hours later.
I know.
Declaration.
That's why this is the perfect time to go through all of this stuff, is to like comment on it, you know? Because we've got all the time in the world, right? It says, alrighty. So then he says so the following day, Mr. Depp told me that he had sustained an injury to his hand because she had thrown a bottle at him, which smashed on his hand. He also told us, and we were able to see that Miss Heard had put a cigarette out on Mr. Depp's cheek. However, Mr. Depp did not want to cause alarm by letting the true cause of his injuries be known. Accordingly, we were instructed to say that Mr. Depp had caught his finger in a door. Yeah. And that, like even though, yes, that is an inconsistency in the story, the logic behind that inconsistency makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
It
would be super great for the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise to go, well, sorry, our lead actor's batshit wife lobbed his finger off with like, no, bro, just anything other than that.
Yeah. And I'm getting requests to make the text bigger. Sorry, guys. Shortly after this incident, Ben King, Mr. Depp's then house manager, escorted Miss Heard back to Los Angeles. At no point did he or anyone else mention any evidence of Miss Heard being the victim of physical abuse. I did not see Miss Heard at all in the brief period following Mr. Depp's injury. Alrighty, let me just make sure that I'm capturing these. The various other allegations. Paragraph 20 here. In relation to the various other allegations set out at paragraph 8 of the amended defense, I was with Mr. Depp very regularly in his period and saw Miss Heard on many occasions. At no point did Miss Heard ever mention any physical abuse, and I never saw evidence of any injury to Miss Heard. In contrast, Mr. Depp told me on multiple occasions that Miss Heard had attacked him or abused him physically and verbally. The first time Miss Heard ever made any allegation of abuse against Mr. Depp was when she filed for a temporary restraining order in 2016 in reliance on the alleged incident at paragraph 8A20 of the amended defense on 21st of May 2016. All of the other allegations at paragraph 8 seem to have only been made subsequently.
That's like everything.
Yeah. In relation to the TRO, I, along with many others, was extremely surprised and outraged when this hit the press. I knew that Miss Heard was the abuser in the relationship, and I was appalled that she would behave in this way. She had subjected Mr. Depp to years of abuse, and I knew she had been arrested for domestic abuse in the past in relation to her former wife. And that is it. Signed by Stephen Duders.
There it is.
I love it. That was great. I'm glad we read through that.
Yeah.
Any more? I'm like more.
What else?
More stuff.
What else do you want?
Let's see. I don't know what other questions do we have from folks in the chat. Okay, let's see here. We've got. What have we not gone through? Oh, is there video proof of what really happened during Thanksgiving? JD with Marilyn Manson.
Yeah. I put out several videos from Manson over the course of the trial.
Okay.
Yeah, they're on my Twitter account.
Okay. My apologies. I have been running a mile a minute.
Notice
so
she
I
left this
haven't-
allegation out.
Yeah.
She left this out
Why do you think she did?
because she knows there's proof of what she said didn't have. It's on video. Johnny's
Huh.
all chill, pouring wine for everybody. The girls are off their asses, and they're having an interesting conversation. Yeah, I think both Brian and I put that out. Anyways, it's definitely out there on one
Okay.
of our accounts. I definitely tweeted the long video. Yeah.
Okay. So let me see here. All right. I'm going through your tweets to see if I can find that video. That was
gonna be tough.
Oh, was that okay? That was probably more than a few days ago then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see here. Just a moment. Got it. It's sending to you.
Okay.
You it's about 3 minutes long.
You said 30?
3.
Oh, 3. Okay. Oh, even easier. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Let's watch it. I'm so excited. Oh, there's a verdict? Holy crap. Hang on.
No way.
It's trending, they say. I mean, this is a very large super chat from
Verdict
Haya.
at 3. Let's go.
Let's do it. Okay. All right, guys. This is not a drill. There's a verdict.
This is not a drill.
All right, Haya, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you guys! Verdict.
Let's go.
Okay, we've got to send out some tweets. We've all got to send out
Gotta tweet.
DMs.
Got to send some text messages here. Yeah.
Okay.
Whew.
Okay. Looks like we have a verdict.
Oh Lord. Hey, great. That was a great way to pass the morning.
Yeah, right? That actually turned out to be quite okay, 1.5 hours until verdict, they say.
At 3
All
p.m.
right.
Eastern is what they're saying.
3 p.m. Eastern. Perfect. Okay.
Hold on. I need to text Brian.
Yeah. Hey, Rick, did you hear? Rick, you there? Can you hear me? You're muted and we can't see you, but there is apparently a verdict.
Where's Christina? There you are.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Oh yeah.
I'm so ready.
Oh yeah, me too.
That didn't take very long, in all honesty.
Not at all, no.
About a day and a half, really, because Friday was only like an hour or so. So all day yesterday and half a day today.
Yeah, and 2 hours on Friday too.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So like about a day and a half.
Yeah, that's not a long time. I mean, for a 6-week, 7-week trial, yeah, that's not a long time.
With a ton of evidence and major, monetary damages at play.
Yep.
Where's my sister? My sister's a lawyer too. It's been fun to watch her follow this.
Oh, I'm sure. Hey, Ron, how's it going? Oh, you're muted for some reason. Can't hear you.
I'm muted?
No, Ron is. Not sure. Something up with your audio.
Hello.
Oh, there you are.
There.
All righty. So where do we stand?
Looks like we have a verdict here. T in Tennessee wants to know, why are they, well, also T in Tennessee, thank you for this very generous super chat, says, why are they waiting until 3? Because the court needs to give enough time for all of the parties and their attorneys to come back into the courtroom so that they can be there and be present for it. They want to give the media a chance to come in, and So that's why they want everybody to have a chance to get in and see the verdict for themselves. So that's why.
So the party doesn't start till 3, huh?
Party doesn't start till 3.
And where do we line up to reserve space? All of a sudden, we're going to get Jack Posobiec, and other.
Well, Jack doesn't have a link to have a link to the
yeah. I don't know,
stream.
man. It's getting kind of loose out there. All right, so I'm going to check in later with you guys.
This is when I say I told you so, right?
Ah, you did.
I nailed it.
You said it would be
Nicely
today?
done.
No, I said I promised it would be when I had the work calls that I just I love my clients, but I said, okay, all right, I think we're done, right? Cool.
But it's not till 3.
Yes, it's not till 3, but it's still exciting, Ron.
It is exciting. Well, I don't really know about excitement, but I understand in theory what it must be like, and that this would be one of the examples.
Pretend that you have excitement capacity, Ron.
I only have the capacity for relief.
Okay. All right. Nobody's making it easy for me today. I'm excited, chat.
All right, I'm going to catch you guys later.
All righty.
Get in.
All righty. See you, Ron. So we do have what time is it right now? I have to do math to find out what time it is.
1:35. We have 1.5 hours.
Okay. We do. Hey, Mark, how's it going?
Hey.
It's time to party.
Okay. It's time to party.
That's what I said. I said it's time to party.
Yeah.
Mark is here to party.
Always DTP. I'm always DTP.
That's what I know about you, Mark.
Yeah, sure. Honestly, I just heard about a verdict coming, and I stopped studying for the bar and just jumped on. So if guys want to know any crazy questions, may I ask one question and just put you all on the spot?
Yes.
Okay, ready? Okay, we'll do Hoeg. You're my example here. I'm an offeror, and you're the offeree. We're going to make a thing here. I offer you some deal, whatever, buy widgets, who gives it, whatever. You respond to me by rejecting me via mail.
Okay.
Before the mail arrives, you change your mind, and you send me an acceptance, also by mail. Now, they are both on my desk, unopened at the same time. Mm-hmm. Is there a contract or not?
I'd say there's a valid meeting of the minds, but I mean, I'd have to really think about it. So I'd say my gut reaction is I'd look some stuff up. My second gut reaction is I'll say contract.
Anyone else want to take a guess at this ridiculous hypo? You don't have to. Don't worry. Anyone in the chat, don't feel bad if anyone here gets it wrong. This is absurd and will never come up.
It's all right. I'm allowed to get it wrong.
Yeah.
It's meeting of the minds is the general rule there. So I think the mind has returned to a valid status without otherwise being intervened by the male force. But Mark is going to tell me why I'm wrong. So
the answer is depends on which one I open first.
Well, that to me, that seems like a bad piece of law because it should matter on the dates in question because it's a counter offer that's rescinded is what I would offer as that particular portion. I would fight that. I would get on the call for that one. Bar exam.
Yeah. Look, the whole point of it, to answer the question of why, if anyone gives a crap in the comments, is the way that I conceptualize it is that all of the mailbox rules are there to make sure that no one detrimentally relies on anything.
Yeah.
Right. And so like, depending on what I open first, they just want to make sure that I don't detrimentally rely on that. That's it. Anyway, I'm here for a verdict. Done talking about that.
I loved it, Mark. I like it depends. Thanks, bar exam. So no, I think you could argue it either way. So I guess that's why it depends. But
what I missed, guys? What I missed?
We got a verdict in 80 minutes.
Yes, we did. We also just spent a long time going through Stephen Duder's declaration, which was, I mean, Jax and I were just we were having a ball.
We're having a good
going
time.
Through it. We absolutely were.
You know what's funny? I had the chat open and I'm watching you change what you're looking at, and I'm listening to the conversations. I'm like, what is happening over there?
we were having a ball. You know, going through the ridiculousness of this idea that you can just push chairs around on an airplane
at people, like with force.
Yes.
Is that what was said in that declaration?
Well,
it's what Amber said.
That's what he was responding to, was that allegation. Also, KWNY Upstate says, Amber messaged me and said verdict was in her favor. She negotiated peace in the Middle East and solved the Kobayashi Maru. Apparently, she won big.
You can't solve the Kobayashi Maru. What have we learned, people?
Maru. Sorry.
What are you talking about?
What you didn't just say what are you talking about with respect to Kobayashi Maru, did you, Mark?
I'm
Star
saying
Trek.
we watched it be solved, is what I'm saying.
You didn't watch it be solved.
Yeah, he beat it.
All right. So
no, we got 80 minutes of Star Trek conversation here now, Alita. It's a takeover.
Or
sounds great.
You guys ready for some Marilyn Manson? Because we haven't talked about Marilyn Manson today.
Sure.
I feel like it should come up every day that we're waiting for a verdict too. So this is the video.
Wait, hang on one second. Just one second, Alita. Chad is saying I need to know about the knives text.
Oh yeah.
What is the knives text? Just can we do it quickly? I want to get to whatever else you got on Marilyn Manson.
So it was about 10 days after the December incident. Remember December 15th?
Yeah.
And guys, we are still going to go over the Aussie tapes because we need to go over them. I have promised them. I'm not gonna go back on a promise to y'all.
No, I'll listen to them.
Heck yeah. So what was I going to say? So yes, the text messages, those are text messages between Josh Drew and Amber Heard. Basically, Amber landed with Johnny in LA. Josh says, hey, I want to make dinner for you guys. Is that cool? And she's like, yeah, first we need to have a conversation, AKA where I threaten his life so that he does what I want. Ha 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 ha.
That's Amber saying that? Okay. All right.
Yep. And so he says, oh, cool, blah, blah, blah. By the way, you can just show him this or these. And then there's like an image. You can't see the image yet. And then she's like, oh yeah, I'll take it into consideration or something like that. He's like, you don't need to say anything about it. Just show them. And then we go through the rest of the text messages and then we see the image that he had attached in that text message. And it is a photo of like 4 very sharp, big knives, a lot like the one that we saw that said hasta la muerte.
These people have interesting conversations.
They have interesting conversations.
You have no idea.
And that text message exchange, in my opinion, should have come in at evidence because those are her saying, AKA where I threaten his life so that he does what I want. That is an admission against party interests. Or a statement against party interests. So that is definitely a statement that could have and should have come in through text messages. And, whether the rest of the conversation comes in is another question. But along with that, those images of the knives, this idea that you along with that, saying that I'm going to threaten his life, saying, oh, you should show him these photos, along with the fact that she has given him a photo or given him an actual very large knife. And along with the audio that we have heard where he's, basically kind of sort of threatening to take his life with a knife. And then she says, that's not sharp enough. Let me give you a sharper knife.
Right.
Holy
we did
shit.
hear that. We did hear that.
Holy shit. Yeah. Those text messages should have, in my opinion, I would have fought to get those in personally.
Yeah.
I would
Did they even try?
I don't know. I have no
I
idea.
don't know.
I have no idea.
I'm going to be back in a few minutes. Christina's on her way over and she'll join me when we get it together over here.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Is she like she's in person with you or another?
Yeah.
screen?
Yeah. She lives like a mile from me.
Oh, awesome. Yeah.
So we'll join you back in a couple minutes. All right.
Sure. But if you want to, don't leave the queue because other people are going to want to come in and I don't want you to get blocked
I'll
out.
just turn my camera
You want to be
off.
on here, you want your spot.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
sure. I will be here. All right.
Exactly.
See you guys in
Okay. All right.
Awesome.
See ya. Pink Moon says 1,000 thanks to you, Alita, and the panel for the awesome coverage. Let's get Legalbytes to 250K subs today. Love from Oslo. Oh, thank
Aw,
you.
Pink
That is so sweet. Thank you.
Beautiful city, by the way. One of my favorites.
I would, I have a family friend that lives in Oslo. I would love to go and visit her, and I would love to go and visit Oslo. I've never been.
Mark, one of my favorite things to do at the front of headlines is say everybody says hi from where they're at. I want you to come on one day and just tell me that you've lived in every single place that's referenced.
I didn't live in Oslo.
Or
I visited Oslo, but I was in southern Sweden, and so you kind of you go to all the places while you're
awesome.
Yeah. Alrighty. T in Tennessee, thank you for another generous super chat. Says, will you take a nap after? No joke. I have been proud to be able to support you in this channel. I thank you, because you really have been have been sending many very generous super chats throughout this trial, and I thank you so much, T. This has been absolutely wonderful. You didn't have to send any super chats, let alone as many as you did, and the amounts that you did. And I'm so appreciative of all of the support that people have given us throughout the course of this trial. It definitely has been a great labor, but it has been a labor of love. And it's been honestly my honor to be able to host all of this and host all of my friends here on the panel, everyone that has shown up throughout the course of this trial, from all of the lawyers to folks like Jax and Laura B was down here. And let's see who else. Of course, Nurse Liz. We've got the psychologist, Dr. Tracy, Dr. Honda. We've had Spidey on the panel. Oh, we've got to tell Spidey. Okay. Someone has to tell Spidey that we have a verdict. I think he'll be very interested to find out also. But I don't know if Rob is still in the chat, if he can hear me, if he can get in contact with Spidey to let him know, because I
can send a message to Rob. I know where Rob will get it.
Yes. Send a message to Rob. Tell Rob to tell Spidey.
Yes. The phone tree has been enabled. It's like a snow day.
It is. T in Tennessee, thank you again for this very generous super chat. Why are they waiting until 3? Yeah, like I said before, it's because they want to give as much time as possible for everyone to get back into the courtroom so that everybody can be there for this huge moment. Whew. Anyhow, Lori, thank you so much for the generous super chat. Says, this is monumental. I just want to say thank you, Legalbytes and crew, for helping me understand this case. I'm a huge fan of everyone and look forward to watching more. Love from SATX. Thank you.
Have you pinned 3 p.m. on the verdict? Have you put that in the chat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Its
awesome.
Pinned comment is verdict is in. It will be read at 3 p.m. EST.
Nailed it.
Hoeg, is it going to say I like San Antonio, Texas? Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. San Antonio is wonderful.
Hey, no. I think it's awesome. It's just, I want to play the game. I want you to come on over to the channel and then just see, like, I would be willing to bet it's a very small amount of people who you have not visited in their home country or city.
Yeah, I've been to all their houses, actually.
That's right. That makes sense. It checks out.
Alrighty. Vic and Wes says it's
Rob said you already did.
It's the 2-year anniversary with my service dog, and we're having a verdict. Also, thank you guys for the encouragement about law school. I'm used to people doubting me solely based on me because I'm disabled. Holy crap. No, don't ever let anybody doubt you. Don't ever take any of that to heart. 100% you are fully capable of going to law school and succeeding in a beautiful way. I had a friend who was on a mock trial team with me who was legally blind, and he was fantastic. He did better than me in law school. So you can have any kind of disabilities, honestly, in law school, especially, I mean, these are just physical impairments. That's all.
Absolutely.
Law school is all about the brain anyhow. So
your mock trial team wasn't called Legally Blind and Legally Blonde, was it?
It wasn't.
Okay.
It wasn't.
All right.
But we did. I think that we used Star Wars themes for our our 2 teams that went to that particular competition. Fabio Elias Rice Ritter says, also, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Says, this here is for the most important member of the panel, Mr. Doggo Bites. Just one minor correction, Miss Doggo Bites. But
true.
It's fine. She won't be offended. She looks a lot like my pup Hunter, so please buy him or her some Treatos. He deserves it. Jokes aside, you guys made my days way more bearable, all of you. Yes. After this trial, Indy will be getting some much deserved outside time because she has been such a trooper. She may have, destroyed something in the apartment earlier today, which is why I had to step away for more than a minute.
The emergency. Okay.
And cool. I had to unfortunately yell at her because that is sometimes what you need to do with a dog, but she is such a sweet pup and I love her to pieces. And she has been such a trooper through this whole thing. So yes, she's going to get some well-deserved outside time after all of this is over.
We can get Indy in one of those videos you do when you have to run like 200,000 miles or something. Yeah.
Yes. Within reason though, right? Because she I want to keep her safe and all of her joints and everything.
Oh, yes. I didn't mean to imply that there was anything wrong with the dog running. I like those videos. That's all I meant.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not going to. Folks got really worried when they saw Holmes with the tulips. So I don't want people to think that I'm negligent with my animals.
No.
So Kevin Chen says, my first super chat. Thank you so much. Biggest question I had for a long time. Is it ethical for a lawyer to defend their client knowing their client is full of BS? If hashtag Amber Turd told 1,000 liars, then her lawyers must have told a few hundred. It depends on the case, right? Or it depends on the kind of lies, right? How much you truly think that they are lying. If you think that a lawyer is not allowed to ethically put their client on the stand if they know that they are going to perjure themselves, right? So like that is what they are not allowed to do. However, if you know that your client is liable or you know that your client is guilty, they still are entitled to a defense. They still are entitled to proper legal representation. So we've got to have those people out there that are willing to put their best argument forward, even if they know that it's likely to be a losing argument.
Yeah, that's right. Look, and there's a lot of, the ethical limits. There's some broad leeway, but also lawyers will come up with their own personal set of ethics. It is one thing that I'm very proud of as far as the community in general, is that we put a high price on our own ethical bounds. And so, look, if I know my client is full of BS, but that doesn't mean that they did the thing that they're accused of. That's totally different. I'll defend a liar, but are they lying to me about this thing? Do I believe, and that's where kind of you let your own morals and ethics kind of guide you.
Right. Yeah. And as an officer of the court, your job is to make sure that the prosecution proves their case. Yeah. That's part of the role. But you've seen the Better Call Saul episodes where he says, please don't tell me anything about what you ever did. That can come up.
Using Better Call Saul as your
ethical
guideline.
That's lodestone. Wait, it's not. Well, hold on. Wait, we need to take a step back. Better Call Saul is my ethical lodestone. That's not right. Wait a minute.
Never hire Hoeg Law.
So I have been nudged by the Muffin Man that we have. So we have a backlog of super chats. So he's requesting if maybe we can do a lightning round of super chats.
Yeah, lightning round it
if possible. So that we can kind of clear some of the.
I got energy. I'm pumped. The Eagles
I know we're all
arrived.
excited. We are all excited.
Did we all adjust our seats when she said lightning round? That's good stuff. All right.
I was dancing.
Okay. Sorry, Mark. I didn't mean to imply.
Dancing, adjusting, same thing.
All right.
Diane Tincher says AH can be held accountable. Thank you for, by the way, very generous super chat. I never want to lose that thanks and that gratitude.
Not at all.
AH can be held accountable for her behavior in a way that makes it more likely that she will be able to change rather than making fun of her and shaming her. These tactics aren't going to help her gain the ability for self-reflection and accountability.
Yeah, I'm not into the shaming on the internet, so I agree.
Yeah, I think this was part of the conversation perhaps earlier when we had Kurt on here and we were kind of talking about that whole subject of there's, the conversations that we've been having. There's all kinds of conversations that are being had all over the internet. The vast majority of which we are probably unaware of. But there's a lot going on.
Ramon T, would you consider reviewing exhibits not admitted that are bad for Johnny Depp as well, just for balance? Not sure what they are, but I'm sure someone does. If you actually go back to the beginning of this stream, I said, bring me stuff that's pro-Amber because I want to hear things like the Stephen Deuters text. I want to hear those kinds of things. So yeah, anything else that people can show me, I'm more than happy to listen to or watch or what have you. 100%.
Yeah, Nikiti just asked the similar question. Riot the Cat. Which attorneys were a part of previous litigation? Do you think Amber Heard's attorneys may have realized Amber's embellishments of testimony compared to other testimony?
Well, I do know that Elaine Bredehoft was representing her during the UK trial.
Okay.
I don't know if Rottenborn was, and I don't know how new she was at that time, but I do know that there was at least one team of attorneys that either she fired or who fired her before that point. At least one, maybe two. T in Tennessee says, why in the world are some media outlets still supporting her? Well, the media is the Titanic, and it's very difficult for them to change course if they are going in a particular direction.
Bloody Vanessa, question.
Although maybe the Titanic is
it could be any boat.
A very specific kind of reference that I didn't really intend to mean that like they're going to be destroyed or they're going to end up at the bottom of the Atlantic. So
it's any boat that changes its mind.
As soon as I said that, and I also saw Mark's reaction, I was like, wait.
Gives those reactions.
I want to make sure that that's clear.
I just cover up my monitor here a little bit for whatever. No. Bloody Vanessa, the thing is, Amber Heard chose to say and do those things. And even now, she shows no signs of remorse for any of it. So I can't condone her actions just because of her trauma. Am I wrong to feel no sympathy for her? I can't speak to whether you're wrong to feel anything in particular, but certainly I would love to see Amber survive this in the long run after contrition and after getting what I think is mental health help that she needs. Right as of this second, from what we've been displayed, I don't blame anybody for saying, I hope she loses at this point.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Mr. Clark, is the jury taking long because they are listening to all of the audio?
Evidently not.
Yeah. And to be honest, this is a fast verdict for this case.
Yeah.
Sindrisi says, "What is the panel's favorite evidence not admitted?"
Well, I just found some today. I mean, I haven't evaluated it yet.
I've got to say those text messages between Josh Drew and Amber Heard are pretty dang bad. Bad for her.
I mean, I only really was introduced to the Howell stuff today, so I like the Howell stuff. I think it's strong. Wendy Pinkerton, any thoughts on why Marilyn Manson was brought up so many times by Amber Heard's team? Because he looks weird and it's an easy boogeyman for people. Yet nothing come of it as far as evidence brought into the trial. It's literally just a symbol of, look at this guy and who he's hanging out with.
Well,
Mark.
And also we were just about to get into the things. There's like a 3-minute video that Jax and I were gonna talk about. That was a Thanksgiving dinner one year where Marilyn Manson was present, and that Amber was planning to talk about possibly, but she backed away from because this video could have come in as rebuttal. So there may have been something that they intended to do with that to sort of like give meaning to all of those references that they just decided to back off because it would have been very stupid to go ahead and pull the trigger.
It is weird because the end result is just cameo appearances from Marilyn Manson, like for 7 weeks to no particular effect. All right. Mark.
Zach Frisch, how was JH able to review the other depots?
Were they publicly available in the Sun trial?
That's was my understanding.
So
and also his attorneys have access to all. They have copies of all of those as well, and he has the ability to go into the office and ask if he can look at those too.
JH is Jennifer Howell.
Oh, Jennifer Howell. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought they said JD.
Yeah. No, because remember she says at the top of her letter, I've read all this stuff. I think it just means that she went and internet looked at everything happening in the Sun case.
I'll just take this one because Legalbytes is looking. One Santine02 as one of the statements is, quote, "I spoke up against sex, violence, and faced our culture's wrath. I get that it is implied defamatory, but is it not wrong, or am I missing something?"
But it is not wrong. She spoke up against sex, violence, and faced our culture's wrath. Yeah, it's got the same issue it's got the same issues as the rest of the Washington Post statements, right?
Yeah.
Which is at a technical legal level that we talked about in opening statement time. She did say stuff. She did file for a TRO. She did see how that was affected by culture. She was a kind of representative. And you have to go to the second layer to say, but the real statement is Johnny Depp is a domestic abuser and Johnny Depp is a sexual violator. And like, that's how you have to read that Washington Post to even get to looking at the question. Did the jury find that? I have no idea.
We'll find out.
All right. I'm also starting a poll right now. Who do you think
Yeah, I mean,
won?
we can just keep bouncing while you need to do backstage stuff. Just like
No.
throw up a flag or something.
I can take this one. I just put this poll up. It's who do you think won? Johnny, Amber, both or neither?
Johnny.
I think so. I'm going with Johnny. Marion Pop says, "What are the chances to have a verdict today?" Well, 100% chance at this point. I'm sorry that we didn't get to this before we knew for a fact.
We just
I feel like it's a spoiler alert. And how much time does the jury have to deliberate a verdict? As long as they reasonably need.
Yeah, and are advancing in some level. Yeah. Anna, Alita, and friends, will you be live streaming any other trials like this in the future? I've really enjoyed this and I have so much respect for you guys. Alita, that's really your question.
Thank you. No, 100%. Yeah. I'll be doing more trials in the future. This has been such a great experience. Maybe not every single trial that comes my way, but I'll pick and choose which ones based on what seems to be fascinating to me, compelling to me, that kind of thing.
Lily,
there's also a question in the chat. Has anyone pinged Kurt? Yes.
Everybody's been pinged,
alerted,
as far as I know.
I've alerted the entire panel. So
the whole phone tree lit up. So I mean,
yes.
Yeah, yep. I was just the first responder because I literally happened to be at the computer listening to lectures anyway.
And actually, on that note, I want to make sure that all of my platforms know. Can you guys take over the lightning round and all?
Yeah, do we have a Muffin Man to help us?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You guys and the Muffin Man. That would be
perfect.
All
right, Mark, you're up.
Okay. All right. Lily Kano asks, can Amber transfer all her money to her girlfriend before the verdict and say there's no money? Can she? Yes. Will that work? Probably not. There is a huge after verdict thing where collections, where you kind of go after the money you get. And basically, often, a lot of other lawyers who specialize in collections kind of do that forensic work to find that. There's a whole nother step. Can she do it? Yeah. Is she legally allowed? No.
Right. In bankruptcy land, we call that a fraudulent conveyance. Vienna Enos, do you think that the Ghislaine Maxwell trial will be televised? Not if it's still federal. I want the world to be able to see that so badly. Federal stuff doesn't get televised, so I don't think it will be.
Yeah. Kelly Oberstar, non-lawyer here. Due to watching all you in this case, I decided to apply to be a law office manager. I got the job. Congratulations, Kelly. I even quoted Rick's Reasonable Minds. I've learned so much from all your different perspectives. Kelly, that is incredible, and that makes us all feel really good because in the end, that's why we're here and why we do what we do in general, not on cameras, because we love the law. We have an appreciation and this kind of verve for it. And the fact that any of us can be conveying that sort of love to you, such that you work in a law office, that is awesome. And being a law office manager is a great start and a great way to get you exposed to all of those sort of things.
Super necessary. They're the superstars.
Oh, well, yeah.
And just to add to that, it warms my heart to hear that you got a job throwing down Reasonable Minds Can Differ. So awesome stuff. Freya Mitchell, can you look into the Evelyn Boswell case? Alita, that's one for the list eventually. Mark,
let me write it down now.
Evelyn Boswell.
Evelyn Boswell.
Billy Bryant, is submitting fake evidence the same as perjury? Well, it depends on what the evidence is. It could be perjurious if you are submitting a perjured statement, but it is treated with the same legal effect that it is very bad. It is technically different things. Sorry, lawyers sometimes care about that sort of distinction, but really, no.
It's committing a falsehood on the court, and it's bad.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Moving forward, would you ever do a crossover with true crime? There's a few murders that you might find interesting, especially in South Africa. I don't know, Alita. Alita's always looking for people to chat with and otherwise collaborate with, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, and that certainly seems like something Kurt seems to really like those true crime, those grisly cases. That is definitely up his alley.
Mark.
Nina Kristen. Lawyer on TikTok had a great point. Jury couldn't have gotten to the question yesterday unless they found that JD had proved defamation. Thoughts?
I don't.
Which was the question yesterday?
So the question was just, how can we read the headline in the article? Does it require reading the context of the body of the article with it? And I think the framing of this particular super chat is that the jury instructions ask you to find defamation first, but they don't actually, that's not how it works. So I don't think we can assume that, but you can maybe, because it wasn't that many hours of deliberation later that we're sitting here with less than an hour before verdict. So
yeah, I think that's a fair potential inference. Like if I were a betting person, that would make me shift the betting odds, but does that mean it's true? Not necessarily.
George, question, even though Camille and Chu used scripts, which they did, which at one point the panel frowned upon, do you think it helped in the end with their time management? Time was a huge advantage in the end. They used scripts only really for the opening and closing. I mean, I know they had stuff at their podiums, but Camille was clearly, if you think about that cross-examination, she's listening to the answers. She's bouncing between what Amber actually says and where she wants to direct her questioning. So I don't think it hurt them at all. I think just in terms of style and theatricality, we would have liked to have seen Camille and Ben kind of be a little bit looser with how much they were reading their scripts. But honestly, Camille was so nervous. I think she needed that, and then she killed it with that script. So
I think the big thing with scripts is that scripts can be used as crutches, and in a good way and a bad way. Crutches can help you walk better, but if you over rely on your crutch, then you end up not being as good of a walker. And so as long as
good way to explain the metaphor, that is so good.
I love that metaphor.
Yeah, I'm good at those.
All right, fine. Mark, you're an okay lawyer. That's fine.
Randy Balin, since no one knows what goes on in a jury room, are jury instructions more suggestions than actual instructions?
You might say they're more like guidelines.
Guidelines.
Yeah. There's technically a way to they're guidelines.
Hey, could JD's team have brought someone with a bruise in and asked Amber to cover it while on the stand? No.
Mark. Chelsea L, can the jury release a statement with their decision?
As a jury? They'd have to like do it together jointly as part of the non-legal process.
Yeah, I will admit I have seen it in TV or film before where the jury like requests that a judge like read a certain thing. That is something I've never ever encountered, and I will admit I haven't looked into like the law into, but it strikes me as no.
Is it possible? Maybe. Would
Yeah,
Judge Gay do it? No.
Ian Kinzel, why is it that mainstream coverage of the trial has differed so much from A, coverage online, and B, frankly, the trial itself? You know, I think, Hoeg, you've been devoting a lot of your time to
I look at a lot of headlines, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my working thesis on this is, something like the boat model. They've committed a lot of resources to a description of these events that happened over the course of the last 3-4 years that they have reported on. And it's always difficult to look yourself in the eye and say, yeah, all that stuff we used to say, let's go in the other direction. And then on top of that, you have a lot of outlets that can't devote the time or won't devote the time to making sure they know everything. And so what you get is things that match your lenses and perspectives, right? This morning I talked about Monica Lewinsky seeing what was happening to Amber Heard, completely justifiably looking at it through the lens that she experienced, but it's a wrong lens to probably apply to what we've seen on the ground in this particular case. And I think that happens writ large with major outlets that aren't going to just sit down and watch the trial every day.
Mitomorph, if the defense is about the title of the op-ed, isn't it true that Amber Heard did publish it to a new set of people as readers of the paper wouldn't have seen this title that was only for the online version? Yes, I mean, if depending on the definition of republication, yeah, certainly. But didn't Washington Post tweet it out as well?
Yes.
So,
I mean, Amber Heard doesn't have the exact same follower group as the Washington Post. I really think as the instruction was read, I think republication, I can't imagine not finding it.
Yeah, but just the question, the way it was worded here, it seemed to rely on the definition between the print version and the online, and I don't think that's necessarily a distinction, but I do think that retweeting it could be publishing and is likely republishing. Anyway.
Well, they were talking about readers of the paper version, so in any event, I don't know that it matters. So reader of the paper version isn't necessarily a follower of the Washington Post on Twitter, but could be a follower of Amber, so they could be first introduced to that title in that context.
Yeah, we're getting into the weeds. I won't disagree with you on that.
Those 6 people got republished. You know,
she's aware that she's a disaster.
Where's that voice? Who is speaking? Kara K, why is the jury made up of mortal? Oh, hey.
Hi, how's it going?
I can't hear them though, because you have. She's on her own stream.
This doesn't work. All right.
I can't hear. Yeah.
Kaya K, why is the jury made up of normal people? Wouldn't it be better to be made up of medical professionals or lawyers? No. The concept of the jury is that you have your peers look at this because your peers are ultimately the ones that are responsible for the power that is granted to the state to do these bad things to you. And so that's an important kind of philosophical part of our judicial system.
Yeah, we don't want a bunch of elites telling you that you're wrong. We want people who are like you to tell you that you're wrong. J. Cole, important legal question. Where do you start eating toast from? The top part or the bottom? Please debate this important question to us.
I mean, this is obvious. You cut it into triangles, and then you go right down the triangle point through the toast and out the other end. Thank you.
I rip off the crust, eat most of the crust first while dipping it in whatever thing I have, and then save the best non-crusted parts for us.
Okay. Well, Mark's method is weird, but that's okay.
Ailing. The name is pronounced Ashling.
Ashling. I did it. I am trying to set the chat, you guys.
When we get the verdict, will the judge explain how or why the jury came to their conclusions? Love you guys.
Does the judge know?
Yeah, that question implies that the judge knows what the jury is doing. And the answer is no. And then the answer to the ultimate question is also no.
Alita, did you want back in on Lightning, or are you doing back office stuff still?
Yes,
All right,
of
Alita.
course. All right. Billy Bryan says, question, if we get a retrial, could AH change the approach?
No retrial. These are verdicts, folks.
These are verdicts. This is not a hung jury at all. It's way too soon for it. All right. Who wants to take the next one?
I was gonna say, Jax, I don't know if you want in on lightning round. We can.
I'm all right. Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
I stayed muted to let Christina get situated here. So.
All right. Okay, Jax. So you want to read this one, and then we just jump in with answers?
Sure. Do you think it's plausible that Amber will get charged with perjury? Or do you think it's all just fake news? Side note: Hoeg, my uncle, was Garth of Izar in Star Trek back in the day. Nice.
Oh, what a great family stat!
Yeah, that's much better than a location and saying where you're.
That's awesome. I love the locations too. No, she won't be charged with perjury. It's all just fake news.
I think Australia has a chance.
Okay. Yes, in a different case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Let me interject here with this one. Sorry, Muffin Man. I'm gonna join in because we got a very generous one. Joshua Ross, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Says, question: Hoeg, Warcraft 3 or AOE 2 for a classic RTS? More importantly,
Age of Empires 2 every time.
There you go. More importantly, thank you to Alita, Hoeg, Kurt, Mark, Rob, Runkle, and all the other panelists who have contributed so much over the last 6 to 7 weeks. I've learned a ton while being entertained. Hashtag, what if any poo came from Boo?
You know what's great about Age of Empires? You get to learn little bits of history while you play the game, and you get to have fun looking at how these various societies kind of built themselves. Obviously in video gamified form, but it's a little bit cooler than orcs and humans, in my opinion.
Is StarCraft 2 classic anymore? It's 12 years old, and if so,
StarCraft 2 will never be classic, Mark. StarCraft 1 is classic.
Find me on Dragon Sound on the StarCraft 2 North American.
I'll play you at StarCraft 2. We'll make that a video.
I have no idea.
All right.
Speak up. If Rottenborn / Elaine allow evidence to get entered that they know is edited / modified, are there no implications for this? I.e. Amber Heard's face and JD's black eye. We've talked about this a bit. The answer is, for the most part, no. But there can be repercussions. It's just very difficult to go down that rabbit hole.
Oh God,
so it doesn't
like a fucking media stand outside. You know why?
Yeah, that's really hard. Wait, who is that? Me talking?
Like a stand-up microphone in front of the courthouse.
Oh, I think it's from Jax's.
Yeah, I think it's from Jax.
It might be that Jax should mute when she's not talking.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Speaking of
I was just saying that's a really, really hard thing to prove, that the attorney knew that something's doctored, unless your allegation is that the attorney doctored it themselves, which I don't think is the allegation here. And a lot of the times we as attorneys say that, we weren't there. We don't know what happened. We're just going on our clients' representations, and that's all we can do. So a lot of the times that's really, really hard to prove. Not to say there aren't crooked attorneys out there. It does happen. It's just hard to prove.
Yep.
Yeah. Andrew Jackson says, can you explain the November 2nd end for Depp's damages?
The November 2nd end?
Yes.
Jax?
Yeah, all right, Jax.
Yes. That's the day that the London verdict was revealed. So he can't get charges against Amber after that date.
Right. Okay.
It's the op-ed.
Because any sort of damage would have, that makes sense. I can see that.
Is when the ruling from London came in, and that caused another set of damages, which can't be attributed directly to Amber. I think that's the gist.
Okay.
It's a fair inference.
Yeah.
All right, that makes sense. Hey, BBB.
How's it going?
I just like saying BBB.
Oh, I think you might be muted. For some reason, your audio.
You are muted, BBB.
It could be your mic.
But looking good.
Yeah.
Yeah, super profesh. Love the best.
It might be go in and come out, or the other way.
Try that. I've switched mics. Try that.
There you go. Awesome.
Hey, there we go. Good.
Go in and come out.
Hey, happy.
Try that.
I've switched mics. Try that.
Oh.
Hey, there we go. Good.
Yep. There you go. We're all just getting ready.
Yeah.
Everybody's excited.
We're all excited. We're just jumping in.
All right, Jennifer D. Question: do you think Amber Heard's experts were so bad due to funds, or because too many passed because they thought she was lying? I've advanced the theory that just in order to get people to say what you want them to say, you maybe had to go a tier or two down from where you'd otherwise want. I don't think it was a lack of funds. But I've never seen anything like that psychologist or psychiatrist before. So that wasn't the top tier.
God knows I have. Michelle, why do you think medical testing was never done for PTSD? Most people with severe PTSD syndromes have high levels of adrenaline. It shows up in blood tests without medicine to control it. And that would make it less subjective.
I actually don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I don't know. That would be awesome if Nurse Liz would be able to answer that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go unanswered at all, even though none of us are professionals. So I'll just hazard an quasi-informed opinion. I think that courts, the legal distinction for medical diagnoses is often different than in the medical community. And one of the things that the legal courts will say is you can get a biased inference from something. It's harder to interpret that medical data. And it's also possible that not everyone who has PTSD also has these high elevated things. So submitting to a medical test that the jury might make an improper inference that just because they have high levels of this, therefore they do or don't have PTSD, which might actually not be 100% true. So the medical community, obviously the legal community will sometimes shy away from those sort of objective things that they would rather put to the jury. All right. I could be wrong because I'm not an expert in this field, and I wish Nurse Liz were here.
Fair enough. Natalie, you want this one?
I'm actually gonna sneak in with one real quick.
Sure.
Another one. T in Tennessee. Thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Again, says question: post verdict prediction for JD and AH. By the way, I have decided to go back to college, inspired by this channel. Last super chat for me. Love and thank you all. Well, thank you for all of your very generous super chats throughout this trial. You are such a sweet person, and I really appreciate all of it. Post verdict prediction. Do you mean who's going to win, or what are they going to do afterwards?
I think how's it going to affect them? Yeah.
I think we can answer both. I think all of us believe that Johnny Depp's going to win, right? Anybody think otherwise?
I think it's too quick for it to not be Johnny Depp. Yep.
Yeah, I agree. And then aside from that, then what's going to happen afterwards? Well, Johnny's already going on tour, so he's probably going to do a bit more on tour stuff. Maybe do some more movies if he so chooses. Hopefully, I would love to see that. I love his movies. I love his acting. And Amber, I don't know, maybe doing smaller films, maybe not. I wouldn't like to see her completely canceled, but I would like to see some contrition. That's what I would like to see. If I had my druthers.
So
if I had my druthers, I would like to see her go through some time to really go through everything, all of the ways in which she has wronged people, all of the things that she needs to figure out and fix in her life, and to come out on the other side a healed person with contrition, so that she can come back and learn some things and kind of, become a representative of what you can learn going through that whole experience.
Good luck with that.
I know, Jax. I'm being very, very optimistic. I recognize that.
And I think from a technical perspective, you will see depends on how much of an amount goes against her. Because if it's a low amount, then you might see her disappear for a little while purposefully, just kind of. But if it is a high amount, it's very possible that, look, I've worked in Hollywood for a while. Okay, this person has a star right now. They have name recognition attached to their name, and as we all know with Hollywood, sometimes it doesn't matter how that attention is there. There will absolutely be outlets that know that they can get a name recognition like Amber for much
people know
lower.
her name.
And so you'll see some lower budgeted things that are looking for a bump in star power. I would only expect to see that depends on if she gets a high verdict against her.
We do generally love a redemption story as a rule.
Yep.
Yes, exactly.
If I were making Lifetime movies, I would absolutely cast Amber Heard. 100%.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this though: the people that still support her are ardent and kind of vitriolic a little bit.
Insane.
So I don't know if she'll be able to reach contrition because she still has enablers in the public. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we've always talked about if she's going to go forward and lose this case, she's almost certainly going to say the system is against women like her and talk about that from a public relations standpoint. So, I mean, we will have to see. But I do hope long term that everybody can successfully move on.
Agreed.
Absolutely agreed.
Indiox, given JD gigged, still is, in the UK, how important is it for him to be present when the verdict comes in?
Not at all.
Not one bit. I'll bet he's watching them.
For sure.
I think there's a non-zero value from if he wins, you know, getting that camera footage of him finding out in the courtroom, but no actual value.
Yeah.
I think you're right, actually, Mark.
I mean, I think no one knew how long it was going to take. This could have taken until Friday. He's going to camp out in Fairfax for that long, you know.
Well, I would say as a practitioner, I think it's respectful to be present.
Sure.
Yeah,
and you know, we have to all, you know, say that as attorneys that you want your client to be there, but these people live in a different stratosphere. So
well, and
well said. Well said.
And he also was contractually obligated to be on tour, I believe, is what I was.
Oh, that's great.
That's there's no way that he's gonna, like, you know, go break a contract, break a contractual agreement for that.
Oh, I didn't know that. That makes a lot of sense then. Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all would have liked to see them give a week, but is what it is.
Yeah.
Carrie Dane, question to all: vodka bottle could have been lethal if it hit Johnny Depp in the head. I mean, a lot of things can be lethal if it hit you in the head.
No.
If it was hard enough to sever his finger, sure.
Yeah. Thomas Savick says, do you think it's likely that Amber Heard will face jail time for possibly lying on the stand? I doubt it.
Nope. Not likely, definitely.
Doubt it. Stasi Holzhauser says, question, it's a historic day. Where once was before, there will now be after. Do you think no matter what the verdict is, this trial changed everything, that is no longer just a man against a woman in DV and SA? Yeah, this is a huge trial, a huge deal to a lot of people. And I think that this has done a lot to bring a lot into our public discourse for a lot of these subjects as well.
Yeah, agreed.
Steph Jack UK says, why won't Judge A deal with the motion now? Because she doesn't want to have to.
And she didn't.
It's a lot easier if you just say, I will deal with this. And conveniently the jury comes back with a verdict. And now I don't need to. It's moot. Heather Scudder says, couldn't Whitney come out after the verdict and file a charge against Amber Heard for abuse? I think she has been afraid to say so yet in case Amber Heard promises money. Maybe. It depends on the timing of these things, right? Because there's a statute of limitations for this stuff. There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and we don't have formal evidence on that. We kind of have tertiary evidence.
Exactly. Litha says, would anyone on the panel allow Amber to take any of your infant or pet? Watching videos of Whitney and bruises, Amber Heard is unstable and violent. I would not. I would never. No.
Hell no.
Yogi Bear says, Hoeg, David Lynch movie watch party?
Mark, you missed it when I said that David Lynch's Dune was inscrutable.
He might have caught it, and that's why he said that.
Totally. Well, wait, I don't. It's fun by that. I just want to have a watch party.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we'll figure that out somehow on YouTube. We got to worry about those copyrights and whatnot.
We'll figure it out. On Prime.
Mr. DNA 1987 says, question, missed the question on the last message. Are you going to watch Josh Drew saying Amber had an encounter with Elon Musk and Cara Delevingne?
An encounter? Is that are they implying what I think they're implying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that came from Josh Drew's deposition.
Okay.
Deposition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Was this while she was still married to Johnny but had split from him?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think they had split yet. They had problems, but not a split, is my understanding.
Oh, so
right.
There's a month between April and May of 2016 where they're not together. We've heard that.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't matter. She was with him. She was with Elon the whole time.
It didn't matter. I'm just pointing out that there's a month there where she has the penthouses to herself.
Yeah.
Understood.
With the two of them and their traveling schedules and their calendars and whatnot, I can't necessarily say that alone would mean that they are separated, like in the way that we would think of a married couple being typically separated.
Sure.
So, Alicia Davis says, did you hear the H is going to be at the verdict?
Is she?
Yes, that's what I heard. It'll be
The
interesting
H.
to watch. The H. Anticlimactic says, do you think she's a sociopath? We need a psych. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I can't make that kind of a diagnosis because I'm very much underqualified. And even if I were, Dr. Tracy and Dr. Honda have both said that they cannot diagnose her without actually talking to her and doing a real evaluation. T in Tennessee says, question, do you think AH is extreme or is this more common than we think? Ooh, I don't know.
I'd like to volunteer.
Sure.
Yeah.
Volunteers tribute. someone working in criminal defense. It's more common than you think.
Ugh.
Unfortunately,
that was not the answer I was hoping you were
it
going
goes
to
against it goes against the narrative of believe all women, and I'm sorry, but it does. But I have come across a lot of clients who have been wrongfully accused of DV as a way to obtain custody of the kids or possession of the house or an advantage in the divorce or just evict him because she's done with him. So it happens more often than you would like to think. And on the prosecution and defense side, these claims are viewed behind closed doors with more skepticism than you would think.
I can actually vouch for that from the UK perspective as well, because I've been in cases before now where there's been clear evidence that my client, the father, the husband, has been just battered essentially, and photographs with blood all over him and things like that. The court initially has taken the immediate view that he's the perpetrator, and all of the evidence was against that. And yet they put him on a perpetrator's course, as we call it, to teach him how not to be violent. And they put the mother, the wife, on a victim support course. But in all my experience, all my view, my professional view, it was not that way around. But that was the view that was taken. So it's a shame. When you see it that way around and you see the evidence, and I'd seen the evidence, but this was before the evidence was really admitted or considered properly. So I just don't like it when it's like that.
God, it's
so
really
sad.
sad. It's really sad. But at least cases like this bring this kind of conversation to light, excuse me, so that we can talk about these things, we can hear about these things, and it gives us an opportunity to gain a better understanding of these issues. Andrew Smith says, sorry, I'm late. Did they bring in / send out the jury yet? Yes. Garth Mall says, will you be sending a notification to subs when the jury reaches a verdict? I did. I'm subbed and got my bell ready and everything. Don't want to miss it. I did. I got a notification on all of the platforms. So
can I shout out your name and user profile image? It's a good one. I like that.
Yeah. I've been trying to come up with a pun for Chris Gaines that was Star Wars, and I just didn't come up with it fast enough.
Not fast enough.
Julie Jam says, I don't know if this has been asked before. What if the jury agrees on everything but 1 or 2 questions? Does the judge take everything they agree on and rules that it's a mistrial on the other questions?
Depends on which questions we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me get in with this one first real quick.
Sure.
Rick Cormier, thanks so much for the very generous super chat. Says, Nat and BBB, I agree. I have seen these a lot, especially being in the USMC, the United States Military Corps. Any complaint like this to the command is used as a weapon to kill careers or just being ex-wives, being spiteful. I have also heard of this. Mm-hmm. It is not just in the Marine Corps. Yeah. And it is tragic and horrible and awful. And because the US, gosh, what is it called? The Code of Conduct rules. Sure. Mr. Bites is probably watching. He's going to come in here and correct me in a minute. But you know, the code that they all have to UCMJ. Sorry, thank you. I finally got there. The UCMJ is very strict on these kinds of things. Very, very, very strict. So even an accusation can stall a career, and it can cause all kinds of things down the road, down the river. Yeah. Thanks, chat, UCMJ. So yeah. Thank you, Britt. Thank you.
Great point, Britt.
Rye the Noblesse says, won't there be an appeal?
No matter.
No matter who wins due to 4 mistakes given to the jury, or is a mistrial possible too? No mistrial possible today. At this point, there's no hung jury. We have reached a verdict.
Right.
An appeal is entirely possible either way. Hopefully not. Mohit Parnami says, hi, Alita, love your channel and everyone on it. You all are making lawyers cool again. Quick question. Correction, we are not cool, but I appreciate that.
You never stop being cool is the answer.
Yeah, speak for yourself.
No one has ever accused me of being cool before. No, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm cool.
Okay, Mark is cool. Mark is cool.
I have the Columbo Blu-ray set behind me right there.
What could be cooler, folks? Am I right? I mean, evidence done.
Question, is today the last day of deliberations? Well, now that we know we have a verdict, yes, it is.
It is.
Blanca Garcia.
I missed it. When are they going to come back with the verdict?
3 p.m. East Coast
3 p.m. 30 minutes.
EST. Oh, wow. That's no time. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to pop in and out, but I'll be here at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, later, are you going to pull up Law and Climb or something?
I've got a feed already up.
Or something.
or something. Yeah.
Sounds
yeah,
like
I've got it prepared. So we've I'm ready to go. So let's see here. Okay, Blanca Garcia says, was it true that the UK High Court had a son that worked at the Sun? The UK judge had AH attorney help him with his book. I don't know about the help with the book part, but his son did work for not the Sun, but one of the other companies that's owned by the publisher that owns the Sun.
Don Hinton for the radio station.
Exactly.
Yeah, the UK Talk Radio.
There you go. Thank you. Don Hinton says, could we ever see the entire JH depot?
It's Jennifer Howell.
Yeah. If it gets leaked, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the question implies, could you legally? No, you shouldn't. But will we?
Maybe.
Could happen.
The Untimely Hippo says, question, sorry, I've asked. Thoughts on video of AH apparently taking notes in court that has been making rounds on social media. I haven't seen the actual page. Sorry, what was that?
About that early on, we talked about litigators saying that their clients would just write to look busy. I mean, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing damning about just kind of looking busy.
Yeah, you're kidding? I do that all
Could
the
be
time.
covering nerves as well.
Yeah. There's a lot of reasons to talk about negativity on various aspects of Amber Heard's case. I don't find it in doodling or otherwise writing random things. There are people that are jumping into frames, and I was startled. Thank you.
Oh, this is
Bumper. Hey, Bumper.
It's my dude.
Aw.
It's gonna get a little crazy over here in a few minutes. I might leave y'all to be the serious talk panel.
I can only imagine. You guys have been working on it forever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alicia Davis says, did the jury go to lunch? They did, and they came back, and now we have a verdict. Alyssa Ekman says, question, how long does the jury have to decide? Well, until however long they need.
As long as
There's never a deadline. They can go as long as they want.
So long as they're making progress.
Mm-hmm.
Nathan Wareham says, been at work today and the UK just got in. Any update from today yet?
Yes.
Based on the reception Depp got at his live gigs here this week, he wins the public 100%.
Oh, that's an interesting report. Okay. So he's getting very positively received on his tour.
I have seen the videos of it, and folks are just loving it. They're loving it.
Yes, he's getting standing ovations. Yeah.
Okay.
I would imagine you wouldn't go to the show, though. You wouldn't go to the show if you didn't approve, right?
Well, the first night he was a surprise. People didn't know that he's on tour with Jeff Beck.
Then that's totally legit.
It was very organic and awesome. Yeah.
And he also looks like the weight of the world is off his shoulders too.
Mm-hmm.
Up on stage, which makes me very, very happy to see.
His demeanor was so different after his redirect. Like, I mean, I know it even more now, but like after his redirect, he looked so different.
If you even just look at like a photo compilation from the first day through the last day, he looks so different.
Kurt.
Hello.
Completely. Yeah.
Hey, Kurt.
I heard.
Okay.
All right.
I have a lot of energy for this, folks.
I do too. I was yawning this morning. Not anymore.
No, you'll all have to forgive me if I jump up and run around.
Well, what we're gonna do is when they are actually reading the verdict, we are gonna mute all of our mics so that we can scream all we want and we won't bother the viewers. So scream and make all the movements that feel.
The real
feel
questions
right.
are you screaming in ecstasy or screaming in agony? That's the real issues.
I think we're gonna be pretty happy.
I hope so. I think
pretty
I think
quick
so
for
too.
a total dismissal.
I agree.
Yeah. Definitely agree as well.
Well, I mean, they had to dismiss one of them pretty much inherently, so they totally dismissed one of them.
Yeah.
Which are you thinking of?
I'm just saying, one way or another. I mean, if they had to dismiss Amber Heard's claim or dismiss Johnny Depp's claim, because it would have been pretty hard to find
keep
both.
forgetting Amber has a claim. I was wondering what you were talking about.
Yeah, no, I mean,
by the way, this is a court feed.
It does
so
exist.
Just so everybody knows that they are. that we are
It
all
exists for at least the next
ready to
27 minutes or so.
Right.
All right. Let's go through some more of these super chats. Champasa says, "What happens if JD loses this trial with all his evidence out there? Will people just ignore it?" Hell no.
Well, I think people will ignore the verdict.
Yes.
If it goes that direction.
I think you
And
only
that
have to look at
happens
the
all the
OJ
time.
trial. Yeah, you only have to look at the OJ trial for another public trial. Yeah,
I think there's already a public verdict, isn't there? Really?
I think there is.
Yeah. We can. Lady and Ron Coleman is back. Hey, Ron, how's it going?
Ron's back.
Pretty good, guys. What do they say?
Hey, Ron. We are still waiting. We've got the court feed up here, and we are just waiting.
It's a beautiful
All
building.
right. Yes, it is. And so we're just going through super chats while we wait.
It's a great idea.
So you might have to kill the muffin, Alita.
I know.
There's
I
so
think
many
we're
people
gonna
coming in.
We are gonna have to take the muffin out because
He's been with us for so long, though. He's as
I
responsible for
know.
this as anything.
I know. We all know the Muffin Man by now,
don't we?
Andrew Gustafson says, "Is if Jennifer Howells did testify, wouldn't her testimony be hearsay?"
It surely looked it.
It would have been impeachment to what what Whitney testified to.
Yes. The question is whether that would have been a proper impeachment.
No, I think it would have been proper if she had testified live, only as to what Whitney told her and no one else.
Yeah. Carrie Williams says, "Question: have you seen the photos of the Australia house from recent sale?" Also, I think we're getting a little bit of a buzzing background noise from somebody's
I think
feed.
we're actually getting our feedback from somebody.
I think it might be wrong.
Could be.
You can rotate
Could be,
mutes
could
if you
be.
want.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Have you seen the photos from the Australia house from recent sale? No signs of a wall phone or wiring for a phone. Oh, that's interesting. Very interesting.
No, there's no wall phone.
Disappointing. Well, that's because it was smashed in pieces by Johnny Depp.
Yes.
Oh, of course,
disappeared.
it was. Yeah,
Disintegrated.
It did. Let me jump in here with another super chat that just came in. Dapper Dave 2021. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. Says, "For the women on the panel, now that this case has shattered the believe all women assertions, do you guys think from a societal and legal standpoint, can we ever find the right balance of actual proof of DV and SA versus believing years old accusations?" I think that the balance comes in, rather than saying listen and believe, listen and investigate. That's where I land on it.
We already have a system for that. It's called innocent until proven guilty.
It was great.
That's it. And that's what the media keeps forgetting it over and over again. And I guess that's why they're upset with us over here. But it's like,
but not just the media, though. Corporations, academic institutions. That's the real. In addition to academic institutions, yes.
Yeah, you have to verify.
I got you. I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Yep. Candy Cole says, "Question: I hadn't seen those racist emails and texts Amber said. Does it seem odd to you guys that wasn't picked up by the national news? I only saw the ones about ICE. Was this used in the UK trial?" Jax, you said it was used, right?
I'm not sure if I think the email may have been used. I'm not sure about the texts with her and Sean. That might have just come out of thin air.
And what would be the relevance of that?
Yeah, that's the question, relevance.
And even if it were marginally relevant, isn't that a good example of the kind of evidence that's unduly prejudicial? It's more inflammatory than it is probative, I would think.
Yes, but the question is, why wasn't it picked up by the national news? And the question, my answer to that is, it goes against the narrative. That's why.
100%.
Can you guys hear the pool?
Yep. Kelly.
So
right underneath it says pronounced Kelly. Kelly Foster says, "I'm sorry. I know I have one of my best friends' name is Kaylee, and it's spelled very, very similar to that. Has anyone talked about what JD did to the tattoo that he got for AH on his knuckles? Slim changed to scam. Did it really?"
Yes. First it changed to scum, and then he did an anarchy symbol over it in red, so it's a scam.
I like this. I like this. I like this Johnny Depp evolution. Wino forever. You know, like
He did the one on his arm too.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Let's see here. Now I'm
class act all the way down, man.
That's awesome. Honestly. Ready. Ren or WXRREN or maybe Warren says, Hoeg, do you like the Kingdom of Hearts series? If you do,
Actually,
are you excited for Kingdom of Hearts 4?
First of all, I like Kingdom of Hearts, Alita. Kingdom Hearts 4, is the game series that I was talking that we should play because it's got all the Disney characters in it. I think it could be better. I wish it made more sense and wasn't quite as loopy. But it's got a lot of cool music and a lot of cool character design. So I do like it. I just wish I think it has the capacity to be better. Maybe Kingdom Hearts 4 will be that.
Talking about LawTube?
Video games. Some video games.
Video games, yeah. We're all good. We don't need any improvement.
Neanderthal Gaming TV says, question, Hoeg, what's your ranking for the prequels? My ranking goes 1, 3, and then 2. Also, I think the prequels are better than the Disney sequels. We're talking about Star Wars here.
Sure, the prequels are obviously better than the Disney sequels, and anybody can fight me on that. It's 3-1. It's 3-1-2. Yeah, Mark, I'm not going to listen to this today. We could do it another day. I'm happy to chat about it.
All right.
And New Hope is better than Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
Brick Cormier, thanks again for this generous super chat. I'm sorry we missed this one earlier. Try to pull these up as soon as they come in.
They're just everybody else on the panel is just going to think this is what we talk about all day.
I know. Hoeg, the old Avalon Hill games were way overcomplicated.
Yep.
The main board for Titan is intimidating for new players.
Yep.
That is what makes them great. 1 hour of explaining the rules to new people before you can even start. How is that not fun?
/S. Britt, I love you. And I love talking about Titan with you. I just don't like it that much. There's a lot of better designs now in 2022, I promise.
Yeah. Maisie Hughes, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. It says, Alita, Hoeg, and Natalie, and Kurt, thanks for helping to both create and feed my Justice for Johnny addiction. Alita, thanks for not letting the haters keep you down. Legalbytes is awesome. You are awesome. Love you guys. Love your work. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Maisie.
Thank you so much for your very, very kind words, very generous words, very generous super chat as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And this one's responding to you, Rick. Hoeg, nothing beats BOTW.
Breath of the Wild. Did I say that anything did?
Link to the Past.
Oh, I see. Kurt's very adamant about Link to the Past. Link to the Past is an excellent game, but if you're looking for vistas and you're looking for kind of a calm exploratory experience, you can't beat Breath of the Wild.
Yep. And Mimi, thank you so much for this generous super chat. Says happy verdict day. I think we should definitely call today verdict day from now on. I found you all through EDB and your marathon stream sucked me in. Thank you all for the great commentary and community. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know if this was mentioned already. It's also Narcissistic Awareness Day.
Somebody put a super chat in there. Yeah,
it is. I did see some chats going in earlier.
Satan has arrived.
So, yes, it is very, very
poignant.
Very, poetic. So yes, thank you, Mimi, for the very kind words and the very generous super chat. So Britt, oh yeah, we already got that one.
I covered
George says, question, favorite West Wing episodes? Go. I don't have a favorite one. I've seen a few here and there. I don't remember any. Mark has a favorite.
Big Wheel of Cheese Day. That's all I got on top of my head. My wife can answer that.
In law school, everybody was watching it, which meant because I'm just that kind of guy, I didn't want to watch it. So
West Wing is a great show.
In law school, everybody was watching LA Law.
Well, you were in a different era than us, Ron. But I appreciate this because you're constantly telling me she was in like preschool when I say my story, so it's good.
I think it's got to be from the assassination of Sharif is the best episode of West Wing, because you're dealing with that great question of doing good through doing evil things. Same reason that DS9's is in the Pale Moonlight is the best episode of Star Trek ever, for the same reason. Dealing with these conflicts between values and
Kurt,
doing an evil thing to do good. I love that shit.
It's the best episode of DS9. You accidentally said it's the best episode of Star Trek.
I definitely said that. Yes.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. All right. I'm making a list. I'll check it twice later.
Karen Phillips says, Hoeg, 100% on SW rank. Alita, Kingdom Hearts, not Kingdom of Hearts. Yeah, I'm
no, it
sorry.
was amusing. You don't need to. Yeah, no, it's amusing.
Rick corrected me.
Kingdom of Hearts would make more sense. Kingdom Hearts makes no sense. It's not your fault, Alita.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. Also, I'm Ron Burgundy. Malou Blue says, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Says, I think Amber might be in court because she thinks she will lose. Her reaction will be all over the media. And I think she will actually cry today. Maybe she will use it to say she was wrongfully convicted. Just a speculation. Thoughts?
Nobody's getting convicted today.
Well, yes. Wrongfully held liable.
Maybe contempt if we're really lucky.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think she's going to have some things to say about the system if she loses. I think that will definitely happen.
Maybe she'll blow up and she'll get held into jail, and I'll be happy.
Is Amber Heard actually there or no?
That's what they're suggesting.
Yeah, she's there.
This is what we have heard.
She's there so that she can say, my verdict got stepped on by a bee.
The question is, will today be known as Jury Appreciation Day throughout America? Okay, after we've already got one verdict that is an incredible testimony to the quality and pride we should have in the jury system. Will there be another one today?
Yeah.
We shall see.
Also, Patty Jo Sloss, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Says, thank you so much, Alita, for your channel, and to all the panel members who have popped in and out and provided such valuable knowledge and voice of reason throughout the trial. I've subbed on so many of you. Happy verdict day. Love you all. Happy verdict day to you as
Patty.
well.
I like happy verdict day.
I love that. I love that.
It's never a happy verdict day for everyone. Just remember that.
Honestly, conclusion is a happy day in terms of how long we've been looking at this thing, I think.
Also true. Kelly Foster. We got this one earlier already. Sorry,
I have a friend that's working on the Jeff Beck tour in London, and she says to tell you guys that the reaction of the audience when he showed up in Sheffield tells you all you need to know about how the public feels about him.
Amazing. I love it. I love to hear it. NM says, question, I'm afraid that the court of public opinion argument is copium. If JD does not win, it means that a jury of his peers with all the evidence did not believe him still.
Not necessarily. There are some technical ways for him to lose. So it could mean a bunch of things.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his burden. He told his story. We'll see. It will be easier to evaluate when we see what the verdict is.
Yeah. If the jury wants to comment, if they decide against him and they decide for these hyper technical reasons, that would be interesting.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Renee Gassioch or Gassioch says, question, Jax, isn't there proof of Amber Heard and Elon in the elevator? There is, and that was introduced. That was introduced.
Yes.
Got some feed inside the courtroom now.
Oh Lord.
Yep. All right. So Camille is sitting in as Johnny Depp.
Yep. Water Diamond 9. What do you think of Johnny not being there today? I think it's perfectly fine. He's contractually obligated to be in the UK, and it's perfectly acceptable.
We can stare at them.
Stephanie Pastor says, question, what is the format of a verdict for a civil case? Well, we will see.
About to find out.
It can change from courthouse to courthouse somewhat, but generally speaking, what they're going to do is they're going to say, on this count, the verdict, the jury finds XYZ. On this count, the jury finds XYZ. So
I'd imagine it's going to be like on count one, the jury finds yes or no, as the case may be.
Yeah, exactly.
You do that for 6 of them, and then you do an award of damages at the end.
Yeah. Darth Emphatic says, thanks for all the coverage. Question, after a witness is declared an expert, if their testimony suggests they don't know what they are talking about, can a lawyer object to them as an expert on CE, but have their testimony stay in?
Post voir dire? I suppose you could. I've never seen it done, but
they just would not be able. I mean, I guess you can. I don't know. Hey, Rob, you just popped in.
Rob,
you're hidden by the super chat. I'm sorry. But have you ever had an instance where you have an expert, but it's clear that they actually don't know anything, but after they've already been
qualified
as an expert?
Where I've had to retroactively disqualify them?
Yeah.
No, but I've had them discredited to the point where the judge basically said, I don't believe you.
Yeah, I think there's a big difference between a jury trial and either a hearing before the bench, whether it's a preliminary injunction hearing or
some
a bench
audio
trial.
problems.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't you kind of handle that in the Daubert hearing?
You would hope.
Presumably,
there is Ms. Heard.
Yeah.
She smiles. She's all happy.
Hey, Conrad. Meet Conrad says this is my brother. He says, "Hey, Alita, happy for your continued success with Legalbytes. You have educated everyone, including your niece, who wants to become a lawyer. She pointed some issues of age on a legal standpoint from your very proud brother." Thanks, Conrad. Love you.
Hey, that's awesome.
You think she has two speeches in her pocket?
Sweet.
What's that?
You think Amber Heard has two speeches in her pocket?
Yes.
Maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. Depends on how long she has a mic, maybe.
In London, she gave a speech before the trial was even over.
There you go.
Wow.
What is that distortion? Because it's wherever it's coming from, it's like.
Somebody's
got feedback. Well, I mean, we can all mute.
Is it me? I'm about to mute myself. Hold on.
It might be. Yeah, I think it is coming from you, Natalie.
Okay, I'm gonna go in and come back.
Okay, Natalie, your phone hates you.
Oh, all the time, every day, all day.
Blue Run, you really can't handicap, after a day or two. And it's one thing if they come back after 10 minutes, but they've been out for a couple of days. At this point, tea leaves, in my opinion, are completely unreadable.
Yeah,
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's more likely that they solve for Johnny Depp. It seems like the easier solution.
So, how about now?
I don't hear any feedback now.
Yeah.
Much
better.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, there it is.
Now it's back.
So close.
I'm just gonna keep my mic off then, and just enjoy
All
the
right.
verdict.
But if you when you talk, you can. I mean, obviously, unmute yourself. Don't feel like you can't talk. But yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Who all knows?
Oh, no,
who all
it's
knows
okay,
that
it's okay.
feeling of the guy in the back seat who's just swiveling his chair right there?
Oh, baby Rottenborn.
That is baby
Oh, yeah.
Rottenborn. That was, if you saw Ben Chu had his full head in his hands, that was his, not stressed exactly, but his concerned that I've seen him. I guess it's true that in litigation, you have no idea what's going to happen in the next 10 minutes, I suppose, huh?
Yep. And Ben Rottenborn has his hands crossed in front of him, so he keeps from fidgeting them. I mean, this is
Worse than really it's amazing when you're going through this, waiting for the jury to come back after there's a verdict. It's amazing that you can survive it.
Yeah. Okay. It's just that high level of stress, huh?
Yeah. I mean,
I feel like I feel like Amber Heard's post speech is just Mad Libs, just fill in the right word as needed. This is a blank day for hashtag believe all women. I am
Totally
blanked by
agree.
this verdict.
Totally agree.
We as a society should be blanked. That women are treated this way.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I literally just upgraded the StreamYard plan because I got a notification that someone was trying to get in backstage and I only had 10 spots, so they were not allowed to even get backstage. So I literally just upgraded so I could have 2 more spots.
Ooh.
Hope you broke even this
Who
week.
are the people in the bench?
That's
Whitney,
Whitney in
obviously.
the middle.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who these
She
other
seems
two
like she's
people
in
are.
a good mood.
But who's in the animal from the Muppets shirt?
I would love to know.
No. Someone let that guy into the courtroom.
So while
Okay.
we've got a little bit of a lull here while we're waiting, real quick, I'm going to
no.
say congratulations to my husband. He just got a not guilty in his trial.
Awesome.
Being really
Congratulations.
You have a power lawyer couple there, Natalie?
I don't know about power, but we are.
I know about
attorney
power.
lawyers.
That's awesome. I had no idea.
That is awesome. Congratulations.
Who else here is married to a lawyer? I am.
Not
also.
I thankfully am not.
Got one for a sister. That's it.
My kids talk funny.
Also, Liz says panel predictions. How much money is JD getting? Ooh, I don't know.
I still like 7.
I have given my predictions to the other people on the panel. I'm not sharing it with the chat yet.
Ah,
I like 7. I'm okay with
Yeah.
that. I'm okay with none. Just win.
yes.
I'm gonna
Agreed.
say 14.
Agreed.
This together, we have to end it together.
Jen Martin says, anyone else feel a mix of overly emotional and also excitement and anticipation? I pray they find I pray they find in Johnny's favor. Thank you so much for your coverage. It has been amazing. Thank you so much for joining us and for following along on this whole journey with us. We've all just been, watching and reacting and having fun while we do it. I mean, obviously, it's been a very serious case, a lot of serious allegations, but I think that we have kind of come together. All together. And also I see in the chat, Saffron asking if I missed your super chat. I currently have a backlog of 328. We are trying to work our way through it. So I believe that we have captured all of them. We are diligently working behind the scenes to do that. And we are anticipating that we will be going through all of them.
And we're going to get it done soon. There's going to be more after the verdict, one way or the other. So it's a heck of a day, everybody. So
it is. Leslie Ann, thank you so much for your coverage and commentary the past 6+ weeks. And hey to my sister Joe, who's watching from Kentucky. Hey Joe, how's it going? Cajun Horror Talk says, question off topic. But as a horror movie review channel, would any of you be willing to collab on the exorcism of Emily Rose? Very loosely based on a real court case. We'd love to collab with anyone from the LawTube community. Well, Rick and I did a collaboration going over Gone Girl, and we got quite a few recommendations that we should look at that one next. So shoot me an email, man. Or woman,
I'm super interested. I'm a big horror fan. I love horror movies. So just so you know.
All right.
Laura Smart says, question, will lawyers make a statement afterwards? Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
I would anticipate that the press will be very interested in some statements from both sides.
Ooh, before they come back in, who's our vote for 4-person? I've got juror number 5, 6, 7, young male.
Mine is the gentleman who was sitting closest to the witness box.
9?
Yes.
Ooh, I'll take you on that bet.
Who do you think?
Oh, good. I don't know them well enough.
I don't either. And Sierra, no, I'm not panicking. I'm not panicking. No. I feel pretty good about this.
You've reached the end chapter of the book. At bare minimum, it's here. I was worried about a hung jury. So good.
All for all the appeal coverage, you can check out my channel.
No.
We'll be going over briefs.
It's good.
Freddie Michael Voorhees, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Says, thank you so much for covering this. Dr. Curry detailing certain symptoms hit so close to home that I realized I hadn't gotten through past trauma like I thought I had. I'm starting therapy again. Lots of love to you all, even though not on screen.
LawTube
oh my God.
makes people have to go to therapy.
No. Here's another one. But just to finish up on that one, I'm so sorry that triggered something for you, but I'm very happy to hear that you are getting help with that, and you are managing through all of those feelings and that trauma and everything. And I really hope that you are able to work through all of that as well. T in Tennessee says, question. Okay, this is my last one. Is it me, or does AH look like she feels confident? If I were her, I'd be trying to put on a confident face as well.
She always looks like that.
Doesn't matter.
I think she's just delusional. I think she really probably is confident.
But that's the right look. That's the right look either way.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It's just her usual.
Dealy Moo, thank you so much for the generous super chat. Says, Alita and panelists, my flabber will continue to be 100% fully gasted. All JK aside, so happy you are here taking us along this wild ride. I'd never understood this trial without you. I'm an artist, but always curious to learn, and I have so much. Thank you.
Learning is
so much.
awesome. What a nice chat.
Okay. And good. I can add Law Talk with Mike. Thank goodness. Okay. I think do we have 12 people in here now? We might be maxed out. Hiya. Thank you so much for the very generous super chat. It says, via Court TV, the verdict will be read by the judge's clerk, Jamie Ator, at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Is this normal? Why won't the judge read out the verdict? This is common. Yeah.
3 minutes.
All righty. And guys, just so you guys know what we're gonna do. What we're gonna do when the judge comes out and they start to read the verdict is we won't be showing super chats on the screen. We'll be just saving those, and hopefully StreamYard doesn't freeze on me and I lose a bunch of them. But we will definitely be saving them, and we won't be displaying them because we want to make sure that everybody can focus and whatnot. And we also will be turning off all of our mics so that we have no distractions, and everyone can feel free to make whatever kind of noise that they want from their desk or wherever they are, and that way we won't be disturbing anybody for this whole experience.
Okay, yeah. So see you on the other side.
That was Alita's super nice way to tell us to all shut up.
No, I mean it's warranted,
and I don't blame you.
Yeah,
totally warranted.
Yeah. Well, because I know like we are all feeling the adrenaline right now, right? Like we are all like very much on pins and needles, and
Yes.
everyone is going to have their reactions. So
Get your Nerf bats ready.
Exactly.
Trying to keep my poker face going, but my heart is coming out of my chest.
Yes. Yeah. Joy Rukin 28 says, question for Hoeg. What are your feelings on VG/movie preservation? Sorry. All my disc 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 base.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay. Disc. I wasn't sure if it was short for discovery. We've gotten so many abbreviations here.
Nope.
Base VG have started to show disc rot. Would there be a way to get an exemption for games and movies so we don't lose them forever? DMCA exemption.
So I've got a video on my channel called "Our Games as a Service Fraud" that talks a lot about preservation. You can check those out. But the very short answer is the Librarian of Congress is constantly looking at exemptions, and video games have been in the line of sight there for a number of revisions, and I would expect that to go into the future. As of right now, no, we don't have enough protection. So if you care about it, there are groups that are talking about this constantly with the Copyright Office.
All right, and then we're just going to get a few more super chats here, and then we're about to begin. Jess RL says, "Is it 100% not a hung jury if there's a verdict?" Yep, 100%. Marilyn Manson says, "I popped into the chat suddenly. You said my name 3 times, didn't you?" We absolutely did. And here we go.
Good luck, everyone.
Everybody, mute yourselves.
All right. I understand we have a verdict. All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Just for everybody in the gallery, reminder that this is a court of law, and regardless of the verdict, I will not tolerate any outbursts whatsoever. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, now I am a little bit nervous. Just me.
If I could have the attorneys approach for a moment.
I bet my house on this. Is that an issue?
She has the attorneys to approach, so there might be a problem on the form. An inconsistency.
Uh-oh.
Never mind.
Yeah. I mean, that's, I told you, like, she doesn't look at it until it's brought in open court, so.
God, I hope
Sounds
not.
suspiciously like we're sending the jury back.
So about verdict.
No.
So about that verdict.
No, they couldn't have announced that and then just to send them back. No way.
She wouldn't have seen it before, right?
It was so quick.
She might have spotted a mistake right away.
No, yeah.
We're not certain that there's a mistake in the first place.
No, yeah, I wouldn't assume that.
Judge A's hype game is on point.
All right, back to mute.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what I need you to do, I need to give the forms back to you. When you find for a defamatory statement, one or more, you need to fill out the compensatory damages. It has to be at least $1 for compensatory damages and up to whatever you feel the damages should be.
Somebody won, folks.
Holy shit!
0 there, or you can
Somebody won.
Well, that's it.
Lines filled out. Okay. All right. So if I can have you retire back to the duration.
He wins but gets no money.
Well, somebody won.
Well, that's the
Somebody won
implication.
something.
It's the implication. All right, jury, you didn't fill out the dollar amount.
Look at her face. Look at her face.
teaser.
Look at her face. Look at her face. Look at her face.
Well, that's
The teaser of a lifetime.
it. Wasn't her countersuit that was the most likely to win, folks. I'll tell you that.
Oh, holy shit!
Look how rotten Brian's face too.
Now, this could be 2 minutes, or it could be let's go back to deliberation for another couple of days.
What?
The question is, can
What the fuck? How do you?
Maybe they don't agree. Maybe they don't agree on the form.
Can they throw a settlement at him right now?
Now's a
Or
real
maybe
good
it's
time to
kind
sell.
of mistake
What?
right away.
Sure, that's not common to withhold the amount there.
Verdict
I
form.
need to go over there to be like, what the fuck?
Imagine if they had 30 pages of jury instructions, like in
Oh my.
And and one thing that's interesting now is because Johnny Depp isn't there, right? And they saw Amber Heard there. So I mean, I don't saying it wouldn't make a difference, but if one of them was going about the dollar amount, they don't see Johnny Depp there. This might become a longer discussion depending on how that influences them.
That I agree with.
So what she was looking at was the last page of the form.
Back to the panel.
And it's blank.
So they have to restart the top of the hour.
No,
Well, so she's promised that alert every single time. So if they turned right around, maybe with everybody sitting there. Otherwise, she promised between 60 and 120 minutes.
Oh, I don't think they're going anywhere in the near future. They're going to wait at least a couple minutes to see if the jurors just can.
Oh, we were supposed to put 50 there.
Oh.
50.
Alita, there's the
Just
form.
recap.
if you wanna
She
look at
said,
it.
when you find a defamatory statement, you have to put the dollar amount next to it. That's what she said, right?
Can you zoom in so we can see it better? All right. Okay.
So this is
Compensatory
page
damages.
4. Page 4 of Johnny Depp's.
And I also
special
don't. I'm not
verdict
also
form.
thrilled with the way this is written, because with Amber Heard's name first.
But doesn't this look like they don't want to award damages?
Oh no! You know what?
They
it
didn't
might
even
be?
sign.
You know what it might be? They might have put money in the punitives, and you can't do punitive unless you do compensatory. You need $1.
Oh,
That makes sense. That makes
All
sense.
right. Thank you for that insight. I didn't know
Not
that.
even not signed, Ron. This is not the version that the judge just saw. This is
Yes,
just,
see,
this is
this is
just
just blank. Blank,
yeah,
blank.
McCoy's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
This is-
That'd be great if we had jury firms already. Wow,
We
that'd
aren't
be
that
amazing.
Rob, how did you get those from the courthouse? No.
Well, I
From
thought
secret envelope.
Listen, I was surprised the judge even did this all on the record and in public.
Yeah.
That really surprised me.
I feel like I deserve points in the pool for the forms are incomplete and we send them back.
Oh,
Is that what you said,
win
Kurt?
that.
I definitely raised that strong possibility. So yeah.
But we did. Somebody won a defamation claim. Like somebody did. So
This
I mean,
is
like,
undeniably good for Johnny. I mean, does anybody think otherwise?
no.
No.
It's if Johnny
This is
had
a
by
Johnny
far
win.
the stronger chance of winning on a defamation
Right.
claim.
The only thing I think is that
agree.
it's possible they don't think he should get anything, and they don't even put under. There's no way to know. But I can't imagine it. I can't imagine that they wouldn't give him.
The
I
fact
think
that
they
she
might have
said-
just
the fact
forgot.
that the fact that she made the statement compensatory. That's why I'm focused on the punitives. The fact that she made the statement compensatory means that there's probably like $1,000 in punitive or something like that. You can't do
Right.
that unless there's $1 in compensatory.
Yeah.
Well, and then
They may have overlooked and just said if we fine for compensatory, that automatically means that we gave the max or something like that. Like
they could have meant that too.
Could mean a lot of things, right? It's ambiguous. So we have to go back.
But if they had an understanding, if they didn't just skip everything, if they had an understanding, then this should be very fast.
want us to jump in the pool.
But I mean, that would mean they don't want to award Johnny, but they want to punish Amber, which I think would be fine for Johnny.
It would be fine for.
I think
Johnny.
so too.
Yeah, I'm wondering why
no, but
no one looked at the sheet before
No one does.
to make sure it
No
was
one
filled
does.
out right. No.
No,
No one does.
No, they never
That
do
was
that.
done.
I mean, theoretically, it could be on her counterclaim as well, but I just don't see it.
Theoretically, it could be.
Theoretically, but
I'm not sure
three
there
statements
aren't
buried
courts-
in the Daily Mail.
I'm not sure there aren't courts where there might not be a courtroom deputy or a clerk who
Does a quick
looks
check.
at the because they think they have a verdict, but they don't have it. Like, why would we trust jurors who we've already learned are how shall I put it? To know that they've got a verdict. They, you have to check their work. I don't know. I frankly, I've never had this happen in a jury case.
This case has absolutely everything. You just saw them half announce a verdict, people. This is crazy stuff.
Half or a third?
It's honestly par for the course.
We've had something similar to that in the UK. We've had a serious string of jury verdicts. They've all come back, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. What they meant was they just didn't come to an agreement. They said not guilty, but that's not the same thing.
Not quite the same thing.
By the way, Abigail Mayman, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Just wanted to put that out there. Continue.
You have to put something in the box. You have to put at least
so
$1 in
let
the
me
box.
interrupt you guys real quick.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys know, so I've got all my law clerks here. They're watching the verdict as well. So they've got a little break from their work. So everybody say hi to my law clerks.
Hey, law clerks.
Hey, clerks.
Hey.
Hey, clerks.
Wow,
So everyone gets a reprieve and gets to enjoy watching this verdict. So I'm going to let them enjoy themselves. I'll see you guys in a bit. All right.
She has a staff.
Very nice.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. I really did. I thought we were out of surprises. So
no,
I gotta say, it's just one last one.
Oh, it's all part of the fun.
The number of anxiety texts that I'm getting right now, I'm sure you guys are too. Like,
yeah.
Millions of people are just like, what is going on? What does that mean? What just happened?
We're blowing up with DMs of nervous people. So what it literally means is that they found defamation. Now, since there's a suit or a countersuit, we can't technically promise which one that is. But I will tell you that I think in the estimation of the entire panel, Johnny Depp's claim is stronger than Amber's on the countersuit. Doesn't mean that the jury won't go the other direction. So, bear with us. But it seems like a very, very good moment for Johnny Depp. And it's a half verdict.
Yeah, I mean, for them to be discussing that, they have to have found a liability on somebody.
I'm going to be available for counseling at a large discount over my usual hourly rate.
No, just be grateful that this isn't a criminal case, because every once in a blue moon, they'll come back with a verdict and they'll do the poll of the jury and be like, "Is this your verdict? Yes. Is this your verdict? Yes. Is this your verdict? No." And everyone gets sent back. It's been known to happen.
It happened in Florida, like in Broward County, now, like just recently, a couple months ago.
My goodness.
So that the forms are complete. It looks like guilty or not guilty, as the case may be. They say, not guilty. The defendant sighs, and then it's like, no, this isn't my verdict. Try again.
Why would a juror let that happen?
I mean, because they were, browbeaten by the rest of the jury or whatever, and that last minute they're like, screw you guys.
And then go enjoy the conversation in the room, I guess.
That's right.
All right.
Or they're just confused, because as we heard from our English friend, that they could just be confused because they think not guilty means, we're undecided or something.
What a turn of events. Do we think that they just forgot to consider damages at all, or that they filled out the damage form? I see Rob's head kind of half.
No, I think Rob is right. That's what I thought at first until Rob gave us his insights.
They might have just given us a total number at the bottom.
Yeah, and I think that it could be they didn't buy any of the expert testimony on the quantifiable damages. That's the other thing. None of that testimony was very accurate or very specific on how they got to the dollar figures.
Yeah,
and what
this is why you kick off attorneys on all juries.
Anything into anything.
Because if any of us was back there, we'd be like, "Look, you knuckleheads, we have to do this," and then they'd all go, "Okay."
Right now, there is a possibility of an appeal issue presenting itself, depending on what that verdict form comes back looking like, because if it demonstrate it. If there's a cross out and it looks as if there was there are indications of a compromised verdict, or in other words, something that you could hang. And look, there's going to be an appeal no matter what, but there is a grounds for appeal, also for post-trial motions, on the ground of the verdict being against the weight of the evidence. That you would have to preserve that appeal issue by making a post-trial motion on that ground. But like I said, I can imagine a scenario where some of the wackiness we're guessing about on that verdict form could be implicated on this.
And here's a fun one. Let's suppose that they did the idea of like, oh, we're just going to total the total amount and write it on the bottom line, right? So let's say the number is 45 million, just to pick out a random number, okay? And so they're like, oh, you have to put a number in the top box. And so the jury just goes back and like, okay, we have to put a number in there. How about just one? So it's $1 for compensation, 45 million for punitives. And now we're even more confused than we started off on.
But we also then you have a multiplier, which might be a constitutional problem.
Yes, State Farm, great case. I know.
Folks in the chat asking about the court feed. It is still the seal of the Commonwealth of Virginia. So I am tracking it. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah.
We got it. We're not going to miss anything here.
So if you have like a 1 in 45 million, can the judge correct that? Did they send them back and be like, by the way, I'm not sure that you understood this, so let me make sure that we're clear and let's give it a third shot. You know, how do you deal with that, right?
No, he just gets $350,000, right?
Like,
Yeah.
how
Well,
about her
that's what I
composure
thought.
reading that?
I
Counsel,
thought
could you
that
please
the
approach?
punitive damages were limited to $350,000,
They
but
are.
when I looked at the jury instruction, it didn't have that limit on there.
No, it'll be imposed after the fact.
It's imposed after.
It's
the
not
fact.
put on the form.
Okay.
And they can't know about it prior to going into deliberation.
Oh, what if they had some crazy figure for punitive damages? I mean, obviously
Yeah.
it wouldn't be able to stick, but that still would be quite a message.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$5 billion.
It gets dropped down to $350K.
She has to read it out loud too.
Yeah.
Oh, the actual number, whatever the jurors put.
Yeah. This,
Yeah.
Members of the jury, this has to be an actual number. That actually.
We don't use the exponential form on our legal documents.
Not sure what you meant by 50 exclamation mark, but you know, let's do that again.
So my co-counsel asked for me to clarify for everyone in case anybody is confused, but the difference between compensatory and punitive damages. So compensatory damages are aimed at compensating someone for their harms. So you can think of, let's say this were an employment litigation case and somebody was fired from their job for an illegal reason. The compensatory damages would be things like some kind of a measure of their income that was lost, plus costs associated with trying to find a new job and all kinds of things that came from it.
Oh my God. Did you know Amber Heard already issued a statement on Johnny Depp not being there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that would be Eve. That's Eve.
I didn't know that. It doesn't surprise me.
It says
in their back or the back.
Person.
That seems inappropriate too.
It's Eve Barlow for sure.
And then punitive damages are intended to punish the party that lost. Basically, where the jury says it's not enough. It's not enough that we are compensating the aggrieved party here for the things that you did to them, but they are. Jury's back.
Oh Lord, they're back.
Judge is back.
They're back. They're back.
Let's do this again. Try two, guys.
Second verse.
Second
verse, same as the first.
Yep. But yeah.
Last time,
punitive
Star
damages
Trek, Deep Space
are
Nine.
punitive damages are to punish the party that lost, and basically to say like you did something so terrible that you deserve to be actually punished. And in Virginia, the punitive damages are limited to $350,000 is a statutory limit. But as we mentioned before, the jury doesn't know that. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of a number they decide to give on punitive damages, assuming that they did in fact give punies.
Interesting.
Well.
So, we guys, don't worry. We will be turning off our mics as soon as audio comes in, and it looks like there's any kind of conversation here. So, don't worry, guys. We will
need
be
a judge. We'll have a signal.
Yes.
What a day!
Definitely be having a mega pint after this.
Oh yes, mega
Lord.
pint or two.
All around. Mega pints all around.
Drinks all around.
Yeah, I'm gonna need something stronger than wine.
All right, I'm coming over to your place, Rob.
Come on, I got plenty of whiskey.
I would not be in public if I were him, but that's just me.
I don't know. I think you can tell the Depp team thinks they're for good news.
Yeah. They're smiling.
They look considerably less stressed than they did before the first time. So we'll see. We'll see if they're right on it.
Why are they doing this to us?
All right, we will mute.
Here we go.
Holy crap!
Yes.
Emily Baker has 314,000 live.
That's
Oh
that's
my God.
awesome.
Amazing.
We hate her.
Okay. All right, let's all mute ourselves.
Let's do that. All right, we're ready for the jury.
Will they get it right?
I think it froze.
Everyone in America knows except us.
Is that a real tear there, Amber?
She's looking at the judge, not the jury.
Don't be mean.
Mr. Foreperson, is this the verdict of the jury? Yes. All right, is it unanimous? Yes. Thank you, sir. Jamie?
In civil case number CL 2019-2911, Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. 1. As to the statement appearing in the online op-ed entitled, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. In the Washington Post online edition. Quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, end quote. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that question, the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false? Answer, yes. Question, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes. 2, as to the statement appearing in the op-ed entitled A Transformative Moment for Women in the Washington Post print edition and the online op-ed, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, in the Washington Post online edition. Quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, end quote. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that question, the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false? Answer, yes. Question, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes. 3. As to the statement appearing in the op-ed entitled "A Transformative Moment for Women" in the Washington Post print edition and the online op-ed, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, in the Washington Post online edition. Quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, end quote. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that question, the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false? Answer, yes. Question, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, due to circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes. As against Amber Heard, we, the jury, award compensatory damages in the amount of $10 million. As against Amber Heard, we, the jury, award punitive damages in the amount of $5 million.
Who's that 16?
In civil case number CL 2019-2911, Ms. Heard's claim against Mr. Depp. 1. As to this statement appearing in the April 8, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, no. 2. As to this statement appearing in the April 27, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt did not do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911, end quote. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Has Ms. Heard proven by a greater weight of the evidence that question, Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the statement? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false? Answer, yes. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven by clear and convincing evidence that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice? Answer, yes. 3. As to this statement appearing in the April 27, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, quote, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp, end quote. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, no. As against John C. Depp II, we, the jury, award compensatory damages in the amount of $2 million. As against John C. Depp II, we, the jury, award punitive damages in the amount of $0.
All right. Does either side wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Jamie?
Members of the jury, if this is your verdict, please answer yes. If this is not your verdict, please answer no. Juror number 6. Juror number 10.
Yes.
Juror number 15.
Yes.
Juror number 16.
Yes.
Juror number 22.
Yes.
Juror number 27. Juror number 29.
Yes.
All right. I do find that the jury's verdict is unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes your service in this case. I want to thank you again for your dedication and your hard work during this trial. And I know I speak for everybody here when I tell you that we appreciate your sacrifices and your time and your public service in this matter, okay? So I'm gonna have you go back to the jury deliberation room for one more time, and then we'll release you from there, okay? All right, thank you.
Well, that was
Okay.
wild.
Well, so much for the entire panels. The counterclaims are dead.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
Something happened there.
I'll jump in to the jury deliberation room for one more time, and then we'll...
I am very much wondering what happened with that.
Hang on.
In accordance with law, I will amend the punitive damages award to the statutory cap of $350,000 on Mr. Depp's award, okay? I will set this down for entry of an order, and can we do it on June 24th at 10 a.m. if that's available? All right,
Yes,
if Mr. Chu, if you could prepare that order and then circulate it to Ms. Butterhoff, and we can have all the objections noted on it. All right?
Quite poetically.
All right.
It
if
ends
I
up
get it
being
before that
7
date,
million
I'll
and
take it
some
off the
change.
docket. Okay. All right. Again, thank you to all the attorneys for your professionalism. And
Thank you.
you're
You're
welcome
welcome.
to come to my courtroom
Oh,
anytime.
them.
Well, give me a few weeks, but then you can come anytime. Okay. All right. Court is adjourned.
Thank you.
Now, it might be lawyer math, Alita, but is it not 8 million and some change?
Yeah, it is 8 million and change.
Can I suggest
10
something?
Oh,
That
yeah.
By
No, you're
making
right,
an
you're
award
right.
on the counterclaim, they may have inoculated them, Johnny against a number of possible appeals.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was
Because
do you
they
mean?
can't say that they can't say that the jury didn't understand, that the judge, like all the things that go to the general general appeal issues as to how the court handled jury instructions and handled the verdict. No appellate court is going to let you pick and choose.
Look at the group
So-
hug here.
Well, I was a little confused. Which statement of the lawyers did they find Johnny liable for? It wasn't all of them. It was just one of them.
No, it was the
Number
second
2.
one. It was
Second
that.
one,
It
yeah.
was this one that was
It's the
quite
plan.
simply a hoax. It was call the cops. Didn't attempt to, but didn't do the trick.
Where they adjusted the punitive, I was confused by.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the very specific one. It was the
Yeah.
detailed, hey, they threw wine on the floor.
Yeah.
They called the
Yeah,
cops a
she
second time.
won on a technicality. I think.
Yeah.
And it
It's
was-
true though.
Now,
It
do
was-
we know if is there any mechanism? I'm not a litigator for netting the
you'd have to,
amount
right?
there.
No, they're not netted out because it's the person can pay it from whatever source, however, whenever they end up choosing to pay it.
But they can't pay it from cancellation of liabilities owed under a judicial order?
Only by agreement.
Okay.
Sure.
Interesting.
Well,
Well-
I'm about to leave really, really soon, so excuse me, but I just want to say that I'm going to have to put a lot of thought into this verdict, but this is juries. This is how juries are. They are unpredictable. They make the decisions that they want to make, and we never know what they're going to come out with. I honestly think that they were just thinking about that children's hospital money. I think that played a it's okay. So I think that children's hospital money played a role in the amount of damages that they awarded, and just for every single one of his claims to be given to him. If you're Team Johnny Depp, you should feel good about that. I know that some people are shocked that she won anything, but I'm sorry. I just feel like that's a massive win. At the end of the day, he'll have to put forth 2. She has to put forth like 11. So, ultimately he won the case.
Johnny Depp won.
Yes. This is a huge
Yeah.
Johnny Depp win.
He won.
No
He
two ways
won.
about it.
Keep in mind also, Johnny Depp was awarded a lot in punitive damages. Even though he can't, he's limited to $350,000 worth of it. The fact that they were like, yes, we'll give you 10 million and we'll give you 5 million in punitive damages, like that's a hell of a lot. They didn't give her any.
5 versus 0.
How much you want to bet it was 15 in the punitive and they had to move 10 to the compensatory?
Is that what you think?
All right, gang, I'm going to head off.
Thank
you for
Jax,
having me this morning.
Thanks so much
Pleasure
for
to be
joining
with
us.
all of you.
Yes, this has been really
yes,
great.
I'm going to go drink copious amounts of liquor now.
Do it. Do it. Celebrate.
Justice for Johnny. I will see you all next time.
Johnny got justice.
So the bottom,
yeah. Also for me, see you guys later. I hope you don't mind this. Alita, can I do a plug real quick or no?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
By the way, wait. Let me do a plug real quick before you do. Natalie, how many subscribers do you have at this point?
I don't know, but I think it's like 92,000, something like that.
92,000 guys. There are 74,000 people, 72,000 people, something like that in watching right now. If you have not already subscribed to Natalie Lawyer Chick's channel, please do so right now. She is right on the cusp of 100,000 subscribers. What better way to celebrate this victory for Johnny Depp's success than to get our beloved Natalie, a fantastic attorney who is not just brilliant with her legal mind and her experience and her expertise, but is also one of the most empathetic and kind lawyers that you will ever meet, and is a voice of reason on any panel that she enters. And she is a beautiful person inside and out. Please, please, please do go and subscribe to her channel. Let's get her to over 100,000 subscribers. Please, let's do it because she is so worth it.
Well, you got mine right now from the UK.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate that. My quick plug was going to be that I'm going to be analyzing the verdict, and I have a special guest tonight to talk about the fact that this is not really over. Tonight at 7:30 EST, my channel
This isn't over. This isn't over.
It isn't.
Okay.
It isn't over, unfortunately. Okay, bye, guys.
All the more reason to go
Bye,
and subscribe to her
Natalie.
channel right now. See you, Natalie. Oh man. Yes. So
Good stuff.
It's a good day for Johnny. It's a good day for
It
Johnny.
is.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
he can afford to pay his judgment. Just if we just take this and nothing else happens, he can cut a check for that judgment. She's got no chance. I don't know why I find that funny.
Oh, actually, in other
That's
words,
why I asked about netting.
Right, because she might actually walk away with money. No, but then the point is, if she has those assets, then he could attach them.
Pay her and then attach to the 2 million he just paid her.
Well, in any, in most contractual settings where you'd have something like this, you'd write a set off in.
Right.
That would make more
sense. It doesn't make any sense for maybe Amber Heard to accidentally get more money than Johnny Depp because Johnny Depp will write the check.
At this point, he could absolutely jag her and say, "I'll tell you what, I'll pay 3.5 to the Children's Hospital instead of you accept that as payment in full." But I want it public.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, no, I think you could.
Well, guys, it's been an incredible simulation of reality. Once again, I'm going to let you guys chew this over, and I'm going to get to my discovery disputes.
Sounds fun, Ron.
Nice to meet you, Ron.
Same here. Have a great day, guys. I'm sure that everybody is relieved. It's like I always say in litigation, never joy, always relief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is $8.3 million for Johnny Depp.
I think Depp's team looked pretty joyful. I don't know.
This throws an interesting light on the UK case, I just have to say. So I will be covering that in the coming days.
Yeah, it does.
Absolutely. And I know we've gotten some questions already in some of the chats and super chats that I saw fly by that are being saved, guys. So it's if we don't get to all of them today, tomorrow is going to be a super chat catch up day because we've got over 400 that are saved. So
everyone's saying Johnny Depp won 15 million. Everyone's an idiot. It's 8.3. Tell your friends.
I wouldn't say everyone's an idiot. Technically, they did actually award him 15 million.
Well, I was going to say actually,
Did you consult with her audience, please?
Tell your friends it's 8.3.
I mean, you're right, but don't say it out loud.
Well,
you can hold that Legalbytes law knowledge over their head. Be like, I'm smarter than you. It's actually 8.3.
Well, I mean, it's 10.3 against 2. 10.3 against 2 is different than 8.3 if there isn't a set off right.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is.
That's correct.
You were saying something?
Sorry?
Sorry.
Oh, I think Daniel was
Embarrassing.
saying something.
Yep.
Yes.
Before I was, I was saying if they've awarded 15, whether that's legal or not, it makes the statement. That's what they said they think it's worth, right?
Absolutely.
Whether
It does.
physically paid over or not, that's what they've said that they think it's worth. And it goes back to two things that we discussed at great length yesterday. One is that the UK case, in my view, really should have been held as a jury trial, and there's a scope for it within our Defamation Act 2013. So there is the scope that it could have been heard by a jury. And secondly, the defendant, because the evidence was obviously skewed. So now I feel that the full evidence has been heard properly by a jury. So you can't blame one person for bias and all this sort of stuff. So regardless of what some people think about bias, it's now, in my view, been heard by a full jury with the full evidence. And here we are. And that's what they've said. So whether 15 is legal or not, that's what they've said they think it's worth.
Exactly. I completely agree with you 100%. So I think, and I think this is a great day for Johnny Depp all the way around.
Absolutely.
Andrea Larson, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. This is a victory for all of us who have suffered at the cruelty of a narcissistic abuser. I'm so thankful for Johnny being willing to open himself up to this. And I'm so thankful for all of you. Thank you for your hard work. Of course. And I'm thankful to you. I'm thankful to everyone who joined us on this whole journey. I mean, this has been quite the journey. And I'm just grateful that the folks joined in with us. When I decided to live stream this entire trial, I had no idea if anyone was going to watch my stream, because I knew that there were a lot of options out there. I had no idea if anyone was going to watch or if anyone was going to sit with me on the panel. So I'm certainly thankful for the way that things turned out, for sure. So
Alita, I do have an Amber Heard statement already.
I was going to say, do you want to see it? I have it pulled up.
Daniel, you were going to say something?
But yeah, I've got it on screen as well. I was just going to read it out, but if someone's got it to put on screen,
put it on the screen.
Share it on screen. There's a share button.
Okay, let's see. Okay. The disappointment I feel today is beyond words. I'm heartbroken that the mountain of evidence still was not enough to stand up to the disproportionate power, influence, and sway of my ex-husband.
Yep.
I'm even more disappointed. I'm sorry. This is turning into a dramatic reading. I'm sorry, guys. I'm even more disappointed.
I could do my Amber Heard impression.
No. I'll continue with what this verdict means for other women. It is a setback. It sets back the clock to a time when women who spoke up and spoke out could be publicly shamed and humiliated. It sets back the idea that violence against women is to be taken seriously. I believe Johnny's attorneys succeeded in getting the jury to overlook the key issue of freedom of speech and ignore evidence that was so conclusive that we won in the UK. I'm sad I lost this case.
Words there.
Sorry?
Interesting choice of words. She didn't win in the UK, as I keep saying. She wasn't the defendant.
Oh, of course.
That's the whole of the point. She wasn't the defendant. She didn't win anything in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very key point. And
it is. It is. I'm sad I lost this case, but I'm sadder that I seem to have lost a right I thought I had as an American to speak freely and openly.
I told you the First Amendment was coming.
So did
I like
she
the
write
admission of the
it
loss.
before the verdict was read? How did she get that out so fast?
Oh no, she had two statements ready to go.
This was 2 minutes. This was 2 minutes ago on Twitter. She tweeted it out from her Twitter account, and that was retweeted by Eve Barlow. That's where I saw it.
Yeah, it's from her direct.
Okay, so she had one if she wins and one if she loses.
Now was this written by her or written by someone else? And is it deemed a republishing?
Questions that need answers.
Yeah. No, I think she had two statements ready. It's no surprise after we saw the closing statements that they went with wrapping themselves in the flag. A little bit interesting to both simultaneously wrap yourselves in the flag and then look to a different jurisdiction entirely for success. But we knew that she would blame the system, and she did it within 60 seconds of losing.
Of course.
So is what it is.
Blame it on the patriarchy. Blame it on everyone but her.
I'm sure Headlines is going to be a lot of fun on my channel. For the next 3 days at least. There will be op-eds written. There will be chins stroked, and
pearls clutched.
Pearls will be clutched, and we'll see where we go from there. But to me, I know I sound naive and summer child and all that stuff, but I guess I said that. I knew she would blame the system. I knew that was the direction it was going, and I still hoped for better. I'm still an optimist at heart. That's just who I am, and so it's a little disappointing.
I thought this was a good result.
To see, no, not the result. The statement from Amber Heard.
Statement.
It's a little disappointing to see those shield walls go up as we knew they would. So I'll leave it at that. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But did her lawyers check it first? That's the question.
She actually had her Washington Post article checked. I actually thought that was a useful bit of evidence for her, but there you go.
And also, just so that you guys know, I still have the feed up on my other screen. I'm monitoring for when there is inevitably going to be a statement to the press by the attorneys' teams. So I will be tossing that back up as soon as that happens. So
we look forward to our vigorous appeal. Blah blah blah. Okay,
we have once again been vindicated thanks to the wonderful judicial systems of the United States of America.
Yeah. So, at the end of the day, this is a huge win.
I see the judgment in her favor as a grand bargain in the jury. They had a pro-Amber juror in there, and they basically said, "Here's what we need to get you on board with what we really want to do." That made them happy, and then we're done. It ultimately is a win, and that's just how I see it.
Works. That makes sense.
Jennifer Kaminsky, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Says the second statement on AH's case said they roughed up the place and spilled wine and called the cops again. Body cam disproved that statement. Still a huge win for JD, but I understood why the jury found that statement as false. Your thoughts? Body cam footage disproved that statement. I don't see how the body cam footage disproved that.
Because it hadn't happened yet. Right. So his statement in time is they call the cops. It doesn't work. They rough the place up. They do all this crap. Then they call the cops again. The new cops come. That's the body cam footage, and it didn't happen.
Oh, it's just the timing of when they called the cops.
Yeah.
I guess
it was the most
that's such an immaterial, factual part of that statement that to me, I completely overlooked that.
Yeah, it's the most specific of the statements, right?
It is.
I mean, it's absolutely. We never ever at this panel or anyone else could have predicted that you find it's a hoax, not defamatory, and then anything else ever happens with those statements.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, that's what occurred. It's the most specific, and it's not. The evidence isn't exactly as that specificity. Now, does that rise to actual malice to me? No, not remotely. But that's. I agree with Mike. As soon as I said it, I was like, "Oh, I bet they had to drag someone over the finish line."
Yeah.
And that's also the fact that it impugns so many other people in that one statement too. That statement doesn't just refer to her; it throws like 3 or 4 people under the bus.
Yep.
To our credit, during the pendency of this case, we got that question 100 times, and we always said, "Yes, it's totally possible they both win."
Yes.
We don't expect it, but you don't know what a jury's going to do, and here we are.
Yep. Yeah. That they could find that he didn't abuse her and that they didn't actually set it up as described as a hoax. Yeah. No, and that was always in the cards.
And I'm seeing in the chat that Depp has released a statement as well. I don't know if somebody wants to pull that up as well.
I hope it says "Nana a boo boo."
I don't know what that would mean. Is that bird ball? Is someone pulling that up? I'll do it.
Okay. Oh, and then also it'll be fascinating to pull up the headlines for this also.
I know.
I can't
typed in
wait.
the hashtags.
Rick, are you going to have a special edition of Hangouts and Headlines, like a super long edition tomorrow? I feel like you should, and I want to join you for it if I can invite myself.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, we'll see. We could definitely do headlines. We'll have to see what pours out today. Do we know where his statement would be coming from? He doesn't appear to have a presence on.
He's on
Twitter.
Instagram.
Okay, I'm not on Instagram. I'm on Twitter, so I need an Instagrammer to come on there.
Okay.
But yeah, no, we got a lot of headlines. We also have a lot of legal work in the practice of law. So we'll figure out how to make that. We'll figure out how to make that work.
Yes, we've got mounting motions to compel the discovery we haven't answered and all sorts of fun stuff.
Yes, only make that transactional law. Yes.
And on that note, I am going to hop off because I have some work to do. But before I go, there is 50,000 people watching and only 15,000 likes. So make sure we can get like 10,000 more likes for Alita. So she's doing this. She did this for several weeks. So make sure you get the likes up on this video.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And
Thank you so much, Bree.
I'm disappointed
And
we're not going to get that Mira cosplay, but well.
That's all right. And
see you
on that
later.
note too, everyone that has shown up on the panel is linked in the description below. They should be, unless I didn't save it before I had to close all the windows to improve my bandwidth situation. Because I noticed everything was slowing down, and I was like, oh God, please stream. Do not follow me.
It was the feed. It was the feed. I was watching. I had Emily up over here watching her, and hers was cutting out too. Like it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I was stroking out for you because I run streams too, and it just froze up, and I'm like, what are you supposed to do? Why you're on the stream, the internet's broken. I don't know.
I've got his statement now uploaded as a
perfect.
As a slide.
Here we go.
Put it up there, but yeah, there you go.
All right. Any chance we can zoom in a bit?
Well, can I zoom in on that?
Yeah, you should be able to zoom in on the page.
We're looking for controls here.
On your original page where it's popping up on your screen, from which you are sharing.
All I can see is the icon at the bottom, and I can see it on the.
It'll be fine. It's fine.
Okay. All right, then. Go ahead and just read it.
Well, I can read it anyway. 6 years ago, my life, the life of my children, the lives of those closest to me, and also the lives of the people who, for so many years, have supported and believed in me, were forever changed, all in the blink of an eye. False, very serious, and criminal allegations were levied at me via the media, which triggered an endless barrage of hateful content, although no charges were ever brought against me. It had already traveled around the world twice within a nanosecond, and it had a seismic impact on my life and my career. And 6 years later, the jury gave me my life back. I'm truly humbled. My decision to pursue this case, knowing very well the height of the legal hurdles that I would be facing and the inevitable worldwide spectacle into my life, was only made after considerable thought. From the very beginning, the goal of bringing this case was to reveal the truth, regardless of the outcome. Speaking the truth was something that I owed to my children and all those who have remained steadfast in their support of me. I feel at peace knowing I've finally accomplished that.
Is
Can
there
we just have
a
Daniel
second page?
read everything?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Also, is there a second page to it? Because I thought I saw some folks in the chat saying that there's a page
There
too.
may be. Yes, there is.
Okay.
Well
Okay.
done.
Good.
Well done. Let me. I have to PDF it, then I can upload.
Sure.
I'm assuming you guys, because right when the judge said, "Hey, you guys forgot to fill out compensatory damages," we were like all screaming, "Johnny's won!" Because he had to find compensatory damages. They had to find that he won, and it was funny because the judge just picked like the first 2 pages. It was like, "Oh, they forgot to fill out compensatory damages." We're like, "Oh, so Johnny's won!" That's the only way you get.
Yep. Nope. We did say that.
It's that, and then the jury did some nice horse trading back there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That was
I think that's right.
That was some nice horse trading. In other words, we're not going to give it punitive because he'd have to pay that. Let's give her the $2 million and let's not give it a total loss, but he's got the total win. So yeah, I was like, oh, nice.
Yeah, there we go. So page 2. I am and have been overwhelmed by the outpouring of love and the colossal support and kindness from around the world. I hope that my quest to have the truth be told will have helped others, men or women, who have found themselves in my situation, and that those supporting them never give up. I also hope that the position will now return to innocence until proven guilty, both within the courts and in the media. I wish to acknowledge the noble work of the judge, the jurors, the court staff, and the sheriffs who have sacrificed their own time to get to this point, and to my diligent and unwavering legal team who did an extraordinary job in helping me to share the truth. The best is yet to come, and a new chapter has finally begun. Veritas nuquam peri. Truth never perishes. Johnny Depp.
Amazing.
All right then.
He's got to write it on typewriter.
Of course it's typewriter font. Of course it's typewriter font.
What's up with this, Johnny? Make it hard for me to read.
I love it.
That's right. Go do another Pirates movie.
Yeah, no, I think the big thing on that, I agree with you on horse trading, Nate. I think the punitive damage awards is what tells you what the jury was thinking.
Yeah.
5-0 is we needed to cross the finish line on this, but it's the 5 is in Johnny Depp's camp. And it might have been 15, according to Rob's theory about what that punitive looked like before.
I think it was 100% punitive damages, and the reason the judge called out compensatory was because you need at least one compensatory to even say one punitive.
Yeah. Well, thank God they didn't just do like $1 and 15 million in punitive, because that would have sucked.
Because then we have to start talking about cases that limit punitives, like State Farm, and say, well, now it's $10. So, you know.
Well, and that's, that goes back to the BS about not telling the jurors everything they should know. We can talk about that long term.
Yeah.
You ask them to make this judgment call and you don't tell them the rules. Okay.
Yeah, because the judgment call is supposed to be made independent of the rules and technicalities. I mean, that's not there.
But do you guys have lawyers on a jury?
Sometimes, but usually they're excluded.
Yeah, there was a case in Brooklyn I was dealing with, and there was, matter of fact, and it's funny, interesting how the lawyer got in the jury, because it was a homicide case, and I was actually interning at the Brooklyn DA's office, and we had to go through a Batson hearing because the defense attorney had struck all the white people off the jury. We're in Brooklyn, right? It was so it was a black defendant. They were like, oh, we want to get all the white people. So he struck all the white people. So there was like 2 white people left. And one of them was like straight up, we love Trump supporter. And the other white person was an attorney. So the prosecutor was like, we're going to keep the attorney. And the defendant couldn't strike the attorney because it was like the attorney being white. So that was the one time they let the attorney on the jury. But the person wasn't practicing though. But it was literally because she was white, the only white person left, and they needed a white person on the jury.
We didn't used to be able to have barristers or lawyers on a jury, but we can now. Even judges can sit on a jury now. In fact, there's a funny story. There was a judge was called to sit on a jury by the office, and he wrote and said, I can't sit on this jury. And the selection office wrote back and said, no, even judges can sit on juries now, so you need to sit on this jury. He wrote back again and said, I really can't sit on this jury. They wrote back again and said, just because you're a judge doesn't mean you can get off the jury. You need to speak to the presiding judge. He said, I am the presiding judge and I'm hearing this trial. I'm hearing the trial. I really can't sit on the jury.
I think this is right, by the way.
At which point they saw sense and they let him off.
Oh, that's awesome. Haya, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. It says, for Rob, juror number 7 is wearing a suit. Some are assuming he is the foreperson because it's his first time wearing a suit.
Yep. I called him as my foreperson. The second 8 was booted. He was the most attention. He was the most attentive and the most focused on everybody and didn't give anything away. So yeah.
But Rob, you were in there. Why do you think they horse
hang on.
Yeah.
Sorry. Here we go. Let's all mute.
But I can't hear her.
Yeah, there's nothing coming through.
No audio. No audio.
We are grateful, so grateful to the jury.
Back it up a little bit for the
their
beginning.
Careful deliberation. Hi, everyone. Today's verdict confirms what we have said from the beginning, that the claims against Johnny Depp are defamatory and unsupported by any evidence. We are grateful, so grateful to the jury for their careful deliberation, to the judge and the court staff who have devoted an enormous amount of time and resources towards this case.
Our judicial system is predicated on each person's right to have his or her case heard, and we were honored, truly honored, to assist Mr. Depp in ensuring that his case was fairly considered throughout the trial. We are also most pleased that the trial has resonated for so many people in the public who value truth and justice. Now that the jury has reached its conclusive verdict, it's time to turn the page and look to the future. Thank you all so much, and thanks to the jury.
Thank you so much.
How is he feeling? How's Johnny feeling? Will Johnny and Amber ever speak to each other again?
Will they ever speak to each other again?
I heard that.
Funny.
Hell no. Yeah, when she cut me my check.
I sure hope not.
When she handed me my money, that's when we can speak. Otherwise than that, I don't got nothing to say.
Hey, Rob.
Yo.
Is there any chance they didn't give any damages to Amber?
I don't know. I'm basing it based on it's possible. It really is possible because based on I was basing my thing on the timing too, because it was the second she opened that envelope, it was real quick that she found that, and then she made the statement compensatory, which is telling me that there's punitive there and they need compensatory. I don't know if she even looked at the Amber Heard award, so I don't know. Could be nothing.
But there would have to be, all right, if they found defamation, there would have to be something in the compensatory. It seemed like she just left it blank, whatever she looked at. So I assumed because as soon, like you're saying, soon she opened it up, she was like, oh, this is blank. She was like, oh, but then she was trying not to let the cat out the bag, but she's like, this one is compensatory, it's blank. So I'm assuming they just forgot to fill it out. And they came back real quick too.
They came back quick, but with a big number. I mean, I don't know if they just forgot to fill it out. They were instructed to fill it out. That big number was somewhere else on the page.
Or maybe they thought they were going to be asked what it was in court once they've given the verdict or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I know you say it's fast, but I'm not exactly sure I had great optics on when she was handed the envelope, and it doesn't take that long to go and slide through.
Can we get a copy of the jury's form at some point?
Maybe.
Oh, the filled out one. They should have.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I guess I was just thinking Amber's could have been blank completely. If it was pure horse trading, you could have just said, nah. We know they didn't want to give her punitives. Where the hell does $2 million come from? I don't know, Jerry. It's fine.
I love that super chat that was just on the screen. How do we do this for a living?
Easily, and with a smile on our face. That's how we do it for a living.
We're smiling. We're smiling today, anyway.
Very true.
Yeah, they're going to have to redact the jury form because it does have the printed and signed name of the foreperson. So,
okay.
We'll see.
Well, guys, it's 9 p.m. here. I hate to run, but
no, absolutely.
Yeah, anyway,
completely understandable.
So much great fun. I would really, really love to do this again. I came back from work today as just eager to get back in time to join you, hoping that I'm in time for the verdict, and here we are. So it's been such great fun. I really love to do this again and give an insight on the UK cases and cross the channel for YouTube because I don't do it for me.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks so much for joining us, and I'm looking forward to more collaborations with you in the future as well.
Yeah, likewise. No, thanks for having me once again.
Of course. All righty.
Take care, guys.
See you, Daniel.
See ya. I guess we could. Sorry, I didn't see that super chat until just now. Asking him what he's going to do for his 4-day weekend.
Oh.
So, all right. Well, that's that. I'll take us back off screen in case there's going to be. I'm watching again to see if there's any more press statements from this time from Amber Heard's lawyers. I would anticipate that they will be making some kind of a statement at some point.
Maybe they're happy just to get out of there at this point.
I expect them to make some kind of a statement. Phil H says 4 and 5 were blank because Judge A messed up the jury instructions. No, not quite. There was something about those compensatory damages.
Yeah, it's in.
Drunken Doe says watching the news in Polish TV as well as you guys, waiting for the verdict impatiently. #justice for Depp. Yeah. So now we've got a ton of super chats that we'll be going through, and we can definitely go through the verdict form and see. Just to clarify which statement they found in favor of Amber in this case. It's still so interesting to me. I don't see how they did that other than it had to be a horse trade.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I think it is a horse trade, but it's not one that's illogical. I mean, we talked about the narrow center that you could hit both of these on. So it's not a jury that returned a piece of paper that doesn't make any sense at all in the universe. Because Amber Heard could have still committed a hoax, and it just didn't look like the one that they was described. I think that's got a malice issue, but it's not impossible.
I'm not sure how you get the actual malice, though, with reckless disregard. But
because Johnny Depp and Adam Waldman are the same person. So Johnny Depp had reckless disregard during the thing, right? Like there were so many ways and avenues to get to actual malice based on the jury instructions.
I'm not even sure how Johnny Depp had actual malice. Because I mean, he wasn't necessarily there while they were doing all the setup and stuff, right?
Johnny Depp knew that was false.
Okay.
I mean, that's how you get it.
If you say so.
I said it's got a malice issue. That's what I started out with.
And to answer the super chat question from Sebastian Novotny, thank you so much for your super chat. Very generous. Says, for us laymen, what's the difference between compensatory and punitive damages, and do both amounts go to Johnny? Yes. So on both sides, they have to answer the question of whether there was defamation, right? Where there's defamation behind the statement. And then if there was, how much they want to award in compensatory damages and punitive damages. Compensatory damages are basically compensating them for the harm that has resulted from that defamation. So lost income. That's why we were talking about how much Johnny would have made from Pirates of the Caribbean 6, how much he made, or how much he did make from Pirates of the Caribbean 5, how much he made from all of his other movies that he was making in 2017, and how much basically to try to project how much he lost as a result of the defamation. Amber Heard did basically the same thing. They could only add up to $2 million because of her movies. So it's no surprise to me that they came to a number at most $2 million for her compensatory damages. But punitive damages are intended to basically send a message to the party that has to pay the money, basically to say, you wronged this person so hard that we're gonna go for extra money because just basically to punish you, essentially. So the fact that Amber Heard, that they did not give Amber Heard punitive damages at all, indicates that they did not think that Johnny Depp really did anything so bad that they needed to punish him for anything. However, $5 million that they wanted to punish Amber Heard for her behavior, that sends a very big statement. Now, of course, in Virginia, there's a statutory limitation that's capped off at $350,000. So Johnny will not actually be able to get that full $5 million in punitive damages. So he won't be able to get the full $15 million. He'll get $10 million plus $350,000 because $10 million was in the compensatory damages for him. So he'll get $10,350,000. But nonetheless, that sends a massive, massive message. $5 million in punitives is a huge number. So obviously people were very upset at what Amber had done to Johnny through this whole gauntlet, essentially. So I hope that explains things for everybody.
I'm not happy with the $2 million because it allows Amber Heard to justly feel like a victim.
Sure.
Which all feeds her narcissism.
Sure.
Yeah, but you know what? Even in her statement, she comes right out and says, "I lost today in court."
Because she only planned for a statement where she lost everything and didn't win everything.
Right.
There were two statements. That statement wasn't prepared.
I had the same thought process. But still, it's good. She put it out, and that's a recognition from her, delusional as she is, that she lost, which is I'm very happy about. I do have to scoot, but I want to say thank you so much to Alita for having me for 6 weeks. I feel like I invaded your house for 6 weeks.
No, I love it. You guys have been like a guest in,
Mike.
You guys have been guests in my kitchen. Like we've all just been hanging out for the last 2 months. It feels like,
I know. It's cool.
And I love it. I love it. All of the hours that we spent together, I have really thoroughly enjoyed all of your company. And I'm just so grateful that you guys decided to join me, because the experience for me was certainly far more enjoyable, and I think it was for the viewers as well.
Yeah.
So I'm so
Yeah, it's
so
not just
grateful to
here.
all of
I've
you.
been on Rob's channel, I've been on Kurt's channel, I've been on Rick's channel, and more. Nate, the lawyer who was here, yeah, you know, lots of other stuff. And that's really because that's where I met all those attorney types.
You're welcome anytime on mine, Mike.
Likewise.
Yeah. Well, thank you. All right, good night, you guys. Big win. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Agreed. See you, Mike. But yeah, no, I definitely agree that this has been a huge win for Johnny Depp. You know, even though folks were a little shocked to find the finding in favor of Amber Heard, I don't see this as a win for Amber Heard at all.
No,
this is definitely a win for Johnny Depp.
I think the finding for the Amber Heard stuff is Waldman is Johnny, Johnny is Waldman, and I think that's just misunderstanding of the agency law there. Yeah, it's not a win for Amber Heard at all.
These headlines are coming out interesting. I'll tell you that.
I've been looking. I keep looking over on my screen.
Why don't you share some of the headlines with us? Let's go Twitter trolling and see what's out there.
Yeah.
Well,
and in the meantime, we're flashing the statements on the screen and then saving the ones that are just questions so that we can address those specifically. Every once in a while, we'll get a question up on the screen to address as well. So folks that have sent in some super chats, thank you so much, everyone. Every single one of you has been so generous, and just folks that have been hanging out in the chat, chatting, liking the video, all of that engagement has been so helpful so that more people find out about these live streams. They find out about the people that are on this panel throughout this whole trial. And I'm so grateful to each and every one of you for being here and for hanging out with us, you know, joining us on this journey. I feel like we have all truly experienced a massively historical event together. And that is a big, big deal. So thank you so much to everybody for joining us. Thank you for all the super chats, all the likes, all the shares, all the subscribes. You guys are wonderful. And I feel like this has been a wonderful community that we've sort of grown together here. So anyhow, we've got over 400 that we are gonna be going through. Hopefully we'll get through all of them today. If not, then we've got tomorrow that we can go through stuff. And I still have promised the Australia audio.
I thought we've got tonight. Who needs tomorrow? Sorry. Yes. Yeah, no, it's just interesting, right? You've got some that are playing it straight. You've got Johnny Depp wins libel lawsuit against ex-wife Amber Heard. Interestingly, though, you've got from CNN, jury finds both Amber Heard and Johnny Depp liable. Okay.
Technically true. Technically correct.
Yes. Yeah.
And also, let me get the super chat here. Granddad's Guitars. Thank you so much for the very generous super chats. Thank you all for spending endless hours on this very interesting trial. It is super educational and interesting. Wishing you all well. By the way, what's the next trial you guys are going to cover? For sure, I'm jumping into Marilyn Manson. That's going to be an interesting one. It's not going to trial right away, but it's going to be that's one that I will be fascinated to watch it build over time if it goes to trial. I mean, it might possibly settle. I don't know. Defamation cases by celebrities. The idea of them settling sounds a little bit silly because the whole idea is to get the message out, right? To get their story out. So that ending in trial is a substantial possibility. There's also some other cases. I've talked about the baseball player Trevor Bauer. I've talked about some other cases as well. So we're gonna mix some new stuff in there, and also keep tabs in case there's any developments along these lines as well. So
Alita's underselling it. This channel is going to be amazing. You're not going to want to miss it. You're going to want to subscribe right now because the sky's the limit. And there's going to be so much cool stuff here at Legalbytes and occasionally good stuff at Hoeg Law.
Yeah. Great stuff at Hoeg Law, great stuff at Law and Lumber, great stuff at Uncivil Law as well, who, by the way, is almost up to 100,000 subscribers as well. So if you have not already subscribed to him, please do, because your brain will grow. He covers all kinds of constitutional law stuff and stuff that legitimately people get wrong all the time. He will explain to you things in ways so that you can understand and really appreciate and come away sounding like a very intelligent person. So yeah. Definitely subscribe to everyone and everyone else that has shown up on this panel, linked in the description below. The Milkman, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Says, agree with Kurt, and The Pale Moonlight is an amazing episode of S9, probably the best, but would be curious to know the panel's thoughts on S1 episode duet and the personal sacrifice of pretending to be a war criminal in pursuit of justice.
I can't pull up DS9 episodes in my memory scape so easily because it's such a serialized television show. But I do know it's fantastic throughout, and Pale Moonlight is good. I'm just giving Kurt a hard time because I prefer Next Generation.
And Carolyn, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. It says, thank you so much for the coverage to all of you. You've given me a place to watch with intelligent commentary. And thank you so much for having Jax on today. I first met her on the TMZ comment section in 2016, and I've been following her ever since. Thank you, of course. And Jax is always welcome back. She's hilarious. She's wonderful. She's very intelligent and insightful. And I like hanging out with her, honestly. We had a great time having her on for a few hours today. So thank you. So yeah,
you guys
Kurt,
ready
if
for
you want to
a press release that didn't age well?
Ooh.
The one this morning, the representative slamming Depp for not joining the Virginia. Your presence shows. No, I'm just going to read it. Your presence shows where your priorities are. Johnny Depp plays guitar in the UK while Amber Heard waits for a verdict in Virginia. Depp is taking his snickering and lack of seriousness on tour. Well.
And then if you think that, as the jury did, he didn't commit any abuse, that has a bad light on it, doesn't it, Rob?
Mm-hmm. Just a bit. Just a bit.
Yeah.
All right. I will be right back.
Sounds good. Any other headlines, Rob, that you're coming into?
No, I'm looking something up. My law partner sent me something on the punitive damages claim, and I'm trying to verify it.
Okay.
I'm wondering if it's limited to each claim or if it's a total for the entire complaint.
All right.
Does that make sense? What I'm saying, like
it does. So they found three counts of defamation. Can it be?
That's what I'm looking at.
350 or is it a little bit over $1 million?
I'm looking at that now. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to find it out.
All righty. And I'm still monitoring. It looks like most of the media has gone away. So maybe we won't be seeing from Amber Heard's legal team making a public address today. So great. Wonderful.
Yeah, the statute suggests it's a net total of 350. So if I find out anything else, I will let the chat know. Okay.
Alrighty.
Yeah. It's total punitive damages. It's the amount that can be awarded by a successful party to a successful party, not per individual claim. So 350 is the total cap.
Okay.
So.
All right. Kurt, how's it going?
Got a margarita.
I see it's going well. So let's chit chat. We're gonna that was just so exciting that now it's like it feels like right?
Yeah, it's to the chat, it's quiet because we're all still kind of processing how the conclusion was reached, why it was reached, trying to analyze the different things that the jury might have considered or not considered, the horse trading that went on beyond there. I mean, it's like you're watching wheels turn.
Rob, I appreciate you not just saying it's because Rick's the loud one and he's taking a minute.
Rick's the loud one, he's taking a minute.
No, I mean, I kind of am still where I am. I mean, Amber Heard doesn't really need an excuse to feel vindicated because we'll find that she'll find herself to be self-righteous no matter what the circumstance. But
the jury just gave her an out to say, well, they believed me.
What was your thought on the appellate issues thing? How the jury, this complicates any of the appellate issues?
Well, it depends, I suppose, on what we see on the form, because presumably it's just going to have the cross-outs. So I will have a better opinion when it's there, but I don't think that's going to complicate the issue. There are other things maybe, but not that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No.
And I mean, I have hard time finding liability for Walterman statements on a couple different levels. First of all, that actual malice is proven. Second of all, there's a difference between the allegedly defamatory statement and the pleaded truth, because whatever errors are in the sequence or details in the end seem inconsequential to me. So I mean, for me, I'm not sure there's really much difference between what was claimed and what was real, if we're going on these Meyer distinctions of timeline sequences.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm going to be right back. Actually, let me just make sure that we are good here. Oh, let me answer this. Trisha McVeigh, thank you so much for your very generous super chat. Says, thank you so much for all your commentary. I appreciate all the time you have put into making this educational and fun. I love Hoeg's hat. Haha. I appreciate everyone's individual input. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then okay, yep. And then I will be right back. And then when I get back, let's do the video that Jax sent me that we were about to watch before we found out that there was a jury verdict and all hell broke loose. So we'll do that. And we're going to do the Australia tapes today before the day's out, because I promised.
Oh my gosh, that's a big commitment. Okay.
Well,
I'm
not doing all of it.
Well, there's like a 30-minute video that on from Incredibly Average's channel that we're gonna go through and listen.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. I'll be right back.
Yep. So, Sakharin, if people want equality, need to stop looking at the sex, race, creed, it's a defining trait, person to person. Yeah, that's pretty even keeled. That was a good one. Based on what we've seen in the trial, predict AH's response to the verdict in JD's favor. Tantrum, act like she won. Well, I think we got it. The fact that she used so many of those words, though, drove me kind of nuts. The mountain of evidence. She used that in like various parts of her freaking testimony, which made no sense at all. I don't think it's a tantrum, but it's pretty much it doesn't appreciate or respect the verdict itself.
Yeah, I mean, and that question
surprise has been. Yeah, I think we saw it.
That question is before we knew what the reaction would be, right? So, I mean, I think she did exactly what we thought.
Mm-hmm. Kurt,
Emily Baker having like 500,000 live viewers was pretty badass.
That's awesome. She has to have beaten out like Law and Crime.
Everybody. I think she beat out the world.
I hope so. But
probably beat out all the Twitch streamers too. She might be number one.
Probably. Kurt, you said the biggest surprise for you is what we just saw. You talking about the award for Amber, or are you talking about the award in general, or
the award for Amber? I don't think actual malice is there. I don't think Johnny Depp actually knows. I don't think there's reckless disregard. I don't think there's enough difference between the pleaded truth and the defamatory statement, and I don't think it's worth $2 million.
Horse trading.
Do you think the $2 million comes from Aquaman?
I mean, where else could it come from?
That's the only thing I got is $2 million for Aquaman 2. The horse trading is you give him that statement, and Johnny worked to get her thrown off Aquaman, and so you can defend $2 million, something like that.
Yes. And she's probably going to have work still because there's no justice in this world. I don't think she's done in Hollywood. I think she still gets work.
Yeah. And then to this super chat, any opinions on the likelihood of appearance of Tug and Depp together, assuming there's a Depp win? I don't see Johnny Depp doing very much publicity around this other than the statement he released, which was very well worded. I think he honestly just wants to move forward from this. Media is going to talk about it for a while, but I don't see him doing a lot of appearances discussing it, period.
In terms of attorney's fees, I guess they could still seek that.
That's actually set for separate hearings. So the attorney's fees are set for a hearing in August. I think it's August 24th or something like that. But it's a separate proceeding to determine any amount of attorney's fees and which way they go. That's something the judge considers. That's not subject to the jury.
But now they both have a claim for attorney's fees, right?
They do, which is interesting.
Ooh, Amber's got anti-slap.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Huh.
Wait, so she won on her anti-slap defense?
No,
She won a claim that would get her past the main impediment to anti-slap because actual malice is going to beat intentionality.
No, wouldn't that go to Johnny Depp's case? Like if Johnny Depp had lost
his
case in chief.
Yeah. No, there's no, because anti-slap is a defense to his
Correct.
claims, and he won on all three of them. Whew,
okay, great.
Yeah, she gets no attorney's fees.
True.
Yeah,
that's my fault, everybody.
No, that's okay. It's kind of complicated. So
I'm genuinely confused at this point. So
hey, Dad.
Hey, Papa Hoeg.
Hey, Papa Hoeg. I've really enjoyed spending the day with you all. Please keep your kindness towards each other.
If 4,400 of you want to go over to my channel and subscribe, that would also be just fine, by the way.
Well, it's nice to spend the day with you too, Dad, even though I didn't see or talk to you.
No. Ryan McCullen says, thanks you guys for the live streams. Watched it for a few weeks now, and new subscriber. Hope JD wins. Love from the Netherlands. Oh, thank you so much. And thanks so much for joining us. This has been such a great experience, and I'm glad that you've been with us. Borger Magnuson says, hi from Iceland. Do you think you could get Dr. Spiegel and Amber together on your panel after this to talk shop? Maybe Eileen too. That would be great. I don't think that any of them are going to want to come onto this channel.
Nope.
Shannon M says, what are your thoughts on the new lawsuit against Johnny Depp from the ACLU wanting Depp to pay their legal fees? Who might win? It's not exactly a new lawsuit. It is a filing to request payment of fees and costs and all that kind of stuff for the document production that they were required to make to Johnny's team. They're entitled to reasonable fees. Those fees don't scream reasonable to me off the cuff. Now, if they undoubtedly have included with that filing some kind of a declaration where they lay out why they think that they're entitled to those numbers, I would be very curious to see those. I haven't yet. Lara G says, Alita, impression of Judge Oscarati doing Captain Sparrow. I've got a jar of
I got a jar of gas lots inside it.
I love it.
The jar of verdict needed some revisions.
Yeah. Thanks, Lara G. 1 after 909 says, hi from John in New Zealand. Amber testified that she had a mountain of evidence of abuse. If that is true, why wasn't it presented at trial? It seems to me that the evidence she did show was unconvincing. Yes.
No, mountain of evidence.
It's in her mind, that is a mountain of evidence. The question is, what actually is a mountain of evidence? Doesn't meet my definition anyway. Pato Amador, thank you so much for the generous super chat. Says, if Amber writes a book, as it's been suggested may be the case, would she be subject to being sued for defamation again, assuming she blames Johnny again for DV, etc.? It depends. There's all kinds of interesting legal questions now because the UK case still stands. She also won on the hoax claims, or one of them. So there's all kinds of different nuanced ways. If I were giving her any kind of advice, we don't give legal advice on this channel, but if I were to give her some kind of general advice, I would say to stay away from that kind of subject matter.
I've got so much legal advice for her.
Contact her directly.
Bass Boom Box says, just supporting this awesome channel. Thank you for your expertise throughout this trial when I was too busy to follow it all. Huge Johnny fan, always have been. Old bedroom is the proof, LOL. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Here we go.
Just wanted to make sure we got that out there. I appreciate the 5 minutes there, Alita.
Of course.
That's right. We're going to do a little media review tomorrow. We're going to talk about some headlines. They're already coming out.
He does this. He wakes me up every morning. I wake up to like an alert on my phone. Hoeg's going live.
Well, maybe I can work as an alarm to your phone. We'll do it at 7 a.m. tomorrow Eastern. And we'll go as long as you have questions or want to discuss, and however many articles we cover. There have already been interesting headlines that change the way things actually look. So get excited. It's going to be a big day. But thank you. I just want to make sure I got that out because it's fun. This stuff is fun, and we'll have a lot of treatments to talk about tomorrow.
Very stupid.
What? Is Kurt okay?
It's dumb.
Kurt's either got Lexus up where he's looking at the case law or he's looking at the verdict forms or he's trying to figure something out.
The jury's stupid.
Something just made him mad.
Cosmina Ratu, thank you so much for the generous super chat. Says, I've got less than 6 trial days to go and counting the what if any's. I was hoping to finish before the verdict, but couldn't make it. If the verdict doesn't blow my obsession away, would you be interested in the result? If the verdict doesn't blow my obsession away, would you be interested in the result? I think I'm always interested in the result of this case. Rob Droll says, question, what, if any, objection do you have on my ruling that Dr. Spiegel gets to read the verdict using an earpiece, or is that against the Goldwater rule? Hashtag
While eating
thanks all.
candy.
Definitely while
Murder.
eating candy. You guys. Vranish says, late last night, neighbor's car was set on fire in front of my window and scared the crap out of me. Any suggestions? No legal suggestions. We can't give legal advice.
That's true.
Might want to call the cops.
Might want to call the cops. That's one possibility. Not legal advice, just general advice. The 8 Bars says, do you think there is any fallout from AH lawyers because this was highly televised and analyzed? I can imagine that their law firm is toast. Not toast. Not at all.
You know their names. That's
They'll be just
90%
fine.
of business development.
Also, how many attorneys out there practicing civil litigation have experience on a nationally televised trial? Not many. There are very few. There are very few civil litigators that even go to trial in the first place. So, and to have one this big, and then to have one nationally recognized, and then to have one internationally recognized, that's a big deal.
Yep. I'm going to start selling scented candles with Camille's image on my website.
And as Lewis F. in the chat so astutely pointed out, and they won one of their claims. That is also a point for them.
Yeah, that's a huge point.
Yeah.
Yep. Tracy Sewell says, you all seem so positive that JD will win. Are any of you nervous that we will get a shock like Brexit in the UK or Trump's beating Hillary? I'm nervous. Well, we did have a little bit of a shock. There was a little bit of a last minute, sideways weird thing that happened. But ultimately,
you can see me react to that. Yes. I said, what?
Yeah. All of us we kind of looked quizzically like, huh?
Yeah. It felt like the hesitation, and then the counsel come to table and you're just going, oh, this could be bad.
Yep. Oh yeah. Shiver says, question, who in your opinion was the most credible witness and the worst except Amber? For me, it's Alejandro Romero and the policewoman in order.
I'm with you on the Alejandro.
Alejandro's very credible.
The butler.
Oh, he was good too.
Yeah, but the butler still has the staff thing working for him.
I was just thinking that.
I like the butler.
Alejandro gives not any Fs.
None.
Zero Fs. Sally asks his question, can the jury stipulate some/all money go to charity?
No.
Nope.
Viking Rack says, question, had to tuck in my daughters. Did Hoeg hear the Aussie audio? We're gonna pull that right on up.
Yep.
Nope.
You still have time.
Yep. Kristen Griffin says, question, the new shenanigans with the actual suing Depp.
Talking about the ACLU, it's a recovery for production.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing. It's still ridiculous though. $6,000, come on.
Susan Gonzalez says, will Washington Post have to resend their newspaper headline if JD wins? No. No, and I doubt that they ever would. Ingrid Johanna says, thank you for giving your time and expertise to this case. LawTube has been a blessing and eye-opening in the face of false and biased news reporting. I'm very honored to play that role for you, and I'm happy to have served in that role. And thanks for joining us. Scott Miller says, "Can you explain why the depositions were shown but are not in evidence?" Absolutely. So the reason why they were shown is because the parties were not able to attend in person to testify in person. So that was why they were shown, is because depositions can be used when a witness is unavailable to testify in person. However, just like the testimony of someone who is actually testifying in court is not evidence that gets admitted. Like, you don't have a transcript from that, for example, that goes to the jury afterwards. The video deposition testimony that gets put in front of the jury as testimony also doesn't get admitted as evidence. So it's basically it's just a substitute for having the person right there in person. Anthony Nomakeo says, if the Heard article was crafted alongside her lawyers and she loses this case, can't she sue her lawyers? Depends. I hate giving that kind of an answer, but it depends on how much the lawyers were involved, what kind of advice they gave her, what kind of counsel they gave her. Most likely, well, you can sue anyone for anything, but the question is whether it would be successful. In that situation, I would say doubtful. Daniel Tan, thanks so much for the generous super chat, says, since defamation requires intent, would it be considered non-dischargeable in bankruptcy, or is this only for crimes of intent?
The punitives are most certainly non-dischargeable. I'm still looking at the compensatory. So honestly, I've been tied up watching the verdict and not so much analyzing the disposition, but I guess I really do have to get on that.
Yeah, Rob, it's your job. No.
Oh man, oh man.
I'm getting reports that Kathleen Zellner is speaking right now. Is talking.
Is she?
I tell you what, she's quite the media maven, if nothing else. Since everybody's asked us a lot about her, and she's like one of the first people to talk on this.
Oh yeah, agreed. Alioli says, fellow millspouse here in the legal field, thanks for your excellent coverage and thanks to the team. Easy to support great, intelligent people. Love the different perspectives and love this channel. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you.
Ooh, I love jury decides. Sorry, again, I'm going through headlines here. You got these statements, and sometimes they're followed up with something like comma jury decides, or it's designed to take away from the actual impact of the actual headline. It's interesting.
Yeah. Yep. And I'm trying to look for Kathleen Zellner out on YouTube somewhere. If anybody has a link, send it to me. Of a statement that she's making publicly here.
Oh, hang on 1 sec. Let's see.
Apparently, Emily D. Baker is going to be on Sky News.
Oh, that's cool.
For her, that's
nice. Awesome. That is awesome.
Just saw her tweet from 4 minutes ago.
Amazing.
So
yeah, the feeds that I'm pulling up are they've got no one. Do you have something, Rob?
I'm sending you Adam. There's Adam Waldman's statement that he just released.
Okay.
Via Instagram. I'm trying to track this.
She's on Law and Crime. She went on Law and Crime.
Who?
Emily D. Baker, they're saying.
Oh. Maybe she can tell them that they need to stop copyright striking.
We have to excise her from LawTube now.
No, absolutely not.
Oh man, Gawker is impugning that the jury must have been corrupted by the coverage when they went home each day. We're going to enter into the maelstrom here, folks.
So now we're about to be impugned. All right, bring it.
Hang on once.
She goes on long crime. She's betrayed herself.
No, of course
No.
not. What? No, there's no need for that.
I'm just giving her a hard time.
Oh, I see. Kathleen
Yeah,
Zellner is on long crime right now.
Is she? Because I just saw her Twitter. She just posted, no matter what, I trust my own judgment in detecting innocence. 20 wrongful convictions overturned. Johnny Depp is innocent, no doubt about it. And that was this morning at 7:43 before she knew about the verdict.
Okay, and yeah, she is on long crime. She's labeled as a Depp v. Heard case consultant, which is what I thought. People kept asking, like, what's her role in this? Because they knew that she was on the team somehow, and I was like, she's probably in some kind of a consulting role, helping to like move things behind the scenes or something. So, yeah, well, awesome. It'll be cool to see Emily D. Baker on there. That's awesome. I'm really glad for her.
I kind of like this mock trial idea here.
And mock trial idea. Han Solo uses self-defense as affirmative defense in Empire v. Solo for second-degree murder against victim Greedo. Was he in reasonable fear of his life there?
Obviously he was. That's a gun.
Depends which version of the story we're using.
No, it doesn't. That is a gun named at him.
Which was the
Jane
canonical.
E, thanks so much for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome. Let me read and Stitch says, I've put my life on hold to watch and learn from you guys. Thank you for your time and expertise. I've fallen in love with all of you. We've fallen in love right back. Thanks so much for joining us. Bethany Elizabeth Sykes says, thank you, especially for the professional multi-perspective coverage. Time to rest or onto a new case. Maybe a little bit of rest and then onto a new case. For sure.
Yeah, nap.
Well, Lita's right. I'm definitely not resting tomorrow.
If you want me, I'll be there with you.
Yeah, come on. Everybody's invited. Come on.
I feel like I'm gonna pop in throughout the day because there's no way you're ending that stream before 6 o'clock at night.
I'm going to end that stream at a perfectly reasonable time. You watch me land that plane. It's gonna be just fine.
Where's that notepad with the bullet points attached to it? Is it next to your monitor? Manage time effectively?
Yes, manage time effectively. Hey, I've been getting really good at landing that show right into Alita's start.
You have. That's true.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed at how you've been able to do it. Fabio Elias Rice Ritter says, this here is for the most important member of the panel, Mr. Doggo Bites. Oh, yeah, we read this one. We actually read this one, but I'll read it again. He looks a lot like my pup, Hunter, so please buy him some Treatos. He deserves it. Jokes aside, you guys made my day way more bearable, all of you. Thank you so much. Indy will absolutely appreciate it. Indy is a girl, but nonetheless, she appreciates it. Sarah DeFore says, thank you everyone for your work from a Canadian Quebec. Merci beaucoup. Epic hug. You are all awesome. Never forget that. Epic hug. Thank you. Wimmy's World says, verdict is in. Objection, Your Honor. Ah! I love it. Joy Nanda, thank you, albeit all, for being here with us. I am more nervous than when waiting for the OJ verdict. Hope this one will be less of a shock, but so glad to be in this community with all of you, no matter what. Likewise, I'm very happy you're here. Objectionable Law, Ash and Stace Hot Take says, I feel like the jury is being pressured into supporting Amber so that they don't seem against supporting real victims of IPV.
It's possible.
What would the pressure be?
That they would get doxxed after this if they sided 100% for Johnny and nothing for Amber, and you'd get a bunch of vitriol spewed online. Basically, the Eve Barlow treatment that she gives to everybody who talks negatively about Amber Heard.
Yeah, that would be internally generated effectively, right?
How long do you think it takes before Eve Barlow comes up with her Me Too story?
I keep refreshing her Twitter page because it might come out today.
Oh my God. Well,
I mean, look, it's not exactly beyond the realm of possibility. She apparently is involved in problems in relationships in the past. This one too. So how much longer does it take? It's a matter of time, right?
I don't know. WXRREN.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. Says, has Hoeg watched the Kenobi show today? Oh my God.
I watched the first 2 episodes. I'm really going to have to steel myself for the remainder. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't actually know how, oh my God, I don't know which direction that goes. I will tell you that my early return was that this is an unfortunate trash fire that reminds me of the line in Galaxy Quest where Tim Allen said he often acts with amateurs in front of cardboard walls and plays spaceship captain. So.
Danny Corey says, thank you for the amazing coverage of the trial, along with EDB and other law tubers. Let's hope the jury aligns with court of public opinion. Yes, of course. Mashpo Jado says, it's 3:30 a.m. here in Australia. I've had your live stream playing all night, and I'm in and out of sleep. Never jumped up awake so fast. I completely understand. I mean, all of us perked up, right? Midnight Joker, thanks so much for the generous super chat. Says, and we once again postpone Hoeg v. Australia. Don't worry.
The verdict, I think the verdict does, in fact, postpone the Australia tape, right? Like, that's a legitimate postponement.
Yes. Yeah. We weren't gonna hold off on the verdict for that. But we'll do a few more super chats, and then let's review the Thanksgiving Manson video, just because I've had that kind of here in the background. So we'll go through it, and then we'll move that away. And then all we've got left to go over, other than these very generous super chats from folks, is the Australia audio tapes, because we've got to go through it. It's a promise that I made. It's a promise that I intend to keep.
I think we're gonna sign off for now.
Okay.
Sure, Kurt.
Sounds good.
Maybe get a nap. I'm sure you'll be on later.
Probably. Aaliyah Henderson Carter, thanks so much. Woo! Oh God, every damn time. I'm sure the editor, I'm sure the Muffin Man has a super cut of every single time that this has happened.
Isn't there like an auto setting?
Every day.
I just like to do it. I'm just goofing with you. It doesn't matter to me. It's actually interesting. That configuration works pretty well with like 11 people or whatever we had when it was fully busy. It doesn't work so great with 3.
4 or more, and it is perfect. Yeah.
Oh, what is Rob sending here?
Aaliyah Henderson Carter says Amber must be sweating off her Bruce Kit makeup.
Oh God.
Yeah. And let's get a few more in here, and then we'll do the Australia.
Man,
or not the Australia.
Show us Twitter takes and Hangouts. Holy Jesus!
Don't do that. Like Twitter right now is a dumpster fire.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Chesapeake says, so 2 things. 1, why age not committed? Clearly danger to self and others. 2, do you think someone got fired? And AH side for the obvious faked photos. I don't know that anybody got fired for that. But as far as number 1, because we don't commit someone unless they actually are in the moment proving to be a danger to themselves and others. There's nothing that she has done in the last month and a half that we have seen her that would suggest that she actually is a danger to herself and others. Hopefully that continues to be the case, but we also don't want to institutionalize people prematurely if we just think that they have acted erratically or dangerously in the past. Lisa Chadwell says, question, do you think Amber will pledge her payment for damages? That's not going to be a pledge. That's going to be a straight up payment. Owando Kiernando says, JD's 10.35 million minus 2 million to her is 8.35. That almost exactly works out to the 2016 7 million adjusted for inflation plus the 86,000 the ACL you're looking for from JD. Thoughts?
If you're adjusting for inflation in the jury,
they didn't adjust for inflation. It's just math magic. It's just fun. The jury, remember, didn't know that their 5 million wasn't 5 million.
Yeah. I think they would have given a heck of a lot more in compensatory if not for that.
Yeah,
Sue McLean.
I'll get in a fight with Rob about this someday, I suppose. But I really hate keeping important material information from the jury on what their verdict actually means.
It's in the statute.
I know it's in the statute. That doesn't mean I have to like it. I'm making a policy argument, not a legal one. I'm saying that's BS.
It prevents the runaway jury. It really does. And it prevents the jury from messing. So let's put it this way. Let's say this, hypothetically speaking, you've got if, for example, the compensatory damages are somehow dischargeable or subject to a limited discharge in bankruptcy, but punitive themselves are not. And let's say that one juror on that panel knows that fact going into this. Then they basically aim the award itself to prevent someone from having what would be a legally justifiable claim to discharge a certain amount of that in bankruptcy. They would award 100% as punitive to prevent the person from receiving relief that they would be entitled to under federal law.
But you've got the opposite problem here, right? Because I could just as easily say jury says $15 million is what they think that Johnny Depp is owed, but we want to send a signal to Amber Heard that we really, really didn't like you. So we want some enormous number on that bottom line. We're going to put $5 million as how much you damaged him with your lies. And now, because they didn't know what they didn't know, the statute says actually you only gave him 10.
But it's the legislature also stepping in and really telling the judiciary how much of a message they can send via method of punishment.
Yeah, but why can't they tell the jury?
Because the jury would try to nullify it. I mean,
the jury might, but that's within the jury's powers. The jury should know the rules under which the game is played.
And this is probably a debate that takes place at the legislature all the time.
I know, Rob. This is I wasn't really trying to drag you
I know.
in.
It's not. But there are good arguments on both sides. And this is kind of one of the compromises that ends up happening with the drafting of certain legislative provisions. People have disagreements. People wish it was a certain way. And that's why we have our congressmen. That's why we have our senators in the state level who go and they convene and they argue these things out and they say, how do we fix it?
I'm just saying, I'm not sure you get a real jury verdict if you don't tell them how the rules are going to be applied to them. But I thought the same, not just in civil cases. So, I mean, it's a long running philosophical feeling that I've had. Well, you know what? We'll have like a debate show or something, Rob. We'll just chat about random policy questions. It'll be fun. You can build like a desk or something, and I'll do absolutely nothing of value, and we'll just chat about things. Sorry, Alita, for the hijack.
That's okay. No, that's okay. I don't know what happened to my screens just now. This is very interesting.
We can continue to hijack. I'm sure we can find something else.
Yeah. Please continue to hijack. Actually, it's actually quite helpful.
All right, Rob, we have to talk about anything else in order to get behind the scenes tech stuff.
How about this? I just found Johnny Depp's statement, but the photograph that was taken of the statement where he wrote it. Well, hypothetically,
I saw some people in chat suggesting that it was an actual typewriter and it was not typewriter.
It is. And I've got
very loudly to me.
I've got the picture for it here. Let me see.
It was a lot of capitalized letters that were explaining to me that it was a real typewriter. So
let me see here. Come on, PDF. It's difficult when you have like actual legal work on your computer and you can't feel like you can share a screen because there's other people's stuff on your computer.
You got to watch real closely. I like the share tab on just directing exactly where you want it to go.
All right, so I think it's shared. Alita has to pull it up though.
Yeah, Alita, could you just hit the button and we'll keep kibitzing.
Heck yeah.
Oh,
tell me how cool that looks.
Good composition there, I would say, as Mr. Depp did on the stand. Okay.
Yeah.
Much like presidential victory speeches or concession speeches, I really want to see the alternate world with the alternate statements. I want to see what these look like in reverse.
That's pretty cool.
No, it looks good. It looks good.
Yep.
He signed in red marker.
He did. He has the red pen sitting right there. What's the VK? Oh, UK.
I think that's in the UK. I mean,
yeah. So it just says for the timestamp, basically for the date where he is.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening above the UK, but it looks like it's UK 22.
6/22.
Oh, is that there's a 6 in there?
So maybe 01. Oh, so it's 01/06/22. So it's just the date.
All right. Cool. Yeah, no, that's a good picture. Yeah, that's it's wild. Like I said, 6 weeks ago, 7 weeks ago, whatever the actual calendar time is, the defamation of a public figure is such a ridiculously hard case to win. And it surprised the heck out of me when we get in the middle of the case and I say,
she did something that actually makes me really sad and like really upset. Well, yeah, she did something that made a lot of people sad and upset. What she did, though, that really pisses me off is she somehow successfully accomplished a redefinition of abuse to what was a broad term and would encompass a lot of different things. And she made it so significantly huge. Like the mountain of evidence. How about this? The mountain of claims, the mountain of allegations. You made that mountain that tall. And by doing so, you kind of you hurt women and victims everywhere. Like, you allowed this defamation case to go to this verdict. That's shameful.
Well, I mean, I have bad news for you on the headlines front on that. It's the verdict that hurt women and survivors everywhere from at least a number of corners. So we'll be talking about that. It's it's the takes are coming out. We knew that they would. And the interesting thing is you still have a couple places, CNN, I think NPR, that have headlines that are essentially treating this as a tie. Everybody, they both won, that kind of thing, which obviously isn't accurate. But most places are essentially saying Johnny Depp wins. The headline I put on the thumbnail was, Johnny Depp wins defamation case, because he did win that. The fact that Adam Waldman said something completely separate and resulted in potentially $2 million is relatively inconsequential to the fact that he wins on all counts of whether or not he abused Amber Heard. And the jury effectively found that he didn't. And that's a big freaking deal.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. Like I said, I'm glad I don't have a Twitter takes channel because everybody has an opinion on this, regardless of whether it appears to me they've seen 1 second of the trial. So it's going to be a mess out there on social media. So bring your umbrella.
To all people who are victims of domestic violence or of family or domestic abuse, do not let this detract you from actually going out and reporting it. You are not Amber Heard. You are not Amber Heard. So just keep that one in mind.
No, it was an evaluation of one person's allegations, and the evaluation from many people that actually watched it happen found it wanting, including 7 Virginians. So that's how it went. But it's not a referendum on Me Too. It's not a referendum on womanhood. It's not a referendum on how domestic abuse or sexual violence it happens in the world. It's not. It's about these 2 people, and in particular one person and the stories she tells. So yeah, I mean, I'll be saying something like that tomorrow, I'm sure. But every single time, I'm optimistic that we'll have a good, intelligent discussion of the events of the day. And every single time, there's a reason for me to continue talking about media treatment of things.
Absolutely.
All right. So what is this? This is Marilyn Manson at Thanksgiving?
Yes. This is Marilyn Manson at Thanksgiving. So let me make sure here that the volume is on. It is. You guys ready? Can you hear it?
Sure.
Yep.
I'm not even sure I can recognize Marilyn Manson. Oh, he's the one taking the video. All right, chat. Thank you.
Is that someone standing on a chair?
Maybe.
You will not. You will not.
Just at a technical level, I really like the hex-based blurring.
Get it, David! He's gonna pop you inside.
You're gonna need more than that chair, boy. It's Hillbilly Holiday.
Yeah, you're scared. He has fled the scene of the crime. He's like so bad. Go be back. I need some water.
He got you, though. He did
Every girl's daddy who teaches her how to fucking politics because she doesn't want to get caught. No.
It's like everyone's just drunk.
Yeah.
What was alleged to have occurred here?
No, don't tell me yet.
Fun and games.
Is that the Amber Heard laugh?
Sounds like it.
Okay.
I don't-
Yeah. All right. Now tell us, what were we supposed to have seen?
This is when I really wish we had Jax back.
Okay.
Because I think that it was, I don't know. Chat, do you guys know what that was supposed to be? Because I can't tell. It seems like people are just having a drunk old time. Read the quote on the tweet. Okay, sorry. Manson video demolishes Amber's Thanksgiving abuse lie. Oh. So
she claimed the
said-
Thanksgiving
she
story.
claimed abuse there. Okay. Listen to what they're saying in the audio. Every girl's daddy teaches her how to effing pop a man because she doesn't want to get caught. No.
Oh, didn't catch that part.
I heard something about daddy's girl and then pop something or other, but all right. And the blurred figure is JD's son, Jack. Okay, that makes sense. Interesting. Okay.
So that's just her saying that she knows how to hit a guy back or something like that. It's not, but wasn't there?
She knows how to hit a guy because she doesn't want to get caught. So get caught doing something.
Oh, I see the implication.
Interesting. All right. So apparently there was some kind of a previously alleged incident of abuse on that Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Again, I go back to the stupid mountain quote. Like the mountain of evidence, the mountain of claims, the mountain. Stop throwing mountain in there because you just turned a molehill into a mountain.
I think so. All righty. Well,
yeah.
So there's that.
I just want to give you a feel for what's happening out there.
Okay. Breaking. After a jury heard a string of texts from Johnny Depp saying he wanted to burn Amber Heard and that he would F her burned corpse to make sure she is dead, they decided Heard defamed Depp and acted with malice. That is like such a terrible way to phrase it. And
this is a lot of this going around.
Oh my gosh. I can't.
It doesn't
I'm
surprise
gonna
me.
vomit tomorrow when you go through those headlines.
It does not surprise me.
No.
Man,
it's
oh
just,
man.
Yep. If there's a bad way, if there's a way that they can take anything and make it something incorrect, half of the media will do it. It just depends on which day it is, which half decides they want to do it.
Alrighty. Well, do you guys want to go through the 30 minutes of the Australia tape that I found?
I am going to do so from my car. I'm going to listen in on you guys, but I've got to get running. But I'll see you guys.
Get some stoof done.
Yeah, no, I'll listen to this. Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Let's do it.
See you guys.
And then
See you,
after
Rob.
that, we'll just do super chats. See you, Rob. Okay. Let me share a new screen.
So you guys have all said like there's some big stuff on these Australia tapes, right? So this should be interesting. Presumably this relates to the bloody finger and everything else in Australia.
Yeah. This is from Incredibly Average, and I will be linking to this in the description below as well.
Okay.
So he's got the first couple minutes are he's giving kind of context to it. We understand the context at this point. what happened in the Australia incident. So he's kind of detailing with some animation here, the bloody finger, the cigarette on the face. And then he's about to kind of introduce the different people that you hear on the audio. So I figure I'll start from there. And then we'll pause when we have our reactions. So
yeah, no, absolutely.
And just let me know if you have thoughts and you want to interrupt the audio, because I also don't want this to just be like a replaying of the audio as well. I don't want it to be taking anything from Incredibly Average's channel, of course.
No.
So doing this for the purposes of commentary and reaction, of course. So, alrighty, cool. Let's get started.
Dr. David Kipper and Nurse Debbie
hear it?
Lloyd. Amber Heard would have you believe this duo, who specialize in addiction, were solely tasked with helping Johnny. But as you listen to the audio, you'll realize they are very much present to help deal with Amber, who is having what I can only describe, in my opinion, as
So he
a
said this is
manic
Debbie on the
episode.
bottom?
Yeah.
Make note that during
Okay.
the entire audio, not only does Amber not speak as someone who just moments earlier had been physically and sexually assaulted, but these medical professionals, along with everyone else present that you'll hear, are not even acknowledging any existence of the horrifying physical injuries Amber now claims she received. And let me
Yep.
make it very clear. Dr. Kipper and Debbie Lloyd are members of Amber's official medical team as well. I think she doesn't want you to know she was receiving treatment for her own addictions and psychological patterns and tendencies. In fact, their goal seems to be to calm her from her episode with
Well, by the
Seroquel,
time court
an
rolls around, she definitely
antipsychotic
doesn't
which
trust them.
Amber took regularly. Ben King. Ben was the estate manager for the
Yep.
couple's rented
I
home
remember
while
Ben
in
King.
Australia. He also flew
It's
home
funny.
with
I know
Amber
these
to drop
people.
her off with her friends and make sure
He
she
doesn't look like
didn't
that picture.
kick off again.
I'm playing through
Jerry Judge, who
Jerry
has since
Judge. Here we
passed
go.
on, may he rest in
Okay.
peace, can be heard in the majority of the audio. He was Johnny's head of security at the time, and it is very clear that he, at this point, was already familiar with Amber's tactics of manipulation. You'll hear him talking to others in person.
And this was why I wanted to play a little bit of this intro part, was just to make sure that we get the context with all the voices. So
Yeah,
and on phone calls with various
chat thing.
members of
Stop
Johnny's
talking
team.
over it. It's like,
There
well,
are interactions with
it's someone
Amber in
else's
which she
video.
appears to be scrambling to tell a story about what happened, a story that has continued to evolve to this day and at the time included nothing of physical or sexual abuse. I'll offer some closing comments at the end. I would really appreciate it if you stick around and didn't just take the audio without understanding the information surrounding it. So here goes.
Of course.
I wish you fucking understood what you are and who you are and how you fucked me over and make me feel sick of myself.
I heard that part. That part was angry.
Mm-hmm.
That's just disappointing. Because we're still finding our forgiveness with that on. He's going to need to stick around. Otherwise, he's going to need to stick around. But I'm trying to find something. So, he did this. I can't find the Tinder yet. I know, but it would have been, hello, it would have been where the initial thing was. Well, actually, it could be in here too.
It's a weird day for the medical staff.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd probably have Debbie's reaction.
Me too. He must have listened to this many times to get these words out of it, because a lot of it is indistinguishable to me.
Yeah, we have to watch it a little bit because it's, this is third party.
The majority of the blood, Debbie, is downstairs, but I went through that really carefully. Oh, wait, there's a. Someone tried to clean something out. We are really concerned because he's got a lot of pain.
A lot of pain?
Pain. He's got a lot of pain also. But it's a very moment it's going to get infected. My reason, which may be wrong, should be where all the blood is, and that's down there.
Yeah, I'm going to take it. Let me go give it some hands and then I'll come back.
Yeah. I looked at it really carefully. I saw Dad's down there. He couldn't see it either.
Okay.
Didn't find it. Oh. All right, Jerry.
In the trash.
My advice. Alex got to take care of himself. We're going to take care of him. They can't be together now since the come back. So, however, Amber, I think she should be in Los Angeles with the support system. And this has to run its course. And this is not going to be 2 days, it's 2 days.
How about there's somebody needs to fly with her.
Jerry's going to follow.
She won't touch it.
Yes, okay. I mean, I know, I don't need to validate what you're saying.
No, but I'm just wondering if there's another person. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I asked those same questions earlier. And all of those are back. For that reason. He's not there.
She's sobbing. Is that what that is?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, is there a trash that has bandages in it?
What works then?
You don't mess with the outside.
Oh, they have to wait.
What's your speed?
Is he gone?
Yes. Which I feel like is maybe one of the first things we can't, when I'm thinking about.
Now, look through this. I looked through it once. I didn't see anything that looked like that. It's a thing. But I bet it's in here. He's got this all over. Wait, he's going to get infected. So then we have to start ours.
We are. How big of a piece of skin are you looking for?
We're looking at this. We're looking at like a third. And it's actually, I mean, he's going to get cellulitis. That loves him a little bit too.
Pretty sure she says I didn't do it in that ellipses.
Yeah. I can understand, though, why they didn't put this in front of a jury. I can't guarantee they would get all of this conversation from it just by listening.
But we got the reference to not sending Jerry, right? I mean,
Jim usually takes 25. You okay with 50?
Oh, Sarah?
Yeah.
my fundamental problem right now is it's all just Dr. Kipper's assertions.
she wanted to take 50. I gave her 25 and 300 and said we'd reassess in a little bit.
Anything that as we speak, I'm saying, David still won't let him talk to John, so you know what's going on. She made a point of thinking she can't trust me. Because when I talk to you, obviously that she can't foul that. And you told me, John, she's listening, she wants to go where he is, she knows he's gone, she thinks she's going to do something else say that.
And this was today, by the way, not just paying anything. It is.
What's this process that we got? When you should start from over there yourself. He's in Malcolm Hill. He is asleep. It's a street recollection, so he's good. And on top of that, hopefully she'll have to do it. But she hasn't given me a final answer that she wants. She wants to try, she wants to stay here and see it. Well, Ben's saying she's just happy. He's happy to go with her. So, you know, although she's talking to me, she's fine, she's holding my hand. She's made it quite clear to me. She said, I thought I trusted you, but I don't, because you told Christy to my portion of your fellow man, and I suggested I did. And I said, but no, I can't. She turned on and said, I called 5 different times over the last couple of weeks, and this said that jury told me that that's what she was saying. I said, no, you said it not to me, but I'm not going to let you. I told you I'll never let you to go like a job. So, and she is talking to me, she's obviously crying up and down, fucking younger. He has to give them some minutes. Debbie said, and Kevin said she said that she would freak out. So now, I still got another one by calling. So David came and said, if she wakes up, she'll have to give her another one. And she might sleep through the night. So I'm deciding what to do. I'm hoping she'll correct. I don't have any here, but we all know I go up and get her on the plane in the morning. But Ben's happy to find the night. But what we also do is, at this place, this. Well, no, if you have a point, I'm happy to do so. I'm happy to, as I said, it doesn't bother me at all. I'm happy to go back and hand her over. And then we let nature take its course. But I've always said to Stephen, tomorrow has to be, film-wise, has to be cancelled. Okay, he's in no fit state. He's in no fit state. And I'm still. I hear what you're saying. I'm just, look, I've seen you on the head. I've never seen this way. And when I say he wrecked his place, I mean exactly. No problem. There is a TV. She did to confirm.
What are your thoughts so far?
Well, a couple of things. I actually just closed my eyes to try to see if I could understand any of this without the text messages on screen, and I found myself catching phrases and like nature takes its course and things like that. But it's, as you said, for the jury, I think it's absolutely unintelligible in almost every instance. Also, Kipper saying those things doesn't move the needle for me. The best stuff is Amber Heard saying things like, "I didn't mean to do it," and "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." And I think you could hear those those things, and that's a big deal. But more than, I might have tried to introduce this on non-hearsay grounds, basically because I don't care about what anybody's saying. It's clearly not the aftermath of the story Amber Heard told, right? Like, she's walking around. She's not, there's nothing in terms of evidence of injury, all that kind of stuff. So it does mean that to me. It does confirm for me that what Amber said about Australia didn't happen, which I already thought because it sounded ridiculous. But it confirms to me that overall, this sequence of people talking amongst themselves about what to do is nothing like what would have been the aftermath of what Amber Heard described. So we start there and we say it absolutely serves that purpose. Admissions, I mean, the biggest problem I have is that I think Amber Heard is a fabulist, and I have no idea if she understands what she's saying at any given time. So she sounds hysterical.
She does.
And I didn't mean to do it can be just as easily, I didn't mean to have a fight with Johnny. So I think it proves their point by virtue of like the holistic look at this.
Yeah.
That this isn't how this would look at all if it were the day after or any number of hours after what Amber Heard described. The specifics, so much of it is coming from this gentleman who I've never heard before because, as you said, he's passed on, and Dr. Kipper, who I don't trust at all. So, I mean, I've said this on stream. Dr. Kipper gives me all sorts of bad vibes, and so him coming and rolling in and saying she did this, etc. It's like, well, maybe. How do you know in particular? So I don't give that a lot of weight. I give the most weight to what Amber Heard's saying, but she sounds hysterical, and so. I think the best point here is not in the specifics. I think it's in the generalities. None of this makes sense after the story that Amber Heard told. So how about that?
Yeah, and this I did hear her say something along the lines of, "He thinks I did something."
Yeah.
Which someone in the chat rightly pointed out that, like, if she is saying that, how could she say he that he cut himself with a knife, right? Like, how could he have believed that, understood that, if he's saying that she did something to him?
Like, maybe, right? But okay, let's just pretend. And I think Amber Heard's lying. So let's start out there. But let's just pretend that this was a big old knockdown, drag out fight between two people. And you've got one on one side of the spectrum, somebody that is, at least hysterical right now, and another person that's bleeding significantly out of their finger. And apparently, I don't think anybody denied this, went on a writing on the walls and lampshades and mirrors kind of binge. So you've got that. To me, I think you could construct a theory that says Amber Heard is effectively saying, "I wish we didn't get into that fight." And he thinks I did something to foment that fight or to start it, and not related to the finger directly at all. Do I think that's likely? No. But I also, as I said, am not 100% sold on these subtitles, because I think, like, as a for instance, up at the top, I really do think Amber says, "I didn't do it." When she's saying he thinks I did it, I think she says, "I didn't do it." And it's like, I can't remember the third part, but it's like, how can I convince him I didn't do it or something like that? And he puts an ellipses here. So I'm not trying to disparage him. This is an enormous amount of work, and it's impossible because there's so many voices and so many sounds. So that's not what this is about. I'm just saying that without this video, I can't understand half of it. With this video, I can understand a lot more, and I think he did a great job. But there are aspects of it that I'm not sure that caught all of the things that were said.
Yeah.
But she definitely does say, like, "I didn't mean to." I was like, okay.
Yeah, and don't worry, guys. We are going to play more. We're going to continue playing this. I just wanted to pause it just to get some thoughts partway through, because it is interesting. I mean, that was one of my first thoughts, was that I was very much reliant on the text on the screen, because I there was no way that I could independently come up with it. Not on the first time around, at least. I would imagine that that Brian, who runs this
Is that
channel,
his name? Yeah,
yeah, that Brian fella. That's his account on Twitter. It's incredibly average on YouTube. Big shout out to him because he did so much
this is
investigative work
amazing
in this
work.
case.
I mean, I'm not.
He must have listened to this like 20 times or more to really get this whole thing down and to be able to pin down who said what also.
Yeah, no, it would take me an eon to transcribe audio that I can understand. Like, it's just a slow process. So him doing this on this is fantastic. I am not intending to at all say that anything is suggested to be wrong here or what have you, but you get into that reasonable minds can differ on at least some of this stuff. And if you do close your eyes, you could see the jury wouldn't get this video. So that's an important part. Even if it were admitted, even if it crossed all the hearsay objections and all the other evidentiary burdens, the jury would just get audio. And if you were listening to that trial, you know, first of all, you have to futz with the volume a little bit whenever they pop on, and then you're never ready for some type of slamming noise. But after you've done that, that you maybe didn't hear everything that even the various counsel on either side wanted you to hear. And so, I totally get why this isn't in. But the strongest stuff to me is that regardless of how you think about the rest of it, this is not the aftermath of what Amber Heard described happening in Australia.
Yes. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. All right, let's play some more.
Sure.
There's bottles from. She admits to me she threw a bottle on.
She admits to me she threw a bottle. This is hearsay, but
shouting out the screen now. That's scratches on her left arm, which is Eddie told about. I've looked at it, and I've seen those scratches before on other people. And it's not on the screen, just self-inflicted. I'm convinced about it, self-inflicted.
that looks like the very straight parallel marks on her arm that we saw the photos of.
Yeah, no, and I think it was the regularity of those that make you think something similar, but that doesn't change with an audio of somebody saying that they think it either. So
but it's just I suppose it bolsters that position.
No, it does. And this is a professional. He's a guard, right? I mean, he's like part of the security detail.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it does. I think we all at least had that thought when just based on how regular they appear on her arm.
Exactly. Okay. Alrighty. We'll continue.
At the moment, I'll do a deal with the devil.
Do a deal with the devil.
This to get this whole thing calmed down. I've been hurt. He's trying to say, I can understand her. And she admitted also that she hit him first. She actually hit him in the face. But he has a small burn on the right hand side of his face, which she says, I see that yesterday. But she said on Friday, he got a cigarette and put into his own face with the cigarette because it was so bad.
Well, I mean, at least that matches up with what she told
He's not bad. We need to help him out in every way we possibly can, but we need to help him. And I felt convinced she got money good here. She's sometimes listening, sometimes not. And I said, you can't help her. You can't. You two need to be separated. You can speak on the phone, but you need to leave them alone. By the way, we have now found a piece of collection of chocolate percent. It's packed in ice. It's on its way back to Martin. It's happening on its way back now in a bag wrapped up with heart. He just thinks it's John's bag. And I'm still talking to her. When I was with you, she was responding to me. She breaks down in 5 minutes. She's made it very clear that he has told me that after the last 2 weeks, my child, which said, I have stood up for you so many times, I have let you down. Telling Chris that I can't go a fat old man. And I said, I did. Because I'm not like you. I'm not like the job. And then finally said, 5 minutes later, she said, "Do you think he does it?" That was my concept. She tells me she's like somebody else. I'm just, she and I said, "Can you go there?" Because she said, "No, that's the I'm not accurate. It has to be someone strong." And she kicks off. So we already need to look at the same hotel. I've got a house coming up just in case. And I'll see what Malcolm wants to do. I'll see what Malcolm wants to do. Because Malcolm has said everything is not set. I'm not, it's not followed up everyone. So if he wants to fly home back to England, I'll send it. If not, I'm going to go to Edinburgh to get that way. But it's all hidden this. It's all like, and one minute she agrees, no, I'm not trying to get that hit to go. I got that. She got the hit tonight to go back. That's it. When I tell you, I'm not going to finish out this $70,000 for the wages. Just run everywhere. And I'll give you a grand dollar. For instance, here's a piece to it. I'll cover it in the first tax. Then I think it's next. And on the bar, you drink everything you lost. She borrowed within 2 hours. He took 10 ecstasy tablets.
I like the incredulousness
According-
there.
Yeah.
She said it didn't want me to smell it. When I turned around and told him he was drinking, can you calm down? Yes, I'm very and then he picked up one bottle and threw it away. But I know he's a certain moment wrestling. Hang on a second, I don't disagree. I don't want to say she did it. Why he did it? Right now, the bottles are empty. And Davis looked at it. And David has said, yes, it has been poured down the sink. Now, what I'm saying yesterday, she was stone cold sober. She doesn't smell a booze. So, if it became, I don't know, I personally not fucking know. If you believe that, and this is the relationship, everything is out. It's completely unacceptable. And all she wants to do, all she needs to do is love.
So at that point, he's saying that Amber has told him a story that it's all Johnny's fault. We didn't hear that necessarily on the recording, but he's saying that right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so she either flips or there's more context.
Yeah. And it does sound like from what Jerry is saying, he's been told that she well, it seems that it's his assessment that she seems sober and Johnny does not.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Interesting.
I look at the copy of the TV. Right. The copy of the TV. For the evidence. I'm honest with you. You do? I don't know why I can't confuse him. I think she did. Because he's always sitting down there. It doesn't make any difference, does it, really?
No. I said I'd give a couple of minutes and help them finish packing.
I need to know what's that. So we need to package you up for it. Let me know because I'm going to Christian and try and run. I mean, I just said again. I'm not sure we need. Just get up there. counsel.
They want hush tones.
Ah, she used coke on the side, and that screws with her medicine.
He's awake, I presume he's awake, that's what they're saying. I answered it just left the hotel, so I'm assuming he's awake. But then to take him down there to have it done. And I will say, it is true, the quicker you get it done, the quicker it takes. It'll heal up a lot quicker. Okay? So, okay. Well, let's see when you just get the room in 2 rooms, my name or whatever, or 2 rooms, just use my name, and then we'll see what she wants to do. Don't get me wrong, she's changing her mind every 5 minutes, okay?
She's changing her mind every 5 minutes.
Yeah. I understand. Okay.
I will say this dude sounds ridiculously competent.
Well, he's dangerous.
This is an experienced man. A man experienced in chaos.
We need, if she kicks on, we need someone strong like me and I'll help you with it. But I would say Ben has been upstairs for 2 hours. He's talking to her and he has a way of just keeping her calm. What I do not want to do at the moment is jeopardize what we're doing with Johnny because his finger comes first. And you know what? Seriously, if she has to stay here an extra 24 hours to get him sorted out, fuck it, she stays here for another 24 hours if we have to. Johnny's more important. Yeah. I'll be honest with you, the way she's talking, she's breaking down and crying, but at the same time, she's packing a bag, so she knows what she's doing. I don't think she intends to do anything stupid. She keeps saying, I don't believe him. I'm going to say, look,
We heard that.
he needs some time on his own. And then when he's on his own, we'll go mind him, and you two can talk on the phone, and then you can come back. But what happens, she needs to leave Australia to get the fuck out of here. And that's Kitty's idea, right? She said she's doing at least a bottle of vodka. She recommended that she needs to do 10 exercises. You know, it's and the other thing is she's very quite predictable. She's like, wants to look for occasions and I trust you more. Because apparently over the last 2 weeks, John yesterday said, you're with a fat partner. I didn't say that. And she said, yes, you are. Because Christy told me because she said to Jerry in London. And she asked me, I suggested. Hello. Okay, we're still talking. I'm trying to help Ben clean up as much as we can. She seems to be quite happy. I'm asking her. And she seems to be happy if Ben travels with her. Now, she's also saying to me, if I stay here, do I promise that I'll keep her up to date and what's happening to him? And I said I would. She's still upstairs. She hasn't come down yet. We think she might be sleeping. Now, my question is to you, are you happy for that to happen? I don't care either way. I'm happy to travel to LA and drop her off. Christy, I'll be honest with you. knows exactly what she's doing.
Hmm.
She knows exactly what she's doing. No, I'm saying Amber, she does. She's not a fool. Yes, exactly.
I'll say this: he seems enormously competent,
Exactly.
and that's
Now,
a hell of a statement.
yeah, pick them up and bring them through. We get a car and then take it to the apartment. And I've asked her, would she go and see her shrink? She said she would. And as soon as he's calm, and as soon as David has given his medication and he gets himself sorted out, then maybe later on in a week, in 2 days, in 7, whatever David tells us, and maybe then she talk. She keeps obviously doing the usual thing of breaking down in tears, saying, should I go, should I go, should I
The
go?
usual thing.
And what I know, yes, yeah, shall I leave? Shall I leave? Shall I stay here and wait? And I just said, look, I'll be honest with you, they don't want me to see him because at the moment, that's the problem. And at least she's listening, but every 5 minutes she goes through the tears.
I'm not so sure the jury wouldn't have taken 5 minutes if this guy was alive.
I know Nathan's working on it. I've just spoken to Stephen. They're at the hospital waiting for the hand surgeon to come in to try and get fixed on his finger. So that's okay. All right. All right.
To one had he used to be pressure. The other one was that means he was concentrating on top of Xanax, Adderall, ecstasy, and
Holy
Whoa.
crap!
Well, there's an admission.
How can you start that sentence with "all I was taking"?
All I was popping. Xanax, Adderall, ecstasy, and hallucinogens.
Okay. All right. There's wow. Okay.
So also, the fact that she says hallucinogens, how can you trust her memory of the event?
Well, I don't. So we don't have that problem.
Well, of course.
But how could anyone?
Right. How could any reasonable person coming into this situation, having heard that, how could anyone look at that and say, well, she probably had a decent read on the situation before this point, given all the drugs that she was on?
It's just amazing. You know, she admitted that she took drugs kind of in her testimony, but she was always presented as so angelic. And wow. I have no idea what that would do to a person's brain. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I will tell you on this tape who I believe the most is it Jerry Judge? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I apologize. I haven't memorized that name because he wasn't in the trial formally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he seems slightly biased towards Johnny. You do have things like Johnny's the one that's important, and some of that's the finger. But it sounds like he's kind of a big deal in Johnny's staff organization, and he seems enormously competent.
Yeah.
And very, very credible to me. And he would have, I mean, he's got eyewitness accounts of all of this. His testimony would have been very eye-opening, because I think when you get to the end of this trial, if you're the jury, you basically have to say, well, that didn't make enough sense. And it still feels at least a little loose that her world doesn't make enough sense. Johnny's makes more sense, but we don't have a ton of like, it's impossible or those kinds of things. And I think this testimony would have taken me over the top earlier than I did watching this trial, because he does come across as sincere. I do also understand, by the way, why this tape never goes in. I know that they couldn't get past the hearsay stuff. And do we know what the origin of this is? Who is taping this right now and why?
Amber apparently recorded this.
Amber had hit record on her phone.
This was some kind of a secret recording that she started at some point.
Wow.
Yeah.
Does she think this helps her?
I mean, I think she started to hit record thinking that she was going to get some damning stuff on Johnny. And then I think
it didn't go that direction.
No, it did not. No,
Okay.
it did not.
I'm trying to think through the thought process, which of course is inherently fraught, because what you're getting in all this recording and all this kind of conversation is that her thought process is scattered. You then have Jerry Judge saying essentially, I mean, my goodness, she knows what she's doing, is as close to someone stating she's manipulative as we heard from most people. I mean, we get kind of little bits of that from Isaac. And we don't really have Johnny coming out quite as strongly. He tells his story the way he saw it. Those statements to me are pretty chilling, that she knows what she's doing. She's changing her mind every 5 minutes, and trying to get someone to go on the plane with her is interesting. And did they decide Ben was strong enough? I guess they must have. But that was an interesting part of the testimony as well. And I think portions of that were introduced by somebody's testimony. It might have been Ben's in trial, because I do remember strong enough to not let her kick off or something like that. But yeah, I was only on whatever that list was. Sure. The ugliness of this case for me is that it still sounds like people that are just not okay. I mean, it sounds like Mr. Judge is mostly taking her seriously on the amount of booze that Johnny Depp drank, and at least some of the things that he might have taken. I think he was incredulous about the 10 ecstasy tablets, but yeah, Australia was a bad scene, however it went down.
Yeah, it was. So don't worry, Jennifer D. We're gonna listen to the end.
Oh yeah, no, we're not stopped. We're just commentating.
We've got about 6 minutes left of it. We're gonna every once in a while we're pausing just to sort of regroup a little bit, because it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we be sure at all I popped? I don't know. Actually, I was reading the words. It could be like found. I don't know.
Well, let's go back.
We can go back 30 seconds or whatever. It's just now, right?
Here we go. Okay.
It's a fair point, chat. I don't know what that word is.
Oh.
I was trying to make that a very calm, rational point. I was talking to Phil. It's hard to tell something. No, it's hard to tell sometimes. Before you go off, you get it. And I was trying to talk to him irrationally and stuff, and then of course it just came off. When we got to that point where it came off. Stupid Jerry, go over here and shift things.
A wild Ben King has appeared.
Yeah.
I reckon we roll this up. Yeah. And you probably basically.
Hello,
Jerry. Since we don't have the hotel yet,
So there you have it. I hope you have a better understanding.
Huh.
Yeah, Amber Heard's story about Australia was a complete fabrication and lie. I'm willing to go there. Yeah, well,
That's a perfect response. Perfect response.
I don't know what else you want from that audio. It's like it doesn't make any sense from what her story was. Her demeanor doesn't make sense. The specifics don't make sense. The reactions of the people don't make sense. The conversations don't make sense. And so, again, kind of holistically, I find that damning because you can't believe Amber Heard's story about Australia with that in evidence. The other stuff, the admissions, I find interesting. I agree that I don't actually necessarily hear popping right there. So it could be found or held or that kind of thing. But if she did admit to taking all that stuff, that's ridiculous. But yeah, it's basically as good as you guys said. It completely eviscerates any kind of credibility that she has on that story. I think if anything, though, you can take positively that I think that the process bore that out anyway. That hearing her talk about it, having Camille up there crossing on it, having the rebuttal on it, having the witnesses talk against each other with respect to the security and the experts and everything else, I think that came out. Even without that kind of evidence. Now, do I think jurors are going to go home and hear that and be like, nailed it? Yes. Yeah, I do. But it's wild. What a weird case. How does that tape exist? What a weird case. So thank you for everybody that's bugged. I was going to say bugged me, but it's not really bugged me. Bugged Alita to have me listen to that tape.
Well, I really wanted to hear it too. I really did, because some people were talking about it.
I apologize for the somewhat academic tone I've taken here. I'm also really intrigued by watching a crisis team lurch into action. That's something I like. And Kipper and Debbie and Jerry and Ben are immediately rushing the rooms and doing various things. And it's like, I needed a staff.
It's
not to get into those kinds of situations.
they all seemed like they were very seasoned in these kinds of incidents.
Like damn pros, except for Debbie, who I loved. I love Debbie being like, Jesus. And what did she say? Dr. Kipper's trying to direct her and she says something like, awesome. And it's like, yep. All right, I see that. And then you have Dr. Kipper on the one side and you have Jerry Judge on the other. And then you have kind of Ben King and Debbie Lloyd below them, kind of taking orders and these kinds of things. Jerry Judge seemed like he knew what he knew how he wanted to handle it. He knew what he was talking to people about. He knew why he was moving people around different rooms and what the plan was. Everybody should have a crisis manager in their lives like that. That sounded enormously competent. And I think if that came across on the stand and what did he die of? Old age, cancer?
I think it was cancer.
Okay. Because he sounds like he's ready to go, and that's not that many years ago.
Right.
It just doesn't match up. The stuff that was the most important to me might not be the most important to other people. It's like the stomping of the shoes, which appears to be Amber, doesn't match up at all with all the stuff about glass and all the stuff about injuries. Her demeanor.
You can hear the shards of glass that are being cleaned up.
There's so much cleaning sounds. You get this impression like you're getting an audio play on the radio, and they're banging drums and things like that to make it sound like they're cleaning up this house that must be completely just wrecked. I continue to think Australia was a bad scene, but it wasn't the scene that Amber described. I think that's what I got, but absolutely crazy. Yeah, I think somebody described him as a fixer. Secret McSquirrel did. Yeah, it's a fixing kind of thing, right? You do get the impression that if something really awful were to happen, Jerry Judge probably wouldn't sound much different. But it's an impressive competency that, having been through situations in various organizations and things, is often lacking at the toppest level. That dude is competent with a capital C.
Absolutely. Man, the things he must have seen during his life. That's just what I keep thinking of.
How long was he with Johnny Depp? Do we know?
A long time. I think
Okay.
I definitely over a decade from what, if I remember correctly. I want to say like 15 or 20 years or something like that. Like he was there for a long time from what I understand.
Yeah.
30 plus years, somebody says.
30.
20
Wow.
years. 30
All right.
years.
Well,
20
either
years.
way, decades is a long time. So yeah, that's a big deal. Yeah. All right. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Like I said,
Yeah.
it's really
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm really glad that we took some time to look into it. I know everybody wanted us to look at this, and I'm glad that we did.
And I'm sorry I didn't have more crazy reactions, but like it was all very, very interesting. And I think I did react. I did react to the drug list. My goodness. So all right.
Yeah. And guys, I will change up the speed of the chat. I know now earlier we needed it to be basically like maxed out. Let's
Well, I think you had some 70,000 plus in here with us for the verdict, right? I mean, that's very awesome, Alita.
Yeah. I think it was somewhere around 72 or something like that.
That's impressive.
Incredible.
That's impressive.
Incredible. Yeah, I'm very happy about that. Oh. Yeah. So and yes, the Sassy 1962 in the chat. All those drugs on top of her medications. It's a lot. It's a lot.
It is a lot. It is a lot. And like I said, when we even heard her testimony to begin with, the big problem was like the painting with the angelic brush. When we basically knew that that wasn't the case at that point, I just think that there were versions of these things that she could have given that would have advantaged her in court a little bit more. And maybe that's the big worry for the people who say, why can't the tapes come in? Is it like a more ruthless defendant could have framed the story differently? But it's incredible how much that doesn't match with testimony that was given in open court under oath and with theatrics, right? I mean, like half the stuff about Australia is presented with that, the quasi sob and like all this other stuff. And it bounced off basically everybody, and it bounced off the jury, and with good reason, with that tape, with good reason. It does terrify you if you came across someone that could do that better.
Yeah, it does. So now on that has been this has been an incredible entire journey. And I'm very appreciative of everybody joining us. Thanks, Rick, for being here from beginning to end.
I will be fully honest, Alita, it was not my plan to be here 95% of the time, but you just made it so damn fun. I had to come every day and hang out with y'all.
I think a big part of it is this case. The facts of this case just pull you right in.
I will admit, I still remember opening statement day, and it was like, whatever, the bloody writing on the wall. I was like, wait, what? What? What are we talking about? I was like, yeah, there's going to be a standard, abuse situation, defamation claim. Nope. I feel like I have a good handle on everything that was presented over the course of the 7 calendar weeks. And that's interesting. I don't know that I've ever focused on a court case like I've focused on this one, because even when we did Rittenhouse, you were there from the beginning. I was not. So it's wild.
Yep. All right. Let's get some questions in here, shall we?
Yeah, we can do super chat.
How long can you hang out? Because I know you've been.
How long do you want your episode to be?
However long that we can get through these super chats. If we could finish up these super chats, then that would be the ideal. But if we are getting to a point where we're not really making progress and we're spending a lot of time on it, then I may shut it down and then just do a catch up stream tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to be here as long as you need. I'll probably logo up at some point and quickly eat this sandwich that my wife brought to me. But other than that, no, I'm here. Let's answer questions. Let's chat.
Yes, absolutely. And to answer Pam in the chat, yes, there was a verdict. The verdict was Johnny won, And then Amber won Johnny won all 3 statements. And then he won compensatory damages and punitive damages. Amber Heard won on 1 statement, no punitives, $2 million. The delta between the two is essentially her $2 million wipes away a little bit of Johnny's, where he ends up going home with $8,350,000. So in the end, Johnny definitely won here. Adam McBatty says, question, is Amber Heard's team allowed to publicly talk about what it was like working for AH? Granted, they don't share specifics of her case. Thanks for everything. No, maybe a little bit.
There's
maybe,
a line to walk that most lawyers aren't going to be willing to walk. How about that?
Exactly. Because you start getting into client confidences and things start to get very risky. So it's much better to not talk about your experience working with that client, not in a way that identifies them so that people can understand who it is that you're talking about. But if they were to say, yeah, we had a Hollywood celebrity client and went to a nationally recognized trial that had cameras in the courtroom, everyone's going to know who they're talking about. So
that is a fun one, isn't it? That's what you'll see on law firms. If you go on their websites, you'll see them trying to identify whatever it is that they did in kind of generics. We did a major merger and acquisition for an oil and gas company with an international, blah, 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 so that they can talk about what they did without identifying it. Good luck trying to not identify this.
Yeah, exactly. Andrea Elisi says, question, which quote and word do you think will live on in people's vernacular? Megapint, what if any, or parakeet floor? Maybe. I definitely think that megapints will. I think megapints and muffins is a fantastic duo.
Yeah, just generally muffins, I would say. I'll have to think about that. It'll probably come in another 10 minutes about like what really lasted for me in phraseology, because it feels like every day had something wacky.
Yeah. And the what if any, I think, might stick with me because it's been so drilled into my head. I've got a huge hole in it at this point.
I don't think there's a video I've done that I haven't accidentally slipped in a what if any.
Kyle N, thank you so much for your super chat, says, do you think TMZ will go after M. Tremaine? It's possible.
I don't, but
you don't think so? I mean, he didn't say a name, but he did suggest a name.
He did. He was there to suggest a name. I just don't know. I don't know how this is all going to be treated in kind of the medium term, because I don't think TMZ is going to want to stick a stick in a hornet's nest if it's really just turned entirely positive for Johnny Depp, because that's what Tremaine was doing in court. So I don't know.
Jadiel Salazar says, question, can the jury now look up UK evidence? Yep. They can look up
whatever they like.
Whatever. They can live stream this channel from
I've
beginning
been so
to
excited
end.
about watching Aquaman. They finally get the chance.
Finally. They can watch all the Monty Python they want. They can go to Emily D. Baker's channel, watch all of her stuff. They can go to Nick. They can go to all the folks that have been putting out content on everything.
Honestly, if I was a juror, I would definitely check on how it was perceived a little bit.
I'd be curious. I really would be, knowing just how publicized it was. Mm-hmm. Lexi Autumn Stab says, thank you all. Forever grateful to you and all of your guests for providing an inclusive space to dissect all the information with varying views. Now comes the delicate navigation of dissenting opinions with friends over the outcome. Of course. For me, it's just using the facts that came out as evidence. Lydia Lozano, this is one of my best friends. Lydia, this is so kind of you. Thanks so much. You didn't have to super chat me. She says, I have enjoyed watching this case with you and will miss having my morning coffee with you and Hoeg. Thank you all for the insight and entertainment along the way. Hoeg, I have fallen in love with your positivity and love for my beloved Alita. Thank you all. Aw, yay.
Happy to contribute. Positivity.
Thanks, Lids. I love you. Martin K, thanks so much for your generous super chat. Says, fantastic work with the coverage, Alita. Mr. Bites, Muffin Man, panel members and mods. I had tears of joy when the verdict was read out. I'm extremely happy with JD's win and wish AH all the best. Hope people don't harass her. That would be lame. Unfortunately, I think that people will harass her because humans are great and humans are also terrible sometimes. So
I'm giving away some of my stuff, but some of this stuff is just amazing. I just shared a tweet with you on how Vox is summarizing this in their headline right now. This is actually an amazing bit of math that Vox just did.
Did you? Oh, how did you share it with me?
I can do it again.
Oh yeah.
I'll share it again. Sometimes the StreamYard becomes unhappy.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh, on the page. Okay.
Yeah. So check out this math.
Johnny Depp won his defamation trial against Amber Heard, and Amber Heard lost her countersuit.
Okay, so we got a problem at the start, but that's fine. Press on.
She actually technically won in a stunning finish to the celebrity trial that has riveted the nation. Depp has awarded $17 million in damages. That's not true. Factually inaccurate. Amended by the judge to $320,000. Oh my God. Come on.
Come on. That's amazing. That is amazing. It's not that hard to listen.
Go back and just double check. Come on. Like that's just.
I told you. Look, I'll be covering this tomorrow, but I had to. I even screenshotted this because they're not
okay because they're going to change it. They're going to realize the error and they're going to change it.
You correct this, Fox. That's fine, but you're still getting talked about tomorrow morning. But no, I had to because it's like, those are like numbers out of a fishbowl you picked? What did you do there? I mean, I know you added the 10, the 5, and the 2, which is odd because the 2 comes after talking about all of Amber Heard's stuff. But fine, whatever. How did you get 320? Where did that come from? And it doesn't affect the whole award. Fair enough, Vox. Nailed it.
Yeah. Mike Wong, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says, thanks, Alita, Hoeg, and all the panelists for weeks of such informative analysis and commentary. It's been an amazing 6 weeks, and you've taught us all so much about the legal process. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with us and for joining us along this crazy ride. Can't believe we're here at this point. It's wild.
Thank you much.
Don Hinton, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says, how much discretion does the judge have? Could she reverse the counterclaim? She can't just reverse the counterclaim, especially not if there's no like motion to enter a judgment notwithstanding the verdict. That is always a possibility, but I don't see that happening here. She's not going to do it just on her own. The discretion that she has mostly has to do with the damages. If there's not enough evidence on the record for them to find for the number that they came to, for example, the $5 million in punitives, she immediately brought that down to the statutory limit, which is $350,000. That's her discretion, but she's also kind of required to do that because of the statute. But that's an example. Anika B, thanks so much for your generous super chat. It says, some reporters are saying that AH has again written a defamatory statement about Johnny Depp. Question 2. Other reporters are saying that Amber can appeal her case due to one count of being true in her case. Please explain for both. What was the statement that was defamatory?
It must be they're claiming that it's the statement coming out of the case. The one that we read on the Twitter. I'd have to actually look at the thing again. I doubt it is defamatory, but we can look at it again. It didn't jump out at me when we looked at it the first time as defamatory. So we pull up Amber Heard. We look at the statement. Disappointment I feel today is beyond words. That's fine. I'm heartbroken. Mountain of evidence still was not enough to stand up to the disproportionate power, influence, and sway of my ex-husband. That's opinion. That's fine. I'm even more disappointed with what this verdict means for other women. Fine. It is a setback. It sets back the clock to a time when women who spoke up and spoke out could be publicly shamed and humiliated. This is all political. It's fine. It sets back the idea that violence against women is to be taken seriously. Fine. I believe Johnny's attorney succeeded in getting the jury to overlook the key issue of freedom of speech and ignore the evidence that was so conclusive that we won in the UK. Fine. I'm sad I lost this case. Fine. But I'm sadder still that I seem to have lost a right that I thought I had as an American to speak freely and openly. Fine. I don't read defamation in there. Do you, Alita? Okay.
No.
So if there's another statement, I don't know about it. I know people started pinging me about whether or not that statement was defamatory. Again, facts and circumstances, you could sue over whatever you want. Just quickly skimming through all that, I find it all to be opinion and political opinion in big chunks of it, which is even more protected. I mean, you're not supposed to be more protected, but political opinion is always going to get the most protection.
Yep. And then, Mike Quaglia says, thanks so much for your generous super chat. Says, question, is there any viable legal basis for Amber to appeal? If so, What are the odds of her winning?
Appeal super tough.
Odds are always very low for winning on an appeal. I assume that the underlying judgment is going to be upheld, and then it has to be proven otherwise. Viable legal basis for Amber to appeal.
What would the basis be?
I don't know. I mean, they did have their lengthy proffer of evidence. If they try to argue at least that there was some evidence that should have been let in, and if it had been let in, then the case would have come out differently.
Yeah, and they'd be looking for juror statements or something that they could, grab onto in the coming days or something along those lines. We didn't see any jurors come out directly to the media today, did we?
I wouldn't expect that.
Okay.
I think they probably would want to go home first, talk to their families, and be like, "Holy crap, that was an experience." And then maybe after a few days, then someone will be bound to talk to someone. Probably is what I would guess.
Yeah. As soon as I have to be honest, as soon as I realized what this case became, if I were a juror, I'd be getting a media agent in like 2 seconds. But there you go. So yeah, no bad odds, no obvious bases. Same going the other direction, by the way. I was going to actually ask the panel when it was bigger if we thought Johnny Depp might try to appeal Amber's win.
Yeah. HD says 2 questions. What is this? I've been reading about lawyers' insurance covering AH's damages. Is the $10 million really a loss for Depp because he's paid $25 to $30 million in legal fees and hasn't made a movie in 2 years? Well, so technically he's still operating at a loss there, right? So that is technically true, but I don't think he was in it for the money. I don't think he ever was. I think he was in it to get that piece of paper saying, you were right. The fact that he got punitive damages is incredible because that is a major statement to say, yeah, you lost $10 million through this whole process, because of the defamatory statements. Those cost you $10 million, but we also want to punish her for half of what we believe you lost.
And the maximum amount allowed by law. Yeah. Johnny Depp won in basically every way that you could possibly win. The jury said everything that she said is a lie. And the corollary to that is you were not an abusive partner. And we want to punish her to our maximum extent available to us.
Yeah.
I can't. Even I didn't anticipate that. You'll actually see me react to the second statement being found defamatory because that was by the time you get to the third statement, I was still reacting, but that was the weakest. Even as they read it out loud to the court, I'm like, I don't think I'd find that defamatory. So it's he won. The jury was convinced he was harmed, he was wronged, and that effectively they gave her a secondary win. Adam Ullman went a little too far with this one. Have a win. But the actual nature of the thing was never a defamation. It was, did Johnny Depp abuse his wife? And the jury came out and said no.
Jim Kinch says 2011 Ecuador indigenous people $9.5 billion judgment v. Chevron. Go after attorney Stephen Donziger with perjured witness. Judge charged SD with contempt. Prosecuted by private law firm. SD on home detention pretrial. 10/1/21 to Dansbury prison for 6 months. All right.
It's a big judgment.
That is a big judgment. MI16121 says, based on your legal expertise, how many bottles of alcohol do you feel she has thrown at her legal team since the verdict? Hopefully none. I hope none.
Not gonna lie, if you're in a firm office, there's gonna be some bottles around in general, in my experience.
Mine too. Somewhere in that office.
Somewhere, not just out, but somewhere.
Leanne Rayner says, first ever super chat. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Just wanted to say thank you to all of you for the last few weeks. You've all been amazing and so informative. Thank you. Thank you. Matt Pelzer, thank you so much for the generous super chat. Says, I said this earlier today, but the video Kurt did last night with Rob was a fantastic breakdown of defamation case law. Everyone needs to go watch it. Love Kurt and Rob's chemistry. More of these, please. Rob was telling me about that, actually. He said that it was a fantastic video. The two guys were really going back and forth in such a great way. And I hope that more videos like that continue. IZSZL says, to what degree do y'all think the definitions and tradition interfere with what we may collectively arrive at as truth? Ooh, this is philosophical. In other words, how accurate is the legal process at finding the truth of a matter?
Well, tradition, I think you're using as institutional knowledge, right? I mean, I think the argument is the rules of evidence are there for a reason, and thousands and thousands and thousands of reasons from before the United States was founded, frankly, till now. And are they effective? Maybe not perfect. No institution is perfect, but they seem pretty darn effective. And that doesn't mean every decision is right, but looking at what we've got in front of us, I think it's a pretty good result for what we all observed, and including myself and other people that just watched what was in the trial and nothing else.
Andrew Gillis says, what could happen if a juror makes a public statement that there was a certain amount of horse trading going on?
It's not illegal. Nothing. I don't think anything happens.
They could say that, someone was feeling like this was somewhat unfair. They were uncomfortable with the idea that Johnny would get a full win, and that this was the interest of justice or interest of fairness or something like that.
Yeah, there's ways that could come out that could be more destructive to things than others. So until we see it, I don't know that we can cross that bridge. But I think mostly it's going to be nothing. Jurors get a lot of discretion to decide on whatever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Apple Pie says, question, would you say it's fitting to extend Camille's title to Goddess of Thunder and Victory? I would say so.
She seems so happy in that press release.
Oh, yeah. You better believe it. Lahava says, thanks for all the commentary and insight over the last few weeks. AH's statement was exactly as expected, and Johnny's invoked Mark Twain. Daniel, is free speech dead in the UK? I'm so sorry that he's not here to answer this. C, Count Dankula, Speaker's Corner, people arrested for FB posts. I feel like you may have asked this yesterday as well. I'm going to
chatted about it. I think we might have missed Daniel again yesterday.
Yeah, and I feel really bad about that. So I'm super chatting that. I'm going to see if I can send that over to him, and maybe he can tweet some kind of a response to it or something, maybe, or something. I don't know. Or I don't know. Maybe not tweet it. But I'm at least going to super chat it and see if I can get a response to him or get a response from him in some form. Hopefully I can get that to you. But thank you for the very generous super chat nonetheless. KBC also, thank you for the very generous super chat. It says, wasn't $2 million what she was paid for Aquaman 2? Do you think they gave her $2 million to say, here, just in case you missed out on a film?
It's possible. I think that's the only time we hear that number. So I think it does line up there. The weird part is we also heard that she was already paid for it. She already has her $2 million from Aquaman 2, regardless of whether she makes Final Cut.
Yeah. Midnight Joker, thanks so much for the very generous super chat. Says, no sweetness in this moment. I wish LawTube would have warned me. Feeling like we're at the end of Gone Girl all over again. AH will probably make me feel more righteous if those statements continue.
You'll start feeling better about it if Amber Heard and her PR team continue to go out in the public. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know that this was ever. I mean, I know certain people found certain value in the decision as it ultimately came to. It's still an ugly set of circumstances and an ugly case. I think it is good to see that there is still the capability for the judicial process to evaluate things on a fairly neutral basis and arrive at a decision that I think matches up with most of our impressions of the case. But I hear you. It's still a couple broken people in important ways.
Yeah. Kaya K, thanks so much for the super chat. Says, will Amber actually receive $2 million, or will it be canceled out by what she has to pay? I think it's going to be canceled out. Olivia M says, can you please explain the $350,000 cap and how that affects the verdict? So there's a statute in Virginia that says that punitive damages cannot be any higher than that. It's basically that. There's really not much else to that explanation. It's just the legislature of the Commonwealth of Virginia just decided that is where they wanted to go, because a lot of states are concerned about runaway juries, essentially, so that decide to go and award some crazy damages amounts in punitive damages that end up going unpaid. So that's probably why they wanted to cap that. Dapper Dave 2021 says, can Amber now sue JD's lawyer for defamation? Probably not. I think she would be barred because she should have brought that litigation in this case. I think that she's going to be barred because she had an opportunity to bring it against him, and because of the arguments that she had for vicarious liability, essentially Johnny stood in the position that Adam Waldman would have been standing in as a this would have been this is claim preclusion, issue preclusion entirely, I think.
Well, yeah, because she only gets one crack at redress. So yeah, I think that's right. I'd have to I'd really have to dive into it, but yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, I just kind of quickly going through some of the factors in my head. No, this is the kind of case that is litigating that case would be exactly like litigating the case against Johnny Depp, right? So and because Johnny Depp would have been standing essentially in the position of Adam Waldman, right? Like he just basically is replaced by Adam Waldman now in this like new theoretical lawsuit. All of that has already been fully litigated. There's been a verdict. There's been a final decision, a final determination. So that would entirely be precluded, I think, in my opinion. Hey, Kurt, welcome back.
Hello.
How's it going?
I had a nap.
Good.
Well, good.
I'm glad. William Bento says her free speech rights weren't violated. Free speech doesn't mean freedom of consequence. She made false, dangerous claims and paid the price for them. Or do you have the First Amendment defined wrong? Or do we have No. Absolutely. You are absolutely correct. The First Amendment does not protect defamation. It does not protect lies about other people
that harm them.
Exactly. Thank you.
It's the lawyer in me.
Few extra factors. You're right. Thank you. Brian Wilson says, doesn't the yes on the second counterclaim kind of contradict the no on the first?
A little bit. That's why it was such a surprise. But no, hoax is generalities. So he's right to say he's allowed to say he thinks it was a hoax. When he starts describing the specifics of the hoax, the jury does have at least a leg to stand on that says, oh, it might have been a hoax, but it wasn't that.
Liz Kimber says, why did Elaine want to pull someone or more from the jury?
Oh, poll. Do you want to poll the jury, which is just confirmation? So she lost. The decision went against her. She just wants to make sure that everybody agreed to that.
Yep.
Poll.
Yep. Marie V. Sand says, I'm confused. How is it possible that Depp proved she lied, but he has to pay her for saying it was actually a hoax?
It's not the hoax. He wins on the hoax claim. It's the specifics of the hoax. That's the statement he lost on.
Which still bullocks to me, but okay.
Kurt hates it. I don't blame him, but I
hate it too.
That's the difference.
I understand the logic of it, though.
I really don't. Because it's this whole idea about the difference between the truth and the defamatory statements. Like, if you believe that the hoax occurred, but you don't believe it occurred exactly that way. So it's like, okay, he got the details wrong about how the hoax occurred. The police weren't called twice. They were only called once. Or it didn't happen exactly in the sequence. Or whatever the details you want to pick apart. The sort of end analysis is, what difference does it make? What is the difference? And this is a legal standard too. What is the difference between what Waldman said and the truth of it? So, okay, the cops were only called once versus they were only called this. It's like, what difference does that leave in the listener's mind? What difference is the impression? And there's nothing there to my mind, so it doesn't make any sense.
Beverly Molly New, thanks so much for the very generous super chat. So does this open the possibility of a look at / into the UK verdict?
I think so.
You think so? I was about to say, from our conversation with Daniel, Black Belt Barrister, it sounds like probably not.
I think one way or another, the UK is going to look into it. Because
what do you mean by look?
I think they're motivated to save some face.
I don't know that it'll be a legal look. I think the UK is sure as heck going to look at how they arrived at their verdict.
They might try to do something, whether or not it's how formal it is. But I just keep to remind everyone that one of the basic definitions of a country being country is the right to control your borders. So they could just exclude her for no particular reason if they want to.
Fair point. Kai and Hi, Thank you so much for the very generous super chats. I was trying to resist throwing money at you, but I'm too happy. Happy verdict day. Every panelist and guest has been quality from day one. This trial was a movie that wrote itself. The fact that Johnny got real life justice makes it so sweet. I completely agree. And thank you so much. I am so grateful to everyone that has joined me on this panel that has made this experience so much better with all of their great minds and their thoughts and their commentary. And I'm so thankful for people like you that have been following along with us. And thank you so much for your kind words and your generosity. Thank you.
It was a movie. I feel like I should warn people that they're not usually this cinematic. You don't usually have Amber Heard deciding to take the stand on the last day. I mean, it was just a crazy case.
Yeah, you're right. Blue Fox says, couldn't this mean that they didn't find all of 1, 2, or 3 that Kurt stated?
No.
No.
They found all of 2 on Amber's side, and they found every possible thing they could answer yes to on Johnny's side.
And that's why they go element by element when they read it out for the courtroom. Is they say that the overall claim, yes, yay or nay on defamation, and then 1, 2, 3, the various elements going down the list, they go to make sure that they answered yes or no to make sure that there's no error there.
Mm-hmm.
DIY Tinker says, question, what? Dr. Hughes didn't fill in the blank.
She forgot the compensatory damages.
She
They're on
forgot
the
a lot of
right.
blanks. Yeah. Amy Bergman says, I was recently diagnosed with breast cancer, and you guys have kept me distracted with laughter and insight during this weird time in my life. Keep on keeping on.
We fixed
Lots
cancer.
Thank you. Well, no, I wouldn't say that. But
We're putting it on a shirt. We fixed cancer.
No,
made it all better.
No.
We appreciate the support.
Thank you so much, Amy. And I'm so thankful that we're able to provide that distraction for you. I'm sure it must be a crazy, scary time for you. And I really hope and pray that you're able to pull through it as quickly and with as much strength and perseverance and grit as possible. I know cancer sucks. And I really hope you're able to overcome it sooner rather than later so you can get back to the good stuff. And I'm glad that in the meantime, we've been able to distract you. Much love. Joe Cooter, thanks so much for the very generous super chat. Says, I would love to see a bunch of lawyers play a game of Blood on the Clock Tower. Similar to
that.
So
future content. I don't know about this game.
Well, it's just the world's most ridiculously insane large version of Werewolf. It's a hidden identity game. I'm not actually sure we could play it online. We'd have to all get together. I think you need like 20 players. Yeah,
we got to play something. We've got to play something. I don't know what it is.
We could open up, ended today.
We could open up Jackbox. I've got like 5 or 6 different Jackbox.
I don't trust
games.
you all with Jackbox on my channel.
We could
right?
do Jackbox.
Level with you.
I mean, I'm the only one that needs to have it. So me having it alone is enough. We could play Jackbox together. It'd be great. Just say. We could invite people from the chat to join us. It'd be fun. Have some laughs.
You're out to the coast. Have a few laughs.
I was just thinking Die Hard as soon as he said that. Okay, so there wasn't just.
How could you not?
Of course. Okay. All right. Raquel says, question, does a JD loss be a loss for real victims of DV? Take it case by case. It's whether or not that they have met their burden to prove or not prove their case. So, I would hesitate to extend it much further than that. Sabrina Sabaini says, greetings from Brazil. Can the loser part appeal?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Both parties could appeal their losses here.
Great.
Gives me coverage for forever. Covering all the cases and the appellate briefs. Yeah, it's more content. It's great.
And I'm going to step away for a second. I'll be right back. You guys okay with that? The Muffin Man will bring up more super chats.
Excellent. I'm now control.
We are in control of the vertical. Christy Wingett, did the jury have the option to decide whether they felt Waldman was even acting as an agent for Depp or speaking his own mind? It didn't sound like it, which is odd.
They must have found it implicitly.
Yeah, that judge apparently ruled on it as a matter of law, which I find odd.
Which I do find odd. Next. Do you think Amber Heard will be able to write a book in case JD gets cease and desist not to continue to write about it or mention his name? Well, to the extent it has falsity, I think he might be able to get some injunctions from this case. I think that's very likely. So, yeah.
Because she's found to be a liar.
Yeah.
Megan Fritz, do lawyers hold resentment towards each other after trial? Depends. Like any given profession, it depends. I've got opposing counsel that I still call and I refer clients to, and I got opposing counsel I would tell you very bad things about. I wouldn't do that because that would be unethical, but I don't like them.
Why did the UK trial go so differently for Johnny? The evidence is pretty damning. Well, the second half kind of answers the first half. The evidentiary picture was so much different in the UK case.
Yep,
so that goes a long way to explaining it.
C minor op 67 question: the first count JD lost, was it because friends mentioned? The Amber Heard one that she won is a detailed version of what the hoax is that Adam Waldman is claiming. So it's the friends, it's the police officer timing, it's what he says that they did. So yes, it's because of all the detail.
From a purely legal view, will JD win? Green from Denmark. Yes.
Yes, he will. Thank you for the super chat. Sean Hayes question: do you think Elaine Benhoff got it wrong? Got the wrong Dr. Spiegler? Speculation is the recommended doc was Dr. Spiegler of Stanford, not the Dr. Spiegler who testified. I have no idea. I think it's hilarious that they had the same name. But no, I can't imagine that is the case, because you would have had to talk to this person a bunch. Kurt.
Super worried about Amber Heard's kid. Does Amy's behavior constitute reason and mommy dearest Amber Heard investigated by child advocacy? Probably not, because there's a lot of people out there with a lot of conditions, and we don't take away people's children for the hell of it.
MC, if Amber Heard doesn't get charged for lying, doesn't it make her claim more plausible that everyone committed perjury for Johnny Depp, since there's no real consequences? On the margins, not a bad argument. Perjury is just a real rarity when we talk about things that are actually charged. Kurt.
Will the judge make a statement after verdict is read? Apparently not. Will the judge give any indication of her opinion? Also no.
Nope.
Love watching the coverage of the case. Thank you.
Thank you. The 8 bars, thoughts on the potential of Johnny potentially winning in the U.S. versus losing in the U.K. I find those potentials high. But again, I'm answering after
and
the
hilarious. Favorite moment from everyone over the last week. Big fan of all you guys. And thank you for your coverage, watching from Alabama. My favorite moment is every moment I get to spend with Richard Hoeg.
Oh, Kurt, thank you. Wednesday to Wednesday, I'm thinking closing, right? Crazy stuff in closing, big time objections, lots of fun stuff. Also really enjoyed Amber taking the stand again. That was crazy. So I cheated and gave you 2. Thank you for asking. And thank you for the kind words, Kurt. Don Hinton question: with all her recent legal experience, any chance Amber Heard goes to law school? No offense, but she'd make a great lawyer. Joke. Don't know what's next for her. I really do think that she'll continue to find some success in acting, and we'll see what happens to her. But yeah, unexpected victory for Johnny Depp, at least as of 7 weeks ago. Kurt.
Amber Heard testified that she wrote the op-ed. Why is there a question that she wrote it? Because the jury is the finder of fact, so the jury could disbelieve that testimony if they were so inclined. Yep. So even though she said I did, the jury could be like, no, she didn't, because they're the finder of fact.
Marco Sanabria, hey folks, can you tell me what time will the verdict be read? It was read at like 3:20. Greetings from Costa Rica. Sorry that this is actually obviously after the fact.
Okay, which juror will be the first to go public? Don't see it happening immediately, but what do I know?
Somebody's going to go public pretty soon.
Oh, Legalbytes is back.
I am back. Thank you so much, guys. Oh, and guys, so a friend of mine who I gave a shout out to earlier because Mr. Bites requested me to. Is my friend Justin. He texted me that he can also host Jackbox if you guys want.
Yes, yeah, Jackbox is very easy to host. We'll see on my channel. Maybe we play Jackbox on Kurt's channel. I don't trust you all with all the lewd options you have in a Jackbox game. You know
we
me.
We could just load up Murder Mystery and play it together. Murder Mystery Trivia. I like that one. I could load it up, put it in a screen, share it with everyone. It'd be great.
There you go. Angie UTV says, any of you guys watched Top Gun Maverick yet?
It's first on my list. The very first day that I have a free chunk of time, I'm going to Maverick, but I have not yet. Don't tell me anything. Consider it the Australian audio tapes.
Yes. This was something that Mr. Bites and I really wanted to see this weekend.
No, I want to see it with Mr. Bites.
It actually is. I know, because it actually is something that is available locally. So yeah, yeah, maybe this upcoming weekend we'll finally have a chance now that this trial is over.
It's on my list. I owe Mrs. Hoeglaw a Downton Abbey trip. I have a Maverick trip. We're cooking with gas.
Mia Doc says, was it always a 7-person jury? Thanks, guys, for your work these last weeks.
Well, it was always the 7 people that would decide it. There were alternates that were in the jury booth. I think it was 9 when we were finally getting in on the last days. It was 11 to start.
Exactly.
While waiting for the verdict, can someone explain how privity of contract works in regards to copyright entitlement? If I buy a DVD and resell it, how's the license transfer?
That's called the first sale doctrine.
First sale doctrine. There you go.
Yeah, so that's just how it automatically happens, and it's why the world of digital is very confused because we don't have a first sale doctrine.
I was just going to say,
which doesn't really make sense.
It's basically an antiquity nowadays. Now that everything is done through streaming and through licensing,
and they say we don't actually buy anything too, which is a whole other thing.
Oh, well, I've got a bunch of videos over at Virtual Legality about licenses and licensed not sold. The country of France is currently trying to impose a first sale doctrine on digital goods.
I hope they get there.
I do cover that on the channel as well.
Sarah says, was Amber Heard having an affair with Franco and Musk during the relationship with Johnny? Yes. Why do you think none of that came in?
We think
what?
It seems apparent. We don't know. You just said yes. I mean, that wasn't presented in court. We think there have, yes, we think.
Yes, it was. There was testimony to that effect.
There was not. We've got like James Franco in an elevator looking weird. We've got Elon kind of carousing about.
Oh, right. That's right. That testimony was excluded from court. I forgot that. It was cut out. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, we don't know that. I'm sorry.
I'm a good sounding board for this. It's like, no, we know they're hovering.
Portions of testimony that was not brought into court seem to illuminate that as well.
And very possible. And we saw Jennifer Howell's letter saying you're hiding all the extramarital affairs. Okay.
Next.
Foxwatch. Oh, sorry. No. Okay, I'll go. Foxwatch says, enjoy the hangout. Question, noted that Hoeg didn't know about the dogs in Australia. Have you looked at the dog apology video from Australia? It shows what the pair were like then.
Oh, it's them. Okay, so just to be clear, in my head, I had an image of like Boo and Pistol apologizing in video form for being transported into Australia, but they mean Amber and Johnny.
Curious
All right.
about
Rick,
your opinion of the original Amber Heard cross when they ask about not seeing JD's eyes. Love moved to get her emotional. Sorry if I missed you talking about it in Taiwan and it's late. Thanks. Yeah, that woman doesn't get emotional about anything. She is burned out inside and a wrecked witch.
It was a good start by Camille. I didn't think so at the time. I thought it was overly dramatic, but I think it put her in a good footing against Amber Heard. So, I'm not about to second guess Camille's cross of Amber Heard. You might not ever see one look like that ever again. Venigor, have you discussed the letter Amber's lawyer sent to Johnny 2 days before she got the TRO? It demanded the penthouses plus other support before divorce proceedings. Maybe Jax can fill you in. It was introduced by the divorce lawyer. We got that. We got that piece of evidence in court. I did see that. I didn't find it to be extortion at the time, but certainly in the context of saying I didn't want anything, it was much more impactful after that testimony was presented. I thought it was useful. I don't know whether the jury considered it. I think we're going counterclockwise now, Lita, just to throw you.
Sure. CBL, I just, changed it up. CBL says, question, am I watching too much Legalbytes? Heard Les Mis on the radio and immediately thought of a Michigan lawyer. One day more.
That's right. Read The Blood of Angry Men.
Oh, man.
Hypothetically, can a jury member admit to listening, bring the Australia recordings, share info the recordings to the rest of the jury in the jury room? No. Could they face legal action for doing that? Well, not strictly speaking them, but it gets messy.
It gets very messy. So yeah, potential legal action. Yeah. No, they don't usually introduce things like that so brazenly. Kim Wilhelmsen. I'm terrible. I apologize.
You got it.
Popcorn Planet has an interview with one of Amber Heard's old co-stars, and he confirms some of this stuff in this letter, the drug taking and the throwing stuff, etc. I have no reason to disbelieve basically anything I've ever heard on this case. So check it out.
Heather says, question, curious AFAB. Okay, sorry. I'll probably figure out the acronym soon.
We'll figure it out.
Curious AFAB here, Alita. How do you come to the conclusion that women fighting can be indicative of misogyny? I think it's an interesting point of view. Love you. How do you come to the conclusion that women infighting can't be indicative of misogyny? Well, so you could okay. So just
Objection,
to clarify,
mischaracterization of testimony.
I
don't think you said can't.
No. I said that I disagree with the position that automatically
Is men in finding indicative of misandry? If not, go away.
No. Okay, we don't have to say go away, but we were talking about Camille.
I want to say go away though. It's easier.
Okay.
Well, so
I want to be
this
dismissive.
idea,
Hang
hang on. Just this idea that Camille is, just because she's an attorney that is representing Johnny and she's being very critical of Amber Heard, that automatically it means that she's become some sort of a tool of misogyny. I think that you absolutely can have women who can be critical of other women, absolutely, because otherwise, like, it's the opposite side of that argument is that no woman is allowed to be critical of any women, therefore they can only be critical of men, and men can only be critical of men, but men are allowed to be critical of men. So no one can be critical of women.
It goes a bad direction if it's a can't. Either way, definitely.
Joe's here.
Hey, how's it going, Joe?
Is anyone planning on live streaming the January 6th hearing? I need help understanding. So are they doing more hearings in Congress? I guess so. Probably not, because it's a waste of everyone's time. It's just political posturing. It's not a legal process. So it's just annoying to me.
Wow, that's going to go in an interesting direction. What's the next super chat, Alita?
Elizabeth B says, panel question, maybe a dumb question, but has there ever been a case you've been inwardly pleased to lose because you knew the other side was in the right? Not me.
Either.
No.
There's no such thing. I mean, there are cases that you might feel like I might not be in the right, but you still want to win. You really want to win.
Following previous chatters' messages is also National Say Something Nice Day. Well, I kind of blew that. Just for the lulz, can each say something nice about Amber?
She's a very pretty lady.
Let's think.
She is very ambitious.
406.
Interesting idea.
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean by that? For the viewers. 406?
Yeah. Oh, she was great in Zombieland. Her character's name was 406. In Zombieland, he never knew her name. He just had a crush on the crazy hot girl from 406. So when she came in, like even when she came into his apartment, he's like he's calling her the whole time 406. So I thought that his assessment was right. 406.
I see.
Kurt, can you speak to jury of your peers versus impartial jury? I mean, the AR was partly to get rid of peerages. American Revolution. Well, the question of what a jury of your peers is, like what a peer is or a peerage, because obviously, well, maybe not that obviously, but in the UK, there's this whole idea of class systems. And so like what a peer is, you get this whole idea of like lords and other classes. So your whole idea of what your peers is. So in the United States system, the idea is that everyone's your peer. So we abolished that. As to like what an impartial jury is, it just means that someone who can assess the case neutrally, which I continue to remind people does not prevent them from coming to conclusions. There's a difference between being unbiased and not coming to conclusions. Because like I get a little bit irritated whenever I come to a conclusion and people say you're biased. I'm like, no, I'm unbiased. It's just that I've assessed this information and now I've come to a conclusion in an unbiased way. So how about that?
Exactly. Mary Malarkey says, question, last night Kurt talked about use of and/or error in reference to title in the op-ed in jury form. Panel agreed could open door to appeal. Talk more on this?
Just generally, there were a couple issues with the instructions that could be a basis to poke a hole. And we'll see whether or not any of them come to fruition. But I think I counted 4 errors, so I felt good about myself.
That's amazing in such a short form.
Yeah. By the way, Joe, how are you doing?
Thank God. Awesome. Like really phenomenal. I mean, I was vindicated today because over a month ago when we were talking about odds of winning, people were saying 50, 60. I said 75 to 80% chance that he gets 8 digits. And he did. So yeah, I called it. For like the last month, I've just been waiting for this decision to come in. I felt a little upset that they had to do some horse trading to give back $2 million just to get that 7th juror on board. But I felt like I owned this trial for like the last month. So I'm feeling really good today, and much more importantly, I mean that's just humor. More importantly, I felt like this was a massive win for genuine victims of DV, and this is such a huge day for them. So many people out there were triggered by this trial. So many people who were genuine survivors or living in that situation saw the transparently thin lies of Amber Heard and were triggered.
Suggesting there's such a thing as a non-genuine survivor. Hashtag believe all women, Joe. Hashtag listen to their stories.
Well, the point is that these people who live it, they all saw it. They're like, this is not the way anyone who's living through this would react. None of this adds up. Then she's clearly from the very start of her testimony, or where she's talking about how difficult it is to talk about these things and breaking down crying, and then unlike any real DV victim who, when they're talking about it, would just be like looking down or looking ashamed and not making eye contact, she starts like making eye contact, and she starts talking about these horrific events that would traumatize any person like long term, and she's basically shrugging her shoulders as she talks about it and doing bad job of looking like she's affected by it, to the ridiculously cartoonish depictions of how this violence took place, that she's being thrown around by Johnny. It's like when he's on narcotics, he turns green and grows 12 inches and 50 pounds, and Incredible Hulk can just throw around the room. Like, and everything was so ridiculous. And I've heard personally people DMing me so many of these nightmare stories about what it's like to live there. And I feel as if so many of them felt as if they're never going to be believed, because they saw Johnny as a victim here, and they're like, how am I going to be believed? And I think that at the very least, much more important than me being right, obviously, or even Johnny finally getting justice for having years of his life ruined by a terribly evil, vile, self-centered woman, I think that today we saw a ray of hope for a lot of people, that their voices can be heard. They can, and then it's possible, I mean, for them to be believed. And that was really, really, that was to me the most important outcome of this judgment. So that's my thought. It's a great day. That's a great hope is a great thing, and that makes this a great day.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Cindy O says, what advice do y'all have for someone working full-time while also attempting law school? Is it possible? Thanks in advance. You guys are my fave. I think I haven't known anyone that was working full-time and going to law school, but I mean, so long as you have realistic expectations of how long it's going to take you to finish, yeah, it is a challenge. It definitely is. But those expectations for timing, as well as your drive for it.
I spent my first year of law school in night school in Fordham, and most of the people there, not me, most of them were working full time. They were hardworking people, good people, and many of them became great lawyers. So yeah, don't let that slow you down if that's what your dream is. So, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I actually
no.
You seemed as if you didn't know anyone like that, and I actually went to school with hundreds
perfect.
like that. Yeah. So,
yeah. Danny underscore says, question, if the legal teams were flipped to the other side, how do you think this trial would have played out given the evidence available? Thanks for all the coverage.
That's a good question. That's a really good question. It's
hard to know because what evidence would have gotten in versus not gotten in.
Which is true too. Case wouldn't have been the same. That's true.
I'll tell you that the whole world would love Rottenborn right now.
It's true.
Probably. They'd still be loving Camille Vasquez because she'd be standing up for women everywhere and promoting their stories at the hands of the evil Rottenborn. You know? So, yeah.
Mr. DNA 1987 says the nickname for Io was I Slap Rocky, and that was in Josh Richmond's declaration. Are you going to watch the clip of Josh Drew in 2019 saying Rocky told him about Amber having a three-way with Elon Musk and Cara Delevingne?
Yeah, see, I thought that was in evidence, and then Hoeg reminded me it wasn't. But cut it out. So I did see that clip.
Yaya Moreno says, question, is it true Johnny won't be there for a verdict? He was not there.
It was.
Do you want my help for like a lightning round kind of thing? To like
yeah, let's do it.
Sure. Kelly Miller, if Johnny doesn't have to be there for the verdict reading, do you think Amber Heard will be there? Yes, we do. Now we do. Some of these questions are much easier now.
Yeah. Well, let's go clockwise then. If you guys are okay with that.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Lil Knapsack says, question, what did it mean when judge said she will see them 625 for objectives? By the way, I love you both. Thanks for being so chill and for your hard work. Thank you.
She didn't say objective. She said objections to the process as it stands right now, the ending of the case.
Yeah.
Hope, can the public get a copy of the verdict from the courthouse? We think they'll show the verdict form. Also, does her letter to the public sound defamatory again? Nope. I just went through that lightning round style. I don't think it sounds defamatory. Kurt.
Yep.
What do you think the jury's thinking when they see all the news articles they missed out on the last 2 months? I don't know. I'm not sure if any of them will go back and look or not at this point. I think they've had enough.
I'd be curious.
Jim Kinch, Elon pays Amber Heard judgment and attorney's fees if she gives him embryos to destroy. His only way to get her talons out and get away from her. Love your coverage. Let me tell you something. If he can get away from her talons for only $8.3 million, he's doing well. So
true. Patty just lost says, remember hearing all that heavy clunking footsteps? Those are Amber's wailing in shoes, not too delicately, and she is supposed to have cut up and shredded feet, right? Yeah, that was very, very interesting.
Question, facing the crowd. Any way one of you could please talk or make a video about State Farm case that caps punitive damages, please? All love to LawTube, blue heart emoji, video game emoji, cowboy head emoji. That sounds more like your bailiwick, Kurt.
If you guys are good, maybe. Thomas Long, is there a reason Amber won the second statement? The fact that officer's body cam did not show any wine or damage mean the statement was false. We can only speculate as to why the jury concluded as they did. There was a lot of specific details in there. I don't think they mattered, but the jury apparently disagrees with me.
Joe Mendoza, sorry if I asked an answer, but what's the difference between attorney, barrister, and solicitor in the UK? I have no idea. I think
we had a big old long answer on that.
Also, apologies to Rob for my thirsty comment and figuring out how girthy
his lumber is.
His lumber is.
So no worries. Sorry if what's the difference between attorney, barrister, and solicitor?
You can go straight to yesterday's stream.
Yeah.
BBB has a long section talking about that sometime in the early morning.
Yes. Yeah, we got into that relatively early yesterday. Liz Kimber says, how come JD's photo shows 3 pages? We only saw 2.
JD's photo?
But it indicates
of the statement?
The Instagram stuff?
Yeah.
It's composition.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been just a draft or something. I don't know.
Hoeg.
Okay, all right. Hoeg, heart emoji. The 3 biggest news outlets in Denmark headlines read Depp wins over Heard in spectacular case. Does that help a little? Little sanity around. Actually, while I've been collecting headlines here surreptitiously in the background, you can barely tell, right? I definitely wasn't doing it just this last second. I have a lot that are from the Netherlands and Sweden and things like that, which I probably won't use in the episode. But they are more demonstrably saying Johnny Depp destroys Amber Heard in newspaper headline form. So that's very interesting. Thank you very much.
Can Amber sue the ACLU for defamatory? No. Since it was real, the op-ed was drafted for her? No. The ACLU is in a different position and the statute of limitations is passed.
Yep.
Kennington, with Amber Heard winning on 1 count, what is the chance of Amber Heard appeal on the other 2 counts, even possible with 1 win? It doesn't become more possible, though, that those issues as to whether or not she wins, those are jury findings of fact. The only thing you can appeal on is an issue of law, which means that you have a problem with the way the court handled a question of law. That's the only issues you can appeal. So findings of fact as to whether or not there was falsity or truth in any of these statements, those are findings of fact. So whether you win or lose in some or all doesn't really impact on that ability to appeal.
Jennifer Jordan says, question, JD sued for $50 million. He's awarded $15 million, but gets less because of Virginia cap. I'm confused. It's because $10 million. So they have 2 different brackets that they put this total $15 million in, right? $10 million was in compensatory. Punitive was $5 million, right? Compensatory, they can go crazy, give as much as they really want. Well, not go crazy. They have to do it within reason. But basically, he asked for 50 million, right? That was the basically the max that they were likely to give him in compensatory damages. Then they didn't know. They are not told. The jury is not told that there is a statutory limit to punitive damages there. So they had it in these two different buckets, right? Compensatory and punitive. Compensatory 10 million, punitive 5 million, but the bucket for the punitive damages can only hold $350,000. So all of the rest that they wanted to award to him basically spills out of that bucket.
Yep.
Darth Emphatic, now that the trial is completed, was there any particular benefit you saw throughout the trial and in the verdict relating to holding the trial in Virginia? I think the primary benefit is that they didn't have to do it in Los Angeles and California, where they thought it would be a harder case to bring. Kurt?
By the way, I don't think he wins in California. I don't think he makes it to trial in California. I think it's dismissed before that. So,
how much can a winner 1/3 hurt Johnny? $2 million. Does it have any substantial legal consequence? Example, him suing once again or making an appeal? No, not really. There are appeal options, but that doesn't factor into it really.
Melundo Eccles, I'm not a lawyer, but I play one on TV. Just kidding. Question: wouldn't Amber Heard's statement be considered defamation as you just lost $10 million? I disagree with Hogan that. I think it possibly could be, but I don't think he's going to sue for it. Because I looked at it quickly. I have to reread it.
Yeah, none of the statements in there looked like they were.
They're probably opinion. They were more opinion than fact.
They looked like they were all opinion or political.
And half of them were political opinion. I don't think there's a chance.
Okay. Yeah. Lax Lifter says the jury awarded Amber $2 million in her counterclaim. Does this give Amber any ammunition for an appeal? Nope.
That Sarah question: rereading Amber Heard's statement, she's still doing it. Could Johnny Depp get an injunction against her continuing to make these op-ed like defamatory statements? I legitimately don't think it's defamatory, but Johnny Depp may be able to go and say things about what she's allowed to say about him in the future because of a defamation win. We don't know.
Yeah.
Kurt.
How fast do you think the jury went to research this case?
They might be over it.
As if they weren't researching all along. Come on. Mr. DNA contradicts Heard, maybe, but would you really want this audio in front of the jury? It's so garbled, the jury couldn't take anything from it.
Yeah, we were listening to the Australia audio that folks have been wanting us to listen to for so long. I do agree. It's incredibly difficult to objectively make out for yourself what is being said for most of that. So if you don't have the subtitles for it, it's really, really difficult to make heads or tails of it. And so there's no way that the judge would allow that full video in with subtitles telling you what it is that they said. So yeah, I'm not entirely convinced that would have been a silver bullet, but for a few of the statements that were made in there, like Amber saying, I only took Xanax and Adderall and uppers and downers and everything known to man. Annika Barr says, why are there 3 pages under the typewriter? Oh, we answered that, but just for artistic value, just for aesthetics.
Or maybe there's a hidden third page. Johnny V, can we also comment on how abused men who have zero help from our justice system, not unless we're rich, got a win today? Not enough of that. Certainly anybody that's getting abused should seek redress. And if this was a symbol of getting that redress through our judicial system, I think they should be happy for it. Kurt.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible there's a holdout? Jury gave 1 to her in exchange for consensus in all 3. Possible? I'm still frustrated. Going to Richard's point he just made, it's like, if this is the best that men are able to do in society right now, it's still not enough. Because I have a real hard time believing that the genders were the other way around. The jury would be wringing their hands to try to find one for Depp in this alternate universe, And it's just like, men still can't get a break.
Well, that's a bit of a downer.
I'm sorry. I meant to say this is a glorious day for men everywhere. And I think it's the first case among many. And we should all take it as a bright sign that our culture is changing. And this can be the change that we all want to see in the world.
So I'm accused of being a white pill far too often. And I know you might think I'm being sarcastic, but I actually am. I'm kind of the opposite. You wouldn't think this to hear the tone in Lady Logic's voice, but traditionally she always sees the glass as half full, and I see it as half empty, and I see it as half full and it looks like rain, so there's going to be more in there. and I'm very much a white pill. So I'll tell you right now, he overcame, just to understand what he overcame here. He overcame a woman who basically was believed by 95% of the world for 6 years. They had that embedded in their brain that he was abusive and she was terrible. And he managed to overcome that. That is, when you have something embedded in your brain for 6 years and he gets a complete reversal of that, and they have to cave in on one juror and say, okay, we'll give back $2 million just so that you can tell your Me Too buddies that I stood up for him. That's a win. That's a massive win. You have no idea how hard it is to get 90% of the country, which at least 50% was against him, if not far more. 90% of the country is on his side and screaming justice for Johnny. This is a massive, massive win. It is. Yeah, I understand 2 million is frustrating, but it is a massive win.
And at the same time, let's remember that super chat wasn't exactly a gendered one either. So we can apply this to DV victims all over the place, or DV survivors all over the place.
Indeed. JJ Breck, you all seem disappointed. I get it, but is a win for JD overall. It's a
yes.
I just said massive win for people and JD.
Disappointed.
No, I think that people may have taken our relative silence afterwards for a bit of it was like we were at a loss for words for a little bit there before we kind of figured out like what else are we going to talk about. It's because all of us were kind of processing. None of us expected that counterclaim to come back, and so we were sort of like squaring that in our minds. I think, at least I was, anyhow. But I'm not disappointed at all. I think this definitely was a win for Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Julie Zaleski says, question: if the people on the tape would have signed that they agree that the Australia tape be played in court, would they be able to play it?
Since one of them is dead, that would be tough.
Whoa. You never know, Kurt.
It is possible to get consent from an estate, however. For some agreements. I mean, not necessarily, I don't know about in this, but for some agreements you can.
There were clearly intractable difficulties with all the tapes, and they just said Heard and Depp only.
Yeah.
Horse welfare. It is bizarre to me that Dr. Kipper and Debbie Lloyd said, I do not recall a lot. How do you forget scenes like this? Let's see, what is that? That looks like slightly drunk emoji, which seems fitting. Well, I mean, the lawyer advice is probably going to be something along the lines of, if you can't remember with specificity, you don't recall, because you're not here to go find liability for yourself when you're in a deposition for somebody else's case. So that's why you see it that often. Mm-hmm. Kurt.
Is Amber Heard's statement issued to potential defamatory? I don't believe so. No.
We should clip out my 90-second read through going line by line.
It's going to become an FAQ. Scott R. Hefner says, since the jury found that woman's statement about the abuse hoax coming to an end was not false, are we all legally allowed to call it a hoax? So which one was considered?
Yeah, you can call it a hoax. Mm-hmm. You can say that Amber Heard hoaxed.
Which one did she win on?
That jury.
Which one did she win on?
She won on the specific. Her friends and her called the cops, found it wasn't good enough, then roughed up the place and did all this other stuff, and then called the cops again.
But the stuff about it being a hoax, that she was lying about.
General hoax, generic hoax, A-OK, says Virginian jury. Specifics that they find to be wrong, not okay.
Okay.
Robin Messmer says, can she pay it off in rates, or does she have to sell assets to pay the full amount immediately?
In rates?
Meaning like a payment plan. I think they can do a payment plan. They can also garnish her wages. There's a lot of different ways that they can get that.
Ricky Ticky Tabby, Hoeg, stop giving Incredibly Average so much cred. He works for Waldman. He received audio excerpts that weren't included in the Daily Mail. Plus, he edited out parts like "You should dye your hair, I see roots." That's fair enough. If he didn't do that, then he doesn't deserve as much credit. But all I'm saying is whoever put together that video and that animation and language seemed to have done a lot of work. Literally all I said.
He also could have been handed that information and still taken a lot of time to listen to it and listen to it and listen to it and put all of that together, his interpretation of what people were saying and the subtitles and whatnot.
The video put in front of me deserved credit. How it came to be, I don't know.
Fid question. Tell me you heard Her split-second tone flip from inconsolable sobbing to stone-faced observer. Hope she gets the help she desperately needs. I'm sure.
In the Australia tape? Yeah.
Yeah.
Gabriella Planner, I think Amber heard one on the second claim because the jury didn't believe the cops were called twice. The cops said second visit was in relation to the first call. Could be.
Darius May says, question, can you read Jen Howell's last 2 Insta posts now? Probably. Should we pull it up? Let me pull that up right now. I know that we're doing lightning round, but while we're talking about Jen Howell today. Okay.
Matthew John, can a jury award X million dollars plus defendants' legal fees? No, that would be statutorily defined, I believe. Kurt.
Is there a chance the Washington Post cares that they are party contributors enabled to such a farce? Yes.
40 Dougherty says, our lawyers are generally okay with losing a case they didn't believe in. Do you think hers are dissatisfied with the outcome? When you start representing a client, as long as you don't believe that they're lying to you or that they're really genuinely evil, because I've never had that experience personally, you start believing in your case like it's your own children. That's just what happens when you get into it and you start building a fervor. It starts becoming your baby. So you love it like your child, even when you see flaws in it. That's my personal experience, at least. But.
Yeah. Abdullah Pervez says, if a judge determines a winner and the opposing team has lost, is it normal if they go up to the judge to ask them why they decided to do what they did?
You mean like as a bench trial? You don't have to. They'll explain it to you in detail.
Yeah.
Tiana, question, can JD appeal Amber Heard's win without jeopardizing his win? Yes, he's under an equal amount of jeopardy to have his own decisions appealed regardless of what he does. But realpolitik, probably you're encouraging a counter appeal if you thought one wasn't going to happen.
What's horse trading? It's just give me something for give you something. So it's like, I want this, you want that. We compromise somewhere in between. That's all this is, compromise.
Zood the 9th and the Nth says, question, do you think Amber Heard's team managed to muddy the definition of malice enough that the jury just automatically assigned it to the AW statement? That's an interesting thought. It's so difficult to know what goes on in the jury thinking. And in this case, where it's really probably was horse trading, that they're like, look, let's get out of here. We need to come along to make it unanimous. We'll give you this one if you give the other ones. I don't think they were really analyzing it that closely, personally.
L Wolf Talks Lady says, what surprised you the most about the verdict? That second counterclaim.
Yep, that's the right answer. Dies alone with weenie dogs. Will you cover the LA Weinstein trial next?
Ooh.
Not a chance.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics at all.
That's Harvey Weinstein?
Weinstein, yeah. Yeah. He's got a second trial.
Isn't freedom of speech a constitutional issue? Since civil court isn't about criminal cases, can someone's rights be violated by civil ruling? Absolutely. Like, will this be eligible for the Supreme Court? Yes, but defamation has never been part of the First Amendment, ever. So it's not a problem.
Okay, yes, but the contours of state defamation law have been, right? Like, that's Sullivan. So, I mean, you could have contour discussions about those things if for whatever reason the laws that were enforced here were written in a weird way. Defamation and the First Amendment are kissing cousins.
Mr. Reed, hello from Paris. I had a blast following this trial with you all. I have a question, though, as someone really unfamiliar with American law, in layman's term, what is vicarious liability? That is when we say
terrible French accent joke.
Was it supposed to be French?
It was British.
Yeah. Hello from Paris.
It was British.
Well,
Paris,
Paris,
France.
too.
Paris, France. Oh, okay. Okay.
No, Paris, Texas.
So what we have is vicarious liability basically means you didn't do the action yourself. Someone else did it. But because of some relationship you have with that person who did the action, we pretend and act as if you were the one who did it. So in this context, with Johnny Depp and Waldman, even though Waldman's the one who says the statements which are defamatory, since Waldman is deemed according to this Virginia jury on the second count, to be acting as Johnny's agent. And Johnny is the principal. Whatever steps he takes in that capacity as being Johnny's agent is now going to attach as liability to Johnny vicariously, as if Johnny himself made the statements.
There's a much easier way to do this that's very apropos for the topic from South Park. Mr. Hanky, the Christmas poo, he loves me, I love you, therefore vicariously he loves you, even if you're a Jew.
All right, next super chat. R Bauer 25. Thank you so much for this. Today is a bit sad with the happiness I felt for Johnny. I am upset that my drives will no longer be filled with the intelligence of Legalbytes and her great group of panelists. Much love from a happy but sad trucker. Oh, well, we're still going to be making content. Oh, and here's a second one from you. I thank you. We'll still be making content, and we will still be, talking about cases, learning about the law, explaining things for folks. So if you like that and you're interested in learning about other cases and other subjects, stick around. We'll still be here.
Harley Harlita at Hoeg Law. Just watched your crisis manager statements, my profession for 12 years, and your admiration of the role made me smile. So thanks, boss. Thank you.
Mr. DNA, 1987. Anyone estimate how many written versions of Legalbytes was ignored or stored somewhere safe in Herd's legal office, just in case? Some, for sure.
Yeah, there's some CYA memos.
Elbia, what Halloween costumes will we see from this? A rejuvenation?
Muffins.
A rejuvenation probably of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh, yeah. Yanina Gritzis, this is one of my good friends, one of my best friends, one of my absolute best friends, said, Sveiki nuėlytė su puikiu darbu. It means congratulations for a perfect job. And thank you for the recaps. They help me to keep up with everything that is happening. Achi Yanina. Butchkis. Thank you.
What'd you call me?
That wasn't for you.
Oh, okay.
That was for my friend Yanila.
Leakum Scoresdoll, cheers for being my company for the past few weeks. Special thanks to Hoeg for his two sides of the coin approach, which for me is trivial as an individual. Much love from across the world. Heart emoji. Thank you, Leakum.
What, if anything, could be the legal ramifications of a jury member publicly made to some force of horse trading during deliberations would surprise exactly nobody.
Nah.
Francis Greco. Jury found no domestic abuse on May 21, 2016, but JD, well, not an abuser, will mess stuff up when upset and would have known he did. Kurt, does this help explain the verdict in AH number 2? Hello. It does. It is possible.
Elizabeth Spees says, woo, justice finally. What other cases are you both excited for that are upcoming? I'll be keeping an eye out on LawTube for mine, Stodge and Daybell. So for me, Manson, a lot of Manson, Trevor Bauer, bunch of other cases as well. How about you guys?
Well, I'll be looking at more Musk versus Twitter at this point in time, and I'll also be looking at a lot of consolidation across the industry, including electronics arts, shopping itself around to every media company on earth. So we'll have fun in Virtual Legality.
The Daybell trial is definitely something I'm going to cover in January. There's the Murdaugh case in South Carolina. There's the case dealing with the parents being charged with giving their child a firearm. I want to cover that. And at least there's one other thing I was thinking about covering. So, yeah, there's a couple of cases on my radar.
I'm going to work for Crime TV, so I'm probably going to be wherever they assign me is probably where you'll find me. But in the meanwhile, you can find me on Good Logic, where I have 79,682 subs, so really close to 80,000.
Let's get him to 80, guys. If you have not already subscribed to Joe, subscribe to Joe. Let's get him to 80,000. And Kurt,
Yeah.
I know Kurt is like he's inching his way towards 100,000 as well. So
as you can see from the ticker, it's 95,799.
There you go. Let's get him to 100,000, guys. We've all of our entire community is growing, and I am so thrilled to see it.
Indeed.
Gino Spam says, Hoeg, Jerry was on JD's personal security team. For him, JD is always number one. Always. I definitely had that sense.
I get that. But that is a point of bias, obviously, if it were to come up and he was on the stand.
Of course.
Zachary Horace. Vasquez's cross was a little manipulative and took advantage of Amber's internal need to redefine the truth when in a confrontation. Yep. Not the usual approach, but they knew what Amber was like from Johnny. So, ... as Johnny says. Yeah, they went right into her psychological soft spots. Definitely.
And some might be uncomfortable with that. That's cross-examination, though. It's that the whole goal is to put them into a very uncomfortable position to see if their story changes when they're in discomfort.
And to be fair, as a witness, she was very manipulative also. Every time she was asked a question, she would sort of reframe it in her brain and answer something slightly different and change her story somewhat. She was as slippery a witness as you can possibly imagine. So being manipulative from the other side was one of the only ways to try and corner a witness like that. So all's fair.
Yep. Who's next? Is this you, Kurt?
But sure. Why not? With the amount of public hate Amber has received, I can't see her in a major motion picture ever again. Is your career over at this point? Thoughts? I'm not allowed to have thoughts on these issues. The chat has decided, so I'm going to pass.
No. I think it's maybe possible, but probably not any major motion pictures anytime soon, realistically. I mean, they also tried to compare her to Chris Pine, Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot. I know we've been pronouncing it Godot, and I was corrected by the chat that it's Gal Gadot with a T, which sounds just so foreign to me.
I'm foreseeing a career for her just like Jennifer Aniston. That's because that's who she's most similar to in my mind. She's like Jennifer. She's Jennifer Aniston, maybe Angelina Jolie. She's on that kind of track. That's what I'm foreseeing for her going forward. Something along those lines.
Pretty good track.
I don't think she ever reached those. Oh, you're joking. You're being sarcastic. Okay.
I mean, you're going to say Zendaya. Why not go with Jennifer Aniston? Go with anyone. Go with Meryl Streep. I don't know who she's going to be next. Jesus.
Oh, man. All right, Joe.
Muffin's turd. When there was sufficient evidence, 2 police officers testing that their first visit, they couldn't find anything. How did the jury find JD guilty? So specifically, perhaps it was the fact that he said that they called them twice and they didn't, or maybe they were just looking for 1 out of 3 that they felt was least proven or disproven to give to in the horse trading, which is what many would suspect. So,
Andy, the game maker. Ah, dude, thank you, brother. Thank you so much. This is so kind of you. You didn't have to super chat me, and this is a very generous amount. Shout out to the amazing Legalbytes for finishing a grueling 6 weeks of trial, and an extra shout out to all the other law tubers who have shown their love and support for coming on here, including Hoeg, Kurt, and Joe. Yes, exactly. Thank you so much, and thank you to all the guys that have shown up, guys and gals that have shown up throughout the weeks. It's been a far better experience with friends than otherwise.
Sure, Rick. Up, down, left, right. VA, select, start. Well, select is not in all of versions of the Konami code, but I appreciate that you've included me in the video game code making. Kurt.
That was hieroglyphics to me. I'm glad that you were able to decipher that.
That's the Konami code.
Yes. Contra for the win. Do you think there's an issue with the legal system where we have a room for competent judge, competent lawyers, and competent experts, then turn to the potentially least informed people in the room and say, you decide?
You saw competent experts?
True enough. Moving on.
And Verco, can she just pledge the money? Yes, she can. I'm sure she won't pledge it. The point to a judgment is that you have powers to execute. Take that money against her will. Haul her in for a deposition. Yes, a post-judgment deposition. Those are so much fun.
I want to execute the judgment in the original sense.
I would really cut my rate if Johnny lets me go after Amber Heard to execute that judgment. I would significantly cut my rate just to have the opportunity to just taste that yummy goodness of a post-judgment deposition of Amber. Oh my.
Got to 69 this baby and execute it. Yeah.
Yulita Omada says, have you guys seen an Amber's statement on Instagram? We did see her statement. We didn't see it specifically from Instagram, but we did see her statement and we read it. It wasn't supposed to be a dramatic reading, but it turned into me doing a dramatic reading of it. because it just kind of went there.
It was a very dramatic reading of it. That's true. Cora Potter, in the case of Camille versus Amber Heard, not misogyny because she's fighting Amber Heard's behavior that is both negative female and negative masculine traits. I like the argument. Kurt?
Yes, Elder Geek. I'm done with Oregon Trail. I couldn't make it past the Kansas River. You got to ford that sucker, man.
Dysentery? Yeah, it happens to the best of us.
Kenny Lopez, Law and Lumber said something quickly along the lines of Amber Heard hurt real life survivors, victims of IPV and SA in future cases. My question is, in what ways? Well, the most significant way is that they'll be arguably more, their credibility will be that much more questioned, because this is what happens if you take someone who most of the world looks at and says this woman is crazy and a liar, and you have the powers that be circling and saying, how dare you question her? Well, then when they stand behind other DV and SA survivors who are real victims as opposed to faux victims, in that case, people looking at it saying, well, we know you defend people who are full of crap, so maybe we should start questioning a little, examining a little more closely these other people, and it makes it that much more harder for them to be believed. It's a terrible, terrible thing that she's not being thrown out and cast out by the powers that be for the liars that she is, because their actions in continuing to defend her makes it much, much harder for IPV and DA survivors.
Laura Leanne says, thanks, Alita, Hoeg, guests and spouses. And Kurt, let's get to 100K subs. What's the next trial coverage? I think Kurt has the answer to that.
We talked about that. Also coming up soon, which we don't know the exact dates, but coming up this month will be the Dobbs case and NYSRPA. Big cases from the Supreme Court on abortion and gun rights. So that should be coming up sometime this month.
Oh, yeah, and I just got to notice that now Court TV is trying to woo me away from Crime TV, so I'm going to have to figure out where I'm going to end up next. So stay tuned on Good Logic, and I'll keep you updated there.
I can't read that name, unfortunately, but satisfied by the outcome. Oh, Alita has a thought.
I do remember from yesterday that the name is Yanis.
Okay, Yanis. Satisfied by the outcome, frustrated by the technicalities, but glad for the journey nonetheless. Thank you all for making this trial fun to follow and easy to understand for those of us unfamiliar with the law. Much love, blue heart emoji. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can Amber Heard sue the attorney hired when writing the op-ed who was supposed to make sure it didn't result in the lawsuit? Did she have her own attorney? Wasn't that the ACLU's attorney?
I think it was her own attorney. But we don't know if she asked about defamation, if she might have been asked about the NDA. And also, he probably was applying California law, not Virginia law.
That's fair. He's probably good.
Circa, a win for justice, a win for men and women. Here. There's justice is justice for all people of all stripes, colors, genders, orientations, heights, weights, eye colors, hair, etc. It's just justice.
Matthew Santos, thank you. Thank you. Very kind of you. Says Alita, thanks so much for the coverage of this trial. It was a real pleasure to watch you guys. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your kind words and your generosity. It's been a real pleasure.
Kat Wade questioned the $2 million to Amber Heard reflect the jury believes Josh Drew. No, it doesn't really reflect anything in particular, other than that they can claim that the details are wrong, which they might well be. Kurt,
what are they not talking about though? Amber Heard's injury. I'm not sure who they is in this sentence, but okay. Thank you for the super chat.
That's true.
Peggy Riordan, after Johnny pays Amber, can he collect that money back from Wallman since it was Wallman's statement? Thanks. He's not going to pay Amber anything. What they'll do is they'll just deduct the $2 million judgment that Amber has away from the $10 million judgment that Johnny has, sort it all out in a well-written judgment, which will have a final number of a judgment in favor of Johnny for $8 million and plus $350 in punitive damages. So there's no money transferring from him to her. You, Alita?
Sharon Bauer says, do you think she will get sanctions for not turning over her devices for forensics? Did you play the 911 tape? We haven't played the 911 tape, but no, the sanctions already happened.
Authexor Dent, would revealing punitive caps get you kicked off a jury?
Probably. I mean, it's like knowing that they wouldn't ask you that specific question. The question would be more broad about being a lawyer. But in Northern Virginia, you're probably more likely to be on a jury if you're a lawyer than most places.
Elaine actually mentioned the punitive caps in her closing argument.
She didn't mention it explicitly. She just asked for that amount. She didn't say where it came from.
She said that there's a cap at 350. That's the most we can get in punitive. She said that outright. I was
Did
actually
she?
watching. Yeah, she said outright.
Okay. Then I misunderstood or I misheard. I apologize.
That's okay.
Bonnie Scotland. Oh, is this my turn?
Bonnie Scotland, thoughts on what Amber Heard might be saying to her.
Right, everybody else.
To her lawyers. On what it might be saying to her lawyers now. You stink! I hate you! This is all your fault!
There's already expose stuff coming out in like the New York Post, and they were overconfident, et cetera, et cetera. So.
Oh, really? That should be exciting.
Sue McLean says maybe the jury left count 2 punitive blank as the indication Amber was to receive nothing and were sent back to physically write 0. Thoughts?
Seemed like the judge found the error earlier. It seemed like the error was in Johnny Depp's instruction based on the timing.
Yeah, I think so.
Cop Legica first. Hi, and thanks for the coverage of the case. Question, isn't Amber's post-verdict tweet a continuation of defamation? I don't believe so. Kurt.
What's that, Joe?
I don't know what I'm looking at.
That is the Daily Mail, which basically in their article showed my tweet.
Ooh.
There you go.
That's fun.
Now I'm famous.
Fun.
Now I'm
You're
famous.
Yes. Congratulations, Joe. That's awesome.
I wrote 10 million judgment for Johnny Depp. I called this over 1 month ago. Justice for John. Hashtag justice for Johnny. Dang.
The ACLU is suing Johnny Depp for costs. They're not exactly suing him. They're just seeking remuneration. It's not quite the same thing. I think the amount is outrageous. They want $83,000. I think you can suck a lemon.
It probably cost them like $3,000 to do everything. John O'Rourke says, question. So is total payment to Johnny $8.375 million after Amber's $2 million payment? Pretty much, other than the fact that the 350
8.35.
Yeah, the 350 in punitive damage is not dischargeable even through bankruptcy.
I'm not sure the 8 is either because it's willful wanton, but I'm not an expert in bankruptcy law.
That's a good question. Good question. Yeah.
Greg Meyer says, what do you think the chances are that the horse trade was the only reason this went 2 days instead of 1? Fair. Fair chance.
It is noteworthy that entire trading scenario is still speculative, but it does appear to match what we know. Melissa Meloche, can Johnny Depp go after the ACLU or the Washington Post now for helping Amber defame him? Not probably. They were relying on Amber's statements. So
yeah.
Kurt.
Do you all agree with the jury on all counts? Nope.
Kurt very definitively does not.
Neither do I. Christy Anderson, why is the jury not told the state's punitive max before they issue an amount? These are good questions.
This one I think is relatively easy to answer. So if you don't mind, I'll answer it.
Sure.
The reason is because if you think about it from first principles, like the two amounts are serve completely different purposes. So on just a purely theoretical level, there's no reason for the jury to know. The compensatory damages are meant to compensate. They are meant to make the person whole. How much did they actually suffer in reality? What is that number? So that number is just whatever it happens to be. It's just the number. The punitive damages is like, okay, how much do you want to punish them? So the only reason to let them know about the punitive damages is the idea, like, well, instead of doing 10 and 5, we would have done 14 million and 350,000 instead, right? So we would have shifted it around. But you can't do that because the jury just determined that the amount of compensatory damages is $10 million. So they would have no legal basis to shift $4 million around from punitive. They're not fungible in that sense. They serve completely different purposes. So the reason you don't tell them is because there's no reason for them to know, because it can only corrupt their decision making, because they're supposed to be making compensatory based on what actually would compensate them. And if they didn't do that because he actually suffered more, then they didn't do their job.
Well, they didn't do their job because I'll ask you for one piece of evidence anywhere, any single piece of evidence that would support a claim damages in the amount of exactly $10 million. There's none. There's none. So
well, there's not exactly an amount that says 15 either.
You're right. You're right. So if they came back with 22.5 and say we're only giving you for Pirates of the Caribbean, that would make sense. But to come back with 10 million, which is a round number, which has nothing to do with anything, and then tack on a round number of 5, means that they really were looking to give him 15 million minus the 2 million for Amber to give him 13 million. So I mean, and if they knew the punitive damages the limitation, in that case, they probably would have given him $15 million,
which would be wrong.
So you're right, but you're looking at it in a very idealistic way, which is not the reality as to how.
That's how I roll, though. I'm team law over here. I like law.
All right, that's not how juries tend to operate, though. They
suck.
Okay, but that's what the system that we all signed on for.
This is why I like appellate law better.
Kurt, Rick, you got this one?
Stephen Mann's question: what about the donations to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital? You think she will get away with just pledging it?
Oh yeah, yes. She's
Kurt?
never paying that.
Yeah.
Well, or as Elaine said, as soon as she gets out from what's under here with all this, she's going to be paying that money. She's going to be paying it. Now, after she gets out from under,
I think she should pay it off in volunteer hours. I think that'd be good. She can go to the children's hospital and comfort the kids with cancer. Although, is that just hurting them more? That's the real question.
Dress as Mira. Everyone, every little kid is hoping to meet Mira.
Will there be an audience for the verdict? Yes.
Please don't stop doing this. Old court TV trials. No one wants to watch that. You might think they do, but they probably don't. Because when you know what, it's like sort of reading the last page of the book before you start. Like, if we did O.J. Simpson trials, people not so much.
Yeah, does anyone want to watch us do the O.J. Simpson trial? No.
Yeah.
Elena Gutierrez says, will Johnny and Amber be in the courtroom when the verdict is read? They were indeed.
No, Johnny wasn't.
Oh, sorry.
Mia, sorry, I was out for a sec. Is the verdict in today? It sure was.
Indeed. All right.
In your opinion, when the deliberations are complete, what chance do you give it to hung jury? 0.
These are easier to answer now.
Well, it was 0 also if they come back in 2 days, because it wouldn't be hung in 2 days. It would take at least a week. What if any asks, is it possible for them to side in favor of Johnny on his case, but hang on Amber's? Yeah, yes, but the judge would probably make them go back and not let them hang so quickly and say, look, you guys bang your heads down and figure it out. So,
all right. Kevin Hunts, thank you, says, can Kurt take a D-ump on my bed? I don't know about that.
Laura V, do Johnny and Amber need to be present in court? No. Kurt.
Joe, you answered this one, right?
If it's possible to sign, yes, I did.
Yeah, okay.
Did you ever follow the Pistorius Olympics runner case? No.
Pistorius. Thank you for
Karen Gordon. Sorry, thank you, Karen Gordon. Sorry.
Do Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, and their teams need to be reassembled in the court for us to get the outcome of the verdict? Not at all. Does that mean it will take more time? Love you all. They're not needed. It's not a criminal case. They don't have to be present when the verdict is read. And in fact, only one out of the 2 were. So.
All righty. For Jax, I'm sorry. Yeah, we've got a bunch of questions for Jax, and I'm gonna work through these as well. What is Elon's role? I think that she indicated maybe possibly a financial kind of role.
Cynthia Roberts, will the jury be on camera when the verdict is read? Nope. Kurt?
Just walking into Basie, big thanks for Jax for all the work she and Laura put in pre-trial. Will she be taking a holiday? One would imagine.
Maine Journal News, thank you for the very generous super chat. And this is my last chat I got to read before I'm going to get out of here.
Sure.
Amber Heard seems to be the kiss of death for expert witnesses and Elaine. Indeed, if she never testified, I personally think she would have won. I think Rottenborn will be okay. Yeah, I would agree with that. He showed his stripes. He was really solid this whole trial. Thank you so much to the entire panel for keeping this Law Geek informed. It was our pleasure. Not that I was here least out of all 4 of us, but certainly, it is. You should all be aware that each of us is cognizant of the privilege it is to have this type of job. This is the greatest job. I feel this way, and I don't hesitate to assume that the rest of the panelists recognize that this is probably the greatest job any person could hope to have. Where you're actually talking to people about something you're passionate about, enjoy, and you're able to use that to feed your family. This is a dream for me, and yeah, to the extent that you guys have been able to support me, and I've been able to work with friends to boot, this has really been a wonderful experience. So I thank you, Alita, for having me on your channel and inviting me here. Is great. And
thanks for coming on.
And for you coming back to my channel so frequently, and to each of you, Hoeg and Kurt, I want to express my gratitude and the tremendous love that I saw from LawTube, both online and when I went down to Fairfax for that day. The amount of love that you guys send is crazy. So as my last time visiting with respect to this case here, I just want to express my deepest gratitude and recognition of the fact that I am the luckiest person alive. and tell you thank you so very much. And I hope to have the privilege of informing, entertaining, and enlightening as you guys see fit in the future. And I certainly look forward to working with each of you phenomenal panelists again. Each of these attorneys here in their own right are brilliant attorneys, phenomenal YouTube content creators, and really just great people to know and be privileged to be friends with. So I just want to say
likewise. Thanks so much for stopping by, hanging out with us for a bit. And can't wait to swing by back on your channel again.
And yes, indeed. And a happy Narcissist Abuse Day. Bye, Amber.
Happy Verdict Day. Also, Lon Lumber said in the chat that he's going to do a live stream tonight, giving the bankruptcy question a comprehensive walkthrough. So be sure to check him out for that too.
Excellent.
Maria Raya, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Mark, you stated before you were supporting AH. How do you feel now? Well, I'm sorry that he's not here, but I think based on the conversations that we had, it sounded like he was saying that he was in favor of Johnny Depp in this particular case.
I think in terms of the evidence of this case.
Yeah.
I see a Robbins. How are they going to word the verdict? Will it be in lawyer speak? It was. I want to be able to understand the wording and implication right away. Well, hopefully we've helped you do that since the verdict went in. But yeah, they read it out entirely in the most boring way imaginable. Kurt.
For super chat. Well, thank you for super chatting. Did Ellen Barkin simplify her testimony when she realized Amber Heard was a DV abuser and specified sexual relationship as to be taken seriously? I mean, these guys have been working on this case for months. It's hard not to believe they had whatever revelations they were going to have way long ago. But
that Barkin interview is like, what, 3 years old? Something like that?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, let me do another one of these instead. GBC Fugel says, Mark, our past Basset Hound, Sir Columbo dog, was obviously named after Mr. One More Question. This is all in Columbo fans' honors. Love from Maine. I'm sorry that he's not here to see that.
Sir Columbo dog is awesome.
I love it. I love it so much.
Claire Hagan, question: did you hear about Johnny catching up and hanging out with Kate Moss after the concert last night? No, thanks for everything.
Little romance rekindled.
Red Heart from Perth, Australia.
A little bit of
either that or perhaps just old friends getting together again.
I have not seen that. Very interesting.
I had heard about it myself.
Okay, Kurt.
It's like, I bet you feel sorry for leaving me now, don't you, Johnny? Hey guys, I love watching your discussion on the case. I'm from India. I love to know if there's a chance for Depp to win this trial. I'd say they're very good, yes.
Jax, what are you coming next? I'll follow you anywhere, says Kirsten Kristen. And I'm so sorry that she's not here to get this answer or to get this question. I'll try to find out from her.
Jiggle Socks, did the lawyers see the verdict and are they telling Amber from when we had that little interregnum period? I don't know. They would have seen the blank on Johnny's page most likely. So yeah,
I doubt it. Why do verdicts need to be so dramatic? Couldn't they just like email the parties to the media the result? Well, I mean, the system was designed in a time before email, so there's that.
That's what public trial means. If it doesn't include the judgment, I'm not sure why you'd have it public at all.
Yeah, yep, exactly. It's part of the whole process of transparency, really. Joshua Martinez says, Mark, and I'm sorry again that he's not here to see this one. What are some juicy WWE behind the scenes stories that you have? Anything nearly as dramatic as this case? Oh my goodness. I
probably wouldn't share them. I don't know. I won't speak for him. We'll see.
Yeah.
All made up.
Mr. DNA 1987. Does each juror submit their own form to show agreement or a single form for the whole jury? It's a single form, and then you saw them get polled just to make sure that they all agreed. Kurt.
Do you think the judge told the lawyers the verdict was just a failure? I'm sure they showed him with the problem. And maybe, I mean, they just showed him the page with the problem, but I mean, the lawyers were able to figure out the rest.
Yeah. Mishgan says, Jax, and I'm sorry that there's going to be a bunch of here that are for Jax that I'll be answering for her or trying to. And San Francisco Audio JD says, admit what you said about something Age said to him in the night before. She refuses. Does anyone know what JD is referring to? I'm very sorry.
Cam M, Jax, what was the incident that made you investigate further into this case? I'm sorry.
The incident, I think for her, when I spoke with her previously, she said that she didn't believe it from the outset, right from the allegations. She was like, this feels off. I'm gonna investigate into this. And she just, the more she investigated, the more she was like, yeah, this still doesn't feel right.
All right, Jax, any thoughts on Amber Heard's pictures with the bruised knuckles? No idea where it fits on the timeline, but still, greetings from the Netherlands. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry that we couldn't get that in front of her.
Answer these, but they're very interesting in terms of what the questions are.
Yeah. Lundub H says at BBB, sorry that he's not here to answer it, says, what impact does JD's sweeping have on AH's possible
None.
perjury charges? I think from our conversation before, I think I can probably answer that likely little, if any.
Jordana Plaza, Jax, Amber admits to consuming multiple drugs during the Aussie tapes. I heard that. Why didn't they narrow in on this? Also, why didn't they just say the coke lines were hers? I believe is what that said. They weren't pursuing an Amber is also a drug addict kind of defense / case. So I don't think it makes much difference to them, honestly.
I don't understand. Amber Heard and friends did what exactly what Waldman said. How's it defamatory? Exactly. Exactly. Did they?
I think that maybe the timing of the cops tripped him up. Maybe that's the only thing that I can really think of personally. Maddie Slay says, question to Jax. And again, I'm sorry that she's not here. What's your opinion if the rumored paid fan to Amber who gave flowers to her? And I want your opinion too, Alita. I love your content. Well, I can definitely give you my content, my opinion. Jax is very skeptical of all things Amber Heard, so I wouldn't be terribly surprised if she was skeptical of the sincerity of that gift. And I did see the video of a fan, so to speak. Look, I wouldn't deny the possibility that it is possible that there are individuals out there who really feel for her, haven't really paid as much attention to the case, haven't dug into the case. Not everyone has been watching this trial like we have, right? Not everybody has been dedicating as much time to watching the live streams or the recaps on a regular basis. So not everybody is convinced that Johnny Depp rightfully won, which is tragic, of course. But there are going to be those individuals that we'll just have to kind of live with them. You know what I mean? So she could be one of those people.
Shay Dustin, how much do you think JD's legal costs might be? $10 million?
Verdict might pay for his legal costs.
It's close.
Nintendo Gaming Channel, yes. Panel, does Amber Heard and her co-conspirators are really real life pretty little liars? I go back to my earlier statement of they're not pretty. Nor little. Nor little.
Pretty little liars.
They're neither pretty nor little. Discuss.
I haven't actually seen the show, so I can't really. I don't feel like I can fairly draw a comparison. Nicholas Darrow says, Jax, are you of Georgian country descent? Huh. I don't know. I don't know if she is or not, and I'm sorry that I couldn't get this from her.
Anna S. Question: favorite fiction books on law and lawyering? Love you all. Thanks for the coverage. Fiction? I don't know. I think my favorite fiction book on law isn't really about law. What do I remember reading? I remember reading The Firm, all of the Grisham books, which I don't love. Scott Turow, maybe. Yeah, I don't have a great answer for this.
There was law in the Harry Potter series.
There was law in the Harry Potter series. The official answer.
Was it really? No. I mean,
yeah.
Well, I mean, if we're doing that, then I'll go with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy because there's all sorts of bureaucratic legal nonsense in that book. And that's one of my favorite books of all time. But
there you go. Thank you so much, Anna S. It's very generous of you.
I'll think on that though, Anna S. I don't feel I gave you a good enough answer. I'm going to think on it.
We've got some interesting answers in the chat, like Kafka, Pelican Brief, Perry Mason. I saw the movie Pelican Brief. It was really good.
Yeah, like I don't feel the Grisham books are really about law. They're just action books with a legal veneer. So I have trouble answering them that way. So I don't know. Maybe I am judging it too closely. I'm going to stick with Hitchhiker's Guide for right now, but I'm going to think on it.
Kurt,
can you briefly explain how damages work and how much each side pays to receive? Thank you so much. It's too variable to answer that question. The easiest way to answer it in any sort of general way is just to note that most damages don't get paid. Is the cold hard truth of it. So what that will be for here, I couldn't say. I can also tell you that filing for bankruptcy stays all other proceedings. So even if it's ultimately unsuccessful, it buys you time. So there's that.
Fangirl of Justice's question, Jax, who do you think is paying for AH legal fees? And do they have unlimited dollars? Why would he do this? Frying pan. I don't know. I don't want to speak for Jax, and I'm so sorry. I think that the only thing that I can suggest is that I have a suspicion that she believes that the financial side is being paid for by a certain very wealthy billionaire. So I guess that's all I could really say.
Richard Scarlett, who is this Jax? Just seeing this. Sounds like she knows where everyone's bodies are buried.
Isn't that a character from Street Fighter 2?
No, Jax is actually a Mortal Kombat.
That's right, Mortal Kombat.
Sorry.
That's right.
He gets his arms ripped off and replaced with metal robot arms.
That's right.
Indeed. Well, the Jax that was here today is the co-host of the podcast Movie Myths and Monsters, and she is awesome. She has been covering the information on this case through podcasting and through her Twitter profile for years, basically since the allegations originally came out. And there was like a TMZ comment section. That's how she met Laura B. That's how I think Andrea Burkhart met them also. It's like these are the OGs of the Justice for Johnny Depp community. And they are just such a wealth of knowledge, all of them. Whose turn is it? Is it my turn?
Yeah, I think so.
Hello World 305 says, hi, Jax all. Regarding Australia recordings, what's your take on why Amber supposedly recorded them? Creepy. Then turn them over if they're incriminating. Also, did she retranscribe the audio? Thanks. So I think that she recorded it because she figured that she was going to pick up something damning about somebody else, not about herself. Then she handed them over because she was compelled to do so through the discovery process. So even, especially if they're incriminating, you've got to hand them over. You can't just keep them. Then did she retranscribe the audio? I don't know. Don't know the answer to that one. Sorry.
Jerry Frederick, name of Jax's podcast again. Where's she from? I like the title. I don't remember it though.
Movie Myths and Monsters. It's also linked in the description below.
It's a cool title. Kurt.
Finding for Amber Heard made sense because on the body camera there's no spilled wine, so they didn't call the cops after spilling it. Am I wrong?
I'd like to just keep coming to Kurt.
I think that was maybe the issue. That's the only thing I can think of. Like I said before, mostly Dad says, question for Jax: who is Elliot that AH had an affair with?
Elliot? You mean Elon?
Elon, I think. JD refers to him in the San Francisco tape. Your podcast is amazing. Her podcast is amazing. It's really great. Yes, I think that it was Elon, not Elliot, as in Elon Musk.
Anne Lyle, question: what all was Elon behind? And answer: what wasn't he? No, that's my serious answer.
The press lied about Johnny Depp winning. I'm sure. Yes, the press sucks ass.
There's going to be some headlines, folks.
We'll talk about them.
My current list is 21.
Oh, good. Just send them all to me, so I have rage bait forever.
You can watch my videos to get your content, Kurt.
Thanks.
Melody Hall says, question: how do you think this will affect AH's career? Do you think she will get help? That would require her to admit wrongdoing? It's probably gonna hit her career, at least temporarily in the short term. As far as future stuff, long term, I don't know. Maybe she'll be able to bounce back at some point, but only if she gets help, and that would require her to at least, on a personal level, admit some wrongdoing, admit some self-errors, admit some ways in which she needs to improve her life in a very honest kind of way.
I would sincerely love that. I know you all
Me
think
too.
I'm innocent, naive, but I would sincerely love that.
Absolutely.
Mr. Clark, question: one count for Amber Heard because of police statement. Didn't recall cops after roughing up house like Amber said, like Adam Waldman said. Right. I don't know that we can ever get to the specifics there, but because that's the most specified claim, they found something in error there.
Yeah.
Kurt.
In-house commercial solicitor from MK, England. Thank you for holding my hand through the yes trial. What does an Amber Heard appeal mean for "I just want Johnny to leave me alone" statement? Continued vindictiveness and hatred against the world. A woman scorned. I'm sorry, I can't say those things. I'm not allowed anymore. Moving on.
Maybe doesn't want to spend $10 million. That could also play into it.
Sure. Bravo Zulu says, Hoeg, Nate, Al, maybe Alita. Guys, please ask Rob.
I've heard you referred to as Al.
I mean, who else would be Al?
Yeah, I think it's you.
Please, guys, please ask Rob, Law and Lumber, if he could change his channel name to Lawhammer. Love from South Africa. Lawhammer.
Love it.
He may have stuck to Law and Lumber at this point, though.
Oh, I think it's attached now. It's the problem when you have your first video get 1 million views. DLR Producia. Great work, everyone. Thanks. And greetings from Croatia. Hi, Croatia. By the way, did you notice that Law and Crime are more supportive of Amber? I don't know this Law and Crime of which you speak. I'll look them up. Are they big? Sure.
Can she be sued for the divorce money she didn't donate? No, it's not legally binding.
Right. DLR Producia says, great work, Producia. Oh, yeah. Yeah, great work, everyone.
Your pronunciation is way, way, way better than mine, but we just did that one.
It's similar to Lithuanian pronunciation. The one in Boots says, question, will Heard be tried for perjury? Probably not.
Not in this case. There are some jurisdictions apparently looking at it.
Australia is apparently.
Mary Burns, question, does she have to pay his legal and attorney fees? No. Or is each party responsible for their own fees? Yes. Kurt.
Does Amber win anything?
Yeah.
She wins the ability to say that she won $2 million. That one of her claims was correct.
Mm-hmm.
Colleen Crafts It says, question, AH contracted for Aquaman 3 equals $2 million, and she was removed from the potential third film. Yeah, Aquaman.
Aquaman 3 is $4 million.
Ah. Is that what the jury awarded her for losing?
They could have gotten confused. Aquaman 2, it was 1, 2, and 4.
There you go.
Janie Kennedy, question, do you think she'll pledge the compensation or pay it, or are they interchangeable? And has she been found guilty of defamation and defecation now? She has been found guilty of defamation. It really seems to me as a contract lawyer, there should be an automatic right of set-off between two parties in a single suit and countersuit. Apparently that doesn't exist, so I guess it has to be worked through with the court. Kurt.
Do you think Depp will pursue these damages or walk away knowing he never has to think about it again? If I'm him... Okay. I just feel like I'm not allowed to speak anymore, so let's just move on.
Hang on. Do you think that Depp will pursue these damages or really walk away knowing he never has to think about her again? I think that he I don't know, he might pursue the damages. He might.
I mean, I think we do it at least a college try, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Blue Engineering says, does Amber not have to pay the remaining $4,650,000, or do they go into Virginia's treasury? It just falls off. Yeah, she just doesn't have to pay it.
What is that number?
It's the extra from punitives.
Okay. Oh, I got you. All right. Thank you. I was like, what is that number at all? Carol Goss, since Amber Heard won $2 million, does this make it difficult for her to appeal the case? No, they're different lawsuits. They happen simultaneously for resource management, but think of them as completely separate. She can appeal Johnny Depp's win if she finds a good enough reason to do so. Kurt.
Do you think after Johnny winning and all that's been shown to the public, Disney's business suffered greatly? Not because of this, no. Disney's business has many other problems, though, as anyone who's followed Disney knows.
Quality control, mostly.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Obi-Wan for the next 45 minutes. No, I won't. I won't do it.
Next one. Melissa Austin says, did you guys see that the ACLU is suing JD? Not exactly suing them. Just requesting compensation for fees and costs associated with the document production, which Johnny Depp requested and had to compel out of them. And it probably is unreasonable, is my first guess without digging too much further into it just yet.
Flip Flop couldn't have gotten through this without you guys. Thank you all so much for doing this, especially our court correspondents officially addicted to LawTube. Thank you so much. Kurt.
How can they both win? Either his lawyer was lying or he wasn't. Either she was lying or she wasn't. It can't both be correct.
They're different statements.
They are different statements.
Yeah. Michelle Clothier says, first ever super chat. Had to thank you all for your coverage and insight. I bet the Tell the World tape will haunt Amber Heard. She told him to tell us, and it backfired big time.
Yep, that's the one that officially got me on, wow, Johnny's going to potentially win this case. Drew Bradley, question, thoughts? Only $10 million after winning on all three? I figured they'd think he would have lost more in compensatory than that if Amber Heard was totally liable. They kind of all overlapped. It was only ever going to be one number, and they plucked $10 million from the sky. They plucked it from the sky. Since there's an emotional compensation component too, it can be whatever round number you like.
There you go. Are you surprised Johnny Depp won on all counts? I mean, for me personally, I wouldn't have found count 3, so slightly.
Count 3 was weak.
Thought throughout, you've generally agreed that essay was the most likely win. Yeah, yep. So I had problems, but I would have voted yes in the end. I have more problems with the jury's verdict on the Amber Heard thing.
MMM says, I see it as JD knew that the apartment rough up by friends didn't happen because didn't he testify to the fight and argument that just AH was the aggressor. So there's the malice if you find agency.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got two people to find malice in their heads on. The agency got a little weird in the instructions. I disagree completely. I would have kicked the case on agency. Yeah, there's plenty of things that if you're going to break that second statement down to did it happen exactly that way, it probably did not. That usually isn't where you arrive at for malice.
The details don't matter.
Yeah, no, that's usually how you don't get to malice. I agree with that, Kurt. But there's such crazy instructions about the malice in either person's head can count and like all sorts of stuff.
Is this my turn?
I think so.
Okay. Southern Gal Jen says, video Jack sent. Can we still see it, please? Yes, we watched it. We watched it earlier.
Oh, yeah. Oma off 6. Do you think that due to Amber's violence that has been proven, there might be an issue with children's services with her baby? For the record, Amber's violence was not proven. That was not at issue in this trial. I also wonder if the baby is Elon's. May that be a dollar choice for her? That was implied by Jennifer Howell's letter. That's the first I ever heard of that. Kurt.
What a ride. What do now? Well, subscribe to Richard Hoeg at Virtual Legality and check out his headlines show because it's good and also provides me content.
There you go. Well,
and
that's part of its purpose.
And also subscribe to Kurt. We've still got to get him to 100,000. We'll get him there. Hoping to do it by the end of this trial, but that doesn't mean that he's not going to get there. So everybody, if you haven't already, subscribe to him, please.
Absolutely.
Chris says, question, does the verdict imply AH can't make future statements at her DVSD by implication at JD?
What? Does the verdict imply at her?
Well, yes. In the United States, at least. If I were her, I would very much pause before saying anything about any kind of DV allegations against Johnny Depp.
She can't rely on the UK verdict because she knows whether he's a wife beater or not. So whether or not literally anyone else in this country can rely on the UK verdict,
that's such a good point, Kurt.
Because she has actual knowledge.
Yeah.
So yeah.
There you go.
So yeah, she doesn't have the freedom American flag waving freedom of speech that never included defamation, and she needs a First Amendment lesson. But that's okay. You can cover it on my channel where we go into Supreme Court cases and I will explain to her in small, easy to understand words.
Yes, exactly. Perfect. All the more reason to go and subscribe to Kurt. Elena Polo says, you probably answered this, but can you explain the math and how much JD actually won? So he won $10 million in compensatory, $350,000 in punitives, and then she won $2 million. So you take $10 million, $350,000 and subtract $2 million from it. So it gets you $8,350,000. Lawyer math.
Robbie King, the compensatory damages awarded to each appear to be very low. If Depp hadn't made a big movie in 3+ years and he charges $20 million per movie, that would equate to $60 million if he just did one a year. Thoughts? I don't think they felt they got good damages evidence, and I don't really blame them. So they gave a number that is important and large, but probably isn't reflective of if he actually lost all those movies because they didn't really buy all the testimony on it. That's my read.
Yeah. And it could have been the UK stuff coming in too around that time.
It's so much messiness about what the hell even caused any losses he had, right? So
yeah, that may have been a source of discount.
Victoria asked, does Amber have an appeal that could go to the Supreme Court? Seeing as she's constantly signing her First Amendment rights, defamation pre-sentence down. Yeah, no. Funny joke.
Pretty set in stone.
Mia, so to clarify, the reason why Kurt is saying no very vociferously is because it's as Rick mentioned, it's a very clear cut sort of answer. Even though it talks about the First Amendment, it doesn't really bring about a unique First Amendment question, and those are usually the ones that would possibly make it up to the Supreme Court. It would have to be a very, very unique situation, or unique legal question, I should say. Mia says, question for Rob, and I'm sorry he's not here for it. Which juror pushed for the $2 million for AH in your opinion?
What was he worried about? He was worried about 5.
There was one that he and Ian had a very hard time reading.
5, I think, right?
I think so.
He was worried about his 5, and there was a second one that he was also concerned about.
Yeah.
CNN article, just now, a jury has found both Amber Heard and JD liable for defamation in their lawsuits against each other. Can they say this? Appleby, yes, they can, because technically right is the best kind of right. That is also headline number 5 on the list that I'm prepping for tomorrow. So, yeah.
So free speech for everyone except Walterman. Well, no, defamation is never part of the freedom of speech. How much of a constitutional law basics should we go through right now?
Or Kurt keeps getting all the Waldman questions.
Or constitutional law questions. All right. Quick primer.
Keep in mind, I've got to go in
never mind. We'll not do the quick
30
primer.
minutes.
Okay. Yeah, no, we can do it.
So I will have to wrap this up. I have a sense that we probably will not be able to get to all of the super chats before the end, but we at least will have them under a certain amount so that they will remain saved by StreamYard. So it's a manageable number, at least at this point. All righty. AG says, think AH will pay anything to Depp? Is she legally required to forfeit future wages to damages? It depends on the arrangement that they make in terms of paying it.
Eldaldan, here's the ACLU's request breakdown. Big link. Yep, they requested the money. They did. Kurt.
What court cases are next for Legalbytes? Big fan. I think we've talked about it a little bit.
Yeah, some Manson, some Trevor Bauer, I think, some other interesting cases that'll be coming up for sure. Linda Johansson, thanks so much for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome.
Okay, Anna B, the guy on the right in checkered shirt looks cute. Yeah.
Was that Rob?
It's got to be Rob.
It's got to be Rob. Who else would it be?
What a ride. Enjoy the journey with you all the way. So happy for Johnny right now. I'm pleased to know he's here in the UK when found out. Well, that is nice, I suppose.
Funky Monkey says, in memory of my baby's loss to DV, justice served. Oh my God.
That's horrible.
That is horrible. But I thank you for sharing that with us. And I hope that you are able to find some solace and some closure with it. Seeing justice actually be served here today. And I hope that you do take some time to remember them and find some meaning in the entire experience as well. Much love to you.
Laura Lini, false allegations against our sons, brothers, fathers, uncles, and friends must stop. Due legal process must be upheld. Here for due process. 100%.
Wasn't it a nice idea that we came up with called due process? It was so great. I can't believe I slept through it. My daughter had unplugged my phone. Promptly blew up as soon as I turned it back on.
Oh no! Oh,
I'm sorry.
No.
You've just been in so many of these streams, and I know following this so closely. I am very sorry for that. If it makes you feel better, I have missed huge college football plays because all my satellites went out and things like that. It probably doesn't make you feel better. I'm sorry. That is the worst.
Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry. Megan Grady says, does JD have to pay the $2 million, or is it deducted from what AH owes?
It's a perfectly valid question that should have an answer of deduction.
I think it's going to end up getting deducted because otherwise it would just end up with more effort to make both of them
what sense
pay.
does it make? Oh, here, I'm paying you. And now that you have the money, give it back to me. It's like this.
Well, hopefully the parties agree on a set off then. It just should be automatic, though. Zachary Hueris, when is the official LawTube law firm kicking off? We are not barred in remotely the same jurisdictions.
Some of us have some overlap, but
I'll work for you, Alita.
All right.
Kurt, you're way too smart to work for me.
Kurt,
is it worth getting on a media expert and seeing what Amber Heard career prospects are going forward and when Johnny gets his first installment? Yeah, a lot of Lifetime movies, but I just don't think it's going to have the hit for her that I kind of hope it will. I think I'm going to be disappointed at the lack of downturn in career in the end.
Well, she's got a lot of name recognition. That's certainly true.
Christina K says, do any of you fear for Amber's baby since she does hallucinogen drugs and her violent reputation? We don't know if she continues to do those kinds of drugs. We heard an admission over that Australia audio earlier, but we don't know if she still does that now that she's a mom. So I wouldn't want to make conclusions based on what we know from what happened up until 2016.
And, generally speaking, there's a lot of people who have deficiencies in their ability for any number of reasons, whether it's artificial or natural. So it could be due to mental decline, or it could be due to lack of underlying intelligence, could be due to medical issues that have impaired them in some way, or drug use, or mental health problems, or any number of things. But we just don't take away people's kids. And, there is a fundamental right to reproduce. And, I just think that, we shouldn't be so hasty to reach those kinds of conclusions. So a mother and father deserve their children.
Yeah. Rick.
Michael Gunderman, this was as entertaining as the Jodi Arias trial. Do you think Amber Heard's team is frustrated with themselves since they had the law on their side at the beginning? Yeah, I mean, this is a hard case for Johnny Depp's team to win. As I said, you've already started to get kind of leaks about the team strategies and fractures on the Heard side and things like that. We'll see if that comes to anything or just tabloid blather. But yeah, you have to be kicking yourself if you have a defamation suit brought against a public figure and you lose.
Kevin, this is Kurt's turn.
Civil case, we saw her damning evidence of abuse against Johnny Depp. Could he now bring a criminal case? He couldn't have brought a criminal case in the first place. That's up to the government. Not that he could or should. Would any of this exclude be evidence? Apologize. Be allowed in that case, possibly. But the statute of limitations is long since expired in any event, so it isn't up to him. Pressing charges isn't really a thing.
I have a tweet on that. I have a thread.
HD says 2 questions. First, I've read that lawyers' insurance can cover her $2 million. Is that true? Or people trolling? Also, was defamation by AEW actually proved? I don't think they had a case there. No causation, right? Okay, so I've read that lawyers' insurance can cover her $2 million. Lawyers' insurance, it sounds like you're referring to a professional responsibility, like a lawyer's personal practice insurance.
I think it's insurance that covers lawyers.
Yeah, in their practice against malpractice claims by a client or what have you. So that's not going to extend to protect the clients. It is actually generally intended to protect the attorney from the client, if anything. Also, was defamation by AEW actually proved? I don't think so. I think there was a pretty significant wall that did not connect the agency between Adam Waldman and Johnny Depp that should have been barred in this case.
It would be an interesting appeal. Just a straight line. You're treating legal agency wrong in an independent contractor environment.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's some possibilities for sure.
Adventures in Laurenland. Can Amber Heard go after Waldman now, or does this verdict make that pointless? We believe it's precluded at this point.
Yeah.
Mark, but Jesus Christ. Kurt.
After hearing the testimony against Amber Heard, how long do you think she'll remain single? Not long enough. How many guys will rush into a relationship? All of them. Hope they both seek help. Yep.
Geno Spam says, realistically, the U.S. is the only country with free speech, not the UK, Australia, or Canada. I can't really speak to the specifics or nuances of any of those countries' laws on speech, but It does seem to be different, is what I can say.
Jeannie McDermott, how much do you think that Johnny has spent on lawyers in the last 6 years? More than $10 million that he just won.
Yep. Okay, they found Wallerman's statements were defamatory and he had agency. Does that also mean they believe JD put him up to it? Not necessarily, no. I'm trying to figure out how JD can be financially liable. You're responsible for your agent's acts. It's basically the bottom line on that.
No Three Shoes says, my friend is very pro Amber and nothing seems to sway her. One argument she brought up was the Melanie Iglesias makeup artist testimony. How did her testimony weigh on you? I mean, it stood out against the weight of everything else.
The makeup artist.
The makeup artist, she said that she had a busted lip and that she had some bruising. At the same time, now here's a very, very real thing. Amber could still have had bruising on her face. It doesn't mean that those bruises came from Johnny Depp hitting her. She could have had her friends hit her. She could have hit herself. She could have, done various kinds of self-harm. It looks like there are other instances of self-harm, in my opinion, from the scratches on her arm that were pointed out after the Australia incident. So it could very well be that she did those things herself or that someone else did them. There was absolutely no factual connection by the evidence that came out at trial that connects those bruises to Johnny Depp.
Oh, if you watched the documentary Something Dune, Jaworski's Dune.
Yes. Yeah. The Dune that was never made. It's good stuff.
You might state simply in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damage, if any, in the amount you allow as punitive. The judge made the mistake, not the jury. Nope. You can't have punitives without compensation by law.
There's an if any after compensatory. I mean, like, if it depends on how it's all read together. Those forms sucked. I think we can all agree on that.
There are problems.
Yeah, I think it's technically yours.
Yep. Bosnoga83 says, given what's been shared about ACLU's involvement, would Depp have a case against them? No. Statute of limitations. No defamation against them.
JT, Alex Murdaugh trial next. Would love to see a lawyer's perspective.
Definitely possible. I might cover it if it's broadcast.
All right.
All right, Kurt.
What was the lien right during the counts? Applications for employment? I don't know.
Probably marking down what was being recorded, what was said, I would guess.
Yep. Suze D says, favorite typo, Mr. Depp, misheard. Yeah, I think Mr.
I think my favorite is actually Mr. Duck.
Mr. Duck. That was a good one. Yeah, I like that one. I like
Mr. Duck.
Yeah.
Christopher Lacken, Amber Heard's attorney who checked OPED testified he did review for defense Eric George, but probably yes, California law applied.
Checked op-ed, testified he did a review for the defendant Eric George, but probably yes, California law applied.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he may have been reviewing it under California law. Oh, that's an interesting point, which would have potentially been a bit more protective for her.
Possibly. Kurt.
Thanks, team, for all the commentary, hard work, and teaching the masses. Also, hi to my boyfriend, Steve.
Hi,
Much
Steve.
love from Maine.
Hi, Steve.
Steve sounds like a lucky guy, Beth.
Yeah. Amber L says, so Alita is Lithuanian. Ačiū už viską. Ačiū tau, Amber.
Okay.
Amber, or should I say Gintaria, maybe.
Maria Veronica Fernandez Gusandes, thank you for everything you do and have done for the last weeks. I've been sitting here listening to you all every day and every hour since the trial started. I've learned so much and appreciate the multiple perspectives. Thank you, Maria.
Joe's my crush. Please date me. I'm 25 and hot. I can't speak to Joe. I am available. I'm all my beautiful glory.
Tia Haygood says, is it 10 million to JD or 15 million? I keep hearing both. So what they awarded was 15 million, but because 5 million went into that bucket for punitive damages, which only fits $350,000, everything else above the $350,000 goes away. So
did you guys read my super chats already, or did that haven't happened yet?
Did we see Uncivil super chats?
I did. Okay. I think those were pulled up on the screen when we were talking earlier. Yeah.
L Wolf Talks Lady, much blue hearts. Will you cover another case like this one, Alita?
I would love to.
Yeah.
If
When
there
that
ever
one-
is one
another
like this
case
one.
like this, yeah.
I mean, the case like this only comes like once in a millennium, I feel like.
Joe had me spaying the coffee at the end of the Jonathan Anderson comment. Yeah, I was very confused there for a while because I did not understand that he was kidding, and I was confused. So yeah.
Nick Whalen says, Alita, moving forward, please read anything said by Amber Heard in the post-trial statement voice. Sure.
Jazzy Parts, I cannot thank you all enough for the coverage over the last 6 weeks. It is cathartic as a survivor to see Johnny's side of the story finally being heard and the truth coming to light. Thank you, prayer emoji, purple heart emoji. Thank you for the support.
Kurt cures cancer. I'm living proof. Okay, maybe not, but you're all very funny to watch. Excellent. Well, humor is the best medicine, so maybe I cure cancer. Who knows?
Yeah, thanks, Alan. That's really sweet of you. Joy Nanda, sorry. I was thinking it was Rick next. Joy Nanda says, NPR leading soundbite this afternoon is, did Mr. Depp prove all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. That's all in the intro. Did you like my NPR voice? Was that
It's not boring enough for NPR.
Not bad. Not bad.
Did Mr. Depp prove all of the elements of defamation?
Oh, that's a good point.
Yes. Christopher Lacken, sorry, that last one was dicey. What I meant was Amber Heard's lawyer, Eric George, testified he did review the op-ed for defamation. Yeah, he did. My guess is that he was considering California law.
That would make sense.
Not Virginia law. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No worries. I think we finally kind of worked our way through it, but I
did. It was fun.
I appreciate the clarification there.
I read OPED, so I'm firing on all cylinders.
We got there at this point in the day.
Is Amber Heard still responsible for her pledges? She was under oath when she said she planned to. Well, the ACLU was also under oath when they said they can serve pledge and donate the same. So apparently they're all good.
There we go.
No three shoes. Thank you so much for that. Aaron Ruth 77 says, thank you for the past 6 weeks. I had your stream playing every day while I was working, and now I have no idea how I'll keep entertained. Great job. Well, good news for you. We will still have more content on this channel and on all of the other channels that you have seen so far.
I posted a story today at 6:15, so there's a story up there today.
Perfect.
About a prisoner who was retaliated against for complaining about things. And yesterday there was an interesting one dealing with a kids camp with certain prurient and salacious materials that people might find interesting if you want to check that out on my channel.
Oh my.
All right. Tommy Heinrichsen. Oh, sorry. That's yours. Take it.
As trans, this was the best start to Pride Month.
Aw.
Congratulations.
Nice. Happy.
Just enjoy watching Kurt get chat tilted because they don't know the context of the South Park meme. Yeah, when I was doing the song, man, it's a little bit of old school South Park. I think it's like from one of the first five seasons of South Park.
I think I was in high school. I think Alita wasn't born yet.
No, I was. I knew it.
But someone said something about vicariously, and I'm like, "How this is so great!" Because I can bring up something about Mr. Hankey, which relates to Amber, and vicariously, and I can answer the question with a fun song. And then people didn't get it, so I was left alone, all by myself.
I'm so sorry.
How do you respond to that?
Yeah. Skaggy, thank you so much. Jazzy Parnes, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Lady Prosecutor says, that was fantastic coverage. When are we getting Camille Vasquez on Legalbytes? Oh, dude, I would love that as soon as possible. If she would be interested, 100%, I would love to have her on here to interview and pick her brain, get to know her, and ask her all about this case. 100%.
Wendy Byther, I'm for JD and very happy face emoji about the decision, but get the decision to say yes to 2 for Amber Heard. Not a blow to Me Too, a broadening. Thank you for all your work.
Yes.
Heart emoji, fire emoji.
Beautifully put.
Thank you so much.
I think Amber Heard wins because we don't want women to feel like they're not able to speak out. The Ron-born statement. I have many feelings about this topic, maybe on my channel.
I like the yeah, of course I like the idea of women being able to speak out. As a woman, I'm personally interested in that idea.
I don't like women saying lies.
Exactly.
So I don't think women should be able to speak out when they say lies. I'm sorry.
Just like men. It's not even a gendered sentiment.
And me wanting to punish liars, I'm sorry, is not punishing women who speak out. It's punishing liars.
Yeah. But that's Sinaida. Thank you for the super chat, and none of that is directed against you. I think I understand what it is that you're getting at there. Lucy19, thank you so much for the super chat. Christina Caro PhD, thanks so much for the super sticker. Desi Bike, thank you so much. Says, just wanted to thank everyone for the company, fun, and overall great insight into U.S. law. Cheers from an EU trademark attorney. Awesome.
Ooh, fun.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Nicole Christine Hoeg should watch Amber's deposition. Maybe. I've been broken enough for today. We'll see. We'll see if we add more videos.
We can go back and watch all the stuff. We can do the whole preamble stuff after the fact. Dr. Vanessa Beaumont, the cops were called twice. Listen to the second 911 calls clearly Rocky's voice. I wasn't claiming anything in particular, just noting that maybe there were discrepancies in the timeline. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. Jury thought something obviously was a problem for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Mateo Santos, thank you. Thank you. Says, Kurt, Richard, and Alita, I forgot to mention last time that I was thrilled to see 70K today. I'll keep watching all of you and hoping for even greater success. By the way, go JD. By the way,
did we get up to 70K today?
We did.
I think
That's
it was
pretty
actually
badass.
like 70.
I think Emily D. Baker might have hit 500,000 though at some point today. She was really crushing it.
She awesome. I'm so happy for her.
And she had 600,000 people subs today too.
She did. I'm so thrilled. I love it. I love all of it. I'm so thrilled. She
totally
at like
100,000 a year ago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's amazing watching the challenge growth and watching your growth and watching Rich's growth.
It's all proof of concept, right?
It's all proof of concept, man. It's going
it makes
great.
Me so happy. I love seeing all the growth of everyone. And Buckle just hit 200 yesterday.
I am very ready to elect you and Emily D. Baker as co-queens of our leadership, and you can rule from on high.
No.
Let us know how we can best serve you.
I'll just make the decisions for my own. And by the way, I didn't quite finish reading that last one there. So also a lawyer, I find these jury trials so interesting. Here, it only applies to criminal cases. Wow. Thank you so much for watching. And I am honored to also see other professionals watching our streams. When people reach out to me from the legal profession, I'm always very, very honored, because that was one of the things that I was very self-conscious about when I started this channel was, oh dear God, what if I get something wrong and I get called out by every attorney in the world? Anyhow.
Clean Kiwi, my understanding is that with the UK, it was never about if Heard lied. It would be more to if the Sun knew it was a lie, which would still stand. Am I wrong? No. I ask because I haven't heard this in answers. Yeah, well, it's what happens when you file against the publication. It's what they can rely on, et cetera, et cetera. And then the British standard is different, which is why there was more of a likelihood of Johnny winning that case than realistically this case today. And yet, here we are. Kurt.
Will you cover Kristen Smart murder trial? Is this new?
I think there's a new yeah, I think so. Someone has mentioned this before.
Not familiar with it. No. I did see that woman was just convicted in Florida for the murder of the FSU professor. I might go back and do a story about that.
All right. No Three Shoes. Thank you for another super chat. Melena D says, thank you, Alita, for all the recap videos. They were super helpful. Thank you, panel. Also learned so much through your thoughtful conversations. Oh, of course. It was my pleasure. I'm so glad that I was able to give you some bite-sized pieces from these long trial days. I know not everybody could sit and watch a 12-hour live stream. So, and I'm just glad that you didn't have to go to the mainstream media for that information, because no guarantee that they are going to serve it to you properly.
Shem Pasta was great watching all your coverage. Keep up the great work. Hoeg, any thoughts on Starfield? Laughing with my eyes closed emoji. Yeah, Starfield's date was never real, but I hope that it's good when it comes out next year. Kurt.
Any shamelessly trolling.
No.
Still you.
Next. Right. Good one, Shampasta.
Jan, thanks for covering the lawsuit all along. Your recap was always on point. You made it super easy to follow. Legalbytes is very good at that. She is better. One of the things she's much better at me is summarizing things down. Because I don't know if it's scatterbrained or whatever, but I have a tough time distilling things down to short things. And she seems good about it. And I never feel like I'm missing anything. So a skill to work on, I suppose.
Thank
for
you.
Me.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Those are very high compliments from you, Kurt. 5KA Young says, I believed AH prevailed on the one statement because the jury saw that her friends were implicated and they seemed like they were also gaslighted by AH. That's another possibility. You know what? That's a good point. That's a very good point.
Regulator 30, Rick is to LB as Jim is to The Office. With the camera looks. I do that a lot.
Yeah.
Love the faces and stare into the camera. Thanks to the entire team for keeping us company and informing us. Blue heart emoji, video game controller emoji, some emoji that is not being displayed to me, and elf emoji.
Lumber and elf.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I am. I guess I've become known for that. I didn't mean to, but yes, I do make I do make faces to the camera. Kurt.
If she did all those drugs, imagine the dream she had. What's real in her mind? You have to be careful with that a little bit, but fair to some degree too.
Let me just see. I saw something. Your Own Backyard podcast in the chat. I saw that is for to get into the Kristen Smart trial case. So or murder case. So thank you. I'll see if I can check into that. Aaron Fleming says, now you can understand why JD said Jerry Judge would never call him an a-hole. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Lindsay Melissa, she's a liar, but to clarify, she said coke he's hiding from me on top of, not on popping. Could be. I really could not understand that at all.
Okay. Yeah, I would very willingly believe your take on that.
Sure, because she's in the middle of a conversation where she's
y'all are awesome. Thank you so much. We are awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Spooky Ghost. You're awesome too. Thanks for hanging out with us. Mindful Rochester says, question for Jax. I'm sorry she's not here. Could you introduce yourself and let me know how you got to be learned, well-informed, versed, prescient, etc. So I can answer this for her. Thank goodness. She is the co-host of the movie Myths and Monsters podcast, linked in the description below. Her Twitter is also linked in the description below. She has just been super fascinated by this case since the very beginning and has done a lot of her own independent research. And yeah, she's just been following it for years and very closely and very diligently. And that's just how she became basically an expert on the facts of this case.
Carly loves Big Bang German Hoeg fan club. I'm not happy that Amber Heard won in her case, but it's a damn good decision considering the social movement and environment that BR, Benjamin Rottenborn, pointed out in the closure.
If that was the reason, I couldn't oppose it more. It's like the jury is not supposed to look at the consequences of things, and if they're doing it, it's wrong.
I don't think Kurt's wrong on that.
Brandy, wonder if any of the jurors will look into any other info now the case is over, and how that will impact them. Will be interesting to hear their perspective. What 100% they may not want to speak publicly. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to speak publicly on that.
Lauren Gillison, thank you so much. Jules O says, I will remember tea. Lots of tea.
Never paid off.
We still have no idea what you meant by that. No idea what you meant by that. And then I saw the mega pints and the muffins and whatnot too. Yeah.
Elbon, the real justice is getting JD's story out. You guys giving us reliable coverage when the MSM is playing games is a big part in making that justice happen. Well, thank you. We like to think so. Kurt.
It was all our
Vox
pleasure.
math worse than lawyer math. Thanks for all the coverage. No doubt.
Vox. Vox is in V. Yes. I don't know what Fox did. Their math is probably as awful, but it was Vox that absolutely butchered their headline.
Yeah. Nabakumar Barman, thank you so much for the super chat. Sue Miller 1000, thank you. Thomas Lang says, crazy to think I only take something like Tylenol when I absolutely need to. They are taking more drugs in one sitting than I probably have in my life.
I would die.
I think so.
Jose Martinez, thank you all for your wonderful commentary. Thank you for the support. Kurt.
Yeah.
Thank you all for your helpful knowledge during the process. I've really enjoyed listening to y'all's feedback during everything. Well, thank you, Jennifer Anderson. You are apparently just as equal to Amber Heard. Who knew?
Wait, what?
That was Jennifer Anderson, right? That Joe said?
Jennifer Aniston.
Okay. Sorry.
He was making a joke about that.
It was a joke about Joe's statement. I was like, wait, why did you just call this super chatter Amber Heard, man?
I was like, wait, don't do that. That's rude. Okay.
I was trying to connect pieces together.
We're all at the end of a 12-hour stream. It's okay.
I was trying to jokes.
Jennifer, please don't take any offense to any of that. None of that was intended. Cherokee Girl. Thanks so much for the super chat. You didn't have to. You're one of our mods. She almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow. Enjoying a mega pint for JD. Hi, Indy. Indy says hi.
Laura Linney, James from Court has a YouTube channel. Check Twitter for link. Hope he will be on here again on another case. Thank you for the support, Laura.
Margaret Lee. I'm a nurse and can say she has a bad illness. She needs help bad. Thank God he is free now. And how?
Tommy Henriksen, thank you for the super chat. Darius May says, watch/invite swoop YouTuber. She did deep dives. Oh, okay.
Swooptuber. Liam Weinberg, the Oscar Pistorius trial is very interesting. I've only know enough to be dangerous on that, but I have seen some interesting things on the surface. Kurt.
To Kill a Mockingbird. It's a classic.
Yeah. M. Marie Den says, Johnny Depp swinging from a window in Benny in June, tipping his hat to June first.
R. Bauer 25, not going anywhere. Well, maybe I will have to chase you and a few panelists around. LOL.
Aw, awesome. Love to have you stick around.
Kurt.
Muffins Turd, Legal Mindset. Please check your Twitter message. Okay.
Aw, he's not here. I'm so sorry. Actually, he hasn't been here today.
We're not to blame for that.
I think sometimes people send like pre-super chats, like just in case they happen to show up. Yeah. Like anticipatory super chats. Heather says, sorry if last question was misunderstood. I actually agree with you. Oh no, of course. I saw your chat in the chat afterwards. No, I was not offended at all. There may have been just a little bit of a misunderstanding for what I had said before. So I hope you weren't offended by my statement before also. So all the love, all the hearts.
What if any? Poll, is Johnny doing the horizontal mambo tonight? I have no idea. I'm not in a position to say. Kurt.
Elliot Spitzer, not Elon. Full quote $2 $, in super chat.
Oh, okay.
Elliot Spitzer. Okay.
Debbie Swan says, Ian doing a live stream to help Jason from court as YouTube won't allow him to live stream yet. He was in court today. All super chats going to James from Ian. Both defended Legalbytes shut down BS from one person. I won't read. We'll move on.
Apple Pie, you've been streaming for 11 hours. Hoeg, you've been going at it longer. Get some rest. Yes, someday. I have to stay to the end of this. This is the last big Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard stream.
We are almost there.
Alan says that third page in Johnny's Instagram was a statement if he lost.
Okay. That's funny. That was a joke. That was a joke. Funny. I appreciate that. TC says, thank you all for educating and entertaining me these past 6 weeks. Today is my 65th birthday. Woo! And the positive verdict for Johnny was the best present. You all are so inspiring. TC, thank you so much. And happy birthday. Happy 61st.
It's like a number. It's like a number. It was close. Happy birthday.
Happy 65th birthday. I'm so sorry. We're getting a little delirious here.
It's a long stream.
I hope you're able to celebrate just like all of us. Celebrating the win for Johnny.
Obi-Wan Classic. Now, if you'll excuse me, currently purchasing my mega pint glass from the merch store.
Oh, there you go.
Sure.
Valerie says Dr. Curry was watching with Emily too. She even super chatted. Yeah, I saw that. That she was apparently in the chat. Yeah.
Oh, that's
I'm not
so
sure
cool.
how they were able to determine it was really her, but seemed to be. So yeah.
All right. This is Giannis again. It says, hi again, and thanks for saying my name. Yeah, you're welcome. I remembered it from yesterday. Favorite soundtrack from a Johnny Depp?
Oh, that's easy.
Thinking of blasting a full playlist tomorrow in celebration. I mean, when I was in high school and I was in the symphony orchestra, that was right around the time the Pirates of the Caribbean had come up. So it's got to be some really good Hans Zimmer.
Scissorhands is pretty badass.
Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. Easy.
Yep.
Best soundtrack.
Although my favorite Johnny Depp movie, my favorite is Ninth Gate. What are your guys?
You like Ninth Gate that much?
Yeah.
Oh, Pirates one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got to be Pirates one for me too. But there are so many to choose from. Not to say that that's the only one. I feel like it's a cliche, but I'm also basic.
Are acceptable. So. It's Pirates one for me.
Yeah. Cohen B post says, should all trials be streamed live? Maybe not all trials because of the resources involved, but I am very much in favor of having a lot of them streamed live.
Skaggy, Hoeg's statement in 2 is limited in scope. 1 and 3 seems more broad. Think that's why they picked that one? Maybe. It's also kind of more easily disproven because it's narrower. So I think that's why they picked that one, is he's saying real stuff that you can say yay or nay to, rather than kind of Hoeg's is almost opinion statements, honestly. So there you go. Kurt,
you might find the second sexism, discrimination against men and boys by Professor David Bentar interesting. Sounds promising. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. Shampasta says, if the jury's identities are hidden for a year, can they still do interviews before that? Yes. They can volunteer to go out and tell people who they are.
To Gino Spam, ask Viva about the free speech of the U.S. versus Canada.
Oh, he's got opinions for sure.
One, because they didn't stage between cops. I don't know why they made the decision they did.
Well, we might find out. We might find out when eventually. So I think in this case we're bound to see some jury statements. Tony and Danuta Majeka, Mom and Dad. Victorious day for those who stayed the course these past 6 weeks. Congratulations, Legalbytes, Hoeg, Kurt, Joe, and all the others on the panel. Hope to see you at Legalbytes California studio. Hugs from Mama Bites.
Please remember to re-forward me the information regarding the dates and stuff, because I need that.
Lorenzo Slavin dropped everything to watch the verdict with you all today. Thank you for all of the information and entertainment over the past several weeks. Thank you for the support and for hanging out with us. Kurt,
what is something you're really excited to talk about or cover next now it's over-ish? Well, when it happens, the Dobbs case and the NYS RPA case, which I imagine may get some press attention.
Dobbs is going to be Twitter's next tire fire.
I think the reconsideration of Roe versus Wade and Casey versus Planned Parenthood might get some press, and we'll be covering it over on my channel.
All right. April Villamere, thank you so much for the super chat. Sandra Young says, thanks to you all. My biggest surprise was learning perjury is not a big thing in the US. That was actually a shock. Well, thank you so much for the generous super chat and for your kind words and for hanging out with us. It's perjury is not actually as big of a thing as people might want to believe.
Tark Syrian, Rick, please tell me I wasn't the only one who had an existential crisis when deciding whether or not to rewrite the Heretics. How could you? What did the Geth ever do to you? I'm judging you right now. No, that's some good writing in Mass Effect 3. Kurt.
Shampasta said, we need to get Kurt Uncivil Law to 100,000 and 95.7 currently. Yes, if 4,200 of you could go over to my channel and subscribe, that would be great.
Oh, yes. Yes. Please do, guys. Tarsirian says, Rick, please tell me I wasn't the only one who had an existential crisis when deciding whether or not to rewrite the Heretics.
I just said this one. Yeah, no, this is about Mass Effect. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a tough decision. It's well written. 100%.
Jim Mulvaney says, I agree with Kurt. Ninth Gate is my favorite. You know what? I'll read the rest of these. Here we go. Adrian Paul, I wanted to include this one, says, I've got no spare money to do a super chat, but you gals and guys' dedication to this day after day and week after week is admirable. P.S. Mostly agree with Hoeg, especially regarding defamation and truth. Well,
very nice of you to say.
Christy K, thank you so much for this. Janine Bryce says, apparently in court today, AH was wearing the same outfit she wore to file the TRO. Weird. Props to Mama Spice 22 on TikTok for pointing that out. I will also say that it was a simple black dress, so it could also just be that the, that she was just wearing a BLD, LBD. Sorry, an LBD, because that's easier or something. I don't know. Diane Tincher. Thank you so much for this generous super chat. Says, AH didn't consciously choose to become a narcissist. JD didn't choose to become passive in the face of abuse and run away. Childhood trauma plays a huge role in the development of ego defense systems. AH and JD both need compassion and understanding. I think that they do both need compassion and understanding. I think that Amber also definitely needs a lot of work to get there.
She is beyond my ability or desire for compassion. So that's how I feel. If you want to have compassion for her, maybe you're a better person, but she's beyond whatever reservoir of compassion I want even for myself.
I think she needs to go through a little bit of work before I think being ready to receive that.
I came into this case as neutral as could be. I remained open and fair, worthy considering. I gave her the consideration I think that's due, and my opinions are based on the evidence presented. At the end of the day, I've reached a conclusion, and that and so whatever it says about me, so be it. I just think she is evil incarnate, and I have no compassion left for her.
Zuber Janusz says, Hoeg, a great article about horrible media coverage of a trial for you. One of the most shameful episodes in journalistic history by Charles Thompson. And then finally, Clingy Kiwi says, can I just say how refreshing it is on how supportive LawTube is of each other? It's an attitude I'd love to see in more YouTube spaces, TBH. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's one of the things that I really love about these friends that I've made over the past couple of years. And we've got a couple more that popped up. OC Jane 714 says, if JD does interviews, I hope he sits with YouTube lawyers that worked hard to inform the public instead of mainstream media or anyone from the Justice for Johnny Depp community, realistically, because they've been putting in years and years and years of this work. So I would happily parlay over to them because they've dedicated a lot. Ellen Benino McKenzie says, thank you all for these informative lives. What was the biggest law lesson or best moment of the trial in your opinions? Thank you all again.
I mentioned this in an answer yesterday, but I was really impressed by, if you think about the way you cross-examine a witness, that Dennison and Camille were both effective in very, very different ways. And I really like thinking about that as I observe this trial, regardless of what people tell me about Dennison.
I think, seeing the different styles of cross-examination and that those can be effective, I think that absolutely was great.
Camille Vasquez on tone control was the biggest thing I'm going to try to learn.
She was great. Yes, she was phenomenal at that. Shempasta says, Hogla, what were your thoughts on the Australia tape?
You can go find them. If you go look in the live stream for when that video is, you should be able to spot it. And we talk about it in the middle and afterwards. But overall, holistically, I think it completely decimates what Amber Heard described as having happened to her in Australia.
Agreed. Matthew Santos, another super chat from you. Thank you. Says, I'm so happy that if you don't end the streaming, we never stop. But true, Kurt was anxiously for me, skeptical for most of the trial. I was so happy to see him sway JD's way.
Just following where the evidence gets me.
Of course. Gemtig3 says, question, why isn't anyone discussing how Amber Heard's arm bruise pic was taken during the time she was making an action film? Maybe she got bumped on set. Thanks for your hard work on this trial. I've enjoyed spending my days with y'all. I think that's absolutely a possible reasonable explanation for the
it was never very convincing anyway. So
no way. And thank you so much for the kind words and for the generous super chat. And with that, that's the end. That's it. No more super chats. We're done.
Yep. Versus Amber Heard is over, folks.
Thank you everyone for joining us through this massive long journey. This has been fantastic. And here's one last one right here. DWN Logic says, I'm only hearing the amount of money Amber Heard made in Aquaman 1 and Aquaman 2. Did they completely ignore her part in Justice League? I think
Joss Whedon did.
She got written out of it, didn't she?
She got cut. She's like in a bit of it, and then she's in more of Zack Snyder's. Trying to do a British accent. It's amusing. Check it out.
All righty. Okay, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you to all my friends on the panel. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Thank you to all of the mods. You are doing God's work in trying to facilitate nuanced conversation in the chat. And I know that's not always easy. So thank you, everybody. And Gio Piete, thank you so much. Good night, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. And McKenny Lopez, Amber Heard made me think of this quote by Madeleine Albright. There's a special place in hell for women who don't help other women. I agree. Okay, guys. Good night. I love you all. And we'll see you guys in the next